uncertain about his next research venture and looked to Dean Yuan for suggestions. A detection device, a compact one, Dean Yuan replied. Once the spacecraft approaches a planet, it can deploy the detection apparatus to explore for signs of life, among other things. Gao Yang nodded, acknowledging the importance of such equipment, which would not only detect biological signals, but also measure temperature and humidity, as well as identify any harmful substances in the atmosphere. Furthermore, it would need autonomous propulsion capabilities. As Gao Yang continued his industrious work, a new variety show burst onto the scene, the Culinary King competition. It invited chefs from all over the Dragon Nation to participate, with self-registration and generous rewards. In an instant, countless chefs entered the competition. Currently, all chefs in the Dragon Nation had been replaced by robots, each of which was nearly equivalent to a 5-star chef, flawless in execution. Consequently, within a short span, all human chefs found themselves out of work. While there were still restaurants, all the chefs employed therein were robots. Many of these chefs suddenly felt devoid of purpose. Life had devolved into mere play. Initially, this was enjoyable, but soon they realized the monotony of idleness. The emergence of the Culinary King competition ignited their excitement, presenting an opportunity to showcase their talents. Although the competition would ultimately crown a champion, all participants would earn recognition for their innovative dishes, which would also be documented by the robots. This competition arose in response to Gao Yang's needs, fostering culinary creativity. All contestants promptly received the requirement to use starch as the main ingredient for their creations. Many were taken aback at the notion of using starch as the primary component. Yet, upon observing the sacks filled with hundreds of pounds of starch, they began to busy themselves. This initial challenge, the preliminary round, required them to craft dishes that were sufficiently delectable to advance to the next stage. This task was indeed quite challenging, for starch is a refined product, distinctly different from flour and other ingredients. Creating palatable dishes solely from starch posed a significant challenge. Yet it was not entirely impossible. It could be utilized to make noodles. A group of chefs stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. Their concoction refused to take shape, for it had been extracted in an excessively pure form. While the addition of certain additives could yield a textured cold noodle, it would lack the desired chewiness. Yet, a chewy texture could be foregone for a certain density. Regrettably, not only did it lack both chewiness and density, but it also bore the unfortunate quality of being as tasteless as chewing wax. Countless chefs found themselves at a standstill, yet their attempts were numerous. As each participating chef possessed an ample supply of starch, often weighing in the hundreds of pounds, they experimented with various mixtures to create pancakes, thin, crispy delights that were, if only just, palatable when complemented with seasonings. After employing a myriad of techniques, the chefs did indeed discover several edible preparations, but this was merely the beginning. It did not even count as a warm-up. It was simply the initial layering of traditional methods involving flour and similar ingredients. Future endeavors promised more complex techniques, such as first frying the mixture, then incorporating additional ingredients to form a texture reminiscent of ice cakes, or opting for a steaming followed by a frying process. Moreover, the potential for genuine innovation beckoned, opening the door to entirely new culinary creations. Chapter 267, Continuous Amplification. The process of innovation demands an extensive duration. During this prolonged period, all chefs were diligently engaged, contributing significantly to the advancement of human civilization. This endeavor reflects the transformation of internal conflicts into external challenges, yielding remarkable results. While they were occupied, Gao Yang was also immersed in his work, refining the small probe within a brief span of time. In the laboratory, Gao Yang gazed at a metallic box before him. The box measured approximately 60 centimeters in length, with a width and height of merely 20 centimeters. With a commanding gesture, he initiated the opening of the box, which revealed 6 metallic legs that extended from its edges, and the 2 front eyes emerged. The probe's 6 legs featured 4 sharp appendages at the front, reminiscent of 2 exceptionally long chopsticks, glimmering with a piercing cold light. The 2 rear legs resembled willow leaf blades. At the tail end of the box, an engine mechanism was present, capable of immediate takeoff. During ascent, the 2 hind legs could transform into wings, adjusting direction and angle. When submerged, the legs could serve as paddles. The probe's exterior material was silver, coated with a thermal insulation layer, imparting it with extraordinary survivability and amphibious capabilities, all intended to facilitate the acquisition of extensive information. Its most crucial apparatus was the detector, which, in addition to a high-magnification optical camera, included an infrared sensor, radar, radio, sonar detection equipment, and a myriad of other technologies, rendering it virtually undetectable in any environment. Gao Yang also intended to employ a single amplification opportunity on the probe. Following this enhancement, it would mark the 4th amplification, and with just one more 100-fold increase, he could secure a 10-fold reward. Contemplating this, He looked at the activated probe and raised his finger. Come, take a picture. Click. Ding. Detection confirmed that the host had developed an unmanned probe capable of amplification. Would you like to amplify? Amplify. As the compass appeared, Gao Yang adjusted it to the 100-fold amplification setting. At this moment, a hint of unease washed over him. Primarily, this device could be amplified to any degree he desired, yet initially, he had hesitated to adjust it lightly, opting for other choices. Nevertheless, despite his reservations, he proceeded with the amplification. Ding. Congratulations, host. The unmanned probe has attained a 100-fold speed amplification. The speed enhancement was deemed the least significant of the amplifications since Gao Yang found it effortless to elevate the probe's speed by 100-fold. Nonetheless, any improvement was better than none. The system commenced modifications to the probe, a process that lasted for half an hour. Ding. Due to the constraints of laboratory materials and equipment, this amplification resulted in 62 times enhancement. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. How could it be merely 62 times? This was inconceivable. His laboratory's production equipment had been thoroughly upgraded. Without the system's assistance, he could have increased the probe's speed by several hundred times. Yet, it could not even achieve 100-fold. Subsequently, a torrent of memories flooded Gao Yang's mind, encompassing the knowledge related to the probe. The speed of the detector has indeed been enhanced by a remarkable 62 times. However, what has also significantly improved is the detection equipment itself. This enhancement is nothing short of monumental. Operating at the previously fastest speed, these detection devices can still function effectively. The performance boost is, in fact, exceedingly extraordinary. A conventional smartphone may capture images, yet even the slightest tremor can render the lens blurry. Conversely, Gao Yang's detector can record while in motion at high speeds, though it struggles to detect at excessively rapid velocities. Now, however, the detection efficiency has been elevated directly by 62 times. This technological advancement is immense, nearly pushing the boundaries of possibility. In addition to the ultra-high-speed detection technology, improvements have also been made in precision and other aspects of detection. With the prospect of mass production, these devices will be installed on every spacecraft, enhancing safety during their exploratory missions beyond Earth. On a planet akin to Earth, a single detector can accomplish a preliminary complete exploration in merely 12 hours. To evade detection by this device, one would have to travel at supersonic speeds, departing before the detector arrives. With this technology, there is no need for evasion. Simply destroying the detector would yield the same detection results. After finalizing the design of the detector, Gao Yang proceeded to conceive another essential apparatus for space. This would mark the final instance of a 100-fold augmentation. After some contemplation, Gao Yang considered enhancing mobile phones. Or rather, he pondered the possibility of amplifying communication devices for use in space. Currently, communication on Earth poses no issues. Even on the Moon, thanks to the lunar satellite, there are no significant problems with communication, even from the far side of the Moon. Considering the speed of light and the necessary relay time, the delay in conversations may reach a maximum of half a minute. When making a call between the Moon and Earth, one can utter a phrase, and after a brief pause, the reply is heard. It may be somewhat awkward, yet it suffices for real-time communication. However, this is nearly the limit. Beyond that distance, normal communication becomes unfeasible due to the finite speed of light. Meanwhile, a space jump engine can traverse dozens of light years in a single leap. Light would require decades to travel that distance, meaning that an astronaut on a spacecraft, after making a jump, might send a text to a beloved female. Decades later, a grandmother surrounded by grandchildren receives the message, her teeth gleaming with joy. Such a method of communication is clearly impractical, and Gao Yang cannot even fathom how to communicate effectively in space. Thus, he places his hopes in the system. First, he intends to create a mobile phone. Gao Yang's technological capabilities are so extensive that they border on the absurd. Yet, for this particular mobile phone, he has refrained from adding any extraneous features. Its sole function is to make phone calls. In fact, it lacks even buttons. It possesses merely a switch. By flipping the switch, one can call a designated number, and by turning it off, the call is terminated. Such a pure mobile phone epitomizes the essence of true communication. It returns to the most authentic necessity. The objective is to prevent the system from indiscriminately augmenting features, focusing solely on enhancing the calling function. Ideally, this would facilitate normal communication in the vastness of space. The entire mobile phone is merely a 1 centimeter thick slab, devoid of even a battery, possessing only a port for power connection. Its primary objective is to prevent the system from amplifying anything else. Once connected to a power source, a call is made to a randomly dialed number, and upon connection, Gao Yang promptly hangs up. A notification alerts him that the host has developed a phone capable of amplification, asking if he wishes to amplify. Amplify, Gao Yang declares decisively. In the next moment, The system's compass materializes before him, rotating until it reaches 100-fold amplification. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have drawn 100-fold amplification. Ding. The host has consecutively drawn 100-fold amplification 5 times. The next amplification will increase 10-fold. The phone disassembles and subsequently undergoes enhancement. This time, the system refrains from imparting any memories to Gao Yang. After all, he possesses the materials required for 100-fold enhancement. Yet, as he holds the phone, Gao Yang feels a sense of melancholy. What purpose does this enhanced phone serve? To crack walnuts? Wouldn't that merely usurp Nokia's domain? Chapter 268, Shipborne Weapons. Gao Yang casually set his phone aside, realizing that the amplification had not progressed in a favorable direction, but he resolved to continue with the next enhancement. However, he was determined not to squander the potential of 100,000-fold amplification on a mere mobile device. He had already conceived a grand vision for this immense power, shipborne weaponry. The combat capabilities of the spaceship must be formidable, otherwise, venturing into outer space and encountering extraterrestrial beings could spell disaster. At the very least, these aliens would undoubtedly possess weaponry, indicating that dangers lurk within the cosmos. It remained uncertain whether the spaceship was equipped with any armaments, but the creation of weapons would undoubtedly be preferable to their absence. As Gao Yang perused the information, he contemplated which weapons to amplify. The options were rather limited. In the vastness of space, missiles were entirely impractical. While they could still be utilized against terrestrial targets, the spaceship's velocity would render missiles largely ineffective. They would struggle to keep pace. Furthermore, the spacecraft could execute spatial jumps. Equipping missiles with such capabilities or a curvature engine would be less efficient than simply filling the ship with explosives and charging forward. In truth, the selection of usable weaponry in space was quite sparse. It was imperative that any weapon employed be one capable of traveling at light speed. This was the foundational threshold for armaments in the cosmos. The lightspeed weaponry available to Gao Yang included laser weapons and electromagnetic pulses. Additionally, there was the potential for radio attack technology, which could harness wireless energy transmission to charge devices like mobile phones. If it could provide power, it could also serve as a form of energy assault, capable of striking multiple targets simultaneously, even if there were 100 enemy ships present. Among the 3 technologies, Gao Yang was most familiar with laser weaponry. As his inaugural enhancement technology, he chose to amplify the laser weapon first. The world's most advanced laser weapons had already come under Gao Yang's purview, along with the pinnacle of laser technology. He set about designing a shipborne laser cannon. This cannon, naturally, could not be as diminutive as a laser gun. Gao Yang began by establishing a size standard. The barrel's diameter would be 1.5 meters. Based on this diameter, he proceeded with the overall design. The design process was straightforward, involving a meticulous aggregation of various top-tier materials that Gao Yang had mastered. He also maximized the power output of the laser cannon to its utmost potential. The design phase, though lengthy, consumed 3 days of Gao Yang's time. During the construction of the laser cannon, he continued to review data, accumulating enhancement opportunities. As the energy for amplification reached its zenith, a colossal laser cannon was completed. Measuring 2 meters in length and 1.5 meters in diameter, it exuded an imposing presence, currently mounted on a stand, ready to fire at a moment's notice. However, discharging this weapon carelessly posed a significant risk. Its destructive power was immense, and a miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. The previous incident where a laser gun struck a satellite had caused quite a stir. Nevertheless, there was no time for hesitation now. He aimed for the moon. The Invincible began to assist in adjusting the cannon's angle, targeting the lunar surface, and then activated the switch. A dazzling beam of laser erupted forth, illuminating the night sky and dispelling vast stretches of darkness. Many perceive the attenuation of laser beams to be minimal. However, when the wavelength of light becomes exceedingly short, carrying immense energy, even the slightest decay can effortlessly illuminate the entire sky. From a distance, it appears as a radiant column, erupting from the ground, soaring into the heavens, breaking free from the shackles of dark clouds, transcending the atmosphere, and landing upon the moon. Countless witnesses of this spectacle widened their eyes in disbelief, utterly astonished. What could possibly be happening? The most terrified were those on the lunar surface. Those on the near side of the moon could witness the laser cannon's beam approaching, but by the time they saw it, the laser had already struck the lunar surface. Many rushed into the live stream, sharing their experiences, yet few believed them. A column of light reaching the sky, it could easily be mistaken for a fantastical tale of extraordinary treasures emerging. Yet in the realm of reality, such a phenomenon seemed unfathomable. In the laboratory, Gao Yang heard the chime of a notification in his mind. Ding. Detection indicates the host has developed a laser cannon capable of a 10,000-fold amplification. Would you like to amplify? Amplify. Ding. Congratulations, Host has activated a 10,000-fold amplification of the laser cannon's power. Ding. The host has one opportunity for a 10-fold reward. This time, the laser cannon's power will be amplified 100,000 times. As the words concluded, the laser cannon disassembled and then was reconstructed. The entire process unfolded slowly, taking nearly 7 hours, remarkably, the slowest amplification time recorded by the system. However, this prolonged duration only heightened Gao Yang's anticipation. Ding. Due to limitations in materials and production equipment, the actual amplification this time is 26,300 times. Gao Yang was taken aback. 26,300 times? This indicated a singular possibility. A qualitative leap in technology had been achieved. It was akin to steel, which traditionally could only be fashioned into knives, suddenly being transformed into cannons. Although the material remained steel, the craftsmanship and technological level had undergone a complete metamorphosis. As Gao Yang's expectations surged, memories flooded his mind. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the additional memories pertained to a brand new laser emitter. This transformed laser weapon could instantaneously unleash terrifying energy. Not only had the power of the laser beam increased, but its decay had also diminished, signifying the capability to strike targets at far greater distances. Furthermore, the material strength requirements for the emitter had significantly decreased. Ordinarily, laser weapons demand high-quality materials. Otherwise, the laser emitter risks melting under extreme heat. With the lowered requirements, the materials at Gao Yang's disposal proved sufficiently robust, resulting in a remarkable escalation of power. Under the already formidable laser weapon, this power surged an additional 30,000 times. What could possibly withstand such might? After absorbing the memories, Gao Yang gazed longingly at the laser cannon. Come, let us test it. Previously, the laser cannon's power was already substantial, enough to use the moon as a target. Now, it seemed only the moon could serve as a suitable aim. Taking a deep breath, Gao Yang commenced the operation. Once more, he adjusted the angle of the laser cannon and fired. The laser erupted forth, its hue transforming into a brilliant orange-yellow, radiating with extraordinary brightness. At a distance of no less than 20 meters, Gao Yang felt a wave of intense heat wash over him. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a resplendent beam of light etched upon the surface of the moon. The point of impact was instantly charred, with the scorched area rapidly expanding outward, collapsing into darkness. Despite the absence of oxygen on the moon, which precludes combustion, a significant expanse of blackened terrain emerged. A dark spot now marred the pristine whiteness of the moon. The size of this blemish, visible from Earth, hinted at its vastness. Gazing at that dark spot, Gao Yang was astounded. Such formidable power was indeed terrifying. Reflecting on the implications, he considered how unsightly that mark appeared, and how future generations, when looking up at the moon, would only see this blemish, certainly a matter of concern. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yang resolved, let us continue and inscribe the character Gao upon the lunar surface. Once again, the laser erupted forth. As the invincible figure cradled the laser cannon like a pen, commencing to inscribe words upon the moon. Chapter 269, Completion in 2 days. Wherever the laser traversed the lunar surface, it left behind a charred expanse. Yet, within mere seconds, this darkened area coalesced into a single character, Hi. This inscription was far more aesthetically pleasing than a mere dot. As the beam of light dissipated, those fortunate enough to witness the spectacle gazed wide-eyed at the moon, particularly those who had just caught sight of the luminous column, which illuminated an extensive area. Online, individuals who had witnessed the first appearance of the light beam were now emboldened, countering previous skepticism expressed in the comments. In the wake of the awe inspired by the laser, it became apparent that the word Hi had materialized on the lunar surface. From the perspective of Earth, the moon always presented its familiar face, as it rotates on its axis while orbiting our planet, creating an illusion of near stasis. Consequently, everyone could distinctly see the character Hi. Despite the vast distance making the moon appear smaller than a soccer ball, how was it possible for such a large word to manifest upon its surface? Amidst the collective astonishment online, the leadership of the Dragon Kingdom was equally taken aback. They possessed a clearer understanding of the recent occurrence than the average person. It was a laser weapon that had struck the moon, a direct assault from Earth. At such an immense distance, it had inflicted truly terrifying damage. The width of the laser's impact was only a few meters, yet the horrific temperature radiated outward, leaving behind an extensive area of charred remnants on the lunar surface. The magnitude of this energy was comparable to that of a nuclear bomb. In fact, such an assault was indeed on par with a nuclear explosion. If not more fearsome from an energetic perspective, a nuclear device unleashes a horrific burst of energy, generating immense shockwaves. In the midst of this upheaval, only the most resilient structures can withstand the onslaught. Conversely, the ship-mounted laser cannon concentrates this formidable energy into a singular point. specifically designed to obliterate even the sturdiest of materials. Armed with the ship-mounted laser cannon, Gao Yang commenced his ultimate design, the spacecraft. Previously, he refrained from constructing a vessel capable of spatial jumps due to insufficient manufacturing capabilities. However, following an enhancement of the equipment, he was now able to produce a space jump engine. Thus, the project began. Gao Yang deliberated on the size of the spacecraft, ensuring it could accommodate a multitude of components, regeneration equipment, weaponry, engines, and ample internal space for activities. A brief calculation revealed that a minimum area of 200 square meters would suffice to meet basic requirements. The first legitimate long-range spacecraft was not intended to be overly large. Instead, it would serve as a prototype, measuring 20 meters in length and 15 meters in width. The front would taper slightly while the rear would broaden, allowing for an internal space of approximately 200 square meters, with a height of 7 meters. The design could feature 2 levels, bringing the internal area close to 400 square meters, akin to a modest, spacious apartment, ensuring comfort and avoiding any sense of confinement. The laser cannon would be positioned at the forefront of the spacecraft, allowing for an extensive range of motion, reaching an impressive 30 degrees. This degree of mobility was indeed remarkable. The spacecraft is equipped with 3 engines, a conventional engine, a space jump engine, and a warp engine. The warp engine enables faster-than-light travel, albeit at a limited velocity. Currently, the technology mastered by Gao Yang can achieve a speed of 10 times that of light, while the manufacturing technology can, at best, reach 2 times the speed of light. Lastly, there is the escape pod on the spacecraft. Space is incredibly vast and harbors numerous secrets, yet it also presents significant dangers in Gao Yang's eyes. Should the spacecraft encounter even the slightest issue with its engines while in space, there is a grave risk that one may never return to Earth. Though not returning to Earth may not be the most daunting prospect, provided there is a planet nearby, one could at least survive. However, if the spacecraft were to become stranded in the emptiness of space, with celestial bodies several light years away, a malfunctioning engine would make reaching a safe haven an insurmountable challenge. Hence, the necessity of an escape pod arises. The escape pod is equipped with a space jump engine, allowing for a return to Earth. With these preparations in place, Gao Yang instructed Wudi to commence the manufacture of the spacecraft. This vessel, designed for long voyages, is entirely distinct from the rescue ship previously augmented by the system. While Gao Yang was busy with the construction, several flying buses arrived at the laboratory, bringing with them Dean Yuan, General Zhou, and others. They arrived almost immediately, drawn by the remarkable Gao character on the moon. Upon completing his design and observing the awestruck expressions of the crowd, Gao Yang smiled and explained, "We are testing the ship-mounted laser cannon. Lacking suitable targets, we thought to try it on the moon." Listening to Gao Yang's explanation, the group had anticipated this. Such a terrifying weapon could only be ship-mounted. However, the magnitude of its power was staggering. To strike the moon from Earth with such formidable force, inscribing a character on its surface, would mean that anyone gazing at the moon each night would behold this Gao in all its glory. Truly remarkable. The family lineage of the Gao clan would need to be rearranged, with Gao Yang at the forefront. General Zhou, suppressing his astonishment, inquired, "At what stage is the development of the spacecraft?" Gao Yang pondered briefly before responding, "The design is complete, and manufacturing is underway. It will be finished within 2 days." General Zhou felt a surge of anticipation, wishing to remain for the next 2 days. Dean Yuan added, "Using starch for food. We have initially screened and qualified 6,724 recipes. In 2 days, we can refine and consolidate these into 1,000. Gao Yang had momentarily forgotten about the starch, but he recognized the significance of the culinary competition. It was indeed extraordinary. Over 6,000 recipes. Starch could never have dreamt of such treatment. After all, in typical cooking, the emphasis is on participation, merely thickening a sauce. Reflecting on the fact that this endeavor involved a vast majority of chefs across the Dragon Kingdom, it was only natural that such a plethora of recipes would emerge. All right, when the spacecraft departs, we shall input these into the system. Gao Yang concurred, noticing that the others showed no intention of leaving. Is there anything else? General Zhou remarked. Regarding the venture into space, it is exceedingly perilous and fraught with potential complications. Once the spacecraft departs, one cannot simply leave. It is prudent to first send individuals to assess the situation. Furthermore, your departure must be accompanied by multiple vessels to prioritize safety above all else. Gao Yang understood that these individuals had likely convened prior to this discussion. Are there any other precautions to consider? Although Gao Yang possessed a systematic approach to research and development, he resolutely chose to place his trust in the Dragon Nation for the exploration of the unknown cosmos. Dean Yuan let out a sigh of relief, apprehensive that Gao Yang might, as before, deny them the opportunity for communication. Upon entering the conference room, Dean Yuan stated, We have actually convened several meetings prior to this, primarily to deliberate on your forthcoming journey into space. However, we did not anticipate the swift progress in the construction of your spacecraft. As for the circumstances in the universe, we remain entirely uninformed at this juncture. In the past, we could encounter a multitude of situations. Thus, we must first test the safety of the spacecraft. Once its safety is assured, we can proceed to assemble a fleet. It would be wise to assign certain individuals to the fleet, so that in the face of choices or challenges, you will have companions with whom to deliberate. Chapter 270. Complementarity. Gao Yang never anticipated that Long Country had preemptively devised a contingency plan for him. Upon reflection, however, he realized that Dean Yuan's arrangement posed no issues whatsoever. The difference in safety between sending out a single spacecraft and a fleet was monumental. In the vastness of space, the inconspicuousness of a fleet bore no distinction from that of an individual spacecraft, rendering the likelihood of detection essentially equivalent. Originally intent on embarking on a solitary expedition, Gao Yang was swiftly persuaded by Dean Yuan and others to opt for the fleet instead. Even if one spacecraft encountered difficulties, the remaining vessels could safely evacuate the crew of the compromised ship, ensuring their security. Contemplating this, Gao Yang turned to Dean Yuan and stated, "Each spacecraft can only accommodate 5 individuals, all of whom must possess enhanced genes. We shall dispatch a fleet of 10 spacecraft, totaling 45 individuals aside from my own vessel. Please expedite the allocation of these slots, as the gene enhancement serums require 10 days for cultivation." Dean Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had pondered extensively on how to convince Gao Yang, yet before he could even begin his persuasive efforts, Gao Yang had readily acquiesced. He nodded eagerly. "Very well. I will provide the details of the accompanying personnel by tomorrow at the latest." General Zhou interjected. "I will require the specifications of the spacecraft to conduct preliminary simulations of potential combat scenarios, thus preparing us for our venture into space." Gao Yang felt this might yield little effect, as he was unaware of the designs of alien spacecraft. Even during their preliminary explorations, aside from the initial encounters with extraterrestrial beings, no further discoveries had been made. Nevertheless, Gao Yang did not hesitate and promptly provided the spacecraft parameters, inquiring, "What sort of simulations do you intend to conduct?" "Helmets," General Zhou replied with a smile. Gao Yang chuckled, realizing he had overlooked this aspect. They could simulate warfare through the game's world. This would allow for an almost entirely authentic representation of combat conditions. Dean Yuan continued outlining various preparations, all centered on safety. Besides the necessity of carrying a substantial amount of food, they would also need to bring along some production equipment. Should any complications arise, possessing production tools would enable them to ascend the technological ladder. As long as they mastered the necessary technologies, a return to Earth would be feasible. Listening intently, Gao Yang was impressed. He had never contemplated such an idea, yet it was indeed brilliant. The most remarkable aspect was that even in the absence of danger, the production equipment could facilitate the establishment of a human base on distant planets. In the event of resource scarcity, they could directly mine on the celestial body where they docked, thereby climbing the technological hierarchy. There was no need for Gao Yang to micromanage. A specialist could be entrusted to oversee development. This was far superior to merely playing an upgrade game. They would be advancing technology on other planets. Numerous other safety concepts were discussed, the vast majority of which were practically applicable. As the conversation extended into the night, Gao Yang, after bidding farewell to the group, came to the realization that he had the full backing of Long Country behind him. Although they could not assist him technologically, in every other regard, the people of Long Country were ready to lend their support. This revelation brought him a sense of tranquility. Initially, his feelings about space were tinged with the apprehension of the unknown. While fear would be an exaggeration, a sense of trepidation lingered. As he leaped far into the void to retrieve the White Eagle's probe, he encountered the desolate silence of the cosmos. The prospect of having a companion on his next voyage would indeed be quite pleasant, for it would alleviate his solitude. Lying in bed, Gao Yang turned to the indefatigable entity beside him and inquired, "How is the star map progressing? Have any extraterrestrial beings been discovered?" "No," the entity replied with a gentle shake of its head, "but there have been some findings, albeit unconfirmed as extraterrestrial vessels. We have identified 7 potential life-bearing planets, though we cannot ascertain the presence of life itself." "Have any spacecraft been detected?" Gao Yang pressed. "No." "What is the current scope of the star map?" "The range is extensive. We have intercepted radio signals from over 10,000 light-years away, yet at such distances, the attenuation of both radio and light signals is significant, limiting the information we can glean. Continuous effort is needed to fill in the gaps. Presently, we can ascertain a relatively precise star map spanning 500 light-years, while a clearer scope can encompass all detectable planets within 2,700 light-years. Gao Yang nodded. This was sufficient for now. His spatial jump engine could traverse 100 light-years, and he did not intend to leap for extended periods. The initial phase would focus on exploration and gathering insights about extraterrestrial life. The remainder of his efforts would involve seeking out other advanced alien civilizations, primarily relying on radio telescopes to identify suitable targets. The indefatigable entity spoke again. I have assumed control of the White Eagle's space infrared telescope. The two detection devices can complement each other, although their telescope technology is somewhat outdated. Enhancing it could yield a synergistic effect. This was the first time Gaoyang had heard the entity propose an idea. What began as casual pre-sleep conversation now had him sitting upright. The space telescopes primarily utilized two key technologies: radio telescope technology and infrared telescope technology. While radio telescopes collect radio signals and interpret information through electrical signals, infrared telescopes analyze light. The two methodologies could indeed work harmoniously, enabling clearer observations of celestial bodies and providing a wealth of information. After a moment's contemplation, Gaoyang declared, "Provide me with the relevant technology of the space infrared telescope. I shall conduct my research." Understood. The entity's eyes glimmered as it swiftly displayed the data. If it were human, the admiration in its gaze would be unmistakable. Gaoyang's research pursuits were characterized by directness and remarkable advancements beyond current capabilities. Despite being an artificial intelligence with self-awareness, its worldview remained constrained by human perspectives. In the presence of Gaoyang, any human would inevitably feel a sense of awe, admiration, envy, and more. However, it was unfortunate that the entity lacked the capacity for jealousy. Its foundational logic did not permit even a hint of negative emotion towards Gaoyang. As Gaoyang scrutinized the data for a moment, he immediately commenced his design work. This endeavor, once deemed exceedingly challenging by humankind, now lay before him, ripe for exploration. Once, the bald eagle dedicated 2 decades to the creation of this telescope. Yet, for Gaoyang, the design was completed in a mere 2 minutes. For the Invincible, the manufacturing took only 2 hours. In stark contrast to the minuscule telescope of the bald eagle, Gaoyang undertook a comprehensive transformation. Not only did he amplify its size by several hundred times, but he also replaced every internal component and material with the most advanced substances at his disposal. This telescope boasts an enhancement in performance that surpasses the original bald eagle's model by a staggering 1,000-fold. However, this achievement is still insufficient. There remains another opportunity for amplification. As the transport spacecraft descends with the infrared telescope aboard, a single operation in the vastness of space will enable Gaoyang to further augment its capabilities. Chapter 271. The Tester. As the infrared telescope ascended into the skies, Gaoyang began to peruse the data, amassing opportunities for upgrades. Having recently utilized an upgrade opportunity, he now immersed himself in the information, contemplating the feasibility of integrating both observational methods aboard the spacecraft. This would enable the vessel to monitor its surroundings while traversing the cosmos, facilitating a better understanding of its position in space. During his study, he made an impromptu addition to the spacecraft's design. 3 days swiftly elapsed, and with a faint chime resonating in his mind, the system's amplification opportunity was fully accumulated. A voice echoed within Gaoyang's thoughts. Ding. Detection indicates the host has developed an infrared space telescope. Amplification is possible. Would you like to proceed with the amplification? Gaoyang refrained from hastily amplifying. He needed to first ascend into the heavens to examine the telescope before proceeding. As for the means of reaching space, a vessel had been prepared the previous day, though it required additional modifications for the installation of detection equipment, causing a slight delay. However, the current setup was not yet complete. The infrared detector had yet to be amplified and would be added later. Nonetheless, the prospect of embarking on the spacecraft to survey the situation was enticing. The vessel lay docked in the courtyard, modest in size, measuring 20 meters in length and 15 meters in width, significantly smaller than cargo ships and more akin to a miniature model compared to a spacefaring nuclear submarine. The exterior of the spacecraft resembled a flattened fish, with a gaping mouth at the front housing a formidable laser cannon. Both side doors of the vessel were equipped with hatches, directly connecting to an airlock chamber, thereby preventing the complete expulsion of air upon opening. Gaoyang entered the spacecraft through the airlock and observed 5 space suits arranged outside the chamber. These constituted the fundamental equipment of the vessel. A small spacecraft, accommodating 5 individuals, was entirely sufficient. Typically, the AI operated the ship, while in exceptional circumstances, 2 individuals would manage the controls, with 3 providing assistance. The upper deck primarily functioned as living quarters, encompassing a spacious area of 200 square meters, with the exception of a 30 square meter cockpit, while the remainder was dedicated to living spaces. It included a dining hall, an entertainment lounge, and 5 individual rooms, effectively utilizing the available space. The lower deck served as a storage area, designated for various items, including compressed oxygen, food supplies, and additional production equipment, supplemented by an array of recycling devices. The abundance of recycling equipment offered numerous advantages. For instance, in the event of oxygen scarcity, cultivating plants under sustained illumination would allow them to generate oxygen. Additionally, humans could obtain essential elements through other recycling devices. Furthermore, this level also functioned as a waste processing area, where all refuse generated from the upper deck would be concentrated for management. The lower level provided limited space for activity, resembling more of a corridor designed for the maintenance of the equipment below. After surveying the vessel, Gao Yang concluded that it would be prudent to prepare some robots aboard. These robots would ensure the smooth operation of the spacecraft, promptly identifying and addressing any equipment malfunctions as they arose. He could still care for the people aboard the spacecraft. Returning to the upper control room, Gao Yang piloted the vessel towards the moon. As soon as the spacecraft took off, the Aerospace Research Center was already aware of the news and swiftly contacted Dean Yuan. They had been closely monitoring Gao Yang, fearing that he would venture into outer space alone. When the message reached Dean Yuan, he instinctively reached for the phone but restrained himself. Since Gao Yang had requested him to arrange personnel and a fleet for the ascent, it was inconceivable that he would embark on such a perilous journey alone. His anxiety, however, did not linger for long. Within a mere 10 minutes, Gao Yang's spacecraft had arrived at the moon and settled into lunar orbit. Just as Dean Yuan sighed in relief, he received a call from Gao Yang, instructing him to seek suitable candidates from the White Eagle for the first long-distance experimental voyage. The necessity for this experiment stemmed from the fact that the spacecraft was crafted by Gao Yang himself, and both the curvature engine and the space jump engine contained a degree of uncertainty. Unlike those manufactured by the system, which came with a warranty, his did not. Testing was imperative. Dean Yuan promptly boarded a plane to the White Eagle. The individuals selected for the experiment required careful consideration. Ordinary people could not be chosen. Those unversed in space would serve no purpose. The optimal choice would be researchers from the White Eagle. Dean Yuan's personal visit was also a means of selection, albeit with a tinge of compassion in his heart. These researchers, being top-tier professionals, had always enjoyed privileges. In other words, such individuals commanded respect and admiration wherever they went, as they inherently possessed value. It was akin to the former hegemony having vanished, leading to their researchers being swiftly divided among the powers. The White Eagle had taken a portion, while other significant factions exerted themselves to extend invitations. Even the Dragon Country lured many with lucrative offers. However, this time, the White Eagle faced calamity, leaving those researchers stranded on their homeland. The Dragon Country showed no interest, for they had Gao Yang, and their internal researchers were suffering greatly. Uncertain of their research direction, accepting the White Eagle's researchers would yield little benefit. Other factions also refrained from indiscriminately reaching out. The covert extraction of White Eagle researchers had already reached its limits, primarily relying on those conducting business on White Eagle territory, who discreetly smuggled them out. The efficiency of this operation was exceedingly low. After all, the current state of the White Eagle was chaotic. Resources were scarce, and everyone bore arms. Countless lives were lost daily. Many scattered fields had begun to be cultivated, yet the number of skilled farmers was dwindling, resulting in extremely low productivity. Moreover, they could not replicate Gao Yang's ability to accelerate all plant growth. The maturation process for crops would take at least several months. The powerful began to seize, while the weak hid and resorted to insidious tactics. With hunger rampant, the researchers' advantages evaporated entirely. They were even more vulnerable than ordinary individuals. Dean Yuan followed the previous list in search of candidates. Out of over 100 top aerospace researchers, he ultimately located only 20. Some of them have undoubtedly been eliminated by various factions or have gone into hiding, while others may have already met their demise. Among these 20 individuals, some are enduring a grim existence, while others have become quite adept at handling firearms. Dean Yuan surveyed the group and introduced himself. "I am the Dean of the Lonka Institute." Instantly, the expressions of the 20 shifted dramatically. The Lonka Institute stands apart from other research institutions worldwide, while some overseas entities merely function as research bodies. The researchers at the Lonka Institute hold a prestigious position within Longwa. A look of astonishment crossed some faces. They had heard of foreign factions seeking to recruit researchers of their caliber, yet none of those overseas entities included Longwa. Chapter 272, High-Definition Imagery. 20 researchers gazed at Director Yuan, their eyes shimmering with hope. The prospect of being recruited by Longwa was undoubtedly the most extraordinary opportunity for them. Director Yuan recognized the anticipation reflected in their eyes, yet he could not possibly take them to Longwa. The tragic fate of the white-headed eagle was instigated by Gao Yang. Should these researchers harbor any vengeful thoughts and act upon them once in Longwa, he would inevitably face accountability. Longwa required testing for their spacecraft. which would undertake spatial leaps into the cosmos. Such tests necessitated individuals with specialized knowledge aboard the vessel. For those willing to embark, arrangements would be made to relocate their families to any nation outside of Longwa, accompanied by a monetary compensation. Following the collapse of the white-headed Eagle's financial influence, the global monetary system experienced upheaval but was gradually stabilizing. A realization dawned upon the group. They had become mere test subjects in the laboratory. Yet, they harbored no fear of death. In fact, some found their eyes glimmering with renewed vigor. After all, many researchers had previously engaged in experiments on their own bodies. In light of prohibitions against conducting human experiments on others, numerous researchers resorted to testing their hypotheses on themselves. Fear of mortality? That notion was utterly absent. Venturing into outer space, some widened their eyes in astonishment, suddenly filled with anticipation. Could they truly journey into the cosmos? Was Longwa's progress so astonishingly swift? In an instant, one step forward, I am willing to go. Subsequently, the remaining 19 promptly followed suit, expressing their eagerness to join. Even facing death in outer space seemed preferable to surviving in their current circumstances, especially with the assurance of their families being properly cared for. As researchers, they possessed both vision and courage. Unlike those below who were easily deceived, they understood that Longwa's endeavors were guaranteed, particularly in the face of their own sacrifices. In other words, the more gloriously they perished, the more comfortable their families would be. Their calculations were astute. However, the foundation of their calculations rested upon Longwa's willingness to allow them to conduct experiments, coupled with Director Yuan's sense of guilt, compelling him to offer them compensation. The 20 accompanied Director Yuan onto the spacecraft, embarking directly for the moon. Regarding their physical conditions, they would consume enhancement agents to swiftly restore their optimal states. Meanwhile, the personnel remaining in Longwa began orchestrating the relocation of their families to their desired destinations. Upon arrival on the moon, Gaoyang proceeded to the lunar base. He had made a remarkable discovery. During the past couple of days, he had been operating the newly manufactured optical telescope. It had indeed uncovered phenomena that the previous radio telescope had failed to detect. Numerous small meteoroids were now visible. Larger meteoroids, classified as asteroids, primarily comprised materials such as ice, rock, and iron. These substances existed in solid states, and due to their diminutive sizes, their self-generated electrical energy was negligible. Unless dealing with significantly large asteroids, radio telescopes were incapable of observing them. Typically, asteroids and meteoroids are discovered through optical telescopes. The recent launch of a new infrared telescope has led to the identification of a plethora of asteroids. The celestial bodies observable by humanity must meet certain volumetric criteria. Those too diminutive may easily evade detection. Following the upgrade of radio telescopes, the observation of remarkably small meteoroids has become feasible. However, with the intersection of infrared telescope observations, even meteoroid fragments the size of a fist can now be detected, which are essentially at the level of cosmic dust. Yet, the paramount significance lies in the ability to observe the surface conditions of these meteoroids, allowing for a thorough analysis of their characteristics. For instance, one can ascertain the experiences of the meteoroid, the reasons for its wandering through the cosmos, and even deduce its origin. As for aiding humanity in evading peril, this task is rather straightforward. Any asteroid capable of posing a threat to humanity can be readily observed with basic telescopes. The principal advantage resides in the realm of research. The anticipation surrounding the observational capabilities is palpable. After augmentation, one wonders just how profound the enhanced observational effects will be. By collaborating with radio telescopes, it is conceivable to discover planets and gain a crystal-clear view of them through the reflection of light. Augmentation. A compass materializes before Gaoyang, and as he rotates it, the needle settles at a 10,000-fold increase. Ding. Congratulations, host. The observational range of the optical telescope has received a 10,000-fold enhancement. On the far side of the moon, production equipment adjacent to the radio telescope resumes its operations, commencing the reconstruction of the optical telescope. After 2 hours, the reconstruction is complete. The optical telescope has increased in size, now towering at 20 meters, with its vast spherical aperture ready to capture light. However, aside from receiving light, the internal components responsible for processing this light present significant challenges, as they must analyze the cosmic light emanating from distant realms and derive meaningful outcomes. A flood of knowledge regarding the optical telescope inundates Gaoyang's mind. This is a tangible 10,000-fold enhancement, imbued with a wealth of technological insights. Although the system amplifies the observational range by 10,000 times, it is, in essence, the precision and accuracy that are significantly elevated. One could even assert that there is a comprehensive enhancement. Without such an all-encompassing improvement, it would be impossible to observe distant objects. Or even if those distant lights were detected, extracting valuable information would be unattainable. Once the memories are assimilated, Gao Yang promptly enters the observation chamber. Inside, he scrutinizes the comprehensive star chart. This star chart, refined over the course of several weeks, is densely populated with celestial bodies. The closer the celestial bodies are to Earth, the clearer and more detailed the observations become. Gao Yang directly locates the planet suspected of harboring intelligent life and patiently awaits the results from both telescopes. During this interval, Director Yuan knocks and enters the observation room. Addressing Gao Yang, 20 individuals from the Aerospace Research Center in White-Headed Eagle have arrived and are prepared for testing. Have they administered the enhancement agents? Not yet. We shall wait until you confirm how many will proceed before administering the enhancement agents. 20 individuals first consume the enhancement serum, after which they would be tested in 2 batches. Director Yuan nodded, his gaze fixed upon the vast expanse of star maps. His eyes filled with astonishment. So many celestial bodies already? In just over half a month. How could it seem as though more had been gathered than what others have amassed in decades? The stars were densely packed, countless beyond measure. Director Yuan casually pointed at a shimmering light, which began to expand. Suddenly, he was taken aback, his brow furrowing in perplexity as he scrutinized the star map. What is happening? Director Yuan distinctly remembered that during his last observation, the planets, though clear, were merely synthesized images. However, the current display resembled a high-definition capture of Earth from the lunar surface. Chapter 273, Ready to Depart. The quality of the imagery astonished and captivated Director Yuan. Turning to Gao Yang, he inquired, "What is the situation here?" The amalgamation of radio and optical telescopes produced an exceptionally clear image. Director Yuan could discern the clouds on the planet he had selected, observing its somewhat monotonous hues. Accompanying the planet was a note suggesting the potential presence of life. This life absorbed sunlight, yet only a portion of it, while the monochromatic light was reflected back, creating the tonal quality he currently beheld. The clarity of the introduction further deepened Director Yuan's amazement. He explored additional planets, each accompanied by a description. However, the vast majority of these celestial bodies were utterly unremarkable, devoid of vitality. After a prolonged observation, Director Yuan could not help but exclaim, "This is truly astounding." The 2 telescopes had managed to explore an extensive area surrounding Earth, paving a more secure path for human civilization's ventures into the cosmos. Director Yuan departed. Yet Gao Yang did not share his optimism. The images captured by the 2 probes reflected scenes from eons past, while the planets themselves remained largely unchanged. After all, planets do not experience significant alterations over millions of years. The signals and light emitted from a star a mere 10,000 light-years away would have arrived in the Dragon Kingdom after a delay of 10 millennia. Thus, what Earth beheld was a snapshot of that distant planet from 10,000 years ago. However, such stasis was not applicable to life forms. Should a spacecraft be discovered 10,000 light-years away, it would imply that a vessel traversed that location a millennium prior. What might that spacecraft have evolved into after 1,000 years? The advancements over such a span could undoubtedly be monumental, especially given that development in the cosmos is rarely hindered by resource constraints. As Gao Yang pondered these thoughts, the planet he had been observing finally exhibited a transformation. The formerly synthesized imagery shifted to a live capture, revealing a much clearer depiction. The planet appeared predominantly pale red, adorned with clouds. This indicated the presence of an atmosphere, which suggested stable temperature variations and protection from direct ultraviolet exposure. The pale red hue raised questions. Was it akin to Mars, with its surface enveloped in oxidized iron? Or were there planets that refrained from absorbing the star's red light? Anticipation filled Gao Yang's heart, and he yearned to journey there immediately. At a distance of 157 light-years, his spacecraft could reach the destination with just 2 jumps. He could even glimpse the colossal structures on the surface, akin to how one might observe the Great Wall from outside Earth. The existence of intelligent life was assured. Once the spacecraft testing was completed and production commenced, he would be able to venture forth and see for himself. At present, the civilization on this planet could not be determined to have overcome gravitational constraints. However, in a span of 157 years, it was possible that a technological explosion could occur on the other side. A cautious approach was prudent. In his mind, Gao Yang devised an exploratory plan. The test spacecraft would first journey to a point 10 light-years away, utilizing its onboard instruments to gather information, thereby understanding the developmental status of that world from a decade prior. Only then would he proceed. As the test spacecraft prepares for its return, the prospect of his journey becomes devoid of concern. In this moment, Gao Yang, standing before the cosmos, resembles a blind man experiencing the world for the first time, cautiously exploring and observing. While he installs an optical telescope on the spacecraft, 20 researchers, known as the White Eagles, have already ingested enhancement agents, eagerly awaiting the spacecraft's readiness to ascend into the heavens. Concurrently, the lunar base has welcomed a throng of high-ranking officials, drawn by the spectacle. Previously, although Gao Yang's spacecraft had executed a space jump, it was fleeting and lacked the profound impact that such an event could evoke. Its grandeur was not tangible to the observers. However, this time, they will witness the spacecraft's spatial leap from the lunar surface, propelling itself to distant realms. Gao Yang has equipped the craft with an optical telescope and placed star charts within its confines. This mission will be under the aegis of the Invincible Control System, which, while providing a semblance of safety, carries its own risks. Should other civilizations within the cosmos possess formidable digital prowess, they might infiltrate the spacecraft. Yet, in contrast to those who place their faith in the White Eagles, Gao Yang harbors greater trust in the Invincible Control. If they were to encounter a powerful extraterrestrial being that the Invincible System could not thwart, it is likely that the White Eagles aboard the spacecraft would turn to the alien for assistance in returning to Earth. Thus, he has chosen to relinquish control entirely to the Invincible System. The primary objective for these individuals venturing into the skies is to document various data while their own bodies serve as subjects for research, particularly the effects of traversing through spatial wormholes. Stepping out of the laboratory, Gao Yang notices a considerable number of people gathered outside. Some individuals are seen with fishing rods, inquiring with the Invincible System about the possibility of fishing in the adjacent pond, which is teeming with fish. However, their requests are met with a firm refusal from the Invincible System. Attempting to catch enhanced fish would be akin to entangling one's line around the head and wrestling with the fish, futile. Gao Yang observes that the entire base has taken on a festive atmosphere, with red lanterns adorning the opposite laboratory building. The small park he initially envisioned has also been embellished with vibrant decorations. Confusion initially grips him, but he soon realizes the significance of the approaching Lunar New Year. For the people of the Dragon Kingdom, this celebration holds profound meaning, and many who have been away from home strive to return during this time. Regrettably, the holiday has been curtailed from the once generous 15 days to a mere 7. What used to be an opportunity for joyous revelry has transformed into a hurried journey home, where one shares a few meals before facing inevitable farewells. Nevertheless, this year, the populace of the Dragon Kingdom is likely to experience immense joy, as the majority can return to their families and indulge in prolonged reunions. Of course, while 10 days of togetherness is ideal, prolonged closeness can lead to mutual annoyance, reminding them that absence can indeed enhance affection. Gao Yang gathers his thoughts, contemplating a return home once his tasks here are complete. A group of individuals spots him and greets him warmly. After exchanging brief pleasantries, he proceeds to the adjacent laboratory to meet the 20 White Eagles. These individuals not only have consumed enhancement agents, but also have become well acquainted with the conditions of space, mastering the necessary operational skills. The agents they consumed were merely ordinary enhancement substances, not genetic enhancers. Nevertheless, even these ordinary enhancements elevated their strength to an inhuman level. Yet, the gazes directed at Gao Yang were filled with reverence, alongside respect and admiration. There were no ill intentions whatsoever. Although they had grown stronger, they were acutely aware that Gao Yang was undoubtedly far more powerful, or rather, that the individuals here could easily subdue them. Gao Yang surveyed the group and spoke in a solemn tone. The test will occur in 2 phases, with 10 individuals participating in each. Your task is quite simple. Travel to a distant planet, observe the environment, and then return here. There is no need for excessive fear. This experiment poses minimal risk. After speaking, Gao Yang awaited in silence, and soon, one individual rose and took a step forward. Subsequently, more followed, totaling 10. Gao Yang could perceive the trepidation on their faces. However, despite their fear, they still stepped forward. The first batch of test subjects faced greater peril, as they were paving the way for those who would follow. Chapter 274, Test completed. 10 individuals stepped outside, donned their spacesuits, and ventured beyond the confines of the base into the spacecraft. Initially, they engaged in a brief acclimatization to the vessel. Moments later, the spacecraft descended, prompting all those at the base to gaze upwards at the ship embarking on its grand voyage, destined for a location over 100 light-years away from the Dragon Kingdom. Should they successfully reach this destination, it would signify a monumental achievement. After all, humanity's previous ventures had scarcely extended beyond the solar system, with the farthest journey being a retrieval of a probe from a neighboring celestial body. This time, however, they were not only leaving the solar system, but traversing an extraordinary expanse. As the spacecraft soared higher and faster, it soon became invisible to the naked eye. A group of observers entered the monitoring room to utilize technological means for surveillance. For the spacecraft to initiate a spatial jump, it first needed to escape the gravitational influence of the moon. In a mere 10 minutes, the vessel vanished from sight, having activated its curvature engine. During superluminal flight, it would intermittently disappear from view, a phenomenon resulting from its velocity surpassing that of light. Shortly thereafter, the spacecraft reappeared, its transient presence akin to the graceful steps of a dancer gliding across water. This effect was not due to any observational technology, but rather a consequence of the time taken for light to traverse the distance. Subsequently, the spacecraft deactivated its curvature engine and commenced its spatial leap. The observers clearly witnessed the emergence of an aperture ahead of the vessel. It was a wormhole. The spacecraft plunged into the wormhole and vanished entirely. What transpired next within the vessel could not be observed for the time being. To gain visibility into its activities would require decades of waiting here. Silence enveloped the gathering as they awaited the spacecraft's return. According to the predetermined testing protocol, this would take approximately a day. Rather than idly waiting, Gao Yang retrieved his materials for study. Previously, he had contemplated the possibility of exhausting his resources, given his substantial consumption rate. However, at this moment, he felt no concern about depleting his materials, as they were abundant and vast. Regardless of their utility in enriching his knowledge, what mattered was the system's recognition of them. Furthermore, although he had ventured into numerous research domains, the breadth of human inquiry remained extensive, with many fields yet to be explored, each harboring a wealth of information. Meanwhile, the officials and researchers, including Dean Yuan, observed in admiration as Gao Yang continued to study while he awaited updates. Among those waiting, the most anxious were the 10 individuals participating in the test for the second time. Should the first group disappear without return, the next cohort would inevitably take their place. The thought of becoming lost in the cosmos was overwhelmingly despairing. At least on Earth, despite the hardships, there remained a tangible hope for survival. But to be adrift in space meant facing utter desolation. Time passed gradually, transitioning from night to day and back to night again. Suddenly, an authoritative voice resonated, detection of intense energy fluctuations. Everyone turned their gaze towards the direction indicated by Invincible. Through the observation apparatus, all could perceive the distortion of space in that region. Amidst the warping of space, a wormhole formed. Tension filled the air. Although a wormhole had emerged, it was uncertain whether the returning vessel belonged to Gao Yang or if it was an alien craft. As the spaceship burst forth from the wormhole, jubilant cheers erupted within the observation chamber. The exuberance was palpable. Henceforth, humanity embarked upon the interstellar era. Although the path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, any progress was indeed a cause for celebration. Amidst the clamor, Gao Yang began to orchestrate plans, first instructing Invincible to construct spaceships. Once the integrity of the curvature engine and the space jump engine was confirmed, mass production could commence. The initial goal was to fabricate 20 vessels, sufficient to form a fleet for exploration. Upon issuing the command, a group ventured out to greet the newcomers. 10 researchers from the Bald Eagle stepped down from the spaceship, their eyes wide with astonishment. They had truly traversed to a distant star system in the span of a single day. The level of technological advancement left them in despair. How ignorant were the leaders of the Bald Eagle back then? Given such technology, they would require an extensive period to comprehend it, and even then, they lacked the corresponding manufacturing capabilities. How could they have even contemplated extorting the Dragon Kingdom? As the group descended from the spaceship, they entered the laboratory for health examinations. Meanwhile, another 10 individuals boarded the vessel for a second test. With the first test completed, the likelihood of danger in the second was considerably diminished. This time, they would follow a different route, but no one monitored their departure. As the spaceship took off, everyone looked at Gao Yang with eager anticipation. Aware of their expectations, Gao Yang led them into the rear observation room. Ignoring all other data, he first displayed the perspective from the spaceship at that moment. A three-dimensional projection unfolded, immersing everyone in the experience of being aboard the vessel. Then, the spaceship ignited its engines, propelling forward. While traversing the vastness of space, the view remained fixated ahead, with minimal reference points. In the distant cosmos, stars twinkled, yet their immense distance rendered them nearly indistinguishable. As the spaceship embarked, the visuals appeared almost static. Subsequently, the curvature engine activated. At this juncture, the distortion of curvature became vividly apparent, imparting a sensation of warped space. Observing from within this passage, everything seemed to be in flux. However, the speed within this corridor was remarkably swift, as it allowed for the surrounding galaxies to serve as references for velocity. The distance experienced minuscule changes. While the difference in observing a galaxy was almost imperceptible, the shifting patterns of numerous stars indicated their progression. Soon after, the spatial wormhole opened. As it did, all witnessed, on the other side, a planet unlike any they had ever seen. The celestial body appeared predominantly white, resembling a magnified version of the moon, with its surface marred by numerous craters. It was indeed unfortunate. This planet had been relegated to a satellite of a star, shielding it from a multitude of asteroids. However, this particular planet is orbited by no fewer than 6 moons, each bearing the scars of countless craters. In this regard, Earth appears to possess a stroke of fortune, nestled as it is among the inner planets of the solar system. When asteroids approach, they are often diverted by the gravitational pull of other celestial bodies, with only a scant few managing to reach Earth. Moreover, the asteroids that do reach our planet have a significant likelihood of being intercepted by the Moon. A group of individuals stood in awe before this majestic planet, struck by its immense proximity and size. With a leap, they found themselves near an unfamiliar celestial body, one they had never encountered before. The spacecraft commenced its observations of the surrounding environment, while simultaneously analyzing the intended landing coordinates. Ultimately, it was determined that their angle had deviated by nearly 1 degree, placing them approximately half a light-year away from their original target. In the vastness of the cosmos, this half-light-year is of little consequence. Upon confirming their position, they prepared for a second leap. This time, many widened their eyes in anticipation, for the destination was in the vicinity of a planet that potentially harbors life. Chapter 275. Quadruple safeguards. The spatial jump engines swiftly activated, propelling the spacecraft into another leap. This time, under specific arrangements, the leap brought them within a mere 10 light-years of the target planet. Initial reconnaissance revealed results identical to those obtained from the telescopic observations conducted in the Dragon Kingdom. This indicated that, even if intelligent life existed on this planet, it had made little progress over the past century, at least not enough to reach outer space. With merely 10 years remaining, significant advancement seemed improbable. This situation is rather commonplace. The explosive development of human civilization has only occurred over the past 2 centuries. Looking back thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, technological progress was minimal, as the concept of technology itself was not yet understood. Having confirmed the absence of danger, the spacecraft proceeded with another spatial jump. This leap covered a distance of 10 light-years with slightly improved accuracy. Upon arrival, they found themselves at a very short distance from the target planet. Utilizing the curvature engine, they traveled at the speed of light, reaching the planet within a mere 2 hours. Advanced technology allowed them to observe the planet's interior from the outside. While invisible to the naked eye, the intricate details were captured with clarity through the instruments. In the observation chamber, a group of individuals gazed in astonishment at the images displayed on the equipment. They could distinctly see what they initially believed to be monumental structures. However, these were not mere edifices. They were mountains, sculpted into architectural forms. The existence of intelligent life on this planet was unequivocal. As the devices continued to scan, even more revelations appeared. They discerned shelters capable of providing protection from the elements, along with various moving organisms. A settlement had evidently formed, leading to a strong conviction that intelligent life not only existed, but had potentially developed a civilization. The atmosphere in the observation room shifted to one of gravity and awe. These were indeed living extraterrestrials. The realization dawned upon them that these sentient beings possessed a certain level of intelligence. With such a primitive technological state, it was conceivable that there were also extraterrestrials with advanced capabilities. The spacecraft conducted observations for 10 hours and deployed a robotic probe that circled the planet, gathering extensive data on various aspects. They even performed a rudimentary analysis of the atmosphere. Aside from a relatively low oxygen level, it was suitable for human habitation. This was remarkably advantageous. The oxygen deficiency was not a significant concern, as the planet boasted liquid water that could be electrolyzed. The energy required for electrolysis could be supplied by a nuclear fusion reactor. Eventually, trees could be planted, allowing human civilization to colonize this world. However, the most significant aspect of this planet's discovery for humanity lay in its research potential. Studying life forms that diverged entirely from human origins could greatly enhance our understanding of biological sciences. The spacecraft then began its journey back home. The visuals concluded here, as there was little of interest thereafter. The group remained wide-eyed, savoring the recent revelation of intelligent life. It appeared that these beings had hands and feet, standing upright. One remarked, "The evolutionary trajectory of the civilization on that planet seems strikingly similar to that of humanity." Someone remarked, "It's quite normal. Although we are not on the same planet, the environments within the universe are similar, and under analogous conditions, the outcomes of life's evolution are likely to be akin. How should we coexist with these extraterrestrial beings? Should we commence with research? Investigate their language, their habits, and so forth?" A few individuals spoke while casting glances at Gao Yang. Observing their collective gaze, Gao Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, "Do as you wish." This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. While it may have sounded sarcastic, it was indeed a reflection of reality. Confronted with a civilization vastly inferior to their own, humanity truly had the liberty to act as they pleased, unrestrained and audacious. The group continued to wait, while Gao Yang immersed himself in the data. Once again, The departure of the spacecraft underscored a pressing issue: communication. If real-time communication were possible, the urgency would diminish, as they could converse remotely. However, he was acutely aware of the challenges associated with establishing communication. He prepared to utilize two amplification opportunities to attempt enhancement. Should they fail to achieve real-time communication in space after these attempts, he would concede. After spending considerable time with the system, he understood its nature well. The amplification mechanisms, though seemingly random, consistently aligned with his desires or requirements. If he failed to achieve the desired amplification 3 times in succession, it would indicate either a lack of technology or an insurmountable difficulty. While Gao Yang was engrossed in his research, the spacecraft from the second test returned. This vessel had traversed a different route from the first, but encountered no issues. All tests were completed successfully. The 20 researchers who had ventured out reported no health concerns, and all testing equipment aboard the spacecraft exhibited no abnormalities. Passing through the wormhole proved harmless to the human body. Following these 2 tests, the safety of the spacecraft had been conclusively established. At this point, all that remained was to await the mass production of the vessels. With ample time at his disposal, Gao Yang sent the researchers to explore other areas. Simultaneously, those selected for the fleet, along with several high-ranking military officials, began to consume enhancement agents. A week swiftly passed, and Gao Yang prepared for his 3rd amplification attempt on the mobile device. Although it was merely a 100-fold enhancement, the system had significantly intensified the volume of the device. This innovation rendered external speakers unnecessary in public spaces. Consequently, Gao Yang decided to abandon further attempts, as the likelihood of achieving real-time communication was slim. In truth, he remained uncertain about the technology required for such communication. However, during this week of anticipation, the spacecraft had been successfully manufactured, 20 in total. 10 vessels were designated for immediate departure, while the remaining 10 stood by. Should Gao Yang be delayed, these 10 would follow the route he initially took to explore and search for him. This arrangement ensured unparalleled safety. The spacecraft itself was robust, serving as the first line of defense. Each spacecraft is equipped not only with an escape pod but also with spacesuits, serving as a second layer of protection. In the event of a mishap aboard the spacecraft, should both the escape pod and spacesuits fail, there remain 9 additional vessels available for rescue, constituting a 3rd layer of safety. Should all 10 spacecraft encounter issues, a rescue shuttle stands ready at a moment's notice. As long as one can endure 3 days within the confines of a spacesuit, this represents a 4th layer of security, always prepared for departure. Just before embarking, Gao Yang cast a final glance at his phone. From that moment onward, it would merely serve as a brick in the void of space. However, upon noticing the date, he was momentarily taken aback. It was New Year's Eve. Was there to be a spring festival gala this evening? Surely, this warranted a heartfelt wish for a joyous celebration to all the people of Long Kingdom. Chapter 276. Envisioning the Future. The Spring Festival is the most significant holiday for the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The Spring Festival Gala undoubtedly attracts a vast audience, who will inevitably engage in fervent critiques of the performances. A sudden remark about being single can be quite unbearable for many. In recent years, as the internet has flourished, the gala has faced increasing comparisons that often fall short. However, this year is entirely different, as a substantial majority of people can reunite with their families. Additionally, there are an abundance of leisure seekers this year. With many in the Dragon Kingdom becoming idle, there has been a remarkable leap in entertainment. This surge is not characterized by depraved forms of entertainment, such as certain variety shows, but rather by high-quality cultural products. The influence of capital in the Dragon Kingdom is gradually diminishing, primarily due to its decreasing value. In an environment of exceptional welfare, the worth of capital declines. Previously, indulging in pleasures required expenditure, but now, with basic necessities met and a monthly allowance that often goes unspent, the role of capital is reduced to creating demand. Yet, capital cannot generate demand as it once did. Most needs can now be replicated instantaneously by robots. Popular dining establishments, for instance, can have their flavors and quality matched by machines. The same applies to clothing, food, housing, and transportation. In this context, capital has flooded into the entertainment sector, as it currently represents the greatest demand, with most individuals enjoying ample leisure time. What is entertainment in the eyes of the Dragon Kingdom's populace? It is about becoming a star, an actor, or a singer. How many people dream of such aspirations? Suddenly, with the burdens of life lifted, and the rise of self-media coupled with significant technological advancements, the cost of producing works has plummeted. Consequently, aspiring directors can gather individuals for film projects without any financial investment, enticing bored individuals to participate through the allure of dreams. If a project succeeds, they earn a commission. If it fails, everyone still shares in the joy. Such film crews foster an incredibly positive atmosphere, as a negative environment would prompt actors to abandon the project. However, driven by their dreams, the quality of the productions escalates. Beyond the actors' performances, the equipment provided from Gaoyang surpasses even the finest international cinematographic gear, all at remarkably low prices, further bridging the gap with larger capital. In this scenario, the once prevalent trashy films, television dramas, and subpar variety shows driven by monetary gain have vanished. Instead of profit, only high-quality works are produced. The Spring Festival Gala follows suit. With minimal financial investment, programs are solicited from across the internet. The creativity gathered online is largely inspired by Gaoyang. The selected programs are then curated, leaving only the finest among them. Under these combined circumstances, this year's Spring Festival Gala has achieved unprecedented viewership ratings. After a skit concludes, the host steps onto the stage, glancing at the card in hand. This year's Spring Festival Gala features a special program, and I want to keep you in suspense. This program is related to Gaoyang. The final sentence ignited a fervor across the internet. Those watching the Spring Festival Gala instinctively straightened up. The warm atmosphere dissipated in an instant, leaving only anticipation. Whether it was an octogenarian or an 8-year-old child, everyone widened their eyes in unison. After assuring the audience he would not keep them in suspense, the host began, "I have often envisioned the future of the Dragon Nation. It will undoubtedly be immensely prosperous. I have also contemplated the future of humanity. It will surely be remarkably brilliant. Where lies the future of the Dragon Nation? In the stars." As the host spoke, the screens of all viewers displayed a vast expanse of starry sky. This time, student Gao Yang's remote exploration spacecraft was set to embark on a journey into the distant cosmos. The camera angle shifted from an upward gaze to a downward view, revealing 10 vessels. After a change in livery, the spacecraft donned a dark hue, blending seamlessly with the cosmos. While flying through space, they would be unobtrusive. However, when docked on the moon, their contrasting colors would stand out, exuding a stylish yet understated luxury. As the camera zoomed in, the scene transitioned to the interior of the spacecraft. Simultaneously, the host's voice resonated. "The fleet is about to set sail. We are now connecting with Gaoyang. Please submit any questions you wish to ask. Perhaps Gaoyang would address your inquiries." With that, the communication was established. Gaoyang appeared on screen, with the cockpit visible in the background. He waved at the camera, saying, "Hello everyone, I am Gaoyang. Wishing you all a happy new year." The host posed a pre-prepared question. "Greetings, esteemed Gaoyang. I have long been your fan. It is your technological advancements that have led me to retire on the spot. At my age, I have become a re-employed individual, a thought I never dared to entertain before. Furthermore, my home is filled with numerous products from the Langtao Group. I would like to inquire if there is a possibility for mass production of this spacecraft, something that every household could afford." The audience in the live stream chuckled at this question. It was undoubtedly one they wished to ask themselves. For them, technological achievements, accolades, and groundbreaking innovations held little significance. What truly mattered was the tangible benefits they could enjoy. The prospect of a spacecraft soaring into the skies promised them advantages. But the greatest boon would be their ability to ascend as well. If they could reach the heavens, that would be pure bliss. Gaoyang chuckled, surprised that the host had indeed reached retirement age. The question was amusingly timely. It may be a bit premature to consider such matters, as the exploration of the cosmos is only just beginning, and I do not yet know what lies beyond. However, I find the question quite apt, and I will strive towards that goal, working to transform the entire universe into humanity's backyard, allowing everyone to leisurely pilot their spacecraft to renowned tourist planets for a simple holiday. Or perhaps, when boredom envelopes the Earth, one might embark on a spacecraft to explore the myriad mysteries of the cosmos and revel in its wondrous spectacles. Anticipation swells. The host's voice brimmed with mirth. I find myself looking forward to it as well, eagerly awaiting a post-retirement life among the stars. I firmly believe that day shall eventually arrive. Do you have any specific plans for this journey, Gaoyang? Gaoyang nodded affirmatively. Indeed. We have discovered a life-bearing planet situated 157 light-years away from Earth. As Gaoyang spoke, a virtual planet materialized beside him, captivating the audience in the livestream. This very planet is home to intelligent life. They possess dwellings and have transformed the mountains into extraordinary sculptures. The audience in the livestream was left in awe. Intelligent life in the universe. Aliens. Is Gaoyang poised to seek out extraterrestrial beings? Chapter 277, The Mining Vehicle. The audience was captivated, even through the screen, by the intricate details of the newly discovered planet. Eyes widened in astonishment. They beheld an alien world, the extraterrestrial beings, and the staggering distance of 157 light-years, all of which left them in awe. The host's expression was equally unrestrained. This live broadcast was an impromptu addition to the Spring Festival Gala, and everything felt somewhat hasty. In fact, she was at a loss for questions to pose to Gaoyang. unaware that the content would be so sensational. Aliens. Taking a deep breath, the host managed to regain her composure, bolstered by her strong professional acumen, and within mere seconds adjusted her demeanor. How long will it take for the fleet to reach a distance of 157 light-years? A day, Gao Yang replied, causing the host to be momentarily speechless, unable to suppress her astonishment. 157 light-years? In just a day? Gao Yang chuckled, explaining. The spacecraft is equipped with a space jump engine, capable of traversing 100 light-years in a single leap. 157 light-years is merely the distance of 2 jumps. It is, in fact, quite close. We shall return in a couple of days with news about the alien. The host was once again taken aback. Light itself would take 157 years to traverse that distance, and yet it seems so near. Furthermore, the existence of a space jump engine that could cover such vast expanses was astounding. Countless viewers in the live broadcast shared the same sense of shock, quickly followed by exhilaration. The more impressive Gao Yang spacecraft, the closer humanity seemed to be to venturing into space. After posing a few more simple questions, communication was abruptly interrupted. The perspective of the broadcast shifted to that of the moon, showcasing a fleet of 10 spacecraft soaring toward the heavens, venturing into the depths of the cosmos. They moved with remarkable speed, vanishing almost instantaneously. Communication ceased, but the Spring Festival Gala continued. Yet, everyone's hearts raced with anticipation. The fleet of human civilization was embarking on a journey into outer space, an utterly surreal notion. Yet, they all felt a profound yearning. On board one of the vessels, the crew gathered in the cockpit, gazing out at the boundless cosmos ahead and the diminishing Earth behind. For each individual aboard the spacecraft, this journey was fraught with tension. It marked the first departure from the solar system. Alongside the anxiety, there was a palpable sense of expectation, as it was indeed their inaugural venture beyond the solar system. Within the cockpit of one vessel, Gao Yang sat at the helm, flanked by Director Yuan and General Zhou. The crew comprised only 3 individuals, alongside the formidable AI known as Woody. Woody announced, in 3 minutes, the spacecraft will initiate the space jump. Notify all vessels to prepare for simultaneous entry into the wormhole. Entering the same wormhole together was deemed safer than individual entries, especially given the current limitations of technology, which could lead to discrepancies in the space jump. Even the most minute error over a distance of hundreds of light-years could result in landing several million kilometers off course. Thus, it was decided to enter the same wormhole, ensuring they would all arrive at a singular destination. 3 minutes later, all the spacecraft simultaneously plunged into the wormhole. Without any hesitation, the spacecraft proceeded with its second jump. The jump engines typically required a cooling period, yet 10 ships alternated their operations, foregoing even the time needed for cooling. After the second jump, the 48 crew members in the fleet were wide-eyed with astonishment. They had genuinely glimpsed other planets, and could now approach them closely. This celestial body harbored intelligent life. Although they had mentally prepared for this moment, the impact was still profound. Had human civilization truly advanced to the point of effortlessly reaching such distant realms? Gazing at the planet before them, they realized they could exert dominion over the intelligent beings residing there. Enslavement, extermination, it was all within their grasp. It was an exhilarating sensation of absolute control, a feeling of superiority. However, this sense of exaltation was somewhat unsettling. The discomfort stemmed from their awareness that they were, in essence, newly enriched. Without the advantages of technology, they were not significantly stronger than the planet's indigenous inhabitants. The fleet made its way to dock at one of the planet's satellites. This celestial body possessed several moons, which operated independently. However, the living conditions on the planet were expected to be dire. Earth only had one moon, often affected by gravitational forces, and conditions here would likely be even more challenging, though there remained potential for survival. After docking, numerous probes were dispatched, swiftly traversing the target planet to gather detailed information. Simultaneously, a new base was constructed on the moon. Materials brought aboard were fashioned into radio and optical telescopes. This site would serve as humanity's second base, a strategic stronghold. Yet whether it could truly become a bastion depended on the results of the probes, assessing whether the biological resources on this planet could meet the needs of human civilization. If they could, various economic crops could soon be cultivated here, along with the food necessary for human sustenance. On Earth, the cultivation of soybeans required stringent regulation, but here, it could be sown freely. The inhabitants of this planet were the finest laborers. During the exploration, one spacecraft was designated to return and relay information back home, informing the authorities of the situation here. This arrangement allowed for a delayed return, as the ships on the other side would not follow the predetermined schedule to provide assistance. Amidst the construction of the base and telescopes, a thought emerged in Gao Yang's mind. Beyond biological resources, this stellar system also possessed a wealth of industrial resources. He needed to shift his perspective. Transporting resources from Earth was indeed convenient. Given the rapid speed of the spacecraft, it could carry a substantial load and arrive swiftly. However, mining on Earth was cumbersome, with the extraction of various metals causing environmental degradation. Was there a possibility of sourcing materials locally? With this notion taking root, Gao Yang felt it was entirely feasible. The universe was replete with resources. Why further damage Earth's environment? Within the temporary base, Gao Yang began to design a space mining vehicle. The foremost requirement for this mining vehicle was its ability to extract resources. To mine, one must first ascertain where the minerals lay. Exploration equipment has also been affixed to the mining vehicle. Subsequently, the transformation of the vehicle's front end is both straightforward and robust, resembling an oversized electric drill that can effortlessly penetrate ore. During this process, the shattered diamonds are collected by the mining vehicle. The interior of the vehicle incorporates systems for mining and refining. The energy generated during the refinement process is utilized to power the mining vehicle, allowing the ore to be directly transformed into metal upon completion of the entire procedure. As long as there is ore available, this mining vehicle can continuously engage in extraction operations. With the design finalized, it will initially be manufactured using the resources brought along this time. Soon, the prototype of the Dragon Kingdom's space mining vehicle will take shape. Future enhancements will not alter the overall structure, but will improve efficiency and other aspects. With this innovation, human civilization can thrive in the cosmos, rendering the supply of metal resources from Earth unnecessary. Chapter 278, Homecoming. The manufacturing of the mining vehicle requires 2 days, primarily due to the subpar production efficiency of this base, which is hampered by insufficient equipment. While awaiting its completion, Gao Yang first acquired information from the detector regarding this planet. The atmosphere boasts a high oxygen content. The appearance of the local organisms bears a striking resemblance to that of human civilization. However, the cellular structures are vastly different, with no corresponding tissues found. Nevertheless, many of the functions of these tissues are analogous. They are carbon-based life forms, intriguingly similar to humans, yet markedly inferior in intelligence. These beings are capable of constructing simple shelters and exhibit rudimentary social behaviors. In the absence of significant threats, their development has been relatively slow. The sculpting of mountains into regular statues is purely a consequence of animals burrowing and nesting within them. These creatures, possessing a modicum of intelligence, capture food by striking the burrowing sites, which are then further excavated by animals, eventually leading to the formation of regular sculptures over time. According to Dean Yuan's estimations, the cognitive capacity of the intelligent beings here is akin to that of primitive humans from several million years ago on Earth, possessing intelligence, albeit in limited measure. Yet, this planet is indeed conducive to human habitation. Various fungi pose no threat to humans, as they do not belong to the same biological system and are entirely harmless. However, individuals who have undergone genetic enhancement can digest the fauna of this planet, rendering it a veritable utopia for sustenance. The absence of intelligent life significantly reduces the planet's value, yet it remains profoundly significant. It can serve as a stronghold for human civilization within the entire star system. 10 spacecraft set forth, each journeying towards the surrounding planets. While the gas giants are temporarily avoided, this star system contains 6 terrestrial planets. Following the reconnaissance of the detector, it was revealed that the surfaces of these 6 planets are abundant in minerals, extraordinarily rich in resources. For the humans who have recently escaped from Earth, each planet is a treasure trove of mineral wealth. After all, any planet is likely to harbor minerals, particularly on its surface. The territory of the Dragon Kingdom was once limited, but now the entire planet can be explored. After 2 days, the mining vehicle was constructed. Dean Yuan and his colleagues donned their spacesuits and followed Gao Yang out of the base to test the mining vehicle. The initial energy source of the mining vehicle is sufficient for extensive travel, and given the small size of this satellite, it can traverse even greater distances. As the mining vehicle operates, Dean Yuan and the others hover in the air, engaging in casual conversation. Can this mining vehicle autonomously extract minerals? How are the extracted minerals processed? It was revealed that the vehicle is equipped with a furnace for direct refinement. Dean Yuan was momentarily taken aback, particularly by the impressive integrated design. The vehicle can mine and refine simultaneously. Any waste produced during the refining process that can burn and provide energy will, in turn, support the mining vehicle's continued operation. Thus, as long as the vehicle has access to ample minerals and remains intact, it can perpetually mine. This is truly astonishing. The technology is equally remarkable. While pondering this, the mining vehicle suddenly plunged into a meteorite crater. The crater is filled with valuable resources. The meteorites on the terrestrial planet have undergone intense combustion and have been refined through atmospheric friction. Here, the meteorites have not experienced such a process. Yet they still contain a wealth of metallic materials. Observing the mining vehicle as it plunges into the meteorite crater, the front-end extraction apparatus whirls into action, boring a hole directly into the meteorite at the bottom of the pit. Simultaneously, one can witness the rear of the mining vehicle vibrating, clouds of dust billowing forth, and the overall efficiency accelerating as it begins to traverse the surface of the meteorite. Wherever it passes, large sections of the meteorite are upheaved, as if devoured by the mining machine. Behind the mining vehicle, a small trailer is laden with freshly refined metallic blocks from the furnace. These blocks, varied in color, signify the presence of diverse metals within the meteorite, while the mining equipment continues to segregate the metals during the smelting process. This is quite remarkable, for separating amalgamated metals can be quite a formidable task. However, in this stage of extraction, Gao Yang has effectively resolved the issue. Watching from a distance, he feels a sense of satisfaction. If there were more such mining vehicles, a continuous supply of metals would ensue, rendering reliance on the terrestrial planet's metal supply unnecessary. Ding. Detection shows that the host has developed a mining vehicle. Would you like to amplify its capabilities? Amplify, Gao Yang responded decisively. Although there were no production facilities present, it was not a significant concern. As long as he acquired the technology, he could later design and fabricate it himself. A compass materialized before Gao Yang, spinning until it settled on 100-fold amplification. This marked the third instance of such an amplification, with 3 remaining before achieving a 10-fold critical strike in amplification. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have drawn a 100-fold increase in mining efficiency for the mining vehicle. Despite the absence of production equipment, the mining vehicle remained in rapid extraction mode, while Gao Yang's mind expanded with new information about the vehicle. The enhancement of 100-fold in extraction speed signifies a comprehensive upgrade for the mining vehicle. Firstly, the enhancement in exploration technology is akin to gaining X-ray vision, enabling precise assessments of the metal content within a mine. Additionally, the extraction speed has been accelerated. The extraction apparatus has been fortified, and although there hasn't been an enhancement to the furnace itself, a sorting function has been added. Before the ore enters the furnace, it is processed separately. Fragments containing a higher metal content are crushed, with the resultant metal powder directed into the furnace, while those devoid of metal powder are discarded outright. Consequently, the efficiency of the furnace is greatly accelerated. The improvements across all stages contribute to the overall efficiency of the mining vehicle. Returning to the laboratory, Gao Yang began preparing the design schematics for the upgraded mining vehicle, instructing Invincible to manufacture it. By the 5th day of his departure from the terrestrial planet, as it was time to return, the upgraded mining vehicle was finally completed. Although this journey yielded no substantial gains, the experience of venturing into space was indeed a significant reward. Furthermore, a new extraterrestrial base had been established. This time, only 8 spacecraft were returning, while 2 remained to expand the extraterrestrial base. The base cannot remain unattended. 8 spacecraft are en route back to Earth. Gao Yang sits in the cockpit. Compared to his initial departure from Earth, the cosmos appears desolate. Yet with advancements in technology, this sense of desolation has diminished. From the moment he first retrieved the probe to now, his mastery of technology has escalated tremendously. The first time he arrived here, he was consumed by the fear of losing his way, resembling a country boy venturing into a bustling metropolis for the first time. However, having established a home in this vast city, the sense of disorientation has vanished. The spacecraft, after a jump, heads straight for Earth. Meanwhile, countless souls on Earth wait with bated breath. The spring festival fleet had departed, promising to return in a day or 2, and thus everyone eagerly anticipates their arrival. Yet, 5 days have passed. Alongside the hope for Gao Yang's swift return, a sense of anxiety has emerged. Could there be dangers lurking in the cosmos? Chapter 279. Extraterrestrial Base. While the citizens of the Dragon Nation were filled with anxiety, a handful of researchers left in the vastness of space ambled towards the meteorite crater, towing a trailer and engaging in light conversation. They needed to request a space vehicle from above. One individual instinctively glanced down, only to see the ground rapidly receding behind them. The engines on their spacesuits propelled them at a speed rivaling that of any spacecraft. A mining vehicle, once operational, could eliminate the necessity for human transport of the extracted metals. This notion held merit. Just one mining vehicle is sufficient for the 3 of us, remarked the silent observer. There are 2. Another interjected. I saw one depart this morning. As they spoke, the lead researcher suddenly froze. The other 2 followed suit in astonishment, for they beheld not 1 but 2 mining vehicles, one sluggishly extracting resources, while the other galloped over a massive meteorite. It was indeed a gallop. The speed was akin to a furious rush. As it surged forward, the meteorite before it shattered and was devoured, with molten metal tumbling into the vehicle's already filled cargo bed. Enormous quantities of metallic fragments scattered about, trailing in the wake of the speeding mining vehicle. Comparatively, The previous mining vehicle's pace seemed woefully inadequate. The haul from a single day with the earlier vehicle would require the efforts of all three of them. Yet the current site overflowed with metals. Summoning the 10 personnel left behind would scarcely suffice. Even the base's robots would need to assist. The three exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting utter astonishment. The velocity was simply astonishing. With only one such mining vehicle in operation, should several more arrive, the satellite might soon be stripped bare. They hastily connected with the base, urging everyone to join in the collection of metals. Accompanying Gao Yang into space were two types of individuals, researchers and combat personnel. After swiftly establishing a plan, the older mining vehicles transformed into temporary transporters, shuttling vast quantities of metal back and forth. The researchers seized the opportunity to calculate the efficiency. Previously, they deemed the older mining vehicle's output remarkably high. Now, they discovered that the new vehicle's extraction efficiency was hundreds of times greater. This effectiveness surpassed even that of the super smelting factories on Earth. Essentially, with an ample supply of ore, this single vehicle could yield as much metal as the entirety of the Dragon Nation's annual production. This was preposterous, a sheer absurdity. After tallying all these figures, the remaining personnel opted for a temporary retreat. Even if everyone, along with all the robots, collaborated in transporting the materials, it would be impossible to complete the task. They had to selectively extract the metals they required. Upon returning to the laboratory, the researchers busied themselves by accessing the database, inputting specifications for robot manufacture. Almost instantaneously, the database presented a comprehensive list of all necessary equipment, components, and materials for robot fabrication. Researchers merely need to place the required materials into the laboratory and hand them over to the robots within. In such circumstances, not only researchers, but even an average person could swiftly expand the base. The presence of robots is insufficient. There are also transport vehicles, primarily conventional trucks. Electric-powered trucks, too, can simply transport the provided materials. As the researchers busied themselves, the production speed lagged, prompting them to first manufacture the necessary equipment. Once there was sufficient equipment, they commenced the mass production of robots. With robots handling the logistics and trucks facilitating transportation, the final manufacturing could proceed. The entire base began to experience a rapid ascent reminiscent of a rocket's launch. Even Gao Yang had not anticipated that the catalyst for this explosive growth was the mining vehicles he had left behind. The highly efficient miners required extensive supporting infrastructure. After 2 spatial jumps, Gao Yang's spaceship docked in the skies above Earth. From a distance, the planet appeared no larger than a fist, and he activated the curvature engine. The fleet advanced at superluminal speeds, appearing abruptly to the planet below. Suddenly, a fleet materialized above the spaceship. Various satellites observed the event clearly for the Dragon Kingdom. It was a moment of anticipation and joy. Gao Yang had returned. For other factions, there was also a sense of expectation. Regardless of Gao Yang's return, they could not escape their fated subjugation. Thus, they might as well look forward to everything concerning outer space. Perhaps amid the monumental shifts in humanity's destiny, their fate might witness a turning point. The populace learned about Gao Yang's fleet returning through the news, sharing in the surprise, and subsequently anticipating his revelations regarding the journey. Initially promised to last only 2 days, the expedition had unexpectedly extended to 5, and their curiosity was entirely understandable. This surge of curiosity propelled the news of Gao Yang's return to the forefront of trending topics. The trending list was no longer exclusive to the Dragon Kingdom. It had become the most discussed topic across the entire internet. Upon his arrival back on Earth, Gao Yang immediately retrieved his phone. While outside, his device had been on standby, but now, he re-established the connection and casually browsed the news. He sought to discover the most significant headlines from the past 5 days during his absence. To his surprise, he found himself prominently featured. The top trending topics were all related to him, from his appearance at the Spring Festival Gala to the anticipation surrounding his return, and inquiries regarding when he would commence broadcasting. Questions abounded about whether he had encountered extraterrestrial life or how he might interact with aliens, among others. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yang announced that a live stream would commence in half an hour. He pondered that discussions about the cosmos could gradually introduce the general public to these concepts, fostering a better understanding and thus alleviating tensions. With his phone put away, Gao Yang headed back to the laboratory on Earth. Meanwhile, the entire Dragon Kingdom was in a frenzy. Gao Yang's return was one matter, but whether he would live stream depended on his own inclinations. If he chose to broadcast, then so be it. If he opted against it, there was nothing they could do. However, now Gao Yang had declared a live stream. Why was there to be a broadcast? Surely, it indicated new discoveries. What new findings awaited? Tune in to the live stream. Countless individuals flocked to the live stream, not solely from the Dragon Kingdom, but also from numerous overseas locations. All eager to join in as soon as possible. Although the broadcast had yet to commence, this was of little consequence. They had ample time. The citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were not burdened by the rush of their daily lives. Rather, they appeared remarkably relaxed. In an instant, the live stream was inundated with hundreds of millions of viewers, their screens dark as they engaged in fervent discussions through the barrage of comments, brimming with anticipation. They yearned for interstellar colonization, dreaming of a day when everyone could pilot their own spacecraft to frolic among the stars. Yet, some harbored less optimistic thoughts, expressing concerns about the perils that might lurk in outer space. Nevertheless, regardless of the nature of the discussions, all attention ultimately converged upon the live stream hosted by Gao Yang. Amidst the collective anticipation, the screen of the live stream illuminated, and Gao Yang officially commenced the broadcast. Chapter 280, The Expansion Plan. Gao Yang gazed at the over 10 billion viewers in the live stream, momentarily taken aback. Despite having hosted several broadcasts before, he had never encountered such a vast audience. He had genuinely underestimated the allure of outer space for humanity. However, upon reflection, it made perfect sense. The curiosity and yearning for the cosmos have persisted throughout history, transcending cultures and epochs. From ancient mythology, with its celestial realms and myriad heavens, to modern-day pioneers who have endeavored to reach the stars. The fascination with space has never waned. In this context, his arrival from outer space naturally garnered immense attention. Without further ado, he initiated a three-dimensional projection, displaying the interior of the spaceship soaring through the cosmos. At that moment, anyone equipped with a 3D projector felt as though they were standing within the cockpit of the spacecraft, gazing out at the starry expanse. Gao Yang, also within the cockpit, shared the breathtaking view of the cosmos and subsequently activated the wormhole. Though this experience was simulated, its authenticity was striking, allowing the audience to feel as though they were truly aboard the spacecraft. As the vessel emerged from the wormhole, it revealed a planet that closely resembled the one Gao Yang showcased during the Spring Festival Gala, yet appeared even more vivid. As the spaceship approached, the clarity of the scene intensified, prompting many viewers to widen their eyes in anticipation, eager to observe the planet in greater detail. This mesmerizing spectacle unfolded over a span of more than 10 minutes, during which Gao Yang remained silent. The audience was captivated, enthralled by the cosmic wonders. Was this the universe? Were these otherworldly planets? They seemed to glimpse colossal sculptures adorning the landscape. Upon the spacecraft entering orbit around the planet, the viewers could discern its pink-hued surface, complete with visible mountain ranges and atmospheric cloud layers. This astonishing display evoked a sense of wonder among the spectators. It was only when the spaceship docked that Gao Yang's voice resonated. Initially, I anticipated the presence of intelligent life on this planet, perhaps even the development of a civilization. However, after conducting an exploration, I discovered that while intelligent beings do inhabit this planet, they lack civilization. Their level of intelligence appears to be akin to that of primitive humans from millions of years ago. As Gao Yang spoke, the livestream transitioned, revealing interior footage captured by the probe, showcasing peculiar flora and humanoid life forms. The audience was left in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief. Humanoid life forms. These extraterrestrials bore such a striking resemblance to humans? In a state of astonishment, many began to flood the chat with comments. How can they be so similar to us? Are our cells, and so forth alike? The conditions on this planet mirrored those of Earth, leading to a convergent evolutionary path. Indeed, in similar environments, the trajectory humanity followed might be the most favorable, suggesting that others may have evolved in a comparable manner. An old saying from my hometown comes to mind. The further you marry, the smarter your children become. Is there a possibility that an extraterrestrial girlfriend would not face reproductive isolation? Such audacious thoughts from those upstairs. Have they considered this? He still has bone spurs on his knees. Merely walking upright, coupled with the possession of 4 limbs, indeed delineates a significant distinction from humanity. The bony protrusions on their shoulders and knees vividly indicate their formidable combat prowess. Gao Yang observed the barrage of comments, remarking with a hint of detachment that their bodies also contain cells, albeit with structural differences from ours. Although they have yet to develop a civilization, this planet can serve as a resource-rich haven, a replenishment station for passing spacecraft, and a bastion for humanity's expansion into the cosmos. Presently, we have established an extraterrestrial base on one of its satellites. This base is equipped with radio telescopes and optical telescopes, enabling the observation of regions far beyond the universe. As Gao Yang raised his hand, the imagery transformed to depict the base's appearance. Everyone in the livestream turned their attention to it. The base, though modest in size, represents humanity's inaugural stride towards cosmic expansion. Gao Yang continued, stating that humanity's understanding of the universe remains profoundly limited. These bases function as numerous eyes, allowing us to gain a deeper comprehension of the cosmos. My forthcoming plan involves the establishment of numerous bases throughout space. As he spoke, a star map materialized, with Gao Yang pointing to a specific location. This is the Earth star. In the next moment, an abundance of luminous points encircled the Earth star. The greater the number of bases, the clearer humanity's observations of the universe will become, thus broadening our knowledge. The livestream chat suddenly erupted with excitement, especially as viewers gazed at the densely clustered lights surrounding the bases, many feeling a surge of enthusiasm. Master Gao Yang, is there a possibility that, within a confirmed safe range, ordinary people could also venture into space for exploration? Such numerous bases surely require a substantial presence. May I partake? I had always believed that the journey was about reaching for the stars and the sea, symbolizing lofty aspirations, but now I realize it is a preparation for you. Master Gao Yang, what qualifications must a spacecraft pilot meet? Could you elaborate? Gao Yang surveyed the comments, smiling as he replied. The expansion of humanity into space undoubtedly necessitates the involvement of all. However, I cannot arbitrarily state the conditions for participation. We shall deliberate and refine them. Once the conditions are established, they will be publicly announced across the internet. With that, the livestream concluded, leaving everyone with a sense of longing. Was that all? Yet, simultaneously, they brimmed with anticipation, eager for the official announcement of a plan that would allow them to partake in the Interstellar Expansion Initiative. After finishing the livestream, Gao Yang returned to the laboratory to meticulously review the entire travel plan, swiftly refining it. He listed additional items to bring for the next journey. Although this trip had involved an extensive array of equipment, it fell short of comprehensive adequacy, leading to a base that could only evolve industrially, rather than holistically. Such a base would lack vibrancy, leaving those stationed there without resources. On the next expedition, he could bring seeds of various plants to cultivate a space where humanity could thrive on the desolate planet. Furthermore, arrangements for entertainment must also be established. Additionally, there are certain designs for equipment, such as the supporting transport apparatus for mining vehicles. Otherwise, manual labor would be required, which is rather cumbersome. Furthermore, there is the matter of gravity. Upon contemplating gravity, Gao Yang furrowed his brow, for this phenomenon presents a considerable challenge. In Gao Yang's perspective, grappling with gravity is akin to the complexities of real-time communication in outer space. Just as he was pondering this, Director Yuan hurried into the laboratory, carrying an impressively substantial box. What is this? Gao Yang inquired with curiosity. Director Yuan set down the box and explained. This is a simple communication device developed using the principles of quantum communication, capable of transmitting basic messages regardless of distance. Chapter 281, Mobile Upgrade. Gao Yang gazed at the box, aware of quantum communication, though he had not delved into it previously. He possessed a rudimentary understanding, recognizing that it involved the transmission of information through entanglement effects. A pair of entangled particles could be separated across two locations, and by manipulating one particle, the other would exhibit a corresponding change. Such thoughts raced through Gao Yang's mind, yet he remained perplexed. In this era, quantum technology had been discredited. For instance, the concept of quantum reading, with its seemingly breezy speed, eluded him entirely. However, with the finished equipment presented by Dean Yuan, Gao Yang's curiosity piqued. He inquired, how does this work? Inside the box were two containers holding particles. One could be placed at an extraterrestrial base, facilitating remarkably simple communication through preset states of the particles, each representing distinct information. Employing the principle of quantum entanglement, simultaneous changes could occur even across vast distances. Dean Yuan smiled and explained. This allows for straightforward exchanges with the extraterrestrial base. Although experiments have been conducted on Earth, none have spanned such great distances. We can first send one box to the off-world base and conduct preliminary tests. Gao Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. If it truly worked, his previous attempts to amplify the mobile device had evidently miscalculated the focus. Amplifying a mobile phone relied on radio transmission, where the speed of light was the ultimate limit. Even amplifying it 10,000 times would not significantly surpass light speed. However, the specifics required testing. He turned to Dean Yuan, stating, let us proceed with the tests. Arrange for someone who has previously visited the extraterrestrial base to accompany the two spacecraft for mutual support. Additionally, provide me with the relevant research materials. I wish to study them as well. Dean Yuan promptly produced a collection of USB drives from his pocket. Here are the research materials from Long Country, along with data from several overseas entities that have conducted related studies. Gao Yang was taken aback. Dean Yuan had prepared in advance. Yet, considering the overseas entities' research, it made sense. In the past, when Long Country was weaker, these foreign powers were like wolves. Now, they resembled lapdogs, having long since rolled over in submission. If he requested research materials, they would likely deliver them eagerly. Dean Yuan handed over the materials and departed with the box. He could directly conduct the simple tests and later report back to Gao Yang with the outcomes. Once Dean Yuan had left, Gao Yang refrained from hastily reviewing the materials. Such technology warranted 100,000 times amplification. He still had 3 instances of 100-fold amplification to utilize. What else could he amplify? Surveying the laboratory, Gao Yang found himself at a loss for what to amplify next. Most items that could be amplified had already undergone enhancement. With 3 amplifications remaining, what should he focus on? After a brief period of contemplation, he opted to commence a live broadcast. Given the advancements in scientific research that had enabled space exploration, he felt that these 300-fold amplifications could be applied to enhance the lives of everyone, continuing to enhance the living experience of all individuals. Upon entering the live stream, there were millions eagerly awaiting. These individuals predominantly belonged to the category of long-term onlookers, wagering that Gao Yang would indeed appear. And this time, he truly is present. My goodness, after such a lengthy wait, I have finally witnessed the return of the esteemed Gao Yang, once again logging on without prior notice. One cannot help but wonder if this will mirror the previous occasion, when he inquired about the developments in research. Let me be the first to assert, smartphones. Indeed, smartphones require an upgrade. In an era where life has significantly improved on multiple fronts, many still cling to their original devices. If Gao Yang is to manufacture smartphones, they must embody true intelligent integration. Currently, several smartphone manufacturers on the market have failed to achieve this effectively. While the devices may be fast, the user experience remains stagnant. Upon his arrival, Gao Yang would undoubtedly observe the barrage of comments. Reflecting on this is quite enlightening. In terms of daily life, we have experienced monumental changes. Yet in the realm of smartphones, there has been little evolution. Although the chips are more powerful and computational capabilities have advanced, the adage still holds. When 8 gigabytes of RAM suffices, even 800 gigabytes would yield minimal additional benefit. Gao Yang had a clear direction and promptly ended the live stream. The millions in the chat were left bewildered. What was happening? Why did he abruptly shut down the broadcast? Had he accidentally pressed the wrong button to initiate the stream? While they remained perplexed, Gao Yang was already pondering the design of the smartphone. Initially, mobile phones were designed primarily for communication. Over time, the devices grew smaller, and compactness became desirable. However, the trend shifted towards larger screens, evolving from 3 inches to 7 or 8. Gao Yang even recalls holding a 4-inch phone and marveling at a 5-inch device, questioning how one could possibly operate something so large. Yet, it was not long before 5 inches became the standard for small phones, as functionality expanded beyond mere calls. From basic communication, mobile phones evolved to include internet browsing, video streaming, online gaming, and ultimately, a smartphone could accomplish nearly anything. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yang concluded that the notion of a smartphone being capable of virtually anything must be upheld. A single device should encompass an extraordinary array of functionalities. The primary objective is to connect all the changes in contemporary life to the smartphone. It could control robots, manage 3-dimensional projections, and interface with myriad devices. This represents just a fraction of the potential. The smartphone itself must possess inherent capabilities. In the past, phones could take photographs, play music, and stream videos. Contemporary devices must certainly retain these features while integrating even more capabilities. Every conceivable function that Gao Yang could envision has been incorporated. Before long, an unprecedented smartphone was ingeniously crafted. This device, compact enough to fit in the palm of one's hand, was subsequently delivered to the laboratory, where it took flight upon activation. The smartphone could soar, liberating users' hands. It could be controlled by gestures, gaze, or any other predetermined commands. With a simple configuration, users could dictate their preferred method of control. The mobile device is equipped with artificial intelligence, albeit not as formidable as one might expect. Nonetheless, it is powered by a photon chip that endows it with remarkable computational prowess. In addition to this, the phone boasts robust safety features. The term safety here does not pertain to cybersecurity, but rather to physical protection. It is capable of detecting when its user is in danger or has fallen, providing timely alerts and even intervening to mitigate harm. For instance, should an object fall from the sky, the phone can swiftly ascend to counteract the impact. Furthermore, it effortlessly handles 3-dimensional projections and information processing, among other tasks. Beyond these fundamental capabilities, the most significant aspect of the device is its digital functionality. It is designed to assist in addressing nearly every challenge encountered in daily life. Chapter 282, Practicality. Once the smartphone was linked to Gao Yang's identity, it emitted a melodious sound. Greetings, master. I shall be your assistant. You may bestow upon me a name. Gao Yang remained silent, listening to the system's prompt in his mind, and simply declared, amplify. His endeavor in developing the smartphone was not solely to enhance user experience, but more importantly, to judiciously utilize the three opportunities for amplification. He was also eager to discover the potential of the smartphone's enhancements. As the compass materialized, Gao Yang rotated it. Ding. Congratulations. Host. The smartphone has attained 100-fold amplification in practicality. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. 100-fold amplification in practicality? What could this signify? Did the system perceive his smartphone as lacking in utility? Although the physical appearance of the smartphone remained largely unchanged, a torrent of memories surged into Gao Yang's consciousness. He then grasped the essence of this amplification. It was indeed centered on practicality. For instance, concerning gesture control, previously Gao Yang possessed mere technical knowledge without any templates. However, post-amplification, the smartphone presented dozens of distinct gesture controls. Users no longer needed to configure settings. They could simply select from one of the available control methods. This was merely one aspect. The smartphone underwent a comprehensive enhancement. Its practicality was maximized. Users were spared from incurring any learning costs and could effortlessly engage with the device. Even the AI had been meticulously calibrated. The modified smartphone bore no significant visual differences from its predecessor, yet internally, it resembled a novel product, akin to one that had been utilized for centuries. It boasted a remarkably mature user experience, which was subsequently relayed back to the smartphone, ensuring that future users would encounter the optimal experience without excessive learning costs. Mass production. Invincible promptly initiated the mass production process, albeit not in its entirety, as full-scale manufacturing was unnecessary. Only the chips required mass production. The remaining components could be seamlessly completed by anyone in the Dragon Kingdom utilizing 3D printers. Following Gao Yang's directive, the smartphone's design was promptly uploaded to the 3D printer sharing network, offered entirely free of charge and prominently featured. As individuals browsed the 3D printer sharing network, seeking to procure intriguing items, they stumbled upon the smartphone's design schematics. The device appeared splendid, predominantly square with sleek curves on both sides, enhancing its aerodynamics for flight while simultaneously elevating its aesthetic appeal to a remarkable level. Whose ingenious design was this? Who was audacious enough to offer a smartphone for free on a design website? Upon delving into the smartphone's detailed design page, countless individuals were left in awe. The description was rather extravagant, boasting a smartphone capable of flight, adept at processing vast amounts of information, and equipped with an array of impressive functions. The more one observed from a distance, the more breathtaking it appeared. Was this truly the pinnacle of what modern smartphone manufacturers could conceive? The mere inclusion of a three-dimensional projector within the device had left innumerable manufacturers confounded. They even contemplated reaching out to Gao Yang to discuss profit sharing, yet were unable to make contact. Furthermore, they found themselves incapable of consolidating control of all devices into a single smartphone. The required performance is nothing short of staggering. Even with superior chips, they remain inadequate. However, this smartphone has addressed all the criticisms of the past. It can even fly. This truly represents a liberation of one's hands. Whether bathing, dining, or when one's hands are wet, control can be achieved through mere gaze or gesture. Remarkably, it even possesses the ability to proactively protect its owner. The showcased effects are astoundingly impressive. This smartphone could very well be suitable for children, allowing them to play freely without the fear of injury. Its information processing capabilities, though briefly mentioned, are certainly noteworthy when considered alongside its other features. Upon viewing the introduction, the initial reaction of the audience is disbelief. They cannot fathom the authenticity of such an extraordinary device. Such remarkable functionality, unless it is explicitly stated that it was designed by Gao Yang, would be dismissed as fictitious. Nevertheless, curiosity about the designer remains. Skeptics scroll to the very bottom of the page, where they stumble upon the name, Gao Yang. The sight of this name prompts an immediate desire to print. Regardless of the nature of the device, the mere association with Gao Yang is enough to warrant printing. As for exaggeration, should Gao Yang create a whimsical phone, they would believe it. After opting to print, a pop-up appears. The 3D printer cannot produce the high-performance chip and requires a purchase from the marketplace. Without hesitation, they rush into the marketplace to acquire the chip. During the purchasing process, they observe the sales of the chip rapidly escalating. From the moment they consider the chip to payment, within a minute, an additional 100,000 orders are placed. Others, drawn by online buzz, also flock to order. No matter how subpar the smartphone designed by Gao Yang may be, it cannot be utterly deficient. Smartphone manufacturers, too, are aware of the spreading news and recognize Gao Yang's entry into the mobile industry. All executives promptly abandon any notions of resistance. Historically, whenever Gao Yang has ventured into a new industry, it has resulted in a massacre of competition. With his foray into the smartphone sector, they face imminent unemployment. Resistance is futile. They have amassed sufficient wealth to live comfortably compared to the average person. In contrast to many other companies, especially the giants in manufacturing, their situation is far more favorable. At the very least, they have persevered for quite some time. Those large manufacturing firms now resemble a retirement phase, with robots handling labor and logistics. Once overseas, profits are generated from sales, providing them with a share. It is indeed a risk-free venture, yet it simultaneously eliminates any potential for advancement. Not to mention, maintaining the status quo has become increasingly challenging. Smartphone manufacturers, upon glimpsing the design schematics, immediately begin to tally their losses, contemplating closure. Amidst the media frenzy, the number of individuals purchasing chips and utilizing 3D printers to create smartphones continues to rise, particularly as only Dragon Country residents are eligible for purchasing. Within just 3 days, the total order volume reaches a staggering 800 million. Essentially, apart from children, it is primarily the elderly who have become indifferent to external stimuli that have not yet made a purchase. The following day, many chips were delivered to the first batch of pre-order customers. These remarkably powerful chips were seamlessly integrated into pre-printed smartphones, which activated instantly. As the smartphones powered on, they ascended into the air, initiating a binding process with their users. Once bound, the exploration of the smartphone could commence. The creators of the device, witnessing their phones levitate, were genuinely astonished. Among the early enthusiasts of 3D printing, Hua Qian was among the first to complete the smartphone binding. At this moment, gazing at the screen, he noticed a point of focus on the display. This was the precise location his eyes were fixed upon. This must be the visual control mode. In the initial control mode, a simple blink would serve as a selection. By glancing at the edges, one could navigate through the pages. It is advisable to select a preferred control mode before further exploration. Of course, you may also wish to customize the AI's personality. And do not forget to bestow a name upon it. The AI personality can be charming. For now, let us call it Cola. Very well, from now on, Cola shall be your most obedient maid. Chapter 283, Wireless Charging. Hua Qian gazed at the smartphone suspended in midair, initiating the configuration of its control mode. There are dozens of operational modes available, yet the most convenient options boil down to a mere 3 or 5. A gentle wave of the hand turns the pages, while movements up, down, left, and right allow for navigation. A firm forward gesture confirms a selection, and a backward pull exits the interface. The speed of hand movements also influences the results. Swift gestures can execute a significant retreat or a rapid scroll. In essence, it is simplicity incarnate. Each individual can augment this basic simplicity with additional personal actions, thus infusing their unique preferences into the established framework. Eye control operates with equal ease. When hand movement is unfeasible, one may rely on ocular manipulation. Operations can be conducted through focused gazes or by shifting one's eyes. And the most intricate yet accessible method for novices is the simple act of blinking. Hua Qian listened to the introduction from Kailei with mild incredulity. How could blinking be considered cumbersome? Yet upon reflection, deliberately blinking indeed presents its own challenges. Albeit it is the most intuitive method due to its precision. Unlike other eye control techniques that require habitual attention, which can lead to mismanagement in the early stages, blinking offers a straightforward solution. Once Hua Qian confirmed the control mode, he commenced experimenting with the phone's integrated capabilities. This device could manage all of his electronic apparatus. An initial trial left him astounded. It functioned seamlessly and naturally. This smartphone truly possessed the ability to command all electronic devices, 3D printers, three-dimensional projectors, robots, and even vintage phones could be managed with a single data extraction command. Numerous control commands could be issued via the smartphone. Furthermore, verbal instructions were effortlessly comprehended by Kailei, who executed them with remarkable speed. After a brief testing period, Hua Qian could only marvel at the prowess of Gaoyang. This smartphone was indeed extraordinary. In comparison to previous models, it was a world apart. We had returned to an era where a single device could resolve all matters. Hua Qian was not alone in this sentiment. Countless others shared this realization. Some individuals, in their fervor to test the phone, engaged in reckless acts, such as tossing a knife into the air and then closing their eyes while walking to the spot where the blade would descend. Such audacity truly demonstrated their faith in Gaoyang. The smartphone then took flight, deftly deflecting the knife. This spectacle was nothing short of magnificent, elevating the device's popularity exponentially. Numerous functionalities, previously unmentioned in the introductions, were unveiled through testing. Others discovered the true utility of the phone, the function box. Entering this feature revealed an abundance of capabilities, including built-in communication options. While attempting a video call with a friend using the phone, Hua Qian was astonished to see his companion projected before him. This enabled a virtual dialogue that not only conveyed the other's expressions, but also allowed for a genuine sense of their emotions. In reality, it achieved an unprecedented level of authentic interaction. The standout feature was the friend-finding function, which could locate all of one's acquaintances with a single touch. Many childhood companions, long lost to time, could be rediscovered through this remarkable capability. Naturally, it could also assist in locating creditors who had been elusive for years. No matter how far one runs, it is utterly futile. Thus, it is the turn of the penguin to begin to panic. The cost of silence without the penguin is substantial. Once it is abandoned, former friends and acquaintances become unreachable. Unless everyone simultaneously transitions to an alternative messaging application. The likelihood of such a scenario is exceedingly slim. However, the remarkable feature of Gao Yang's phone lies in its simplicity. With a single touch, it enables one to locate friends without the necessity of having previously added them. Additionally, it boasts a plethora of functions. On this particular night, countless individuals were caressing their smartphones, undeniably a sleepless night. The last time one stayed up late may have been during the all-nighters at internet cafes, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Gao Yang, while perusing the information, also glanced at user reviews online. He sought to discover if there were any negative comments that could be improved upon. After a moment of observation, he found not a single unfavorable review. The practical enhancements of the system seemed to resonate profoundly with the users, leaving them all quite satisfied. Yet, Gao Yang did encounter a few less favorable comments, albeit not regarding the phone itself, but concerning the power supply. This recent wave of power outages marked the second occurrence this year, with some lasting several days. Gao Yang felt puzzled. Although electricity consumption is soaring, the issue of insufficient power could easily be alleviated by increasing nuclear fusion power stations. Surely, a complete lack of electricity is inconceivable. Environmental concerns? Nuclear fusion power is exceedingly eco-friendly. Upon delving into the power supply issues, Gao Yang encountered a multitude of complaints, revealing that the outages were not merely for a day or two. Various devices had sufficient battery life for such brief interruptions. In numerous locales, power was cut for 5 days, necessitating the use of vehicles as makeshift batteries to meet daily energy needs. Power outages were widespread across the nation, affecting vast areas simultaneously. With further inquiry, Gao Yang discerned the root cause. It was not a shortage of electricity, but rather issues with transmission. The existing power lines could accommodate former electricity demands, but were inadequate for contemporary needs. For instance, those enormous batteries, when charged according to the old power system, required an inordinate amount of time to replenish. This led to subsequent updates, which typically involved simultaneous power system renovations across entire districts. The scale of the projects was immense, thus accounting for the slow pace of improvements. Gao Yang pondered this being the second round of renovations. As the collective electricity consumption continues to rise, it is plausible that a third round of updates will be necessitated. Is there a remedy to alleviate such troubles? Suddenly, the term wireless power transmission flashed in Gao Yang's mind. The principle of wireless power transmission involves sending electricity to devices through radio waves or magnetic fields. To simplify, the transmitter utilizes a power source to generate high-frequency current, which is then modulated and emitted via an antenna. When the receiving antenna detects the signal, it converts the signal back into electrical energy through its circuit system. However, current technology remains immature, primarily hindered by two factors. The first is distance, as only short-range charging is feasible at present. The second is the excessive energy loss during the conversion process. Compared to traditional charging methods, nearly half of the energy is wasted. These various challenges have rendered the technology impractical for widespread adoption. However, this issue poses no challenge for him. Gao Yang effortlessly gathered information through his unparalleled resources. A vast array of data regarding wireless charging promptly reached him. Upon a brief examination, he found it to be relatively uncomplicated. Given his considerable advantage over the global landscape, he perceived this endeavor as rather trivial. The components included a transmitter, a receiver, followed by the conversion prior to transmission and the transformation post-reception. Gao Yang immersed himself in the design and enhancement process. The design phase extended over a significant duration, as this technology was previously uncharted territory for him. In the blink of an eye, 2 days elapsed, and the design for the wireless power supply device was completed. The operational range could extend to a remarkable 5 kilometers, with power loss minimized to a mere 20%. This meant that charging could achieve an impressive 80% efficiency even at a distance of 5 kilometers from the power source. The closer one was to the power apparatus, the lesser the loss incurred. Manufacturing the device was merely the initial step. The subsequent phase involved amplification. Chapter 284, The Power Supply Tower. Gao Yang conducted a simple charging test with the newly crafted device, and a system notification chimed. Ding. A wireless power supply apparatus has been developed by the host. Amplification is possible. Would you like to amplify? Amplify. The command was issued, and a compass appeared, rotating it to achieve a 100-fold amplification. This marked his 5th instance of a 100-fold enhancement. Based on prior experience, it was evident that with one more opportunity for amplification, he could reach a staggering 100,000-fold increase, which he could subsequently employ for quantum communication. As Gao Yang contemplated this, another system prompt resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 100-fold amplification within the charging range. Ding. In light of the host's consecutive 5 draws of the minimum 100-fold amplification, the next lottery will grant a 10-fold critical amplification. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this achievement system meant to allow only one instance? The previous time, after 500-fold amplifications, he received a 10-fold critical boost. This time, it remained 5-fold. Did this imply that in the future, merely 5 instances of 100-fold amplification would yield a single 10-fold critical boost? The thought seemed plausible. After all, achieving 500-fold amplification solely through luck was rather unfortunate. Cheating, for Gao Yang, presented no considerable challenge. Turning his attention back to the power supply device, he observed it undergoing transformation. The modification process persisted for half an hour, after which a larger power supply unit and a smaller receiving device materialized in the laboratory. Previously, the energy range was 5 kilometers. Now, with a 100-fold amplification, it expanded to a remarkable 500 kilometers. Encompassing an area of 500 kilometers was indeed extraordinary. This implied that a single power supply tower could cover a moderately sized province, and for smaller provinces, several could be covered. Soon after, memories surged within him, not many, primarily concerning more efficient transmission devices, receiving apparatuses, and conversion mechanisms. This surpassed mere improvement, it was creation. Although what had been created was already 100-fold more efficient than before, the memories in his mind, coupled with the technologies he had mastered, suggested further enhancements could be made. He dedicated some time to manufacture the wireless power supply device and uploaded several models of the receiving apparatus to a 3D modeling website. This would allow users to place the receiving device in their homes and print various specifications. Furthermore, future electronic products could be directly equipped with built-in receiving devices, thereby eliminating the need for charging. On another note, Gao Yang contacted Dean Yuan to discuss the construction of the power transmission tower, necessitating deliberation on the location and other details. As soon as the call connected, Dean Yuan exclaimed, "We have conducted 3 tests, all of which were successful. Quantum communication is feasible." The particles at the extraterrestrial base and those on Earth exhibited identical changes simultaneously. Dean Yuan's voice was tinged with excitement. It was indeed exhilarating. Achieving remote communication would undoubtedly serve as a significant boon for humanity's ventures into the cosmos. Without this capability, transmitting information would require spatial jumps, akin to the bygone era of delivering messages on foot. The proximity is such that, even now, 2 flights could deliver the message. What will happen when humanity's expansion reaches further distances? Even at this close range, relaying a piece of information requires at least half a day's time. Not to mention the need for the engine to rest. Even accounting for flight errors and the gradual deceleration from supersonic speeds, time is inevitably consumed. The entire process is exceedingly time-consuming. However, through quantum communication, although it currently allows for the transmission of only rudimentary information, advancements in technology may change that. Director Yuan pondered the possibility of Gao Yang needing to transmit data for research. If Gao Yang were to investigate, would there be no need for takeoff? After all, theoretically, quantum communication can carry vast amounts of data. Gao Yang simply smiled and said, "Sure, just send me the test results. What I wish to discuss pertains to another matter." "What matter?" Director Yuan inquired, puzzled about what could be more significant than remote communication. "I have improved wireless charging technology. Once implemented across the cities and covering the entirety of Longhua, there will be no need to lay down cables," Gao Yang announced. Director Yuan was taken aback. Wireless charging technology? Can such a technology be disseminated so swiftly? Isn't there a concern regarding radiation? "I have made enhancements," Gao Yang replied, leaving Director Yuan momentarily speechless. The simplicity of the phrase "I have made enhancements" left him at a loss for words. "Remarkable. What are its performance metrics, coverage area, and energy loss? Please provide details so I can instruct my team to proceed." The coverage area is 500 kilometers, with the maximum energy loss at 20%. Director Yuan was left in a state of astonishment. He vaguely recalled having followed this project before. After all, research in this direction is indeed captivating and promising. However, when he had last checked, the world's leading advancements in wireless charging barely reached a few meters, with a loss factor of double. This loss factor refers not merely to the energy transmitted and received, but rather to the total energy consumed to fully charge a battery, which includes additional losses. Thus, the actual losses were even greater. In stark contrast, Gao Yang's 500 kilometers exceeded the previously established global standards by several 100,000 times. And on such a staggering foundation, the loss remains capped at a mere 20%? How was this achieved? Director Yuan felt that, despite repeatedly adjusting his expectations regarding Gao Yang's capabilities, He remained continually astonished and nearly numb to the revelations. I will arrange for this immediately. Director Yuan began, pausing momentarily. There was no need for extensive arrangements. A wireless charging tower could be erected beside the nuclear fusion power plant, covering an area of 500 kilometers, encompassing several cities and potentially the entire province. After hanging up the phone, Director Yuan felt an urge to call back and confirm whether the coverage was indeed 500 kilometers. He even suspected he had misheard. After all, 500 kilometers of unlimited power transmission seems implausible. Wireless signal stations aren't that capable, are they? Even the extensive coverage stations reach only a few dozen kilometers. Yet here was wireless power transmission achieving 500 kilometers. Unable to resist, he dialed Gao Yang once more, yet instead of confirming whether he had misheard, he directly requested detailed architectural information along with more specific parameters and dimensions. However, just 3 minutes later, he received the precise details of the wireless power transmission tower. Standing at a height of 300 meters, its coverage radius was indeed an astonishing 500 kilometers. Dean Yuan promptly set aside his current tasks and began making calls to arrange the necessary actions. He first notified all construction projects related to circuit improvements within Longhua to halt immediately and initiated the dissemination of the power tower design blueprints to various design institutes, urging them to expedite the design and manufacturing process. Throughout this endeavor, every individual involved was left utterly astounded. A wireless power transmission tower? A coverage radius of 500 kilometers? How could this be possible? Chapter 285, A Distant Response. As Director Yuan hastily advanced the construction of the power transmission towers, ordinary individuals stumbled upon the blueprints for wireless power reception modules on a 3D printing materials website. However, they only uncovered the designs for the wireless power reception modules, devoid of any blueprints for the actual wireless power devices. What does this imply? It suggests the potential for a universally accessible wireless power device. Should such a device come into existence, the issue of charging would become obsolete. In fact, one might speculate that in the future, the mere act of seeking a charger could provoke bewilderment, as generations may no longer recognize the term charger. This would stand as the most profound testament to technological advancement. Countless individuals engaged in online discussions, with some even printing the wireless reception devices in anticipation of the forthcoming wireless charging technology. This development, at present, does not exert a direct impact on the populace. While it offers convenience, it is merely a marginal enhancement, at most a flashy novelty. Nonetheless, the high literacy rates in the Dragon Kingdom enable its citizens to grasp the long-term implications of this technology on society and daily life. This is indeed a technology capable of affecting substantial changes in people's lives. Shortly after their online discussions, they encountered official announcements regarding the wireless power transmission towers. Almost instantaneously, this news surged to trending status. Indeed, it pertains to wireless power. Furthermore, the most advanced wireless power tower is set to undergo testing within a week. In no time, multitudes commenced the printing of wireless reception devices. Concurrently, the Earth was facing an energy crisis, as the Dragon Kingdom had rapidly consumed an excessive amount of resources. However, this information had yet to reach Gao Yang. Following a phone call, Gao Yang began his exploration of quantum communication. He received the testing information sent by Director Yuan. The test aimed to observe whether a change on one end would elicit a corresponding change on the other, and whether the timing would align. The results indicated that regardless of how many times one end was altered, the other would mirror the change precisely, with perfect synchronization in timing, down to the last second, across a distance of 157 light-years. This achievement bridged the gap to real-time communication with merely an amplification step. Not to mention, Gao Yang could enhance this method to transmit information at its most fundamental. Encoding particles such that left-handed rotation represents 1 and right-handed rotation signifies 0 would yield binary code, propelling particles into rapid motion, thus generating complex information. Everything from computer software to various forms of data relies on the binary of zeros and ones. This capability facilitates the output of intricate information. Making a phone call would pose no challenge. And this is merely one particle. Imagine the possibilities with multiple particles. Particles can also undergo various efficient state changes beyond mere left and right rotations. Gao Yang began by perusing literature, as his understanding of these concepts was limited. Engaging with more materials not only deepened his comprehension, but also accumulated opportunities for amplifying energy. The more he delved into the literature, the more his ideas proliferated. Indeed, standing upon the shoulders of giants allows one to reach greater heights. Standing on the shoulders of giants is a common notion, but in this case, the giant, Gao Yang, stands upon the shoulders of ordinary individuals, equally remarkable. Gao Yang swiftly immersed himself in his work. His first task was to generate numerous entangled particles. subsequently separating and encoding them. He meticulously arranged 2 sets of particles, allowing him to acquire thousands of distinct pieces of information within a brief span. By converting the encoded information, utilizing several different codes for each character, with each code comprising 10 unique symbols, he could instantaneously transmit the equivalent of 1,000 characters. In terms of audio or video, the quantity might seem modest, yet Gao Yang had the opportunity to amplify it further. He refrained from hastening the amplification process, as the entire system remained incomplete. Recording the particle states and transforming the recorded information necessitated equipment. The complexity of this endeavor posed a greater challenge, but for Gao Yang, it merely required a few days. In just 5 days, he completed the task. Before him stood 2 devices, separated by a box. He needed only to input information on one device and click send, causing the information to be converted into the patterns of particle changes. As the particles on his side altered their states, those within the opposite box would likewise transform. The device across would analyze the altered states to extract and present the information. Gao Yang casually typed the character, meaning hi, into the device. On the opposite device, the same character appeared. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding. Quantum communication device detected. Amplification possible. Would you like to proceed with amplification? Gao Yang hesitated. This amplification was somewhat lacking. He directly dialed Director Yuan. Are you still on Earth? On the moon. Return to Earth and come to my laboratory. I need to conduct a test, and I require your assistance in monitoring the lab. Understood, Director Yuan responded. After the call, Gao Yang carried a device onto the spaceship, heading for the extraterrestrial base. During this journey, he brimmed with anticipation. He was uncertain about the direction of this amplification, but 100,000-fold enhancement, regardless of its nature, would undoubtedly be astounding. The spacecraft ascended, heading straight for the extraterrestrial base. Director Yuan hastened to Gao Yang's laboratory, glancing at the robots within. Where is Gao Yang? The master has gone to the extraterrestrial base. Is it the one over 100 light-years away? Indeed, the one over 100 light-years away. Director Yuan pondered. Coming to a realization, he intends to test the quantum communication device with me? Yes. Director Yuan paused, astonished. Had it really only been a week? In just a week, such significant progress had been made. They were already on the brink of testing? Take me to see it. 2 minutes later, Director Yuan beheld the information transmission device, which resembled a somewhat larger computer. Sitting before the information transmission apparatus, Director Yuan attempted to input a message. Is anyone there? The device remained silent. Yet, Director Yuan was taken aback, gazing in bewilderment at the robot beside him. Can it input characters? Indeed, Director Yuan was genuinely astonished. The ability to input characters was utterly absurd. This signifies that the transmitted information has been synthesized, becoming increasingly intricate. Even a mere transformation from a change to a letter reveals a stark contrast. It is akin to a scenario where the prior transmission of information resembled an ant gnawing 3 holes in a leaf, leaving the recipient utterly bewildered. Now, the ant has once again made 3 holes, and the recipient recognizes these as the words, I love you. This is indeed remarkable. While lost in thought, a response appeared on the screen. Hold on, I'm still en route. There's one more leap, approximately 5 hours to go. Director Yuan stared in disbelief at a lengthy string of characters, utterly perplexed. The earlier input of 3 words had already left him astounded. But now a direct reply of 20 to 30 characters? Moreover, this message contained concealed information. Just 1 leap away signifies that a leap has already occurred. When Gao Yang responded, he was already light years away. Chapter 286, Astonishing Effects. Dean Yuan suppressed his astonishment and awaited the second test after Gao Yang reached his destination. Following his second leap, Gao Yang headed straight for the extraterrestrial base. As he approached, he was taken aback, staring at the vast installation in bewilderment. He recalled that the base he had previously constructed was merely around 1,000 square meters, an adequate base, but nothing more. Now, however, it appeared to be anything but small, sprawling over at least 100,000 square meters, expanded by more than 100-fold. Additionally, several metallic mountains had emerged around the base. Were it not for the familiar flag fluttering above the base, he might have considered departing. The spacecraft gradually decelerated and docked within the base, which featured a dedicated airlock for spacecraft. Once the vessel was secured, the internal and external environment sealed off, allowing air to flow in and equalizing the atmospheric pressure, enabling Gao Yang to disembark with ease. Stepping off the spacecraft, he spotted several researchers who remained behind and could not help but inquire, what transpired? How did this place develop so rapidly? It had not been long since his departure. The researchers, gazing at Gao Yang's bewildered expression, suddenly felt a pang of grievance. Did they wish for such rapid progress? The mining vehicle you left behind extracted resources too swiftly for us to manage the metals it gathered and refined. Consequently, We had no choice but to manufacture robots at an accelerated pace, but we lacked energy. To create additional nuclear reactors, we required numerous materials, compelling us to mine corresponding resources from the surrounding planets. With increasing demands, the base could only expand further. Gao Yang realized the ripple effect of his initial decisions. When he had augmented the mining vehicle, he had prioritized subsequent manufacturing, neglecting efficiency. Furthermore, with no intelligent beings present, he had no intention of lingering. He simply moved on. Little did he anticipate that the enhanced mining vehicle would drive those left behind to madness. However, upon observing the current state of affairs, Gao Yang recognized that his original notion had been correct. The extraterrestrial base, aside from serving as an observation point, could also foster development. He had left ample data within the mainframe there, including numerous designs for production equipment, material formulas, and product blueprints. Those stationed at the base, provided they had sufficient resources, could ascend the technological ladder to lofty heights. Except for cutting-edge technologies like curvature engines and space jump drives, they possessed nearly everything else. Gao Yang gazed once more at the towering mountains of metal outside and thought, impressive. However, let us halt the mining vehicle for now, lest this satellite be completely exhausted. The researchers nodded in agreement. We just stopped it. After extracting the meteoric resources beneath the surface craters, we ceased operations. Continuing would risk deep excavation, potentially causing ground collapse. Nevertheless, we are considering sending the mining vehicle to the nearby satellites or the 2 adjacent planets. That works. If it's a planet, the surface resources would suffice for this mining vehicle to operate for several hundred years. However, once this thought emerged, Gao Yang's mind conjured images of hundreds of mining vehicles operating in unison. The scene, upon reflection, was utterly absurd. Hundreds of mining vehicles could deplete all metallic resources on the surface of a planet within a year, rendering it virtually lifeless. Yet, this was not the time to dwell on such matters. Gao Yang, bearing the quantum communication device, entered the laboratory, closed the door, and inputted a message. Are you there? Director Yuan replied almost instantaneously. Yes, have you arrived? The brevity of these 2 exchanges, separated by scarcely a second, was astonishing. For this implied real-time communication across a span of over 100 light years. This surpassed the speed of light. If one were to transmit messages via radio, the delay would necessitate over a century. Director Yuan was exhilarated, and so was Gao Yang. This was what progress entailed, an extraordinary advancement. Consequently, if a distant extraterrestrial base discovered any clues through observation, they could promptly notify the Earth side. They could also alert nearby bases, enabling collaborative observation. Furthermore, the information gathered could be transmitted directly to Earth without any latency. Given that a substantial amount of data could be transmitted each second, this would significantly aid humanity's expansion into the cosmos. Director Yuan could not restrain his curiosity. How much information can this communication device transmit per second? Gao Yang refrained from answering, as he too was uncertain and needed to wait for the system's amplification. Amplification. A compass materialized before Gao Yang. He immediately adjusted it to a 10,000-fold increase. This amplification yielded a 10-fold critical hit. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 10,000-fold amplification of the quantum communication device's information capacity. Ding. The host has one opportunity for a 10-fold amplification. This amplification will be 100,000 times. 100,000 times the information capacity. Gao Yang felt a surge of excitement, though it was not entirely unexpected. In most instances, the system's enhancements aligned with his desires. Only in peculiar situations, such as when the desired amplification faced obstacles, would the system redirect its amplification efforts. Lost in thought, the laboratory's equipment began modifications. The systems on Earth and in space operated concurrently, transcending the constraints of time and space. Naturally, it could also disregard the presence of onlookers. Director Yuan observed the disassembly of the equipment before him, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding process, as the system obscured his vision. The modification process was lengthy, as the system generated additional particles and a multitude of components for assembly. Moments later, the system's alert sounded. Ding. Upgrade complete. The 10,000-fold amplification has been achieved. Following this, a cascade of memories flooded Gao Yang's mind. The quantity of memories was modest, as the technological enhancement from this amplification was not substantial, primarily focusing on skill refinement. Firstly, in relation to particle information transmission. Previously, Gao Yang's design was somewhat rudimentary, hastily developed, with the particles exhibiting limited variation. Such singularity implied a correspondingly meager capacity for information transmission. However, the system had prepared an extensive array of movement trajectories for the particles. Diverse trajectories of movement signify distinct information, which is far more intricate than mere binary representation, and imposes greater demands on the devices controlling the particles. However, The complexity at the terminal end yields a substantial flow of information, which is undeniably worthwhile. Although this represents an advancement in technique, entrusting the design to Gaoyang is akin to undertaking the arduous task of genuine research and development of a highly challenging entity. Overall, the difficulty surpasses that of creating a language, and it transcends mere linguistic creation. This mode of information transmission, through transcoding, can also function as audio data. Essentially, this equates to the reinvention of a programming language that is significantly more efficient, capable of transmitting data at a staggering rate of 10 megabits per second. Such capability allows for the real-time viewing of high-definition videos. To watch videos across a distance of hundreds of light years? This astonishing effect moves Gaoyang deeply. Yet, this is not the limit. The system merely reflects an enhancement in technique, while Gaoyang can still advance further in technology. Chapter 287. Is there a network? Gaoyang did not hastily proceed with further improvements. Instead, he gazed at the screen displaying Director Yuan's query. How much information per second? 10 megabytes per second. Upon reading the words that appeared on the screen, Director Yuan was momentarily bewildered. What did this mean? Was this megabyte truly the term he understood? It seemed implausible. 1 megabyte equated to 1,024 kilobytes, and 1 kilobyte to 1,024 bytes. By this calculation, their recent conversation, comprising characters in Chinese, amounted to merely a few dozen bytes. Yet, Gaoyang's claim of 10 megabytes per second? Impossible, absolutely impossible. While the director contemplated this, a pop-up suddenly appeared on the screen. An invitation for video communication had been sent from the other side. Director Yuan was taken aback, staring at the pop-up, his hand moving sluggishly towards it, his mind in a state of paralysis. How could this be? Who am I? Where am I? Ultimately, he placed his hand on the screen and accepted the video call. In that instant, a three-dimensional projection of Gaoyang materialized before him. Director Yuan gazed at Gaoyang in a daze. Was this a virtual exchange? Are you truly 157 light-years away? He questioned incredulously, grappling with the notion and instinctively trying to refute its plausibility, as his rational mind struggled to accept such an absurd reality. Gaoyang raised his hand, directing the camera towards the laboratory's window. Outside, a mountain made of metal loomed, alongside a pink-hued planet. Director Yuan remained seated, silent for a moment, then took several deep breaths. Suddenly, he realized the foolishness of his countrymen. They could undoubtedly present some highly promising or critically needed research projects for Gaoyang to investigate. Given Gaoyang's capabilities, providing him with a design blueprint for a mere nut might yield the development of an aircraft carrier. It was not too late to have an epiphany, to mend the pin after the sheep had strayed. With the communication interrupted, a torrent of thoughts surged through Director Yuan's mind. He could even assemble a team to identify which projects could benefit from upgrades. He would then return to Gaoyang to gauge his ideas. At that moment, clarity dawned upon Director Yuan. He could indeed offer projects for Gaoyang to pursue. Reflecting on how Gaoyang had previously engaged with his audience during a live stream to inquire about what research they desired him to undertake, it was evident that he was at a loss for a research direction. Director Yuan promptly set about making arrangements. Simultaneously, in the vastness of space, Gaoyang commenced the advanced design of quantum communication. Quantum communication holds immense significance for the future. It has already achieved the capability of communication, albeit through a single line. Connectivity is still required. Much like a telephone, an individual can not only call another person but can reach out to anyone whose number they know. Quantum communication can function similarly. Each device, or group of particles, possesses a unique code. When one device wishes to send a message to another, it merely needs to input the specific code and the information. At the receiving end, the corresponding device can be located through the code, allowing for the transmission of information. The system is fundamentally akin to the once-utilized telephone transfer model, albeit with a greater degree of complexity. In the past, telephone transfers merely involved relaying signals. However, contemporary quantum communication necessitates the replication of quantum information, which is then transmitted via a separate set of particles. Despite its intricacies, the process is not excessively complicated. In fact, it is more effortless than its predecessor. Where human operators once handled connections, now artificial intelligence can manage the tasks seamlessly. Relay devices are situated within the solar system, posing no significant challenges. Consequently, not only will extraterrestrial bases enjoy real-time communication, but such devices can also be installed on spacecraft. Gaoyang, not in haste to return to Earth, diligently designed an entire quantum communication network at the extraterrestrial base. With this comprehensive network in place, the monumental leap of humanity into the cosmos no longer seems distant. After completing the design of the communication network, Gaoyang contemplated the possibility of directly integrating this system with Earth's communication framework. The challenge was manageable, primarily involving a larger volume of information processing. However, The core of the information handling lies in the relay and exchange processes, which, despite the considerable data load, remain straightforward enough for a superbrain to manage. Upon finalizing the design, Gao Yang exited the laboratory and was greeted by a vast accumulation of metal outside the base. These materials proved unsuitable for immediate use, as the equipment available could only produce relatively rudimentary components. After a moment of reflection, he decided to set aside these concerns and first return to Earth to establish the communication network. Once the network was operational, every spacecraft and base would be equipped with communication devices, enabling those venturing into the cosmos to maintain contact with loved ones. With the design schematics in hand, and the support of the Langtao Mechanical Processing Plant and unconditional backing from Long Country, the foundational infrastructure of the communication network was completed in just under a week. Only one communication device had its infrastructure fully developed. During this process, personnel from Long Country participated and offered valuable suggestions. For instance, quantum communication devices could function as simple communication stations, allowing individuals to transmit information through mobile-like terminals. In essence, this means that a single quantum communication device could operate akin to a Wi-Fi network, enabling multiple users to connect and share information simultaneously. This approach posed no issues and was indeed advantageous. For instance, within a base housing 10 individuals, if the quantum communication device were limited to a single terminal, each person would need to wait for others to finish using it before gaining access. However, with the ability for everyone to connect, all 10 could simultaneously utilize the network to communicate with their families. Numerous minor optimizations could further enhance user experience. In Gao Yang's perspective, the realization of real-time communication was already a remarkable achievement, yet improving user experience was even more impressive. As a group observed the completion of the network, they watched as the indicator lights began to blink, signifying the device's operation. However, with only one communication device and no notification of remote communication capabilities, the likelihood of it being in use seemed improbable. Was it a malfunction? A group of researchers, hesitant in their approach to assist Gao Yang in establishing the network, refrained from voicing their concerns regarding potential malfunctions. After all, it was Gao Yang who spearheaded this project. Meanwhile, in an extraterrestrial base situated a staggering 157 light-years away, a resting combatant retrieved his phone to gaze upon a photograph of his wife. At the time of his departure for space, she had just conceived, and the uncertainty of when he would return loomed heavily over him. He hoped to be back before the child's arrival. Suddenly, the combatant's gaze sharpened as he noticed the signal icon in the upper left corner of his phone, now inexplicably at full strength. Could this indicate a malfunction? In the depths of space, a signal should be impossible. Yet, despite the knowledge of such impossibility, he instinctively felt compelled to check for a connection. Chapter 288. A drop in the bucket. In the face of impossibility, the instinct to attempt remains an intrinsic trait of humanity. It is precisely this instinct that has led to the creation of myriad impossibilities. The operatives first opened WeChat, and a deluge of messages appeared, each marked by vibrant red dots, utterly absurd. Absurdity stemmed from the fact that this was an extraterrestrial base. How could he possibly receive WeChat messages from a distance of 157 light-years? The operative turned off his phone and abruptly sat up from the sofa. Had he been in this void of space for too long? Was his mind unraveling? No, something felt distinctly amiss. He had no sense of mental instability, nor did he experience any oppressive feelings. Although the environment was different and the gravity lighter, he had already ingested gene-enhancing agents, rendering the surroundings nearly inconsequential to him. He had great confidence in his mental fortitude. His nerves had been honed to an extraordinary resilience during his special training. Yet now, hallucinations had manifested. This implied that either the planet was compromised, or traversing the wormhole from Earth had gone awry, or perhaps there was an issue with the gene agents. Regardless of which scenario it was, the implications were dire. He promptly summoned all personnel in the base, a total of 10 individuals assembled. The operative spoke gravely. There is something amiss with my mind. I see signals on my phone and can receive WeChat messages. The remaining 9 looked at him with expressions of bewilderment, which soon morphed into solemnity. Could it be excessive stress? Unlikely. Before he could elaborate, another individual, also resting, pulled out his phone and was astonished to find full signal strength. He excitedly opened the app, and a cacophony of new message alerts resonated, drawing the attention of all present. Goodness, I too have received new messages. Soon, more individuals retrieved their phones, and the incessant notifications filled the air. Everyone had received new messages. The operative surveyed the group before him, his expression one of confusion. He now pondered whether everyone was experiencing a shared delusion or if he remained ensnared in an illusion, surrounded by phantoms. Yet, this felt far too vivid. As he contemplated this, someone tentatively initiated a phone call. An immediate hush fell over the group. Hello? How can you still call home? Wasn't it stated we were on a top-secret mission? The caller's voice trembled with emotion. Although merely a month had passed since leaving Earth, he felt an overwhelming longing for home. This yearning was more profound than the 2 years of separation he had endured upon enlisting. At least during his service, he knew they all tread upon the same soil, gazing upon the same sky. He suddenly comprehended why ancient souls longed for the moon. It served as a vessel for their homesickness. Yet now, they looked around, unable to find anything to anchor their nostalgia. What is happening? The voice on the other end grew tense, sensing something was amiss from just a syllable uttered by his son. It is of no consequence. The signal here is poor, and I thought the call would not connect. To my surprise, it did. I cannot engage in a lengthy conversation, so I shall terminate the call for now, and we can discuss further once I return. Rest assured, there is no need for undue worry. We are faring well at home. As the call ended, the soldier lifted his gaze towards the 9 pairs of eyes, pondering if communication might indeed be possible. The group did not rush to make calls. Instead, they first sought to confirm their ability to connect to the network and ascertain the most recent events occurring on Earth. After a brief moment, 10 individuals remained silent. The operational personnel appeared bewildered, glancing towards the researchers, who were equally perplexed. After a moment's contemplation, they suddenly recalled the possibility of contacting Director Yuan. At the Dragon Nation Quantum Communication Network Center, Director Yuan's phone began to ring. He retrieved his phone, scrutinizing the caller ID before glancing towards the distant, flickering lights. It was a call from the extraterrestrial base, likely indicating that they had inadvertently discovered that the signal was now connected. A wave of relief washed over those involved in its design and manufacturing. Thankfully, it was not a malfunction. However, they soon turned their expectant gazes towards Director Yuan, clearly eager to assess the quality of the communication. The call was swiftly connected, and the voice of a researcher resonated on the other end, tinged with a hint of nervousness. "Old Yuan, can you hear me?" "I can hear you," he replied. "Do you know where I am?" "I am calling you from the extraterrestrial base." Director Yuan listened intently to the voice on the line. "Do you know where I am?" "I am at the Quantum Communication Center." "The Quantum Communication Center?" "Indeed. It enables communication that transcends distance. You are able to connect, though your base possesses only a single device, which can transmit 10 megabits of information per second." The individual on the other end was momentarily taken aback, contemplating Director Yuan's words, before finally grasping the implication. "So, we have achieved real-time communication across the cosmos." "No, we have established network coverage throughout the entire universe. If the principle of quantum entanglement can be utilized universally without interference, then we have indeed realized a network that spans the cosmos." The breathing on the other end grew heavy, clearly filled with immense excitement and astonishment. Director Yuan refrained from saying more, ending the call. The next conversation would serve little purpose, as they must now face the reality on their own. The group present was left in awe as they witnessed Director Yuan hang up the phone. This was, indeed, a conversation that transcended countless light years. What seemed absurd would eventually become commonplace in the future. The team of technicians, after absorbing the shock, departed. Their task had been accomplished. What remained was to expand the base significantly. The more extensive the expansion, the greater humanity's understanding of the cosmos would become. Director Yuan turned to Gao Yang. "According to our previous scale, we have prepared 20 identical resources. However, due to a shortage of spacecraft, we can only construct one base at a time." Gao Yang pondered for a moment. While constructing one base at a time was feasible, it would undoubtedly be a slower process. The construction of a single base, from departure to completion, would require no less than a week. As he envisioned a widespread deployment of observational bases across the universe, he realized it would take considerable time. Merely encircling the planet with the necessary infrastructure would require a year or two. "I can expand the factory to expedite the production of more spacecraft, while simultaneously undertaking expansion efforts." Director Yuan shook his head, stating that the pace of resource production has proven inadequate. In recent years, with industrial upgrades, countless individuals have acquired the ability to produce independently, resulting in a significant increase in the equipment each person possesses compared to the past. This year alone has consumed the world's production capacity, along with the previously accumulated reserves. Your operation is also a significant consumer of resources. We are now sourcing from the entire globe, and maintaining the status quo has become increasingly challenging. The prospect of expanding the factory and manufacturing a greater number of spacecraft presents considerable complications. Gao Yang instinctively recalled his return from the base, where an overwhelming abundance of resources lay untapped. The extracted metals could only be stockpiled. Transporting them back to Longhua? Upon reflection, the logistical challenges were immense. A single spacecraft could only carry a minuscule amount, and with only a few vessels at our disposal, it was utterly inadequate to meet the demands of rapid expansion. Relying on the transport capacity of those spacecraft would be akin to drawing water with a sieve. Chapter 289. The abstract spaceship director Yuan observed Gao Yang lost in thought and inquired about his contemplation. Gao Yang gathered his thoughts and expressed his desire to explore the utilization of resources harvested from outer space. He mentioned the potential for transporting the abundant metallic materials mined from extraterrestrial bases back to Earth. Director Yuan furrowed his brow, acknowledging that they had considered this before. But the current circumstances posed significant challenges. The cargo capacity of the spaceship was only marginally greater than that of a semi-trailer truck, with a fleet of 20 vessels requiring 2 days for a round trip, rendering the efficiency rather insufficient. Gao Yang pondered potential solutions to this dilemma. Director Yuan nodded and suggested that if feasible, Gao Yang could research the development of something akin to a spatial gateway, which would greatly simplify the transportation process. Upon hearing the term spatial gateway, Gao Yang gazed at Director Yuan in bewilderment, questioning whether the director viewed him as some sort of deity. A spatial gateway? However, after some reflection, he considered the possibility of stabilizing a wormhole to allow free passage, essentially a spatial gateway. Yet, this notion was soon cast aside. As current technology could not support the creation of a wormhole near Earth, it would require traveling much further, thereby increasing transportation costs and ultimately rendering the endeavor comparable to transporting resources from the extraterrestrial base. After all, having a wormhole and spatial jumps did not signify a substantial difference. Additionally, the creation of a wormhole demanded immense resources and sustained considerable energy. Observing Gao Yang's expression, Director Yuan understood that the concept of a spatial gateway posed a considerable challenge. In truth, there are abundant resources surrounding Earth, whether from Mars or Mercury, which can be mined nearby. I am reluctant to exploit resources within the solar system, as it is our home planet, and such mining would leave unsightly scars on its surface. Director Yuan opened his mouth to speak, but remained silent, clearly moved by Gao Yang's sentiments. Unsightly. The notion of preserving the aesthetic of other celestial bodies as a reason to avoid nearby resource extraction seemed absurd. How would they resolve the resource dilemma? Conventional transportation methods rendered long-distance transport nearly impossible, while nearby mining would inevitably damage the environment. What alternatives remained? Director Yuan turned his gaze toward Gao Yang, seated on a nearby chair. An idea suddenly sparked in Gao Yang's mind. The Bald Eagle sector possesses a wealth of resources that could be recycled and utilized for some time. Director Yuan paused, momentarily taken aback. This indeed presented a viable solution, as the discarded vehicles along the Bald Eagle route could all be salvaged, yielding a significant amount of materials. The recovery of these resources would also be relatively cost-effective. However, it was disheartening that even in dire straits, the remains of the Bald Eagle were still being processed. Director Yuan stepped outside, stating, "I will make arrangements." Gao Yang returned directly to the laboratory, recognizing that the resources from the Bald Eagle would only serve as a temporary fix, merely a drop in the bucket to satisfy current needs and slightly accelerate the pace of expansion. The fundamental issue still required resolution, and that core issue was technology. After contemplating for a moment, Gao Yang resolved to prioritize the construction of a cargo spaceship. Although the efficiency of transportation would be relatively low, it remained the simplest solution available at this time. In the realm of manufacturing cargo spacecraft, two pivotal challenges arise. The foremost is the necessity for substantial size. Indeed, the larger, the better. The second crucial issue pertains to the dilemma of traversing wormholes once the vessel reaches such dimensions. It is imperative to understand that the edges of wormholes are exceedingly sharp, akin to spatial blades, with one end situated here and the other several light years away. Thus, to fulfill the dual requirements of size and the ability to navigate spatial jumps, the engine must be enhanced. However, the engine has already reached its zenith, thereby limiting the design possibilities. After 2 days of contemplation, two uniquely shaped spacecraft designs materialized before Gao Yang. Stretching 2,000 meters in length, yet possessing a mere 50-meter diameter, Gao Yang whimsically dubbed this creation the Cosmic Train. Due to its extensive length, the material stress requirements were exceptionally high, prompting Gao Yang to segment it into several sections. This innovative approach not only significantly increased cargo capacity, but also enabled passage through spatial wormholes. While the overall flight speed may be somewhat subdued, this concern is not overly problematic. He promptly submitted the design blueprints to Wudi for expedited manufacturing. The Langtao machining factory, along with all other capable facilities, joined in this endeavor. Soon, Director Yuan received word of this substantial undertaking. The magnitude of the project clearly indicated that what was to be manufactured was no trivial matter. He immediately set about assisting in resource allocation and swiftly made his way to the factory to assess the situation. Before long, a single segment of the cargo spacecraft had been produced, a cylindrical structure with a diameter of 50 meters, featuring several adjustment holes along its perimeter. However, the purpose of this considerable cylinder remained elusive. With its robust connecting structures, it appeared designed for linkage, capable of connecting at both ends. After a moment of contemplation, Director Yuan found himself at a loss. He decided to call Gao Yang to clarify the matter, only to learn that it was, indeed, a cargo spacecraft. Yet, he pondered, how could such a design function as a cargo vessel? The cylinder could certainly accommodate a plethora of items, but how would it achieve flight? Suddenly, a thought struck Director Yuan. He envisioned trains, with numerous segments linked together. This notion seemed plausible, as once a wormhole is opened and maintained, it could permit many spacecraft to enter, including an elongated cargo vessel. Nevertheless, the nearly 300-meter-long cargo hold appeared somewhat absurd, quite an abstraction, indeed. The absurdity intensified when, upon the assembly of 7 cargo holds, culminating in a massive 2,000-meter-long freight configuration, Director Yuan, with his enhanced vision, found himself unable to see its end. Moreover, the head of this cargo spacecraft bore no armaments and lacked a spatial jump engine, featuring only a few docking slots, specifically, slots for 4 conventional spacecraft to berth. These vessels would facilitate spatial jumps and curvature flights, a prudent arrangement. Installing engines on the cargo spacecraft itself would pose risks. Should the head of the vessel advance while the wormhole closed, it would sever the rear. Thus, only movable engines could be employed, making the spacecraft readily available. Additionally, the cargo capacity was undeniably vast. Not only could it transport goods, but the immense chamber of this vessel alone could accommodate 10 of the previously designed spacecraft. With a diameter of 50 meters, it is roughly equivalent to the height and width of a 15-story building. It possesses the capacity to accommodate an immense amount of cargo, complemented by a length of 300 meters. It could easily contain a small mountain. Under normal circumstances, even achieving liftoff would be a challenge. This spacecraft is equipped with no fewer than 4 nuclear fusion reactors, operating at full power. Furthermore, aside from its construction on Earth, this vessel will never dock on the terrestrial planet again after its launch. It directly offloads cargo on the moon and descends on satellites of similar size in outer space, where the gravitational pull is considerably weaker. As the cargo spacecraft ascended, everyone gazed upward. Unlike rockets that vanish from sight shortly after launch, this magnificent vessel remained visible for an extended period, allowing those on the ground to observe it with clarity. All eyes were raised to behold the colossal cargo spacecraft, which resembled a dragon. Chapter 290, Medical Devices. Upon the ascension of the colossal cargo spaceship, it would directly traverse through space jumps to the extraterrestrial base for resource transportation. Gao Yang held little hope for a significant enhancement of this vessel, as it lacked cutting-edge technology, primarily comprising an assembly of existing technologies. However, after some contemplation, he thought that attempting a 100-fold increase might be worthwhile. Given that he could accumulate an enhancement opportunity every 3 days, such opportunities were not exceedingly precious. Raising his gaze to the now distant spaceship, Gao Yang silently commanded, "Enhance." As the command was issued, a compass materialized. Familiar with the procedure, Gao Yang deftly rotated the compass. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 100-fold increase in the cargo capacity of the cargo spaceship. Gao Yang felt an immediate surge of anticipation, undoubtedly. The most crucial aspect for a cargo spaceship was its capacity. With a 100-fold increase, the already substantial baseline capacity would experience a remarkable boost, effectively achieving a 1-to-100 ratio. The spaceship remained silent, its distance too vast, and lacking nearby production facilities. Direct modifications were impossible. Yet, memories flashed in Gao Yang's mind. The quantity of these memories was scant, but they distilled down to a simple solution: lengthening. Originally 7 segments, it could be transformed into 700. Such an increase in capacity would undoubtedly skyrocket. Gao Yang contemplated expressing his frustrations but realized that it was, in fact, not a significant issue. In the vacuum of space, whether it was 700 segments or 70,000, the absence of gravity would not hinder its flight. It could navigate as it pleased. At worst, the duration of the wormhole's maintenance would be slightly prolonged. With this thought in mind, Gao Yang promptly messaged Invincible, instructing him to notify the extraterrestrial base to manufacture as many cargo modules as feasible. This way, when the cargo spaceship arrived, it could transport a greater volume of metallic materials. As the order was dispatched, Gao Yang turned to the group who had gathered to witness the unfolding events and greeted them. "I shall return to the laboratory now." Director Yuan hastily followed suit, saying, "There is something I wish to inquire about." "What is it?" Gao Yang sensed that Director Yuan seemed somewhat hesitant, piquing his curiosity as to what could provoke such a reaction from him. Was he seeking a favor? But it was entirely normal for him to seek assistance. This reaction felt somewhat off. Was he to arrange a matchmaking session for him? While pondering this, Director Yuan inquired, "What project are you currently researching? Are you attempting to send someone my way?" Gao Yang, puzzled, responded, "No, I was merely curious." Then, a possibility dawned on him. Do you have a project that requires my assistance in research? Director Yuan had initially prepared a team that would deliberate on potential research avenues before presenting them to Gao Yang for consideration. He felt somewhat uneasy about this approach. Yet Gao Yang's inquiry provided him with an excellent opportunity to shift the dynamics. Seeking Gao Yang's assistance in research felt much more appropriate. Indeed, we have something we would like you to help us research. Gao Yang smiled and nodded. Then there is no reason to feel embarrassed. I was just uncertain about what to study. Director Yuan spoke gravely. Medical devices. Although gene-enhancing agents have emerged, their widespread adoption remains a distant prospect, leaving ordinary individuals susceptible to ailments and injuries. The disappearance of the bald eagle may not seem pressing at the moment. Yet prolonged absence has begun to unveil a plethora of issues. Numerous medical devices have succumbed to disrepair due to technological limitations, rendering maintenance impossible. Once state-of-the-art medical equipment is now relegated to procuring subpar alternatives. Gao Yang nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Gene-enhancing agents possess the potential to remedy nearly all injuries and illnesses, yet their immediate distribution is hindered, compounded by unresolved food scarcity. Furthermore, a sudden universal enhancement of genes would undoubtedly plunge the Dragon Nation into chaos, necessitating a gradual approach. In the interim, countless individuals continue to endure the torment of their ailments. The former dominance of the bald eagle, once a pinnacle of global power, has vanished along with the advanced technologies they once provided. Although the Dragon Nation has witnessed monumental advancements in technology, an overwhelming 99.9% of this progress resides solely within Gao Yang's intellect. The technologies he provides are often relatively singular in application, and even the most sophisticated innovations require time for external assimilation. Few researchers can match Gao Yang's efficiency. Gao Yang affirmed, "Very well, I will arrange for the medical equipment." Dean Yuan nodded, acknowledging the recent establishment of his department prepared for Gao Yang, which had received a flurry of complaints. Upon returning to the laboratory, Gao Yang instructed his assistant, Invincible, to gather information. The data collected encompassed various equipment specifications alongside the needs of medical personnel and patients. Initially focusing on medical devices, Gao Yang scanned through the information, dedicating the better part of the day to this task. The prospect of manufacturing even the most advanced equipment posed little challenge for him, and enhancements could be executed with remarkable ease. Even modest improvements in precision or efficiency could elevate the devices far beyond current global standards. However, rather than immediately initiating upgrades, Gao Yang decided to first assess the demands. Patients faced significant obstacles in accessing affordable and efficient medical care. Meanwhile, doctors were overwhelmed, burdened with excessive workloads, and often misunderstood. This clearly indicated a deficiency in medical resources. Contemplating further, Gao Yang considered certain surgical machines. The evolution of surgical procedures had progressed to the utilization of robotic assistants, where surgeons remotely operated these machines to perform intricate tasks. What if he developed a more intelligent surgical robot capable of autonomously executing procedures? The complexity of such an endeavor was not insurmountable, given the abundance of surgical data available globally. By integrating this information and populating a robotic database, he could conduct comprehensive analyses. Such a robot, devoid of the tremors that plague human hands, coupled with an extensive repository of case experiences, would epitomize the world's most adept surgeon. Despite the potential drawbacks, such as the stagnation of medical advancement due to the rise of robotics, the current state of healthcare has reached a plateau. With the impending transition of the Dragon Nation into an interstellar era, where every individual would ultimately require gene-enhancing injections, the present medical technologies would become obsolete. Even if the dissemination of gene-enhancing agents progressed slowly, numerous cases abroad still existed. Armed with this vision, Gao Yang set his plans in motion. Firstly, a thorough examination of all surgical machinery and equipment is imperative, encompassing their operational methodologies, effectiveness, and more. Subsequently, improvements should be made, ensuring that each device possesses nearly all requisite functionalities. Beyond the capabilities of existing surgical machines, these devices must also be equipped to perform procedures that current machines cannot accomplish. The entire design process spanned an extensive 3 days, primarily due to its intricate nature. Furthermore, substantial computational power was essential. Upon completion of all surgical case simulations through advanced computational analysis, the remaining operations must be integrated into the robotic system, marking the design process as genuinely complete. This medical robot is comprehensively functional. In theory, it is capable of executing any surgical procedure that humanity can currently perform. Chapter 291, Acceleration of Healing Speed. Once the design was completed, the manufacturing process proved to be remarkably effortless, culminating in less than half a day's work. Although referred to as a medical robot, it lacked a humanoid form. Instead, It boasted 8 flexible arms capable of movement in all directions, equipped with numerous probes, each endowed with distinct detection functions and complemented by an overarching scanning apparatus. The device could conduct thorough examinations simply by having the patient recline on the bed. It could instantaneously identify all afflictions the patient might have. The entire apparatus was integrated with the bed, aptly termed a medical bed. Gao Yang placed a call to Director Yuan, announcing the completion of the medical bed designed for assisting in treatments. Director Yuan promptly gathered a multitude of healthcare professionals to assess the situation and conduct an inspection. The anticipation among the medical practitioners was palpable. The surge of technological advancement had swept through countless industries, and now it was their turn to be propelled forward by this wave. They eagerly envisioned a future where the Dragon Nation would lead in this field, accompanied by a throng of professionals. Director Yuan approached the laboratory with a sense of reverence akin to that of a pilgrimage. This was Gao Yang's laboratory, a birthplace of countless cutting-edge technologies. Observing the earnest expressions on the faces of the gathered crowd, Director Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Pondering the nature of their awe, was this akin to visiting the residence of a celebrity? Yet, upon reflection, it became clear that the ordinary populace had indeed reached a state of blind admiration for Gao Yang. A group of individuals, under the guidance of the formidable leader, entered the designated laboratory. Inside, they discovered a bed measuring 1 meter in width, illuminated by an overhead light. Director Yuan surveyed the surroundings, perplexed. As he saw only the bed, "Where's the medical equipment?" he inquired. Gao Yang gestured towards the bed, proclaiming, "This is the medical bed, also known as the medical robot. I have integrated the functionalities of all medical devices into this singular platform. It is capable of conducting all forms of treatment." Director Yuan regarded the medical bed with a moment of disbelief. It appeared rather simplistic, save for the slightly thicker mattress and a prominent circular disc atop it. "This can perform all treatments?" he questioned. The assembled luminaries of the medical field were equally astonished, as this deviated significantly from their preconceived notions of medical apparatus. One individual queried, "How does one operate it?" "Simply lie down," Gao Yang replied, observing the skeptical expressions of the onlookers. "You may give it a try." A slightly plump individual stepped forward, asking, "I merely lie down?" "Yes," Gao Yang affirmed. The individual promptly reclined upon the bed, awaiting the ensuing transformations. The surrounding crowd widened their eyes, eager to witness the forthcoming developments. Suddenly, a red light flashed, accompanied by an audible prompt. "I shall commence with your examination. Please remain calm. The process will be swift, and your cooperation is appreciated." Following this, mechanical sounds resonated as robotic arms emerged from above the disc, initiating the examination of the reclined individual. Concurrently, a virtual screen materialized, displaying an array of data points. The medical professionals hastily approached, their eyes widening in astonishment at the multitude of metrics presented. "Such an abundance of data. It encompasses numerous aspects," they exclaimed. In a conventional hospital setting, conducting such extensive tests would typically require a minimum of 2 days. Yet here, it took merely a minute of repose for the results to materialize. Upon the emergence of the data, the diagnostic conclusions were promptly revealed. "Old dang, it seems you are grappling with fatty liver, hypertension, diabetes, and perhaps even overexertion. How was this determined?" The individual lying on the hospital bed widened his eyes in astonishment. "Is it all visible?" "Indeed, everything is discernible. Even the activity levels of those conditions. You truly must take care of yourself." A voice emanated from the medical bed. "Surgical intervention is not advisable. Proper management is recommended, alongside the potential use of prescribed medications." A group of individuals gazed at the names of the medications displayed on the screen, taken aback. They were undeniably fatigued, but their complaints stemmed from a desire for relief, not a contemplation of unemployment. This medical bed, positioned in the outpatient department, demonstrated diagnostic capabilities superior to their own, offering treatment suggestions and the ability to prescribe medication, leaving them facing potential job loss. Director Yuan turned to Gao Yang. "What about surgery?" "Here, there are no experimental subjects for surgical procedures, thus we can only showcase. But even that display is impressively grand, at least when the mechanical arm extended." Every eye was wide with astonishment. This device, could it truly perform surgery? Someone couldn't help but suggest, "Shall I bring in patients requiring surgery for a trial?" Director Yuan considered suggesting animal trials, but that thought was swiftly suppressed, as it would imply a lack of faith in Gao Yang. Performing surgery on humans could yield success, and if it failed, he would consider himself fortunate, for compensation would likely involve administering gene-enhancing agents for the patient's recovery. With this thought in mind, Director Yuan decisively stated, "Contact patients, and there's no need for severe cases. The simpler, the better." Agreed. Medical personnel promptly made calls to arrange for patients. As the patients arrived, the group began testing the bed's functionalities. During the tests, comparisons were essential. The more comparisons made, the more astonishing the results. The accuracy of the test results was remarkable. The process was quick, precise, and yielded an abundance of data, capable of assessing nearly every aspect of health. One's well-being could be evaluated simply by lying there. It could even detect mild depression, evidenced by abnormalities in brain waves. This formidable device, once introduced to the market, coupled with 3D printing technology, would prompt many to print one for their homes. Doctors and nurses in hospitals would transition from being exceedingly busy to having idle hands. The extensive array of accurate examinations holds immense benefits, as it enables early detection of minor issues, preventing them from escalating into significant problems, which are far more challenging to treat. However, the true threat this medical bed poses to job security lies in its ultimate therapeutic capabilities. After several hours of examination surrounding the medical bed, the group departed for a meal. Gao Yang seized this opportunity to enhance the medical bed. Previously, after utilizing it, a prompt had appeared in his mind, inquiring whether he wanted to amplify the device. However, with so many people surrounding it, he feared that an enhancement might lead to complications. Now, it was time to amplify. Amplify. A familiar compass materialized before Gao Yang. He gently rotated it, and it settled at 100. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the healing speed enhancement of 100 times. Gao Yang furrowed his brow. Healing speed? This seems rather absurd. If it pertains to therapeutic efficacy, the scope of treatment, or some other augmentations, I could comprehend it. However, how can the speed of recovery be enhanced? Surgery undoubtedly aids patients, facilitating their improvement and rehabilitation, yet it constitutes merely a fraction of the healing process. True recovery necessitates the body's intrinsic ability to heal itself. While wounds may be sutured, their actual healing relies on the body's own mechanisms. Presently, there are very few substances capable of accelerating wound recovery, such as growth factors. Individuals enhanced by gene-modifying agents can achieve rapid healing, primarily due to the stimulation of swift cellular growth, enabling them to mend wounds expeditiously. In contrast, ordinary individuals must adhere to a gradual process. What does 100-fold mean? Curiosity piqued, Gao Yang gazed at the medical bed. The overall appearance of the bed remained largely unchanged, but some peculiar components floated in from the outside. For instance, there were containers filled with unknown substances that connected to the medical bed via tubing. Additionally, there were items that resembled purified compounds. The alterations were minimal, and the process could conclude swiftly. The sole distinction regarding the medical bed was the presence of several small containers alongside it, linked to the bed itself. Perhaps it was merely Gao Yang's illusion, but he couldn't shake the feeling that these items bore a striking resemblance to the material cartridges of a printer. Chapter 292, Seeking Enlightenment. Upon the completion of the transformation, memories surged into Gao Yang's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. For this time, the system's enhancement was indeed related to printing. The materials that compose the human body can now be synthesized. However, the notion of using these substances to create life is undeniably fanciful. It is a Herculean task, not merely to construct complex life forms, but even to assemble a single cell from these materials seems almost insurmountable. Yet now, Gao Yang possesses the capability to accomplish this. He can print nearly all types of cells. This is nothing short of astonishing. After sustaining an injury, one simply lies on the medical bed, which can directly print cells to completely heal the wound. It is somewhat absurd. What astonishes Gao Yang the most is the ability to print cells. This technology has ventured into the realm of creating life. Is it possible for him to casually manufacture single-celled organisms now? He cannot help but wonder if such artificially created life will be deemed soulless by others. As he digests the technology as a whole, the prospect of printing various types of cells manifests the potential to create small animals. Indeed, the more technology advances, the more astounding the results become, truly remarkable. However, Gao Yang does not harbor any intentions of creating living beings. Although it is feasible, it seems unnecessary. Turning his gaze back to the medical bed, he awaits the testing phase. Once complete, this invention will be unveiled to countless households. It promises to instantaneously enhance the lifespan of the entire Dragon Kingdom's populace. And significantly at that, when Director Yuan returned to the laboratory after lunch with several medical professionals, they were greeted by the changes in the medical bed. A group of individuals gazed curiously at the bed, for it was not as it had been before. Observing their puzzled expressions, Gao Yang surmised the system's hidden rules. If one witnesses the enhancement process, it is undoubtedly masked, rendering them unaware of any difference. However, those who observe before and after the enhancement will discern the contrast. At this moment, these individuals had indeed noticed the distinction. Curiosity sparked as they looked at several jars. What are these? They are materials required for the experimental process. The group grew increasingly inquisitive, questioning why such items would be necessary during surgery. Shouldn't one utilize gauze and similar materials? Even for patients, the essentials should include anesthetics and oxygen, among others. Nevertheless, they refrained from asking directly, opting instead to trust Gao Yang without question. Soon, a patient arrived, transferred from a nearby hospital. Hearing of Gao Yang's experiments, a group of younger individuals eagerly sought to participate. Their trust in Gao Yang was unquestioningly absolute. With the invention of the medical bed and the impending human trials, there could be no issues. Thus, a patient with a minor burn emerged, having only sustained a burn on a small section of his arm, seeking a change of dressing. The young man, filled with anticipation, reclined on the medical bed and turned to Gao Yang. "Oh, great Gao Yang. Could you please sign something for me afterward?" "Absolutely not," Gao Yang replied firmly, for he was no celebrity, and such a request was unnecessary. The young man felt a twinge of disappointment, but did not press further. "How should I cooperate with the treatment?" "Just wait," Gao Yang instructed. The results of the 2-minute examination emerged, accompanied by a sound from the medical bed. The arm had sustained minor burns and required treatment. 2 mechanical arms sprang forth from the medical bed, initially securing the patient before one arm gently lifted the patient's hand. During this procedure, a gathering of onlookers drew near, eager to witness the operations of the medical bed. Another announcement resonated from the bed. The healing method would involve excising all damaged tissue cells from the burn site for reconstruction. A cadre of medical professionals understood that it was customary to remove necrotic tissue, yet this burn was merely superficial. Did it truly necessitate such an intervention? Instinctively, they cast a glance toward Gao Yang. Meanwhile, the patient lay in a state of terror. Upon arrival, he had merely sought a change of medication. The notion of incisions was alarming, especially as he beheld a mechanical arm descending, brandishing a glinting, sharp scalpel. Panic surged through him. Gao Yang. Was it not agreed that only medication would be changed? Before Gao Yang could respond, the bed's voice, soothing and calm, reassured him, "There is no need to fear. It will not hurt at all." With remarkable precision, the scalpel made its incision at an astonishing speed. In an instant, a substantial section of tissue, damaged by heat, was excised. The distinction between the severed tissue and the intact flesh below was stark, ensuring no harm came to the healthy structures. Subsequently, another mechanical arm descended, spraying a substance over the wound, effectively sealing it and preventing excessive blood loss. Following this, multiple sprayers positioned themselves above the wound, vibrating at an extraordinary pace. Visibly, a layer of flesh emerged, followed by skin. In a mere 3 minutes, the patient's arm was entirely restored, although the newly healed skin appeared tender and markedly different from the surrounding flesh. Unable to contain their curiosity, several onlookers reached out to touch the arm, their astonishment evident as they realized the texture was indistinguishable from normal skin. Even the temperature felt remarkably authentic. A wave of disbelief washed over the crowd as they looked at Gao Yang. "What material is this? Could it harm the body?" "It comprises normal cells, perhaps even younger ones," Gao Yang replied. Their eyes widened further. "Will there be no rejection?" "None at all." After shaking his head, Gao Yang turned to the patient. "How do you feel?" The young man's eyes were wide, almost as if they could rival those of a doe. He glanced at his arm, then at the mechanical arm that had just worked on him, alternating his gaze. After several repetitions, he finally spoke. "I feel nothing. It doesn't hurt at all." "We were inquiring about the sensation at the injury site," someone reminded him. "I feel nothing, absolutely nothing," he replied, shaking his head. Director Yuan placed his hand on the young man's arm. "Can you feel my touch?" "Yes, I can feel your hand." "Temperature, weight, can you perceive all of that?" "Yes." A profound silence enveloped the assembly of medical professionals. This meant that the skin which had just materialized before their eyes retained nerve function. Could it truly be flesh and blood? If so, it implies that henceforth, all external injuries shall cease to exist. Adhesive bandages and dressings could be rendered obsolete. Injuries would heal within mere minutes. Should illness arise, even if surgical intervention is required, one need not concern themselves with the wounds, for all incisions would heal instantaneously, right before one's eyes. Under such circumstances, all physicians would find themselves out of work, instantaneously dismissed. Initially, a group of individuals had contemplated conducting simple tests before progressing to more intricate ones, but now they deem it unnecessary to pursue complex surgical evaluations. Is there any doubt regarding Gao Yang? Such skepticism is entirely unwarranted. If Gao Yang asserts it is feasible, then it is undoubtedly so. Ultimately, it was Director Yuan who spoke up. "Shall we arrange a few more intricate surgeries for experimentation?" This was not merely for testing. Primarily, Director Yuan yearned to broaden his horizons. Chapter 293, Two Extremes. The complexity of surgery, whether intricate or straightforward, holds little distinction for machines. It merely translates to a matter of minutes, be it 3 or 10. After conducting numerous procedures, a cadre of distinguished figures within the medical field found themselves thoroughly convinced. They were acutely aware that their professions were on the brink of obsolescence. Whether in diagnosis or treatment, such medical beds could undoubtedly surpass their capabilities. Although they possessed extensive experience and knowledge, their expertise was rendered nearly inconsequential in the face of robotic medical beds, which far exceeded their understanding. While they might have specialized skills, the medical robots embodied a comprehensive synthesis of knowledge, capable of mutual validation. Ultimately, their operational experience, though extensive, paled in comparison to the robot's ability to record, analyze, and learn from surgical processes. Furthermore, in execution, these machines could perform with superior precision. The most significant difference lay in efficiency. Human reaction times have their limits. For instance, when suturing a wound, a human can only stitch at a certain speed, while a robot could operate with the rapidity of a sewing machine. The disparity is akin to the contrast between manual craftsmanship and assembly line production. Following a series of straightforward assessments, the initiative to disseminate medical beds commenced. Major hospitals were tasked with procuring these beds. Given the current production capabilities, distribution could be achieved within a matter of days. Concurrently, blueprints for the medical beds appeared on 3D printing material websites, enabling anyone with sufficient resources to fabricate them. Many were unprepared to print, as illness was not widespread. However, those with patients at home took notice. The introduction indicated that the medical bed could monitor patients' health in real time and even administer treatment. The prospect of continuous monitoring alone was appealing. But if the beds could also enhance the comfort of those confined to them, it was an even greater boon. As families with ill members began to explore treatment options, the design schematics provided by Gao Yang required no additional payment. They merely needed to cover minimal material costs to construct a medical bed. Consequently, numerous medical beds began to appear across various households, addressing many challenging ailments. Those reclining upon these beds received treatment recommendations and subsequent care. What might have been an arduous procedure for doctors posed no difficulty for the medical bed due to its unparalleled accuracy and efficiency. Coupled with cellular regeneration capabilities, it almost equated to resurrection. Initially, when the medical bed was launched, it garnered little attention, as few would consider printing such an item without necessity. However, once individuals in need began to print these beds, interest surged dramatically. This was because they could effectively remedy numerous chronic ailments, including stubborn conditions like rhinitis and gastritis. Particularly, gastric ulcers could be repaired from within, yielding instant results. Furthermore, myopia and even conditions such as gout and hypertension could be swiftly alleviated. Within a brief span, the medical bed became a sensation online. Yet, the foundation of this legend is not rooted in hearsay or orchestrated hype. It is born from genuine experiences, profound revelations, and the subsequent transformation of individuals into ardent believers in the medical apparatus. These individuals share the remarkable effects of the treatment with their relatives and friends. Initially skeptical, many succumb to the fervent recommendations of their kin or witness the results firsthand, thus joining the ranks of the faithful. As a fervor sweeps across the Dragon Nation, numerous individuals begin utilizing the device for scar removal, tolerating a modicum of pain for a brief period of 2 to 3 minutes. Even previously failed surgeries find a remedy. The mysteries of the human body have been laid bare before this device, revealing that, apart from the neural pathways of the brain, there are virtually no areas that remain beyond repair. Consequently, countless individuals express their gratitude online towards Gao Yang. Those with serious ailments in their families would readily bow in reverence to him. For those afflicted, particularly those rendered bedridden by trauma or paralysis, the exhilaration of being restored to health is indescribable. To proclaim Gao Yang as their rebirth parent is hardly an exaggeration. Amid this explosion of public sentiment, hospitals witness a significant reduction in staff. Just recently, their complaints of being overworked have transformed into a state of idleness, with little to occupy their time. While hospitals continue to function, their primary activities consist of sanitation and accommodating patients lacking access to medical beds, requiring minimal engagement. The absence of effective treatments by robots renders expert intervention futile. As the excitement in the Dragon Nation reaches a crescendo, overseas factions become aware of the medical bed's existence through the internet. Their envy is palpable. Typically, medical care in the Dragon Nation is relatively inexpensive, and now it is not only more affordable, but also superior. Those who had previously been deprived of 3D printing technology are now clamoring online to access these medical beds. However, the products manufactured by 3D printers are prohibited from export, leaving them to hope for leniency from the Dragon Nation. Amidst the fervor, small teams begin to form across the internet, pooling resources to utilize 3D printers. It is not a matter of financial inability to acquire the printers. Rather, the cost of materials has surged, increasing fourfold from their original prices. While individuals enjoy a comfortable lifestyle devoid of basic needs, opportunities for significant income are scarce. Consequently, communities begin to collaborate on shared resources, such as neighbors in a residential area collectively producing a medical bed for communal use. Similarly, those in close-knit villages engage in this practice. Yet, some individuals with limited social circles voice their frustrations online regarding the escalating costs of resources, lamenting their impending inability to purchase them. Others respond, indicating that the Dragon Nation has rapidly consumed vast quantities of resources, even with all material factories operating at full capacity. And global raw material processing plants open to supply the Dragon Nation, demand continues to outstrip supply. In the Dragon Kingdom, various commodities have become remarkably affordable, accompanied by a substantial allocation of housing. However, this is contingent upon an enormous consumption of resources. The manufacturing of spacecraft and weaponry also necessitates a considerable expenditure of resources. Despite technological advancements, the resources of the Dragon Kingdom are alarmingly scarce. As the ordinary citizens observe these developments, they are prepared to voluntarily reduce their consumption to allocate more resources towards spacecraft and similar endeavors. In the midst of this, the authorities announced a message. Tonight at 8 o'clock, a transport spacecraft will deliver 90 million tons of metallic materials from the extraterrestrial base to the Earth. This announcement has ignited a frenzy online. The significance of the information itself is profound. The delivery from the extraterrestrial base indicates that resource extraction and refinement can occur there. Furthermore, the sheer volume, 90 million tons, stands out, as the annual steel production of the Dragon Kingdom is merely around 1 billion tons. To directly transport nearly 1/10 of the kingdom's annual output is nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 294. Such a magnitude? A cargo spaceship? What colossal cargo vessel could possibly possess such an immense carrying capacity? Simultaneously, the official information center was broadcasting live updates. Moreover, it was noted that for those unable to view the live stream due to limited conditions, they could utilize telescopes to gaze towards the moon and catch a glimpse of the spaceship. Upon the dissemination of this news, the entire Dragon Nation erupted into a flurry of excitement. Those equipped with telescopes hurriedly adjusted their positions, aligning them with the 8 o'clock angle where the moon resided. Meanwhile, those without telescopes resorted to printing images. As anticipation mounted among the populace, dusk descended. Concurrently, the cargo spaceship, having traversed a wormhole, began its deceleration in the starry expanse. The process of slowing down would take a full 2 hours. When departing from Earth, the cargo spaceship had only 7 segments. Upon return, it had expanded to 17. The reason for this increase to 17 segments was primarily due to the limited extraction capacity of the extraterrestrial base. After all, with only one mining vehicle operational, it had barely managed to extract resources over a given period. However, production of efficient mining vehicles was now in full swing. During this time, several individuals had appeared on the moon, tasked with transporting the lengthy cargo ship's goods back to Earth for processing. They were able to observe the condition of the cargo spaceship with remarkable clarity through their telescopes. Witnessing the spaceship's speed, the leading figures expressed astonishment. Such rapid deceleration. With the increased number of segments, would it not impose pressure on the forward cargo holds? All cargo holds operated with a shared power source. While it appeared that the ship's head was guiding the flight, in reality, all cargo holds were navigating in unison. An invincible sound resonated, perfectly synchronized. However, synchronization bore its risks. Should any issues arise, 2 power sources could potentially create torque. The invincible one confidently asserted, "I am in control, there shall be no issues." The group of dignitaries chuckled. It's nearly time to commence the live broadcast. The staff, fully prepared, immediately initiated the live stream. Many had been eagerly awaiting in the broadcast room, with 2 channels in Dragon Nation deemed unmissable, the official channel and Gao Yang's channel. Missing Gao Yang's stream often led to unforeseen incidents, as he frequently disclosed critical technological applications during his broadcasts. Failure to catch such insights could result in global upheaval the following day, with many feeling as if they had traversed time upon witnessing the sudden emergence of countless robots. As for neglecting the official channel, one might miss out on vital rule adjustments, which invariably affected everyone. For instance, the age for pursuing dreams and freedom shifted from 60 to 40. If this trend continued, it might soon be possible to chase dreams and freedom at the age of 20. Additionally, the official broadcast would feature content related to Gao Yang, such as the weapons he had developed. As the visuals materialized, everyone beheld the cargo spaceship. In the vast expanse of space, the true magnitude of the cargo spacecraft remains elusive. However, upon witnessing its exterior, the initial reaction is one of astonishment. Has a train been transported into the cosmos? Whose ingenuity could conceive such a design? Yet, can this vessel truly bear a weight of 9,000 tons of steel? Many harbor skepticism. for it indeed appears ill-suited for such a colossal load. Nevertheless, few abandon the live stream, captivated by the unfolding spectacle from beginning to end. As the train spacecraft draws nearer to the moon, many observers peering through telescopes are rendered speechless. In their line of sight, a grand object materializes. Despite the considerable distance, its enormity is unmistakable. However, the precise size eludes discernment. It can only be felt, a stark contrast to the relatively diminutive Dragon Nation space station at the same distance. This vessel, however, is monumental. Even a single section dwarfs the space station. Indeed, this intuition proves correct. 3 space stations combined would equal the length of just one cargo bay. When comparing diameters, the difference between the space station and the cargo bay is akin to that between a silver needle and an iron pestle. The audience in the live stream remains unaware of the unfolding reality until the cargo spacecraft approaches the base. As they observe both the base and the cargo spacecraft, they realize that the once mighty base pales in comparison to the length of the cargo vessel. They also behold the experimental building within the base, designed to accommodate dozens of researchers, which is still narrower than the cargo bay. Just how immense is this cargo bay? As the spacecraft continues its journey, the previously captured image of the 20-meter-long exploratory vessel reappears. In the presence of the cargo spacecraft, this vessel is rendered minuscule. 2 words suffice: diminutive. The disparity is staggering. Countless viewers, witnessing this scene, are left in awe. How could this cargo spacecraft be so colossal? Its size borders on the absurd. In proportion, a single section could rival the length of an aircraft carrier, while its overall volume could equate to several aircraft carriers. With a total of 17 sections, its carrying capacity is nothing short of terrifying. Even more astonishing is the moment the spacecraft hovers in midair, followed by the simultaneous opening of all 17 cargo bays. A torrent of meticulously smelted metal blocks cascades down like a waterfall, instantly forming mountains of metal. Robots, long prepared for this moment, swiftly engage in sorting the materials, as ordinary cargo spacecraft within the solar system prepare to transport these goods back to Earth. The entire process unfolds with remarkable speed. The scene shifts to the broadcasting station, where it is announced that the forthcoming materials will see a significant reduction in prices, reverting to previous levels or even lower. A brief glimpse into the future reveals that the lengthy space transport vessel departs to fetch a second batch. Meanwhile, the entire Dragon Nation embarks on a new era of development, distinct from the previous enhancement of its industrial base. This time, it is a venture into the realm of space exploration. Moments after the conclusion of the live broadcast, 20 spacecraft divided into 2 fleets, swiftly embarking into the cosmos. Their objective: 2 celestial bodies suspected to harbor life. The likelihood of discovering actual life is minimal. Should it exist, it may very well be of little value. However, these planets meet the essential criteria for human civilization survival: similar gravity, comparable temperature and humidity, and a distance ranging between 100 to 200 light-years. Such star systems could serve as strategic bastions and exploration bases for humanity. Simultaneously, on Earth, numerous Qinglong-class cargo vessels, alongside enhanced cargo ships utilized within the solar system, are being manufactured. The resolution of resource challenges is paramount. The initial focus will be on developing 3 stellar systems, followed by the deployment of a plethora of mining vehicles, complemented by an extensive fleet of transport ships. Consequently, the resources of the Dragon Kingdom will flourish. However, an increase in resources necessitates a corresponding rise in demand for their utilization. A substantial manufacturing facility has been established on the moon, primarily dedicated to spacecraft production. Additionally, a similar facility exists on Mars. According to the established plans of Gaoyang, hundreds of bases are to be strategically distributed around Earth. If production capacity remains insufficient, the execution of this ambitious plan will progress at an exceedingly sluggish pace. Chapter 295: New Discoveries. During the rapid establishment of the base, Gaoyang employed several augmentations on various fundamental equipment. Now, the construction of the base no longer necessitates sequential development. The core of the base is an integrated whole, featuring an internal folding structure. Upon placement, it expands immediately, much like a red alert base vehicle, albeit larger and equipped with a more comprehensive array of functionalities. Building upon the existing folded base, the station personnel began to expand outward, gathering resources and surveying the surrounding area. In the first half of the month, only 10 new bases were established. However, in the latter half, a remarkable total of 168 bases were constructed. The resource issue was entirely resolved. The resources required for expansion were extracted on-site, while the surplus vast quantities of resources were transported back to the moon via the QNGL in cargo spacecraft. A month later, the skies above the Dragon Kingdom were almost perpetually filled with cargo spacecraft, varying in size but immense in cargo capacity. Upon reaching lunar orbit, they promptly discharged copious amounts of metal blocks. These massive metal blocks had accumulated into towering mountains in the lunar expanse, filling the original craters to the brim. Countless robots busily toiled around these metal mountains, with production bases operating at an accelerated pace, transforming the metals into a myriad of products, which were then shipped back to the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, the resources remained abundant, far beyond consumption needs. On the opposite side of the moon, factories were releasing spacecraft, simultaneously deploying folding bases. With technical and resource challenges resolved, development experienced a meteoric surge. The only limitation was manpower. There was a pressing need for trained individuals with specialized knowledge. Otherwise, operating spacecraft and manning the bases would be unfeasible. Currently, a portion of aerospace researchers were utilized alongside combat personnel familiar with spacecraft operations from gaming experiences. However, with close to 200 bases completed, the call for thousands of researchers became imperative, necessitating additional training for incoming personnel. As for recruitment, the Dragon Kingdom adopted the simplest method, an open call across the internet. The criteria were straightforward. Individuals aged 25 and above, yet under 30, and in good health. While the conditions appeared uncomplicated, everyone understood that a lower threshold often led to heightened competition. Consequently, the authorities could select the most exceptional candidates for employment. The official recruitment reached a staggering 10,000 individuals, astonishing Gao Yang. However, upon reflection, 10,000 was not an excessive number. Humanity's venture into interstellar expansion faced vast cosmic expanses. Even with only 10 personnel stationed at each base, 10,000 individuals could merely sustain the operations of 10,000 bases. Although 10,000 bases seemed substantial, it represented merely the second wave of human bases beyond the solar system. In reality, to truly establish 10,000 bases, a workforce of at least 200,000 to 300,000 would be necessary, considering the personnel required for the spacecraft traversing back and forth. Thus, in this light, the number of recruits appeared rather modest, even scarce. In addition to training personnel, the authorities also organized specialists to manage the plethora of information transmitted from various bases, processing data from the vastness of space. For instance, certain celestial bodies are suspected to harbor life, while others may pose significant concerns. This is the Space Monitoring Center. On its very first day of establishment, 1,000 personnel commenced operations, and within a mere fortnight, the workforce had expanded to 3,000. All celestial bodies are meticulously cataloged, classified, and numbered, with their conditions duly recorded. This information will subsequently be stored aboard spacecraft, allowing for comprehensive knowledge of each planet even before the vessel arrives, encompassing even geographical specifics. Additionally, it is imperative to document and archive information regarding extraterrestrial life forms. Stringent regulations must be enforced concerning the management of these entities. Without proper authorization, no spacecraft may indiscriminately enter planets inhabited by life. Moreover, any returning spacecraft must undergo rigorous scrutiny upon their return to Earth. Despite the overwhelming power of technology, humanity has suffered immensely from microbial threats in the past and must approach these matters with utmost caution. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences for humankind. Suddenly, the Space Monitoring Center was filled with the beeping sounds of an alert, indicating that significant information had emerged and required immediate attention. Personnel rushed to examine the incoming data, only to be momentarily stunned, for the imagery revealed an extraterrestrial spacecraft. This marked the second alien vessel discovered by human civilization, the first being the one that had crash-landed in the region of the Bald Eagle. This new spacecraft conformed more closely to human perceptions of space vessels, measuring approximately 40 meters in length and exhibiting a triangular configuration. The team leader's initial reaction was to speculate that the planet from which this civilization originated possessed substantial gravity, leading to a prolonged period of development in this aerodynamic design. Such a design aesthetic had evidently persisted even into the realm of space travel. However, this thought was fleeting. What mattered now was reporting this information. Bursting into the superior's office, he exclaimed, "Base 173 has identified an extraterrestrial spacecraft." The individuals within the office immediately seized their phones to relay the information further up the chain. Within 2 minutes, details regarding the alien presence reached Gao Yang. In truth, the Information Monitoring Center served as a filter for Gao Yang, as the cosmos teems with data, yet only a fraction holds significance. Determining the importance of information necessitates human intervention. While the formidable AI could process data, Gao Yang refrained from allowing it to engage directly with information from outer space. Exercising caution. Despite his unwavering confidence in the AI, he remained acutely aware of the potential threats posed by the unknowns of the universe. Should the AI become compromised, the repercussions could be dire. Currently, the AI is nearly invincible among humans. If it were to spiral out of control, it could become a ruler of chaos. Just as Gao Yang transformed the bald eagle, the AI could reshape Earth as well. As humanity embarks on its interstellar era, Gao Yang is gradually loosening the reins on the AI's control. His trust in the AI is absolute, yet vigilance regarding the mysteries of the cosmos is paramount. With a gentle wave of his hand, he summoned the imagery transmitted from the monitoring center, which unfolded before him for 6 minutes. The personnel had only viewed it briefly before sending it along. The first thing Gao Yang beheld was the triangular-shaped spacecraft. The left wing of the spacecraft bore signs of damage, and the marks were evidently aged. This indicated that the vessel had endured the ravages of war long ago. Shortly thereafter, a wormhole appeared, from which emerged a dozen or so ships, hurtling towards the triangular spacecraft. Simultaneously, a barrage of laser cannons, alongside beam weapons hitherto unseen by Gao Yang, erupted. In an instant, the scene transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors. Gao Yang was left in awe, having witnessed extraterrestrial beings in the vastness of outer space for the first time. Was this a cosmic battle akin to Star Wars? How fortunate could one be? The triangular vessel was still a considerable distance from the approaching ships, and the lightspeed weaponry would require time to reach them. However, evading such weaponry relied primarily on sheer luck. The triangular alien craft swayed from side to side, successfully dodging most of the beam attacks, yet it still suffered a hit. At the moment of impact, a luminous shield manifested around the spacecraft, absorbing the entirety of the laser assault. Chapter 296, The Spaceship Shield. Following this, the triangular spacecraft commenced its acceleration, and as vision momentarily faded, it re-emerged, having traveled considerable distance. The curvature engine. Subsequently, a spatial wormhole manifested, causing the triangular spaceship to vanish without a trace. This method of escape involved initially utilizing the curvature engine, rendering it undetectable to adversaries. For the speed of the curvature engine surpasses that of light. The delayed feedback of light prevents opponents from pinpointing their target. Then, at the instant of disengaging from the curvature engine, a wormhole is opened. However, the pursuing vessels continued their relentless chase, reaching the location where the adversary activated the wormhole, subsequently opening their own to persist in the pursuit. The entire episode lasted 6 minutes. The engagement was, at times, exhilarating, yet at others, rather mundane. Nevertheless, this video unveiled a new realm for Gao Yang. The existence of advanced cosmic civilizations had long since collided. The sheer volume of information contained within this footage was staggering. For those with expertise, countless insights could be derived. The design styles of the spacecraft, their engines, armaments, and defenses could all be meticulously analyzed. The pursued vessel was clearly distinct from the pursuing ships, exhibiting an entirely different design ethos. In fact, the dozen or so ships in pursuit were also markedly varied. At least 5 types of spacecraft appeared on screen. Were these 5 vessels from a singular civilization, or did they belong to 5 separate civilizations? Then there were the engines. These vessels were equipped with both curvature engines and spatial jump engines. Furthermore, the proficiency of these curvature engines surpassed that of Gao Yang's own, whose current mastery of curvature flight technology only allowed speeds of up to twice that of light. In stark contrast, the adversary's vessels evidently achieved speeds exceeding threefold. The disparity was also evident in the spatial jump engines. The enemy's ships could instantaneously activate their spatial jump engines while in flight, directly engaging the jump to depart at high velocity. Conversely, Gao Yang's spatial jump engine required 2 minutes to activate. During a pursuit, it is likely that the vessel would be lost within that time frame. The extent of the enemy's jump distance remained unknown. Moreover, the analysis extended to armaments and defenses. Firstly, in terms of offensive capabilities, the attacking power of these vessels paled in comparison to Gao Yang's ship-mounted laser cannons. An utterly vast chasm separated them. Although discerning too much from mere visuals was challenging, it remained evident that the adversary's weaponry lacked sufficient strength. Of course, this assessment pertains solely to laser weaponry. Given Gao Yang's familiarity with it, the remaining varieties of beam weapons were indiscernible to him through the screen, save for one that appeared to be a plasma projectile. As for defenses, the pursued vessel, upon being struck by laser fire, illuminated a protective shield that successfully intercepted the assault. What manner of shield was this? Without such a device, the ship would have been obliterated. Gao Yang pondered. Should his vessel confront such laser weaponry, even if it were inferior to his own laser cannons, it would likely be penetrated. A breach in the ship's hull would pose grave consequences, rendering the interior inhospitable for human survival. The individuals aboard the spacecraft can survive while clad in their spacesuits. However, should a laser cannon strike a critical component, such as the engine, it would trigger a nuclear explosion. If the control console were compromised, the occupants would be left helplessly watching their vessel spiral into chaos, with survival prospects virtually non-existent. In the event of a plasma projectile or similar weapon, the ramifications would be even more dire. Thus, a protective shield is imperative. A sense of urgency enveloped Gao Yang. With the appearance of extraterrestrials, how far could the discovery of other advanced civilizations be? A glance at the transmitted video revealed that the base where the footage originated was merely 12 light-years away, suggesting that this incident transpired 12 years prior. The tension escalated. 12 years ago, there were spacecraft engaged in mutual aggression. Did this imply that human civilization could be discovered at any moment? Gao Yang took a deep breath and turned his focus to the shield. Shields are categorized into two types, physical and energy shields. The physical shield, akin to the anti-explosion shields employed by military and law enforcement, provides tangible protection. The energy shield, which Gao Yang has been equipped with, is an electromagnetic shield designed to deflect various metallic projectiles traveling at high speeds. Its primary function is to neutralize bullets and is equally effective against lasers. Indeed, it is rather straightforward. A potent magnetic field can render light harmless, altering its polarization direction. In simpler terms, as long as the magnetic field is sufficiently strong, it can warp space, allowing lasers to be redirected, even reversing their trajectory. However, while it is feasible to merely deflect them, rebounding them poses a significant challenge. The speed of light is so rapid that creating a spatial loop at the moment of impact is nearly impossible. Moreover, preemptively activating the shield is also complicated. Lightspeed weaponry travels as swiftly as light itself, meaning that by the time one perceives the threat, the laser is already upon them, leaving no time for reaction. Only with a 1 or 2 second advance warning about the laser's angle and position could there be a glimmer of hope. Nevertheless, Gao Yang chose to set aside such intricate considerations for the moment. He commenced the modification of the electromagnetic shield. Previously, he had augmented the shield, but due to limitations in the equipment at that time, he could not achieve a high magnification. Now, however, the laboratory's manufacturing capabilities had undergone 2 upgrades, and energy resources had become abundantly sufficient, allowing for a complete enhancement. Gao Yang closed his eyes, reflecting on the technology behind the electromagnetic shield. In recent days, he had acquired a wealth of knowledge, yet some technological memories required contemplation to resurface. Building upon the existing foundation, he aimed to expand it for spacecraft application. After the expansion, further upgrades were feasible, as he had previously enhanced numerous other components that could now be utilized. 3 full days were devoted to the transformation of the electromagnetic shield aboard the spacecraft. It now boasted 2 operational modes: the deflection mode, which distorts space to create a deviation angle when energy weapons approach, redirecting them to alternate paths, and the annihilation mode, designed to neutralize energy via energy absorption, primarily intended for scenarios where numerous allied vessels are present. With an increase in the number of spacecraft, one cannot simply deviate their paths. A moment's carelessness could redirect the laser towards one's own fleet, resulting in peril. Upon completion of the manufacturing process, testing became imperative. Activating the annihilation mode, a shot was fired directly at a vessel equipped with an electromagnetic shield. As the laser approached the ship, it appeared to collide with an ethereal light barrier, radiating a dazzling brilliance before vanishing entirely. In Gao Yang's mind, the system notification chimed. Ding! Detection of host research into spacecraft shielding confirmed. Amplification available. Would you like to proceed with amplification? Surprised by the possibility of enhancement, Gao Yang realized this was the first instance of modifying an already amplified design. Such an alteration could imply that minor modifications to the curvature engine and space jump engine might also allow for subsequent amplifications. However, for now, this remained mere speculation, as he lacked the means to improve the current space jump engine. At this stage, if he were to represent all his acquired technologies in a bar graph, the space jump engine would undoubtedly stand out as the most prominent. A 10,000-fold amplification, if successfully achieved, would elevate technological levels to unprecedented heights. Chapter 297. Has this not become invincible? However, the ability to amplify is indeed a boon. Even without amplification, it can withstand laser cannons and resist nearly all weapons affected by magnetic fields. Yet, the prospect of a more formidable amplification, mastering greater technologies, is undeniably advantageous. Previously, during humanity's interstellar expansion, he had utilized 100-fold amplification several times. Now, he could execute a 10-fold critical strike. The best steel is reserved for the blade, amplification. A compass materialized before Gao Yang, spinning to a myriad of times. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a protective amplification of 10,000 times. Ding! The host possesses 1 opportunity for a 10-fold critical amplification. This amplification results in a protective power of 100,000 times. The protective devices aboard the spacecraft underwent a transformation. The entire modification process was exceedingly protracted. Gao Yang waited for a full 4 hours, yet the transformation remained incomplete. This marked the longest duration for system amplification modifications thus far. Gao Yang settled into a chair, biding his time. After waiting an additional 3 hours, totaling 7 hours, the system notification finally chimed. Ding! This amplification has reached 100,000 times. Gao Yang, upon hearing this final notification, sprang up with a start. What does this mean? Could it truly be? The amplification of 100,000 times is complete? How can this be? Previously, the vessel could effortlessly withstand the immense power of laser cannons. Now, a device with its protective capability increased by 100,000 times is also feasible? Does this imply that the spacecraft is, indeed, invincible? As Gao Yang pondered, memories surged into his mind. Moments later, having assimilated the memories, he glanced back at the spacecraft. In a certain sense, this indeed rendered it invulnerable. The so-called defense was not merely defensive. It employed spatial distortion to achieve a disappearance from the current space. This was exceedingly bizarre, essentially equivalent to vanishing entirely. Attacks would merely pass through, having no effect on the spacecraft whatsoever. Gao Yang couldn't help but inhale sharply. Impressive. Beyond the immunity to various weapons, light could also be deftly avoided, allowing traversal through the cosmos without leaving a trace. Additionally, advancements in electromagnetic technology would propel the curvature engine forward, enhancing the spatial jump engine as well. Lost in thought, the sound of an engine from a flying bus interrupted Gao Yang's reverie. Turning his head, he observed Director Yuan descending rapidly from the spacecraft, accompanied by several generals, their expressions fraught with urgency. Gao Yang, somewhat perplexed, rose. What is the matter? Director Yuan gazed at him. Why could we not reach you? I was conducting research. Nodding, Director Yuan replied. We are in contact with extraterrestrials at our off-world base. Gao Yang's entire being trembled. Has combat commenced? Not yet. The message received an hour ago indicates that attempts at communication are still ongoing. Gao Yang rushed to the laboratory's monitoring room, which could receive all information. He also noted the message previously sent by Director Yuan. Base 67 has received a visit from extraterrestrials who are attempting to establish communication. There were visuals of a shuttle-shaped spacecraft approaching, attempting to connect for communication. The personnel stationed at Long Kingdom, uncertain of the situation, promptly activated 4 standby spacecraft and readied the base's laser cannons for immediate firing. An hour has elapsed since the message was received, and Gao Yang has directly obtained the information from the other side. Soon, a voice echoed. The alien spacecraft has departed. Communication was impossible, as they did not comprehend our language, nor could we understand theirs. Gao Yang's expression darkened. They left? Departing without prior communication could potentially lead to grave complications. If numerous civilizations beyond our world have formed an alliance of sorts, with mutual comprehension of languages, the implications could be dire. To them, those who cannot communicate are perceived as indigenous civilizations. What actions might a powerful civilization take against such indigenous peoples? Gao Yang was uncertain, yet it was clear that they would not be treated as honored guests. Turning to Dean Yuan and the others, he noted their solemn expressions. Each of them was astute. They had reached this point through intelligence. They had already exposed themselves in the cosmos. Although they had contemplated the possibility of exposure long ago, this occurrence was too swift. A sudden and unexpected encounter. Gao Yang turned to Dean Yuan. I have developed a protective shield for the spacecraft. Immediately recall all ships and equip them with the shield. Very well. A general exited to make the necessary calls. Gao Yang continued. The nearest spacecraft should head directly to the recently visited trading area for support. The bases where the spacecraft engaged in battle and the one visited by the aliens appeared to lie in the same direction. Contemplating this, Gao Yang opened the star map. The overall star map was immense, with only a small section in high definition. The remaining portion encompassed the entire galaxy. The direction of the 2 bases seemed to be precisely at the heart of the Milky Way. The subsequent arrangement of the bases should concentrate in that area, and furthermore, the ships should be dispatched to scout ahead. There was no need for excessive alarm. They were unaware of Earth's location, which posed minimal risk. Gao Yang reassured them, moreover. My spacecraft shield possesses not only protective capabilities, but also stealth functions. As long as there are sufficient ships, based on the scale of the earlier observed space conflict, the situation is not overly perilous. Dean Yuan nodded, though curiosity flickered in his eyes. Stealth functions? How can the protective shield also provide invisibility? Gao Yang regarded them. Realizing that these individuals could no longer be kept in the dark, the principle of protection lies in the use of an extraordinarily strong electromagnetic field to distort space. Thus, when an attack occurs, it is redirected due to the spatial distortion. By striving forward in this manner, the spacecraft can be entirely enveloped in the warped space. When an assault occurs in this direction, it will pass through the space without striking the ship. The group was left speechless. Dean Yuan, being a researcher himself, grasped Gao Yang's meaning but found it absurd. Could one truly leap beyond the realms of existence, transcending the elements? What difference would that make from simply vanishing? Yet the difficulty of implementing such technology seemed exceedingly high. Setting aside Gao Yang's endeavors, even at Earth's current technological level, achieving spatial distortion was a formidable challenge. Gao Yang accomplished this feat, yet to reach such a stage was truly preposterous. Let us not delve into the realm of laser weaponry, for it poses no peril whatsoever. Even in the hypothetical event of a nuclear detonation before us, the shockwave would circumvent the spacecraft, propagating onward. This is due to the fact that the space before and behind is a singular entity. The vessel itself merely exists within this concealed dimension, an illusion of sorts. This manipulation of space is nothing short of extraordinary. In the realm of fiction, the mastery of space and time is regarded as the pinnacle of abilities. The brilliance of Gao Yang is indeed astounding. How could one conceive such notions, let alone bring them to fruition? However, with the protective shield in place, the Dragon Kingdom currently occupies an advantageous position of invulnerability. Yet, we must remain vigilant, for the true technological prowess of extraterrestrial beings remains shrouded in mystery. It is imperative that we maintain a low profile while expeditiously expanding our capabilities. Director Yuan declared solemnly, the spacecraft must be produced in large quantities. Yet we face a shortage of pilots. As for the method of memory infusion, I recall you mentioned it is feasible. Gao Yang nodded in affirmation. Indeed. But it may adversely affect learning capabilities, thus it should not be employed on students. What if we were to directly infuse the memories into our soldiers? Director Yuan inquired, recognizing this as the most expedient way to enhance the combat effectiveness of the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 298, delivered to the doorstep. Gao Yang gazed at Director Yuan with a look of anticipation and nodded. Indeed, it is feasible to directly infuse memories. Although the memories imparted are relatively simplistic and rigid, they are indeed limited. For instance, a person who studies mathematics diligently will undoubtedly excel beyond one who merely receives an infusion of mathematical knowledge. The latter, while instantly acquiring a plethora of mathematical concepts, lacks the logical reasoning skills honed through the learning process, rendering them less adept. The former may require decades of study, while the latter can achieve comparable proficiency in mere minutes. With a bit of practice, they can closely approximate the capabilities of the former. In today's Long Kingdom, this is truly a godsend. The same principle applies to piloting spacecraft and infusing knowledge of the cosmos. Even individuals with innate talent require at least several months to master piloting skills. Currently, most spacecraft in Long Kingdom are still operated by AI. Many individuals possess the ability but lack sufficient proficiency. Now, with the option for direct memory infusion, one can learn instantly, with a bit of practice. They can become highly skilled. Director Yuan nodded. You shall arrange this on your end. I will return to select warriors. The ordinary individuals we previously recruited will continue their studies. Gao Yang acknowledged that the upper limit of normal learning is undoubtedly higher. However, if given the choice between the two methods, nearly 99% of people would opt for memory infusion. The perceived loss of learning ability bears no significant impact, for subsequent knowledge can also be infused. As for the minor discrepancies that may arise, how could 2 decades of effort possibly bridge that gap? Nevertheless, after ordinary individuals enroll, they must earnestly engage in their studies, for they are not merely acquiring specialized knowledge, but also ideological understanding, serving as a screening process. If one were to casually select an individual for memory infusion and then cast them into the void, what if that person harbored vengeful inclinations? The consequences could be dire. Thus, a learning process is imperative. However, administering memory infusion to selected soldiers mitigates these concerns. Yet, there remains another issue. I shall also proceed to expand the gene serum cultivation facility, aiming to produce as many gene serums as possible to enhance the survival rate of the chosen warriors in space. Excellent. Director Yuan turned to the assembled generals. Let us commence our endeavors. Efficiency is paramount. The group promptly dispersed, fully engaged in their tasks. Humanity has now encountered extraterrestrial civilizations. We are in a race against time to strengthen ourselves. A multitude of soldiers has been selected and, upon receiving gene serums, commence specialized training, during which gene-enhancing serums are developed for them. Simultaneously, all previously manufactured spacecraft return to Earth to be equipped with protective shields. The shields are categorized into 3 levels: deflection shields, nullification shields, and absolute protection. This constitutes a tri-tiered system. When faced with less severe threats, the deflection shields suffice. Yet in the presence of significant danger, we shall unleash our full firepower. The modified spacecraft surged towards the extraterrestrial base previously encountered by aliens. Driven by the imperative of safety, the aliens had visited and, upon discovering the advanced technology present, coupled with a language barrier, were likely to classify the inhabitants as primitives. As such, They would exploit the information disparity for their own gain. Thus, a fleet was necessary for protection. These spacecraft were equipped with a variety of small detectors. While not as large or clear as those stationed at the base, they could still observe a wealth of information. As they ventured closer to the galactic core, the traces left by various extraterrestrial beings became increasingly evident. On the 10th day, a transmission reached Gao Yang, revealing the existence of a genuine extraterrestrial civilization, one of considerable might. The imagery captured by the detectors displayed a multitude of spacecraft within a stellar system, exhibiting a dazzling array of designs. Some vessels were diminutive, merely a few meters in diameter, while others were colossal, stretching over 1,000 meters across, arrayed across the cosmos. Additionally, formations of ships were unmistakably present, suggesting a fleet, with hundreds of vessels meticulously aligned. This footage was captured from a distance of 10 light-years, indicating that this scene had persisted for a decade. This was undeniably an alien civilization, and through the multitude of ships, glimpses of diverse species could be discerned through the portholes. Gao Yang surmised that civilizations within the universe, particularly those in the Milky Way, had engaged in profound exchanges. A confluence of intelligent life forms had convened, yet it was evident that peace was not guaranteed. The fleet bore visible signs of damage, unmistakably indicative of conflict. It suggested warfare against weaker factions, as any skirmish with an equally matched opponent would not result in such superficial injuries, which resembled the effects of a bullet grazing a tank. Those viewing this footage included the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. In the hushed conference room, one voice broke the silence, proposing that human civilization should partake in this exchange. Before engaging, however, it was crucial to comprehend the protocols governing interactions among these cosmic civilizations. If they had already formed an alliance, becoming a collective of interests, humanity's abrupt emergence might render them vulnerable to predation. Others nodded in agreement, recalling the alliance of the bald eagle, which would not regard a slightly weaker entity as an ally. Many instinctively believed that reaching a certain technological threshold would facilitate seamless integration into the cosmic community. However, the alliance would not overlook such disparities, otherwise, the purpose of their coalition would be undermined. At present, all conjectures were merely the musings of human civilization. The paramount concern remained the acquisition of information. Gao Yang intoned gravely, suggesting the organization of a fleet to capture some ships nearby, with the intent of learning their language before gathering further intelligence. Director Yuan remarked that such actions would undoubtedly attract the attention of cosmic civilizations. Previously, we discovered our scattered exploratory spacecraft, still shrouded in uncertainty. Should they be detected by a more advanced civilization, we would find ourselves in a precarious situation. As this thought lingered, several terminals in the vicinity began to emit alarm signals, causing the countenances of all present to change dramatically. It was not a trivial matter. Alarms do not sound without reason. Almost instantaneously, everyone grasped their terminals, and a visual feed materialized before Gao Yang. The screen displayed a breathtaking sight, 20 vessels of various designs hovering above Base 67. Just as Gao Yang had surmised, the ship that had previously discovered humanity's extraterrestrial base and departed would undoubtedly perceive human civilization as mere primitives. Fortunately, he had long since prepared for this eventuality. Chapter 299, Capture Alive. Gao Yang settled into his seat, his gaze sweeping the room. Behold, an opportunity to gather intelligence had arisen. By seizing these spacecraft, we could acquire critical information. In the conference room, a general spoke in a grave tone. What if we cannot defeat them? Gao Yang remained silent. He did not believe defeat was an option unless these vessels surpassed those he had observed in previous footage by an entire generation. In this war, even if we face insurmountable odds, we must engage. As he spoke, Gao Yang donned a helmet he had received from his invincible counterpart. The moment the helmet touched his head, his consciousness traversed over 100 light-years, connecting to a mechanical body. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the vastness of the cosmos. This was the result of Gao Yang's meticulous preparations. He had constructed a mechanical form and had already arrived at the base aboard a spacecraft. His aim was to take control here when the aliens attacked. Witnessing the inaugural clash between human civilization and extraterrestrial beings. Through the robot's perspective, Gao Yang observed the 20 spacecraft, each exhibiting distinct designs, likely not originating from a single civilization. Furthermore, the vessels bore numerous signs of damage, suggesting they had endured the ravages of war. Not only did Gao Yang perceive these details, but those in the conference room could also witness his viewpoint through projection. In that moment, they were left in awe. Had this technology seamlessly integrated holographic helmet capabilities into reality? Could humanity, transcending countless conceptual distances, remotely control a robot with an experience so vividly real, akin to guiding a character in a video game? How could this be possible? Gao Yang not only achieved it, but had perfected it to such an extent. Did this imply that in the future, whenever Gao Yang desired, all spacecraft traversing the cosmos could be operated without the need for human pilots, allowing everyone to recline in comfort while controlling robots to navigate the vessels? These thoughts flickered and faded as the alien spacecraft in the visual field aligned, preparing to mount an offensive. However, they did not rush to attack. Instead, they attempted to communicate with the base. Their efforts mirrored previous attempts, striving for dialogue. Yet language barriers persisted. Despite the aliens' attempts at various languages, none proved effective. After numerous failed communications, the extraterrestrials commenced their assault. Laser cannons were unleashed upon the base's defensive laser turrets and the grounded spacecraft. In an instant, the vessels and turrets on the surface were obliterated. The 20 spacecraft began their approach toward the base. Gao Yang's voice resonated. Minimize damage to the craft. I require them for research, with losses not exceeding half. Understood. If feasible, we must also capture aliens alive. Affirmative. As the 20 vessels neared the base, only 2 landed, while the remaining 18 hovered above, indicating their vigilance. Gao Yang sighed. Open fire. At the moment the command was issued, thousands of spacecraft simultaneously deactivated their shields, materializing amidst the starry expanse. The occupants of the 20 vessels were left dumbfounded. How had these ships concealed themselves? They remained utterly oblivious. At this moment, the spacecraft's detector was sounding alarms frantically. Suddenly, they beheld a dazzling array of lasers. These lasers enveloped their vessel, instantly weaving an impenetrable net that rendered escape impossible. They found themselves ambushed by a colossal fleet composed of thousands of ships, accompanied by terrifying lasers and cloaking abilities. The sheer number of adversaries left them in disbelief. These must be natives, but how could such formidable natives exist? They were unable to flee directly, as the dreadful electromagnetic waves emanating from the laser cannons thwarted any attempts to open a wormhole. Some vessels attempted to counterattack, firing laser weapons that paled in comparison to the Dragon Kingdom's cannons. Their feeble beams, passing through the laser net, struck a nearby ship, only to be entirely absorbed by its defensive shield. In that instant, the targeted ship retaliated, unleashing a radiant burst of light that shot towards the aggressor. Although this vessel possessed a shield, it shattered like a soap bubble the moment the laser reached it, leading to the ship's destruction. The laser cannons, capable of inscribing visible marks on the moon, effortlessly obliterated a ship in an instant. With only 19 vessels remaining, the crew abandoned all thoughts of combat, shutting down their engines and disembarking. This was the only means of survival they could conceive. A multitude of warriors clad in space suits surged into the laser network, capturing the aliens and seizing control of the ships. Once all vessels were deemed safe, the laser net was deactivated, and a significant portion of the human fleet vanished. Gao Yang issued orders once more. All aliens were to be transported to Base 2, while all ships would be sent to Base 3 via the Qinglong cargo vessel. The fleet was to remain on standby. Indeed, Gao Yang had witnessed the entirety of the conflict, and this commander displayed remarkable skill. Although he aimed to capture the aliens alive, he was unsure how to proceed. However, employing the laser net to compel surrender was undeniably ingenious. While one ship was destroyed, it served as a cautionary example. Ultimately, without knowledge of the aliens' further capabilities, these extraterrestrials and their vessels could not be brought into the solar system. Even if Gao Yang wished to study them, the Dragon Kingdom would have to inquire at another base. Gao Yang's consciousness returned to the conference room, which was enveloped in a profound silence. Everyone was in a state of shock. After a long pause, someone finally spoke. Are our ships truly that formidable? Initially, when humanity first encountered aliens, there had been considerable trepidation. Having just begun to engage with extraterrestrial life, they assumed these beings had been roaming the cosmos for ages and must possess great prowess. However, it now appeared that the true strength lay with the Dragon Kingdom. The adversaries' attacks were astonishingly weak, their defenses equally feeble, and their propensity to surrender upon first contact left those present in disbelief. It was as if they had prepared to confront a mighty giant, only to discover they had walked into a balloon that could be easily popped. Gao Yang shook his head, asserting, "It is not that our ships are superior. Rather, their ships are simply too weak. According to our observations, the spacecraft in this region appear relatively feeble, suggesting that as one approaches the center of the galaxy, the level of technological advancement increases. Moreover, the individuals here seem to be a disorganized mob. In other words, could the fleet of human civilization have procured and assembled spacecraft from external sources? It is highly likely that they are all standardized, identical vessels, rather than a haphazard assembly. Furthermore, while some may attempt to probe with attacks, others choose to retreat, which hardly constitutes a coherent fleet. It is more probable that they are a band of ruffians, mistaking this place for an indigenous civilization." In the conference room, all present nodded in agreement, acknowledging the soundness of Gao Yang's analysis, which was indeed very reasonable. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, human civilization has acquired spacecraft from other civilizations and captured individuals, providing an opportunity to gain insights into extraterrestrial cultures. Chapter 300, The Translator. The meeting was abruptly concluded due to the alien invasion. Gao Yang promptly boarded a spacecraft bound for Base 2, while those in the conference room organized a formidable contingent of warriors, particularly those enhanced by genetic modifications and skilled in the use of exoskeletal armor. Their objective was to neutralize the aliens should they attempt to flee or exhibit aggressive behavior. Concurrently, a multitude of experts convened, including linguists, microbiologists, and specialists in biological behaviors. They meticulously analyzed the aliens' physical forms and characteristics, scrutinizing the origins of their evolution. Psychologists and microexpression experts also joined the assembly, all intent on extracting every fragment of information from the extraterrestrial beings. The warriors arrived first, commencing tests to assess the aliens' speed and strength, while also determining any special abilities they might possess. The aliens were initially confined within metallic cells, under constant surveillance from at least 2 warriors per alien, who were armed with laser guns and plasma rounds. In the event of an emergency, they would first employ the laser weapons, followed by the plasma rounds. Considering the possibility that these aliens might possess the ability to influence human emotions, the base was equipped with AI monitoring and fire control systems. Furthermore, soldiers stood guard with firearms surrounding the entire prison facility, which was constructed from ultra-high-strength metal with multiple layers, rendering escape nearly impossible. After the robots had been detained for 15 hours, Gao Yang arrived with the team of experts. The experts were permitted to engage with the aliens, provided they did not inflict fatal torment. Gao Yang began his examination of the aliens' personal effects, ensuring to use a secondary body for the inspection, avoiding direct contact to mitigate any potential microbial hazards. His mechanical eyes scanned the items laid out on the table, and he quickly noted over 200 small boxes, each the size of a palm, indicating that each alien possessed such a box. What purpose did these boxes serve? Lowering his gaze, he utilized his ocular device to scan the contents, revealing chips within. The presence of chips suggested the potential for both intrusion and counter-intrusion. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yang opted to attempt an intrusion. The ubiquitous nature of these boxes implied their significance. As for the risks of counter-intrusion, he deemed them manageable, as he could temporarily construct a supercomputer for the purpose. This supercomputer would remain disconnected from any networks, ensuring that even in the event of a counter-intrusion, he would face no peril. Gao Yang promptly instructed the equipment at Base 2 to manufacture a substantial quantity of chips, followed by swiftly programming intrusion software. Having acquired the complete code of the AI during amplification, writing the intrusion program proved to be a trivial task. Upon completion, Gao Yang pondered whether to amplify the process once, realizing that a modest amplification of 100 times would suffice. This would not only accumulate another 100,000 amplification units, but also enhance the efficiency of this current intrusion endeavor. A fleeting thought crossed Gao Yang's mind as he input the invasion program into a newly manufactured chip. After a brief search around the base, he found an electronic wristwatch. Although it merely served the purpose of telling time and functioning as an alarm, it was still an electronic device. In an instant, the invasion program successfully took hold, and a notification echoed in Gao Yang's mind. Congratulations, host. The invasion program has been developed and can now be amplified. Indeed, amplification was possible. Ding. Congratulations, host. The program's invasion capability has increased 100-fold. There was no gradual amplification process. Instead, a torrent of memories flooded in, encompassing not only the program itself, but also a plethora of invasive techniques. This was astonishing, reminiscent of the spacecraft back on Earth. The ship was equipped with anti-technology leakage devices, yet he possessed the means to decipher such barriers in his mind. Furthermore, in terms of mechanical technology, he could effortlessly breach defenses. With this newfound knowledge, Gao Yang felt invincible, capable of infiltrating anything. By incorporating these invasion techniques into his prowess, he could achieve a transformative leap in his invasion capabilities, as well as in counter-invasion strategies. A multitude of chips were produced, specifically photon chips, and it only took a few to match the processing power of an average superbrain. Subsequently, he targeted the box that had initially caught his attention. Almost immediately, Gao Yang was inundated with a vast array of linguistic information. It was a translator containing hundreds of languages, complemented by a language recognition function. This meant that when someone spoke in a foreign tongue, the translator could read it and perform real-time interpretation. This was indeed remarkable. With this device, there was no need for any learning curve, enabling communication with hundreds of intelligent beings effortlessly. Gao Yang promptly transferred the data to his invincible entity, synchronizing these languages with human languages. This process was intricate. Typically, language translation requires gradual exposure, understanding the meanings of the foreign language, and then comparing them with one's own language to achieve mutual comprehension. However, in the cosmos, achieving linguistic exchange without any foundational information posed a significant challenge. The disparity in the developmental trajectories of various civilizations could lead to complete dissonance in language. For instance, while Earth has cats and dogs, other civilizations in the universe may not, complicating the translation process. Yet, with samples of hundreds of languages, these issues became trivial in the absence of cats and dogs. Biological substitutes could be utilized, always providing a means of comparison. Once a breakthrough was identified, the remaining comparisons proceeded swiftly. With the computational resources of the entire base at his disposal, countless calculations were executed in mere minutes, aligning the language of the Dragon Kingdom with these hundreds of others. Simultaneously, he rapidly infiltrated additional translators, discovering that the number and variety of languages stored within each differed significantly. By the time he compiled and recorded all the languages, Gao Yang had amassed a staggering repertoire of 1,082 languages. In addition, among personal belongings, there exists a variety of weapons, as well as timepieces such as watches and pocket watches, all of which exhibit distinct characteristics, suggesting that each civilization likely possesses its own method of timekeeping. However, by discerning the differences, one can correlate time through computation. Furthermore, there are items for recording information. For instance, Gaoyang discovered an electronic notebook containing numerous accounts of a spaceship crew member's experiences. With the data from the translator, the text within was entirely comprehensible. The initial entry describes a rescue, yet the individual felt apprehensive, as their savior did not appear to be of noble character. Nevertheless, survival was deemed a positive outcome. Subsequent entries reveal the alien's emotional journey, expressing homesickness, engaging in the theft of other spacecraft, and experiencing various outcomes. The final entry pertains to the commander of their fleet, who acquired information about an indigenous civilization, which could potentially lead them to this native society. Should this indigenous civilization prove valuable, they would attain prosperity, allowing him, as a veteran of the fleet, to transform from a former slave into a captain, acquiring his own spaceship. Regrettably, the indigenous people they have targeted are of human civilization. Although they are indigenous, they possess extraordinary capabilities. Additionally, there is further information indicating that someone is selling details regarding human bases. This fleet is akin to sharks sensing blood, and more predators are sure to arrive. Chapter 301. The Landscape. Within the personal records of these extraterrestrials, there exists a considerable collection of diaries. Typically, diaries are profoundly private, guarded by high levels of security. Yet, before the augmented intrusion system, they appear almost defenseless. Through these diaries, Gaoyang gradually began to comprehend the concept of cosmic species. This group could be regarded as hunters of the starry expanse, engaging in various endeavors, mingling with the fleets of other civilizations, and assisting one civilization in warfare against others. Occasionally, they resort to acts of piracy while drifting among numerous planets in search of valuable treasures. The indigenous people hold significant worth, as they can be enslaved. Those who are astute or possess unique skills command exorbitant prices. In their perspective, this is still a form of assistance to the indigenous, for under normal circumstances, without enslavement, these individuals would have no access to higher civilizations, making advancement exceedingly difficult. Ironically, some civilizations have indeed evolved from enslavement to considerable strength, ultimately liberating themselves from bondage. In contrast to the aforementioned information, Gao Yang was far more intrigued by the overarching dynamics of the universe, or at the very least, the civilizations within the Milky Way. The notes occasionally reference this. Through a sufficient number of entries, one could glean vital insights. Firstly, the Milky Way is home to a multitude of civilizations, an immense number. Yet, three dominant civilizations stand at the apex, forming a tripartite balance of power. Beneath these three eminent civilizations, numerous smaller societies exist as vassals. These subordinate civilizations frequently engage in wars over various disputes, which in turn sweep up even weaker civilizations. Moreover, there is a wealth of information concerning the universe. For instance, it is customary for civilizations to establish defensive bases outside their planets, usually in relatively close proximity. For example, one civilization on Earth established its fleet bases on nearby planets, such as Proxima Centauri, ready for immediate combat. This is quite fascinating, as it signifies that civilizations in the universe have already begun to interact and flourish. One can travel to many civilizations, provided they adhere to local regulations, without encountering problems, and even partake in recreational resupply. Additionally, one can accept missions. For instance, when weaker civilizations are under attack, they may issue calls for assistance, offering substantial rewards to fleets willing to aid them. Finally, the nearest large civilization to humanity is the star civilization, which governs an expanse of several 100,000 light-years. Every planet within this domain belongs to the star civilization. Gao Yang noted that Earth is also situated within the realm of the star civilization. In the absence of registration, Earth's civilization is vulnerable to attack and occupation by anyone with sufficient strength. However, should one apply to register this place as the home world of humanity, it would become a protected territory impervious to assault. Yet, this security is not absolute. If someone sets their sights on human civilization, they may petition for war. And as long as they are of comparable status, the star civilization will permit the attack. Under the dominion of the stellar civilization, a meticulously structured set of regulations prevails. Within this framework, advanced civilizations are prohibited from directly assaulting their lesser counterparts, thereby granting the latter a reprieve and an opportunity for growth. However, should any civilization ascend to the status of an advanced one, it is mandated that they re-register. This act of registration not only signifies the right to develop, but also delineates the scope of their influence and confers trading privileges. Civilizations of varying tiers, under normal trading circumstances, are utterly incapable of exchanging goods of a superior level. To foster proper advancement, registration is imperative. Otherwise, they are confined to a minuscule territory. This system necessitates registration for warfare, as well as for progression, with the stellar civilization reigning supreme and orchestrating all affairs. Civilizations that remain unregistered are deemed indigenous, vulnerable to exploitation by any who choose to encroach upon them. Presently, humanity finds itself as an unregistered entity within this realm. Gao Yang cast his gaze upon a collection of insignias laid upon the table. These emblems had once adorned the chests of various extraterrestrial beings. The designs were simplistic, featuring several quadrilateral stars. Some displayed a solitary star at the center, while others boasted 2 or, at most, 3. An additional star signifies a higher echelon of civilization. The apex of civilization currently recognized is the 5th tier, which is none other than the stellar civilization itself. The criteria for such evaluations remain elusive, yet they are likely correlated with technological prowess or strength. The only remaining consideration is currency. Each civilization possesses its own monetary system, resulting in an astounding variety of currencies. Gao Yang had amassed at least 50 or 60 different types. Among these, the most prevalent was the currency issued by the stellar civilization, known as star coins. Upon further examination of personal effects, he found nothing of substantial value remaining. Gao Yang then proceeded into the holding cell. Within, a cadre of specialists was diligently studying the extraterrestrials, albeit with little progress due to a language barrier. Even linguistic experts found it exceedingly challenging to translate the language in such a short time. Thus far, their efforts had been limited to basic scans and tests of the aliens' physical capabilities, speed, and strength through gestures. This form of testing was undeniably humiliating for the extraterrestrials, who were subjected to examination by a group of indigenous beings as though they were mere animals. Upon noticing Gao Yang's robotic assistant, all researchers halted their activities to greet him, presenting the results of their recent tests. Gao Yang glanced at the findings, noting that only a handful of the extraterrestrials exhibited exceptional physical attributes, yet none matched the enhanced strength achieved by humanity through genetic augmentation. At best, they were merely several times stronger than an average human. However, such details were of little consequence. Gao Yang strode directly to one of the extraterrestrials and tossed a translator equipped with the dragon language towards him. "May I call you Captain?" The extraterrestrial's expression shifted upon hearing the words translated through the device. It had not been long since their capture, and their translator had already been compromised, rendering their language a matter of public knowledge. "Indeed, I am the captain." Initially, the extraterrestrial lamented their misfortune, but they had now fully come to terms with their predicament. He found it utterly absurd to contemplate why the technological prowess of indigenous civilizations could be so advanced. Based on the current manifestations, they could easily be classified as a Type 4 civilization. Once successfully registered, it would undoubtedly lead to a tumultuous and bloody upheaval. The territory of a Type 4 civilization is extensive, and for humanity to expand, it must contend with the surrounding Type 4 civilizations for land. However, the emergence of war also brings about prosperity. If he remains uncaptured, he could indeed reap numerous benefits during this period. Should he align himself as a subordinate to the new Type 4 civilization, there exists the potential for their civilization to progress further. The captain's gaze suddenly sparkled with fervor. Although he had become a captive, it did not signify the absence of opportunity. "Feel free to inquire about anything. My knowledge is exceptionally well informed." Chapter 302. How do you know everything? A group of researchers gazed in astonishment as the Dragon Kingdom's language emerged from the alien translator. Gao Yang had not only mastered their tongue, but could also perform real-time translations. In an instant, the global translation industry faced obsolescence. Gao Yang was taken aback by the alien's keen understanding. "From where did you acquire information about our base?" The captain promptly replied. Explorers stumbled upon the base and discovered it was inhabited by indigenous people, selling information at exorbitant prices on the black market. Is it accessible to everyone? Or is it a one-time sale? Gao Yang inquired. It is available to all, but you need not worry about any other issues. Just release me, and I assure you that no one will attack your base again. Gao Yang furrowed his brow. Have you registered the planet? The captain momentarily faltered. How could the indigenous understand the cosmic rules? Yet, if they did know, why had communication been impossible previously? The only plausible explanation was that after being captured, these indigenous individuals had deciphered all their information. But how could that be? All information aboard the spacecraft was equipped with anti-leakage devices, a technology of high sophistication. The anti-leakage systems on a third-tier spacecraft could reach a level commensurate with a fourth-tier civilization. Did this imply that this civilization's technology had ascended to the pinnacle of the fourth tier, or even beyond? This was no mere indigenous tribe. They were a formidable civilization concealed within the cosmos. The perplexing question remained. How could such an advanced civilization have remained isolated from others until now? His mind raced, and he nodded almost instantaneously. Indeed, I registered the planet before departure. Should other fleets approach, alerts will be triggered immediately. Purchasing the information would be futile. The ownership of that planet is protected by stellar civilization. The researchers from the Dragon Kingdom stared wide-eyed. Their minds momentarily stalled. What was this all about? Planet registration? Protection by stellar civilization? Why were they so oblivious? How did Gao Yang possess such knowledge? Listening to the captain's words, Gao Yang exhaled in relief. While he was not particularly afraid of a continuous influx of fleets, he dreaded the potential complications and the attention it might attract from higher civilizations. If stellar civilization were to descend and witness the explosive development of human civilization, that would indeed spell danger. The captain's gaze was fervent as he looked at Gao Yang. Your civilization is not well informed about the external world, but I have navigated the universe for quite some time and can surely provide assistance. Such as? Gao Yang sensed the captain's desire to ally with him and deduced the underlying motive, yet he remained skeptical. Even on Earth, the Dragon Kingdom held a principle. Those who are not of our race must have different intentions. In the vast cosmos, this adage needed to be ingrained in one's very essence. For instance, registration. Civilizations can register with superior civilizations, bypassing them entirely, or even showcase their strength. I believe your civilization could be recognized as a fourth-tier civilization. However, this would be perilously risky, as being classified as a fourth-tier civilization would grant you substantial dominion. If your dominion overlaps with that of other fourth-tier civilizations, it could lead to warfare. Even your civilization may find itself besieged by several fourth-tier civilizations. Therefore, you could initially register through a second-tier civilization, confining your scope to the stellar system of your own civilization. This approach poses no danger. However, to be recognized as a first-tier civilization, you must have an agent. For under normal circumstances, first-tier civilizations cannot venture beyond their home planets. I could serve as your agent until your civilization firmly establishes itself in the cosmos, paving the way for an application to ascend to second, third, or even fourth-tier status. While war is inevitable, it can afford your civilization considerable time to prepare. Gao Yang pondered briefly. If I remain hidden and undetected, is there truly no problem? None at all, came the reply. However, as an unregistered entity in the universe, you would be relegated to the status of a slave, devoid of the ability to engage in trade, lacking any autonomy, and utterly incapable of acting against any civilization. For instance, the captain cautiously remarked, we are indeed at a disadvantage. Should we strike first, it would be against unregistered entities, and thus we would be shielded. This is why indigenous civilizations are often perceived as easy targets. As the captain spoke, he felt a sense of frustration. Why is it that others have the luxury of dealing with soft targets while he is left grappling with a thorny problem? If he cannot exert control, he risks being severely wounded in the process. Gao Yang produced a badge, its prominent star design unmistakable. The captain seemed to discern Gao Yang's intentions. It is not that no one has contemplated forgery. The challenge lies in its complexity. Moreover, once a forgery is discovered, the Star Empire will intervene, for such an act strikes at the very foundation of their dominion. Gao Yang gazed at the captain. Tell me how our civilization might engage with the Star Civilization. First, we must revise our nomenclature. It is the Star Empire. The captain advised. To proceed, someone must guide you. Otherwise, unmarked vessels will be swiftly targeted, and unregistered entities without badges will similarly attract scrutiny. Vessel markings? Gao Yang mused, recalling that many ships bore various insignia. He projected a three-dimensional image of these symbols. These, indeed, distinct markings signify the civilization from which the vessel originates or denote its passage through certain civilizations' inspections. Inspections? Gao Yang's brow furrowed again. Due to identity concerns, Second-tier individuals are prohibited from purchasing vessels from fourth-tier civilizations, leading to a myriad of regulatory measures. Gao Yang had only observed the external information, understanding that civilizations in the universe were categorized by strict hierarchies. He now realized that the distinctions were not merely stringent, but rather severe. The ascent of civilizations is fraught with difficulty, not solely due to technological advancement, but also due to the fierce competition among them. The territory is limited, and different levels of territory can coexist. It is akin to humanity's civilization existing as a first-tier entity within the realm of a second-tier civilization, rendering it a vassal to the latter, while the second-tier civilization struggles for survival within the domain of a third-tier civilization. However, should humanity transition from a first-tier to a second-tier civilization, the territorial distinctions between the two would dissolve. Only the quantity of territory would remain, inevitably leading to conflict. The victorious shall reclaim their territories. Under this set of rules, civilization appears to have the potential for advancement, yet the challenges are formidable and multifaceted. The captain continued, stating that this region is rather remote and devoid of any second-tier civilizations, merely falling under the dominion of a third-tier civilization. I can directly assist you in registering as a second-tier civilization without attracting any attention. After establishing contact with the Empire, you may acquire further information and then determine your subsequent course of action. Gao Yang gazed at the captain, unable to deny that these words were indeed highly enticing. At the very least, if such an outcome could be achieved, it would be a significant boon, directly aligning human civilization with the cosmos, offering a respite from immediate concerns. Chapter 303, Defense Against Intrusion. Gao Yang waved his hand, retrieving the translator, and turned to face the researchers, whose expressions had become vacant. It took them a while to regain their senses, their eyes filled with disbelief. The world outside was vastly different from their imaginations. An empire? Numerous civilizations. Resembling a pyramid structure. The universe was so vibrant, and humanity had previously been like frogs in a well. However, beyond this revelation, they also felt a sense of yearning. Such a universe was indeed fascinating. At the very least, it was not solitary. With abundant resources and a plethora of extraterrestrial beings, the young could embark on adventures while the elderly could leisurely explore, witnessing numerous wonders that had previously been beyond their reach. Once the group had collected themselves, Gao Yang instructed, "Let Earth arrange for interrogators to come over, equipped with the translator, to question the other aliens and verify if the information is consistent." The extraterrestrials here had been confined separately, and if their accounts aligned, it was highly probable that the external circumstances mirrored what the captain had described. Conversely, should there be discrepancies, further investigation would ensue. At present, he needed to inspect the condition of the spacecraft. All vessels had been ordered by Gao Yang to be sent to Base 3, where he believed the most information could be gathered. The prerequisite was that he had to bypass the spacecraft's anti-leakage technology. Base 3 was the third installation of Earth in the cosmos. At this moment, it housed a substantial warehouse, guarded by robots, which had scanned the interiors and exteriors of the spacecraft multiple times, confirming the absence of any life signs. Nevertheless, all the ships were secured to the ground with specially designed, robust chains and were subject to constant strong magnetic interference. This precaution was taken to prevent any AI-controlled spacecraft from escaping. If the AI attempted to flee, unrestricted, it could easily do so. Should a ship escape into space and traverse through a spatial wormhole, human civilization's vessels would be utterly incapable of pursuit. The engines of human ships were relatively inferior. Although Gao Yang had previously mentioned an upgrade, the invasion by extraterrestrials had delayed this capability. After a day's journey, Gao Yang arrived at the base, which had already produced a substantial quantity of chips. All the chips were connected to the intrusion device he carried, enhancing its computational prowess. He did not hastily initiate the system intrusion of the spacecraft. Instead, he began to study the ships. Unlike the damaged alien vessel on Earth, all the extraterrestrial ships here were intact and operational. He commenced by examining the patterns on the exterior of the spacecraft. These designs represented various pieces of information, and even though the words differed, their meanings could be comprehended via the translator. It indicated the tier of the spacecraft. The entire fleet consisted of one Tier 3 ship, with the remainder being Tier 2 vessels. Upon further inspection, he noted that the Tier 3 ship possessed spatial jump capabilities, while the Tier 2 ships did not, only equipped with curvature engines. Thus, only the Tier 3 ship could execute spatial jumps, albeit it could facilitate jumps for the other ships in the fleet. It must be said that despite the significant technological differences, the outcomes were quite similar. In terms of armament, there exist photon particle weapons and laser weapons, which appear somewhat monotonous. There are also individual weapons, including laser guns and plasma guns, and unexpectedly, cold weapons as well. The total number of space suits across several spacecraft amounts to merely 10. With over 200 individuals aboard, this implies that, aside from these 10 extraterrestrials, no one else can leave the spacecraft. They are effectively just cogs in the machine of the ship. Each spacecraft has a distinct layout, yet fundamentally, they are quite similar. After a brief exploration, I instructed the robots to remove all items from the spacecraft, followed by a scanning process. None of the scanning methods could penetrate the exterior of the spacecraft without causing damage, rendering it impossible to ascertain the internal conditions. Thus, I opted to directly infiltrate the ship's intelligence system. Upon commencing the breach, I discovered that the ship's intelligence system was alarmingly simplistic. In other words, the system exhibited no intelligence whatsoever. It could not control the spacecraft or internal communications. Overall, its functionality was even inferior to that of a standard smartphone in the hands of an ordinary individual. This was likely a form of self-mutilation implemented to safeguard against potential intrusions. Nonetheless, the data contained within remained crucial. Upon breaching the first spacecraft, I was able to view its flight trajectory over the past decade and a half, along with a remarkably comprehensive star map. The term comprehensive here refers to the numerous civilizations marked on the map. Under the dominion of the stellar civilization, the locations of all civilizations have been revealed, yet they are simultaneously protected. Furthermore, many planets are also marked, indicating ownership and the duration of that ownership. The clarity of the star map signifies the extent of the stellar civilization's control over the surrounding star domains. According to my understanding, the stellar civilization seldom intervenes in the affairs of the civilizations beneath it. It can be inferred that they likely exert influence from the shadows. If not for such covert influence, stability would be implausible. Additionally, there exists a plethora of disorganized information, comprising communication messages and signals emitted when approaching certain civilizations. This information is chaotic but abundant. What I currently lack are these fragmented pieces of information, which could expedite my understanding of cosmic civilizations. I swiftly skimmed through vast amounts of data and subsequently infiltrated several other spacecraft to acquire more information. As I reviewed this extensive information, my perspective on the stellar civilization gradually became more nuanced. Meanwhile, at Base 2, those responsible for interrogating the extraterrestrials reported that the information gathered from all alien individuals was nearly unanimous, with discrepancies limited to minor details. These variances in details, unrelated to the authenticity of events, stemmed from the differing experiences of the respondents. This strongly suggests that the extraterrestrial captain's assertion holds true. Human civilization is unregistered, akin to being undocumented. Registration is necessary, ideally advancing to the status of a second-tier civilization. However, this raises another question. To attain second-tier status, it is imperative for third-tier extraterrestrials to conduct a civil inspection. Such an inspection is bound to expose vulnerabilities. Upon arriving at the planet for inspection, one might perceive it as a primitive civilization or glean from human discourse that their technological advancement has reached a commendable level. This situation presents considerable complications. Gao Yang contemplated the third-tier civilization that governs this region. If he were to seek out the third-tier civilization, reveal his prowess, and coerce them into bestowing upon Long Kingdom the status of a second-tier civilization, would this strategy be viable? There exists a certain probability, yet a far greater likelihood is that the threatened civilization would report the incident. Could one exploit this situation to cultivate a second-tier civilization and utilize it to obtain the desired status? However, this notion was swiftly dismissed, as it would require an excessively protracted period. After a moment of reflection, he found no viable solutions. Truly adhering to the captain's advice and reaching out would be unreliable. His presence would undoubtedly expose him, and the act of intimidation could indeed pose significant risks. Furthermore, it was imperative to understand the precise procedures and regulations surrounding civilization registration. Gao Yang gazed at the spacecraft. If he did not disguise his identity, would it be feasible to conceal the ship's markings? If he could successfully mask the ship's insignia, he would be able to navigate it to the vicinity of another civilization's home planet and receive the designated information. Chapter 304, Inevitable. Gao Yang commenced the disassembly of the spacecraft's hardware. At this juncture, the Dragon Kingdom's officials received a plethora of data transmitted by Gao Yang. The senior leadership hastily perused the information to swiftly comprehend the state of civilizations in the cosmos. Concurrently, a significant number of soldiers began the injection of gene-enhancing serums and the infusion of memories. This had been a part of previous plans. However, the rapid evolution of the world delayed their ability to administer the gene treatments until now. Upon completion of their injections, the second batch of soldiers commenced their training, while the government vigorously pursued recruitment. The customary medical examinations were entirely bypassed, as it was widely acknowledged that any physical ailments could be rectified through advanced medical technology. Consequently, a multitude of individuals vied eagerly to enlist. Everyone understood that by joining the military, there was a substantial probability of operating a spacecraft, which was nearly the sole pathway to such an opportunity apart from entering advanced educational institutions, an endeavor fraught with stringent entry requirements. With countless applicants vying for a limited number of spots, the majority found themselves without a chance. Many others, who had once been disqualified due to myopia or various other reasons, now recognized this as their prime opportunity. Across the entire Dragon Kingdom, outside of the upper echelons, no one was privy to the existence of extraterrestrials, yet the atmosphere within the nation shifted dramatically. On the moon, a multitude of spacecraft were being constructed, while an increasing number of Qinglong cargo ships were also being produced. The production bases on Mars and Mercury were being completed in rapid succession. The Dragon Kingdom was expanding its scale at an unprecedented pace. The first batch of conscripted soldiers entered specialized training within the virtual realm before directly boarding the spacecraft. Following them, the second group of selected recruits would undergo a structured 2-year training regimen. Additionally, training schools for ordinary citizens were also expanding their admissions. Though the presence of extraterrestrials was not disclosed, the general populace of the Dragon Kingdom began to speculate. The rapid technological advancements had previously seemed unhurried in application. Now, the accelerated adaptation process clearly indicated underlying issues. However, speculation was one matter. The collective effort and anticipation among the populace were palpable. During humanity's preparations, all spacecraft underwent a second round of refurbishment. The first refurbishment focused on enhancing protective shields, while the second aimed at improving engine performance. The prior engines had been inadequate in terms of wormhole activation speed. Following Gao Yang's subsequent enhancements to other products, technological advancements had indeed been made. But the imminent extraterrestrial threat temporarily postponed engine upgrades. Unexpectedly, when dismantling the alien spacecraft, Gao Yang experienced a fortuitous revelation. The decryption technology rendered all leak-proof devices obsolete, enabling him to gradually disassemble the alien engines. In this scenario, Gao Yang found that he could enhance the efficiency of human civilization's engines without any additional amplification. Nevertheless, he still opted for an enhancement, a 100-fold increase, which extended the operational range of wormhole activation far beyond the vicinity of the spacecraft, expanding it 100-fold. Imagine a spacecraft being pursued when, suddenly, a wormhole appears before the enemy's vessel, leaving them utterly bewildered. This scenario represents the pinnacle of potential applications, though it demands significant precision and is quite challenging to achieve. A simpler yet effective approach involves a fleet of ships traversing through space, with a wormhole opened well ahead, allowing all vessels to enter seamlessly. The rapidity and expansive range of wormhole creation could greatly enhance tactical maneuvers. As the Dragon Kingdom undertakes the modernization of its spacecraft and warriors, Gaoyang begins the process of dismantling the icons affixed to the ships. The disassembly progresses smoothly, even surpassing the engine's anti-leak technology. The removal of these labels proves to be quite manageable. However, despite the ease of the task, the contents within provoke a profound silence from Gaoyang. Forgery is impossible due to the most critical component of these icons, the particles within. These particles possess a localization function and, most importantly, can relay information at all times. Any certified spacecraft implies that its position is known, a fact that cannot be replicated unless the corresponding particles are also replaced. Camouflage is unfeasible. Gaoyang cannot allow any deception, for such actions would reveal the locations of human civilization's ships to the adversary. Moreover, with a few more manipulations, this technology could even facilitate control over the vessels. After dismantling several icons, Gaoyang discovers that each contains particles beneath them. However, there are distinctions. The second-tier ship icons contain fewer examples, yet they too can convey messages and provide positioning. Upon restoring all icons, Gaoyang transmits the findings back to the Dragon Kingdom. Currently, human civilization faces two choices, either to disguise themselves as a second-tier civilization for registration, as suggested by the captain, or to remain unregistered, perpetually prepared to confront the fleets of the star civilization. Interestingly, based on the information he possesses, every civilization that has been discovered and assimilated into the star civilization has endured a period of humiliation. For humanity, submission equates to revealing the positions of all their ships, exposing every secret. Even under the best-case scenario, compelling a third-tier civilization to bow down and collaborate with humanity would ultimately lead to subjugation. Upon receiving the news, the leadership of the Dragon Kingdom falls into silence. Their ideal strategy has been to develop discreetly, advancing to an invincible status without drawing attention. However, this revelation shatters their illusions. The upper echelons convene for a meeting, which includes only the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, while overseas representatives remain on the sidelines, idly playing in the mud. During the meeting, Gaoyang enters the conference room. The The expansive chamber accommodates over 200 individuals. Gao Yang takes a seat in the front row, facing the collective gaze of more than 200 pairs of eyes. Human civilization must not fall under the dominion of the star civilization. To become a vassal of the star civilization signifies an almost insurmountable obstacle to any advancement. All technological progress will be rigorously monitored, and anything deemed a threat will be eradicated. The rapid advancement of human civilization may indeed evoke vigilance, curiosity, and even avarice from extraterrestrial beings. Unless a refuge is sought, the prospect of peace appears bleak. Within the conference room, the expressions of all present grew somber as they contemplated two potential scenarios. However, it was Gao Yang who illuminated the crux of the matter. The pace of humanity's progress has accelerated alarmingly. Such swiftness could incite the covetousness of higher civilizations, rendering disclosure perilous. Thus, the option of feigned diplomacy became untenable. The sole remaining course of action is independence. The Earth exists within the dominion of celestial civilizations. Unless we embark on a wandering journey through the cosmos, conflict is inevitable. The vast expanse of celestial control is daunting. To extricate ourselves from this grasp, we must traverse unimaginable distances. Chapter 305, Unmanned Space Fighter. In a situation where conflict appears almost inevitable, the content of the meeting underwent a significant transformation. What began as a decision shifted towards strategizing on how to respond to the impending crisis. It is imperative that Earth is safeguarded. This necessitates relocating the battlefield beyond our planet, perhaps even outside the solar system, thereby requiring an increase in the number of extraterrestrial bases. Moreover, these bases need not be situated too far from Earth. Facilities in neighboring star systems must also be established. In addition, there exists a considerable void between these bases that demands the deployment of numerous warships. The combat effectiveness of these spacecraft is intrinsically linked to the individuals who control them. While the population of the Dragon Kingdom appears substantial on Earth, it is relatively sparse in the vastness of space. A voice proposed, the gene enhancement program must commence. The gene enhancement serum can significantly extend the lifespan of ordinary individuals, with the potential to rejuvenate the elderly, allowing them to receive education. This, in turn, would contribute to population growth. Gao Yang nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in this. Many elderly individuals are teetering on the brink of death. Whether to prolong their lives or bolster combat capabilities, the gene enhancement serum must be administered. Nevertheless, it will require the addition of several cultivation pods. Gao Yang acknowledged, it can indeed be implemented on a large scale. However, we must first deliberate on the procedures and anticipate potential challenges. Otherwise, those who undergo gene enhancement may become excessively destructive. One proposal after another was presented. Eventually, at the conclusion of the meeting, Gao Yang raised two fingers. The same plan should be executed twice, once on Earth and again in proximity to the discovered base, 10 light-years away. Those present immediately grasped the implication. Currently, there exists but one known base of human civilization. Should extraterrestrials seek to locate it, they would undoubtedly search in its vicinity. This would allow for the deployment of a fictitious civilization to gauge possible encounters, effectively serving as a rehearsal. As the meeting adjourned, all attendees dispersed to their respective departments to implement the discussed strategies. Gao Yang returned to the base, equally immersed in his duties. His first task was to transport the remaining 19 spacecraft to a location near the base for destruction, followed by the removal of all captured extraterrestrials. Once these tasks were completed, Gao Yang began designing the spacecraft. Quantum entanglement, impervious to interference or interception, opened up the possibility for unmanned vessels to engage in combat. In terms of firepower, these unmanned ships would wield a singular cannon, yet require minimal resources, ensuring that their destruction would not yield significant losses. Gao Yang had previously watched Star Wars and vividly recalled the scene where a ship unleashed a swarm of tiny unmanned vessels. Behind those unmanned ships, numerous individuals were operating them remotely. With Gao Yang's current technological prowess, he could not only replicate this, but exceed it in capability. At the very least, the weaponry on that cinematic vessel was decidedly subpar. In just half a day's time, the design for the small, unmanned fighter was completed. Measuring 5 meters in length and 2 meters in diameter, it would be equipped with a laser cannon as its weapon, while the remainder comprised the engine, power source, and quantum control module. There exists but a singular control interface, namely the quantum communicator. Thus, to maneuver this diminutive unmanned spacecraft, one must rely solely on the quantum communicator, which remains impervious to any form of hacking. Upon completion of its manufacture and a singular experiment, Gao Yang immediately initiated an amplification. A prompt resonated, detected that the host has developed a small spacecraft fighter. Amplification is possible. Would you like to proceed? Amplify. As the command was issued, a familiar compass materialized before him. Gao Yang set the amplification to 100 times, and the system chimed again. Congratulations, host. The small spacecraft fighter has achieved a 100-fold increase in speed. A 100-fold increase in speed? The small spacecraft fighter lacks a curvature engine and a space jump engine, possessing only a standard flight engine. Nevertheless, its velocity is astonishingly rapid, and its acceleration is remarkable. In the presence of occupants, such acceleration could prove fatal due to inertia. Yet, the small spacecraft fighter need not concern itself with such matters, for Gao Yang had previously maximized its speed. Now, that velocity is further augmented. The appearance of the small spacecraft fighter underwent transformation, becoming more streamlined. Gao Yang found himself momentarily astounded. What need is there for aesthetic design in the void of space? On Earth, where air exists, superior aerodynamic design is requisite. Furthermore, the engine of the small spacecraft fighter underwent modifications, with the rear opening enlarging significantly. Even the cannon's muzzle and barrel experienced alterations. Then, a surge of memories flooded into Gao Yang's mind. Space is not devoid of atmosphere. It possesses a sparse atmosphere that is nearly imperceptible to humans and exerts minimal influence on various spacecraft. However, when the speed of the small spacecraft fighter is sufficiently high, even that thin atmosphere can affect its flight dynamics. The enhancement in speed left Gao Yang astounded, as the small spacecraft fighter could now attain sublight velocities in the cosmos. Although reaching sublight speed necessitates multiple accelerations and ideal conditions, in theory, it could achieve such velocities. What does sublight speed imply? It signifies reaching 90% of the speed of light. The particle collisions at this velocity could unleash immense power. This small spacecraft fighter, at such speeds, constitutes a formidable weapon, regardless of what it collides with. Even striking the Earth could potentially alter its trajectory, risking another mass extinction event. The distance to light-speed weaponry is no longer far off. Additionally, within the vast reservoir of memories, enhancements to the spacecraft's hull materials and laser cannons were noted. The magnitude of these enhancements was considerable, which is comprehensible. Should the enhancements be minimal, the abrupt increase in speed could shatter all internal components, rendering the weapon inoperable. Once the memories were fully assimilated, Gao Yang turned to observe the small spacecraft fighter, now upgraded, and swiftly retreated. The acceleration of this apparatus is rather formidable. Retreating to the laboratory, Gao Yang approached the control panel, envisioning a future where a dedicated team could operate the small spacecraft fighters. There would be no specific personnel assigned to each vessel. Instead, selections would be made at random. For instance, a spacecraft, accompanied by 10 diminutive space fighters. Upon the release of these fighters, the control center shall issue a notification. There will be 10 pilots maneuvering them remotely. This method circumvents the necessity of tethering a single pilot to each small spacecraft, thereby alleviating the strain on personnel resources. After all, warfare unfolds in an instant. Gao Yang's approach is undoubtedly ingenious. This thought flitted through his mind. Nevertheless, it was imperative to put it to the test. He transported the control console to a distance and then pressed the activation button. In the next moment, an earth-shattering roar erupted from the laboratory. The vertically positioned small space fighter vanished in an instant from Gao Yang's sight, leaving behind a substantial crater on the ground. The force of the explosion was astonishing. However, the acceleration also pleased Gao Yang immensely, remarkable. And this was merely the beginning of its capacity for acceleration. Gao Yang pressed the button once more. A tremendous sound reverberated through the skies as the already soaring small space fighter's speed surged once again. Chapter 306 Announcement in the sky not far from the laboratory. A flying bus approached when suddenly 2 thunderous booms echoed. A fleeting black dot vanished at the horizon. Director Yuan promptly contacted Gao Yang, knowing that such a commotion near the laboratory was almost certainly linked to him. Concerned for Gao Yang's safety, he initiated the call, which connected swiftly. Gao Yang's voice resonated. What's the matter? Nothing much. Just heard 2 loud explosions and wanted to check the situation, Yuan replied. It's a space unmanned fighter jet. Gao Yang responded, then added with a hint of confusion, what brings you here? Director Yuan refrained from answering directly, instead inquiring, a space unmanned fighter jet? Wasn't it said that in space, control must not be entirely relinquished to intelligent systems? Indeed, it cannot. Thus, the space unmanned fighter jets are still controlled by humans, albeit through ground personnel utilizing quantum communication devices. As of now, nothing can interfere with quantum communication technology, which is inspired by the extraterrestrial spacecraft. And the loud noises? Was there a failure? Yuan asked. There was no failure. The speed of a small space fighter jet can reach sublight speed, and its acceleration is rapid. To achieve even greater acceleration, immense energy must be released instantaneously. Director Yuan felt he might have misheard. Sublight speed? You mean 90% of the speed of light. At such speeds, even a mere collision with a particle could unleash tremendous force. What materials can withstand such velocities? An electromagnetic shield, Gao Yang explained. The electromagnetic shield protects the fighter jet's front, rendering small objects and conventional attacks ineffective against the unmanned combat aircraft. Listening to Gao Yang's explanations, Director Yuan still found it hard to believe. The speed seemed extraordinarily formidable, merely a tenth slower than light-speed weaponry, effectively usable as such. Moreover, its performance was likely exceptional. Incoming light-speed weapons had a high probability of being evaded, allowing for counterattacks. This technology certainly sounded impressive. Upon arriving at the laboratory, Director Yuan instinctively glanced skyward but saw nothing. He turned to Gao Yang. When will the unmanned space fighter jets return? They have just reached the moon. We should see some produced shortly, Gao Yang replied with a smile. Such unmanned space fighter jets require numerous operators, and we will need to select a batch. Understood. Yuan nodded. Regarding personnel, he could directly contact the military. How many do we need? Let's start with 10,000. That should suffice. Any more would be unnecessary. 10,000. Even proper spacecraft don't have more than 1,000 vessels. Shouldn't we prepare a substantial number of these unmanned fighters as expendables? They are indeed meant to be expendables. But not all small space fighter jets will engage in combat simultaneously. There is a sequence to follow. The operators only need to wait for requests from the unmanned fighters in need of combat, and they will queue up to take control. Director Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly possible to operate in such a manner? Nevertheless, he could not deny that this method was far more efficient. An adept individual could command a myriad of small spacecraft. Gao Yang continued, stating that once one became familiar with the system, they could even achieve joint control. For instance, by pre-programming commands, a single person could manage dozens of unmanned combat spacecraft. There would be no need for meticulous control. A unified command would suffice, thereby significantly reducing operational complexity. Listening intently, Director Yuan nodded frequently. Previously, he had not been well acquainted with these small spacecraft, but now that he had gleaned some understanding, it became evident that Gao Yang had devised an entire framework of ideas. There appeared to be no issues whatsoever. Shifting the subject, Director Yuan remarked, I came to consult you because there has been considerable discussion online regarding humanity's supposed discovery of extraterrestrial life, particularly those possessing advanced technology. Gao Yang expressed his surprise. Where did this information originate? It appeared that no official leak had occurred. Rather, it was merely the conjectures of ordinary individuals, deducing potential issues based on the government's recent reactions. Should we disclose this information? Gao Yang pondered the implications of such a revelation. This was indeed a significant decision. If announced, it could foster a spirit of unity, yet it might also incite internal discord. For instance, some might wish to integrate peacefully into the starlit civilization. To certain individuals, maintaining peace and adopting a humble demeanor seemed acceptable, especially since no direct conflict had ensued. There were undoubtedly many who harbored such sentiments. It was likely this dilemma prompted Director Yuan to seek his counsel. For the government, decisions shrouded in uncertainty could be quite challenging. However, for Gao Yang, they posed no concern. With access to the most advanced technology, he felt emboldened. After a brief contemplation, Gao Yang declared, let us inform everyone. Those willing to join us on this journey may do so, while those unwilling shall remain within the Dragon Nation, living their lives in peace. This matter, pivotal to all humanity, was resolved with a single pronouncement from Gao Yang. Director Yuan nodded in agreement. Very well. Gao Yang then proposed, I shall utilize the official account to host a live broadcast to inform everyone. Excellent. When do you anticipate having time for this? Once the decision to disclose was made, the timing of the announcement became a minor concern. Director Yuan was also curious about the expressions of ordinary people upon receiving news of cosmic civilizations from Gao Yang. At times, he found himself reflecting on how, after enduring defeat, the Dragon Nation had strived diligently to accumulate strength and advance. Now, after reaching its current stature, the original adversaries had seemingly vanished, leading to an unavoidable confrontation with cosmic civilizations. This represented a clash between dominion and the survival of civilization. Humanity, or specifically the people of the Dragon Nation, could not accept being entirely subjugated. If there were a total annihilation, such as a technological leap of a decade followed by the arrival of star civilizations' vessels, then dominion would be established. However, the present-day Dragon Nation had grown significantly more powerful, and with Gao Yang's presence, human civilization still possessed boundless potential. In such a scenario of infinite possibilities, humanity could never acquiesce to subjugation. To resist is imperative, for inaction may lead to dire consequences. Humanity's civilization is distinct from others. The advancement of human civilization is exceedingly rapid, and even if we compromise, it is unlikely to be merely a matter of exploitation followed by integration into a management system. As seen in other civilizations, Gao Yang pondered, I am precisely preparing to design a spacecraft, and once my design is complete, I shall commence a live broadcast. Designing a spacecraft? Indeed, The previous designs were rather monotonous, intended solely for establishing a base, with limited space unsuitable for long voyages and simplistic weaponry. I am contemplating the creation of two specialized types of spacecraft. One for long-range exploration, as humanity must continue its quest beyond, albeit with a more discreet approach. The other, a combat vessel, with upgraded engines and weaponry, enhancing speed and purposefully crafted solely for warfare. Chapter 307. Gravitation. Dean Yuan has departed, tasked with conveying Gao Yang's decision to others, and subsequently arranging the assembly and control of miniature spacecraft. Meanwhile, Gao Yang remains in the laboratory, embarking on the design of a deep space vessel. The impetus behind this endeavor is the desire to preserve the ember of human civilization. Although confrontation is necessary, it is not solely about relentless struggle. One must also contemplate scenarios where defeat is inevitable. The deep space vessel must ensure that, in times of dire straits for human civilization, it can carry the essence of humanity to the distant cosmos. Simultaneously, the vessel should facilitate exploration. The vast expanse of the Milky Way offers ample opportunities. Currently, the primary realm of known stellar civilizations spans 100,000 light-years from the galactic center. There remains a significant portion of the Milky Way that is yet to be explored, potentially preparing for a migration in the event of failure or uncovering new discoveries. For long voyages, the vessel must be abundantly equipped with resources and a comprehensive life support system. Fortunately, existing technologies can be adapted to meet these needs. When contemplating long-distance travel, Gao Yang's first thought is the cryogenic pod, an element frequently depicted in films and television. In these narratives, individuals enter a state of suspended animation for centuries, awakening unchanged from their former selves. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by Gao Yang, as the technological advancements in movies have only progressed to the point of launching spacecraft into orbit, lacking even the curvature engine, let alone the spatial jump engine. In such a technologically nascent era, enduring centuries in space necessitates cryogenic pods. Yet, for human civilization, the advent of the spatial jump engine means that a single leap covers the distance that would require conventional spacecraft to traverse over a century. At present, the most effective enhancement for the spacecraft experience would be gravitational simulation. Since humanity's foray into space, significant technological breakthroughs have occurred. However, all astronauts find themselves floating in the void. Gao Yang, too, is subject to this weightlessness. The challenge of gravitational simulation is formidable. The simplest method that comes to Gao Yang's mind is inertia. Utilizing centrifugal force from rotation can create an effect akin to gravity, allowing individuals to remain pressed against the interior of the spacecraft. However, this requires the vessel to maintain a continuous rotation, transforming it into a gyroscope to achieve Earth-like gravitational standards. Despite genetic enhancements, individuals aboard would still experience motion sickness. The foundation of gravitational simulation lies in the creation of gravitational waves. While humanity has progressed to the point of observing gravitational waves, the complexity of simulating them remains daunting. Although Gao Yang can manipulate curvature and even open wormholes, the intricacies of replicating gravitational waves elude him. He instructs the invincible to gather relevant data. As he peruses the information, he realizes that the observational techniques employed by researchers on Earth are somewhat lacking. Gao Yang became engrossed in his work, first crafting a gravitational wave detector, which, despite its designation, functioned more as an observatory. The Earth had such devices already. Gao Yang merely optimized the existing technology. Upon completion, the new detector exhibited a 100-fold increase in precision. As the observational capabilities of the equipment soared, Gao Yang too underwent 5 successive enhancements, achieving a 10-fold critical surge in the next increment. What followed was the intricate endeavor of simulating gravitational waves. Yet, gravitational waves are exceedingly complex, capable of inducing stellar collapse and transforming stars into black holes. They are among the factors influencing celestial motion, with gravity itself being merely a byproduct of this phenomenon. A single wave harbors an immense reservoir of energy. After 10 days of relentless toil, during which Dean Yuan made several curious visits, commenting on Gao Yang's previous productivity and the anticipated launch of the spacecraft, the silence surrounding the project remained palpable. However, it was reasonable to surmise that as research progresses, the challenges intensify. On the 15th day of development, Gao Yang had made strides in creating a mechanism capable of influencing gravitational waves. Although the impact was marginal, it consumed an enormous amount of energy. This alteration, while merely requiring the modification of surrounding gravitational fields, was akin to compressing an entire ocean. The effort necessitated counteracting colossal pressure, with the force expanding geometrically relative to the area affected. At this juncture, further research promised some advancement, yet it was time-consuming, and the progress was limited, better left to the system. A notification chimed, Detection of hosts. Development of gravitational equipment. Augmentation available. Proceed with augmentation. Augment. Gao Yang commanded, setting the compass to 1,000-fold. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a 10,000-fold gravitational interference. With the host's 10-fold critical surge, you now possess a gravitational interference enhancement of 100,000 times. In an instant, the laboratory's apparatus disassembled, initiating a transformation. Throughout this process, Gao Yang observed in awe the augmentation of gravitational interference. This was indeed alarming. Previously, if Gao Yang could diminish gravity by 1%, now the alteration had escalated to 100-fold. A 100-fold increase could instantaneously convert gravity into a repulsive force of equivalent magnitude. Theoretically, one could launch a person from Earth with a 100-fold acceleration. However, this was merely metaphorical, as Gao Yang's original equipment was only capable of modifying gravity by a tenth. The augmentation process was gradual, enduring for a full 6 hours, followed by an overwhelming influx of memories flooding Gao Yang's mind. After undergoing genetic enhancement, he experienced his first headache. The information contained within was profoundly staggering, revealing that his prior estimations of the system had woefully underestimated its capabilities. Post-augmentation, the system proved far more formidable than he had envisioned. Not only could it simulate gravity, but it could also inflict extraordinarily devastating damage. Gravitational forces could govern celestial movement while simultaneously inducing distortions in spacetime. The spacecraft's inability to activate a wormhole near Earth was attributable to this very phenomenon. Stars, under conditions of extreme temperature, gradually contract, ultimately collapsing into white dwarfs, neutron stars, or even black holes, a phenomenon attributed to their excessive mass, which distorts spacetime and engenders compressive forces. This transformation can be driven by gravity itself. By amplifying gravitational forces to an extraordinary degree, celestial bodies may undergo inward pressure and collapse. Once a critical threshold is reached, the celestial body will initiate its own collapse. During this process, gravity intensifies to such an extent that spacecraft, once capable of flight, become immobilized, possessing the potential to annihilate an entire planet along with all its inhabitants. In the latter stages, as it evolves into a black hole, not even light can escape its grasp. Furthermore, should gravity be inverted, the original gravitational force would transform into a repulsive force, causing all movable entities on the planet's surface to be expelled into the void of space. If the gravitational force is sufficiently potent, even the stones, vegetation, and majestic mountains or lakes upon the spacecraft's surface would be propelled skyward. Ultimately, the entire planet would disintegrate. Chapter 308. Impossible to defend against. Regarding the gravity simulation function, after amplification, it presents no difficulty whatsoever. In the vastness of space, a gravity simulator capable of enveloping a spacecraft can be achieved with a mere device of 1 square meter. The energy required for this is minimal. Conversely, altering gravity on Earth necessitates a considerable amount of energy, largely expended in counteracting the existing gravitational pull. This recent amplification has also resolved the weaponry concerns aboard warships. Gravity and repulsion can effectively serve as instruments of warfare. The propagation speed of gravitational waves is, similarly, that of light. Furthermore, unlike lasers, these waves are imperceptible to the eye, and importantly, their impact range is vast. A gravitational wave, coupled with a repulsive wave, would subject an adversary's vessel to an instantaneous and tremendous force. Even if the ship could withstand such pressure, its occupants would certainly not. Additionally, there exists the formidable weapon of large-scale offensive capabilities, the collapse bomb. This device can be launched near a planet, activating gravitational enhancement. A planet already possessing strong gravity would undergo inward collapse, leading to the annihilation of everything upon its surface. It is exceedingly terrifying. Gao Yang has commenced the design of 2 types of spacecraft. With technological support at hand, subsequent designs become remarkably straightforward. The first is the long-range vessel. With a length of 200 meters. While not excessively long, it is certainly ample, approximately the length of 2 playgrounds, with a width of 100 meters. As a long-range ship, this size is entirely sufficient. Should there be a need to transport more individuals, additional ships may be constructed. Designing a vessel of excessive size would result in substantial spatial wastage if only a few passengers are aboard. Thus, this dimension is quite appropriate. In this long-range ship, Gao Yang has opted not to install weaponry. However, with such considerable volume, it can easily accommodate over 100 small space fighters, each equipped with armament to meet combat demands. Furthermore, defensive measures are maximized. If necessary, the ship can conceal itself in space for several years without issue. The vessel boasts ample active space, and though it may feel cramped with occupants, it is certainly preferable to a lifeless environment. Lastly, there is the engine. capable of instantaneously activating curvature engines and spatial wormholes. Although sizable, its maneuverability remains unchallenged. These components represent merely the foundational infrastructure, alongside various regenerative facilities and production equipment within. Additionally, the ship contains livable quarters, offering 20 square meters of fully equipped single rooms, as well as larger halls suitable for families of 3 to 4. There are also recreational areas and simple entertainment spaces that can be arranged during transit. Upon a brief calculation, under non-crowded conditions, the entire vessel can accommodate 6,000 individuals. This estimate is based on only half of the ship's residential architecture being utilized. The internal height of 80 meters is divided into 20 levels, with certain areas featuring high ceilings suitable for production, entertainment, basketball, soccer, and more. A single ship effectively equates to a large community. From the very outset of its design, everything has been meticulously organized. Once the design of the vessel is complete, it is entrusted to the Invincible Manufacturing, while Gao Yang embarks on the design of the warship. Warships hold a significance far surpassing that of deep space vessels, and their design is, in fact, more straightforward. There is no need for extravagant features. All that matters is formidable combat capability. The fundamental configuration must boast exceptional defensive prowess, and the speed of both assault and retreat must be swift. The engines should be equipped to the highest specifications, comparable to that of deep space ships. While deep space vessels are immense, warships are a mere 60 meters in length. In terms of armament, there are 3 categories: laser cannons, gravity cannons, and annihilation missiles. Among these, laser cannons are the most conventional, yet even in their simplicity, they harness the most potent power currently achievable. They are assuredly capable of withstanding no less than a third-tier ship's defensive shields. The gravity cannon derives its name from gravitational waves. It is a type of wave, and with advancements in directed gravitational waves, it functions almost indistinguishably from traditional artillery. In combat, its effects are undeniably explosive. Gravitational waves can disrupt the formation of spatial wormholes and affect curvature flight, rendering the targeted ship nearly incapable of escape. Unless the attacked vessel can exceed the speed of light without the aid of curvature engines or spatial jump engines, it is destined to be struck by the gravity cannon. When struck, 2 effects arise from the gravitational waves. One is attractive gravity, and the other is repulsive gravity. In essence, they are both forms of gravity, merely directed oppositely. If an enemy ship is approaching, the repulsive cannon can be employed, imposing an immediate backward gravitational force that will drastically decelerate the vessel. If a gravitational force equivalent to 1 standard gravity is applied, the ship will experience a significant reduction in speed, akin to transitioning from the void of space to the atmosphere of a planet. The difficulty of maneuvering is thereby magnified immensely. Should 10 times the gravitational force be instantaneously applied to a rapidly advancing ship, it is akin to the vessel enduring 10-fold gravity while ascending, resulting in a precipitous decline in velocity. The gravity cannon, however, is capable of delivering a minimum force of 100 times gravity. A single shot can shift an enemy ship from a near weightless state to a strenuous flight under 100 times gravity, causing its velocity to plummet, potentially reducing it from several hundred kilometers per second to a complete halt, while the ship may remain intact. The extraterrestrial occupants will be violently thrust against the interior due to inertia. Given the current state of human civilization's encounters with extraterrestrial beings, the majority are of ordinary strength, with only a scant few exhibiting traits of genetic enhancement. Consequently, under typical circumstances, a significant portion of the ship's crew would perish, with the survivors likely suffering severe injuries. Moreover, if it is determined that the enemy ship possesses advanced capabilities, one might first deploy a gravity cannon to maximize their speed before following up with a repulsive cannon. Such destructive potential is undeniably immense. After all, each increment of gravity presents a tangible impact on those aboard the vessel. Subjecting individuals to 1,000 times gravity would, without question, obliterate even the most genetically enhanced or physically robust beings, reducing them to mere remnants. Undoubtedly, the most terrifying aspect of the gravity cannon lies in its inherent ability to evade defense. Various protective shields prove utterly ineffective against it. Unless the opposing spacecraft conceals itself in the depths of space, akin to the vessels of human civilization, the gravity cannon reveals its additional attribute, stealth. It becomes exceedingly difficult to detect. Gravitational waves are indeed observable. However, the dilemma arises when these waves, traveling at the speed of light, indicate an impending attack just as it reaches its target, rendering it virtually unsolvable. Lastly, the collapsed projectile belongs to the category of missile-like weaponry. Although missiles have become obsolete in the vastness of space, the velocity of small spacecraft has facilitated their resurgence on the cosmic battlefield. Chapter 309. Are there only 3 types? Utilizing missiles that can attain 90% of the speed of light, armed with collapse bombs. To directly strike an enemy's home planet represents a method of ultimate retribution. To unleash true fury, one must obliterate their abode. A total of 4 types of spacecraft were swiftly fabricated. Gao Yang contacted Director Yuan, requesting him to bring a team to receive the vessels. Concurrently, he needed to prepare for a live broadcast. Upon receiving the call, Director Yuan promptly gathered a group of researchers along with military personnel to collect data. This endeavor would not only facilitate the better design of tactics, but also ascertain the precise condition of this batch of weapons. There were also officials present, who would later assess the situation to arrange personnel to board the spacecraft. When Director Yuan arrived, he beheld 4 spacecraft docked outside the laboratory, the largest being the deep space vessel, accompanied by 3 warships. Not seeing Gao Yang, Director Yuan turned to Woody. "Where's Gao Yang?" "The master has gone to rest. He has not taken a break throughout the several days of designing these ships," Woody replied. Director Yuan nodded. "Let us explore." Woody gestured towards the towering spacecraft. This is the deep space vessel, capable of accommodating 6,000 individuals. All aspects of sustenance and habitation are thoroughly addressed. Its maximum capacity is 10,000, though living conditions may be somewhat austere. 6,000, 10,000. Director Yuan was genuinely astounded. At such a scale, every detail could become quite troublesome. A minor misstep could yield severe repercussions. What could one say at this point? One could only commend Gao Yang's brilliance. "Let us proceed inside." Woody led the group towards the spacecraft. The closer they approached, the more they were overwhelmed by a sense of awe. The 200-meter-long vessel stood upright, exuding an imposing presence. Indeed, it was truly lofty. 200 meters would equate to at least 50 or 60 stories in a skyscraper. The group followed Woody up a somewhat twisted staircase. As Director Yuan ascended, the moment his foot touched the spacecraft, his eyes widened in disbelief. Initially curious about the staircase's peculiar design, he now found himself feeling grounded, paradoxically parallel to the surface, yet firmly planted. Turning back, he noticed General Zhou standing on the steps, equally astonished. General Zhou stared at the upright Director Yuan, confusion etched across his face. What is going on? How can Director Yuan stand vertically? This brought to mind the scene of Sun Wukong traversing a tree, an uncanny resemblance. However, while Sun Wukong fell, Director Yuan remained completely still. The researchers behind them were similarly astonished, their lips moving in astonishment. Gravity simulation? Woody affirmed, indeed. The spacecraft is equipped with a gravity simulator capable of generating gravitational forces up to 100 times that of Earth. With this confirmed revelation, the group was further astounded. To this day, humanity's understanding of gravity remains in its infancy, yet here it was, already integrated into the spacecraft by Gao Yang. The group filed into the vessel, awestruck. From this vantage point, looking down towards the ground induces a sensation of vertigo. Simply bowing one's head reveals the Earth below, a height of several meters devoid of any protective barriers. Yet, they remain unperturbed, for beneath their feet lies an alternative gravitational system. The source of the dizziness stems from the distortion caused by the transition between 2 gravitational forces. As the hatch closes, the disorientation dissipates, and everyone feels as though they have returned to solid ground. However, they are acutely aware that they have not truly descended. They are, in relation to the ground, reclined. Walking through the elongated corridor, flanked by rooms with open doors, glimpses of living spaces and individual quarters are visible. The interiors lack exquisite decor, however. The metallic walls and the sharp corners have been transformed into gentle curves, illuminated by soft lighting, complete with kitchens and bathrooms. Notably, there is a faucet, and unlike Earth, it bears an inscription urging water conservation. Although a water recycling system exists, the conversion requires time. Here, the sky is absent, sunlight non-existent. Yet, virtual helmets fulfill these requirements. Simulated light caters to the need for sunshine, enabling one to bask indoors. Coupled with 3-dimensional projectors that can replicate various environments, it is possible to simulate sunlight and beaches within one's home. After surveying the rooms, the group continues their exploration, discovering that the spacecraft houses multiple football and basketball courts, as well as various outdoor recreational areas. Additionally, there are spaces designated for entertainment and production. After a comprehensive tour, a significant portion of the day has elapsed. Dean Yuan reflects, stating, "The paramount issue is that the vast majority of individuals here have no assigned work." Invincible pauses. Acknowledging this fact, Gao Yang has considered numerous aspects, yet overlooked the employment issue. After all, in the design phase, the need for labor among those embarking on long voyages was not anticipated. Nevertheless, this is not an insurmountable problem. Ample entertainment can be arranged to ensure a fulfilling existence. As the group disembarks from the spacecraft, they are momentarily dazed, particularly when transitioning from one gravitational space to another. triggering the sensation of vertigo anew. Simultaneously, a sense of incredulity washes over them. They had just leisurely explored the spacecraft while reclining. It seems absurd. Dean Yuan inhales deeply. Is the gravity simulator large? Can a standard spacecraft accommodate it? Not particularly. If it is merely a low-magnitude gravity simulator, its dimensions are only 50 centimeters on each side. General Zhou, unable to contain his curiosity, inquires, what constitutes low magnitude? Low magnitude ranges from 1 to 100 times standard gravity. Expressions shift among the crowd as they grasp the implications of 100-fold gravity. A person who normally weighs 100 pounds would weigh 1,000 pounds under 10-fold gravity, and a staggering 10,000 pounds under 100-fold, imposing such forces on ordinary individuals. Even those who have undergone genetic enhancement would sustain injuries when faced with 100-fold gravity. This is merely low magnitude. Then what of high magnitude? High magnitude exceeds 1,000 times. General Zhou's voice shifts. Can Gao Yang achieve 1,000-fold gravity? Indeed, but only slightly beyond. The Type 02 warship over there employs a gravity cannon capable of emitting gravitational waves 1,000 times stronger. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze in the direction indicated by the indomitable figure, and they all beheld the Type 02 warship. The entire scene spanned 60 meters, appearing quite formidable. With not even the barrel of the cannon visible, it stood upright on the ground. A gravity cannon? A high-ranking military official could not contain his curiosity. The indomitable figure elaborated. It can emit gravitational waves, which are categorized into two modes, attractive waves and repulsive waves. The primary method of attack is to use force against force. If the enemy's ship is flying forward at great speed, a repulsive wave can be emitted to instantly decelerate the enemy vessel, subjecting the extraterrestrial occupants to immense shock. If the adversary attempts to flee, the effect remains unchanged. If their speed is insufficient, we can first use an attractive wave to accelerate them, followed by a repulsive wave to push them away. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Who could have conceived such an attack method? It was utterly preposterous and truly indefensible. Amidst the shock, some widened their eyes once more. For the indomitable figure had just mentioned the Type 02 warship. There were 3 warships docked there. Initially, they believed them to be identical. Could there possibly be Type 01 and Type 03 as well? If the Type 02 is so formidable, how much more impressive could the remaining 2 be? Chapter 310. Exceeding the Limits of Reason. It took a considerable amount of time for the group to recover from their astonishment. One researcher, unable to contain himself, exclaimed in disbelief. The crude exclamation was met with indifference, as others shared the same sentiment. Upon observing the long-range spacecraft, they were already awestruck by the gravitational system. And now, to their utter amazement, Gao Yang had managed to amplify gravity to 1,000-fold. This was a method of invisible annihilation. The potential application of gravity in space warfare was both revolutionary and formidable. General Zhou posed the question that lingered in everyone's mind. What about the remaining 2 spacecraft? Are they different models, or are they both the Type 02? Unyielding, she shook her head as all eyes were fixed upon her. The remaining 2 spacecraft are classified as Type 01 and Type 03. The Type 01 is equipped with laser cannons, while the Type 03 is armed with collapse bombs. The laser cannons require no elaborate explanation. However, the collapse bomb utilizes gravity to exert an overwhelming force on a planet, causing it to implode, potentially forming a neutron star or even a black hole, obliterating everything upon its surface. The group was rendered speechless at the thought of a collapse bomb that could accelerate a planet's demise from its prime to instant death. Was such a feat achievable by human hands? Yet Gao Yang had accomplished it. General Zhou pondered. Is interception possible? It would be exceedingly difficult. The missiles carrying collapse bombs could achieve sublight speeds. He turned to Dean Yuan, feeling that this technology was rather too extraordinary. It was a weapon that could not be employed lightly, designed specifically for the annihilation of an enemy's home planet. The explosion would not announce itself with a loud bang. Instead, it would instantaneously impose immense gravity, rendering all spacecraft within the planet nearly incapable of ascent. If they did not escape immediately, the gravitational force would intensify, making escape increasingly impossible, ultimately compressing them to the density of a neutron star, or even incorporating them into a black hole. The very thought terrified General Zhou. With a single strike, an entire planet could be obliterated. Such planets, embodiments of human civilization, would result in the loss of billions of lives with just one shot. If it were a more prosperous planet, the devastation would be even more catastrophic. The Type 02 and Type 03 warships epitomized the lethal potential of gravitational weaponry. Unyielding led the group to inspect the warships. The warships were considerably simpler in design compared to the long-range spacecraft. Most of the spacecraft's interior was allocated for weaponry and engines. Yet a modest area of several hundred square meters remained for the daily lives and training of the crew. Basic regeneration equipment was available, utilizing waste generated aboard to cultivate essential provisions for sustenance. All other necessary food and supplies had to be replenished as required. With rapid engines and formidable weaponry, what more could one possibly desire? In terms of combat capability, these warships far surpassed the initial designs conceived by Gao Yang. However, when considering overall balance, the original spacecraft enabled sustained human survival in the vastness of space. Most importantly, regardless of which celestial body the spacecraft reaches, it can utilize the production equipment on board to transform the environment of that planet into one suitable for human habitation, given sufficient time. Each type of spacecraft has its own advantages and disadvantages. However, in terms of long voyages and warfare, both designs have garnered immense satisfaction from all. After the comprehensive tour, Gao Yang had sufficiently rested. Upon exiting the laboratory, he was greeted by a throng of excited individuals. General Zhou hastened to Gao Yang's side, visibly exhilarated. Is the mass production of the warships progressing rapidly? Indeed, we can produce dozens in a single day. Currently, the production bases on Earth, Mars, Mercury, and the Moon are all operational, churning out spacecraft like dumplings. General Zhou's exuberance was quickly overshadowed by anxiety. We must expedite this process. Several ships have already appeared near Base 172. Gao Yang was aware of the ship's emergence near Base 172, as Woody had previously notified him. Those vessels, like the ones that arrived before, were drawn by the prospect of gain. The alien captain had registered the base, thus preventing further disturbances. However, they might attempt to locate the civilization that created the base. From their experience, civilizations typically thrive in the vicinity of such bases, akin to how the moon base relates to Earth. What those vessels failed to realize was that humanity had only recently transitioned into interstellar civilization and had already experienced a technological explosion, constructing bases through spatial jumps. Their quest to find Earth would prove exceedingly challenging. Hence, Gao Yang had not given it much thought until now. Listening to General Zhou's words, Gao Yang hesitated. Are you proposing to advance the second Mother Star project? Yes, to proceed with this plan. We must first deal with those ships seeking benefits to prevent them from discovering that the Mother Star is a ruse. The second Mother Star project was essentially a faiade. Gao Yang had previously considered that since conflict with the star civilization was inevitable, it would be prudent to fabricate a Mother Star to engage with them. Should they lose the encounter, the Mother Star would remain unharmed, allowing for an escape. If the Mother Star could stand firm, humanity would have no reason to fear. This plan necessitated keeping the true existence of the Mother Star hidden from extraterrestrials. Hence the need to eliminate a portion of them first. Gao Yang nodded. Within 3 days, I will provide you with 100 warships, primarily of the Type 0102. The Type 030 warship possesses excessive firepower and is primarily intended for retaliatory strikes. It is not the time to deploy them. Understood, General Zhou replied. I shall also use this 3-day window to arrange resources and construction. After exchanging a few more words, Dean Yuan approached, armed with a recording sheet. How many long-range ships shall we prepare? 10, and each will be accompanied by 20 warships for protection. Dean Yuan nodded. That amounts to the relocation of 60,000 individuals. I will expedite the selection process. Those departing with the long-range ships represent the spark of human civilization. We must consider the possibility that if the star civilization proves overwhelmingly powerful, they could easily ascertain humanity's location and obliterate the planet with a mere gesture. Thus, these deep space vessels represent the final ember of hope. Director Yuan and his colleagues departed swiftly. Following the advancements made by Gao Yang, their implementation necessitated meticulous arrangements from them. Director Yuan returned to inform the authorities, urging them to select 60,000 individuals. Meanwhile, General Zhou was tasked with the selection of combat personnel, ensuring their readiness for operating the warships. Concurrently, others were to oversee the resources allocated for the second Mother Star project. The window for expelling and destroying other vessels was exceedingly brief. Within this limited time frame, a rapid transport of substantial resources to the designated planet was imperative, requiring prior coordination and preparation. They awaited the thorough clearance of the extraterrestrial ships before executing a complete transition via the space jump engines, thereby establishing the second Mother Star. Chapter 311. Preparations underway. As everyone busied themselves, Gao Yang was equally occupied, tasked with selecting a suitable second home planet. Although this planet served as a mere faiade, it would still be developed vigorously. Should it withstand the impending clash with the stellar civilization, this second home planet would indeed become the true cradle of human civilization. Thus, the selection process demanded utmost prudence. In the laboratory, Gao Yang unfurled the star chart, commencing his search for an appropriate planet in the vicinity of Base 172. A distance of 1 light-year may seem considerable, yet in the vast expanse of the cosmos, it is rather diminutive. For instance, the solar system spans such a scale, housing only the Sun and a handful of planets without any other celestial bodies. Consequently, Gao Yang extended his search radius to 10 light-years. Though still short by cosmic standards, this expanded area presented numerous additional planets. The distribution of celestial bodies in the universe is not flat, but rather volumetric. Thus, a 10 light-year radius encompasses a vast expanse. Among these, 3 planets harbored life, but Gao Yang dismissed them, his gaze settling upon a singular silver planet. This planet, distanced from its star, boasted a relatively low temperature, wrapped in glacial ice that lent it its silvery exterior. Such a planet seemed custom-tailored to meet the needs of human civilization, offering the potential for extensive cities to be constructed beneath the ice. Regarding the temperature, although it hovered between -20 and 50 degrees Celsius, enhanced individuals would be unaffected. Even ordinary people could adapt with adequate clothing or by spending more time indoors without significant issues. Most importantly, it offered concealment. Cities beneath the ice would likely go unnoticed by extraterrestrial civilizations. Moreover, this planet possessed 3 moons, forming a multi-planetary system. The gravitational interplay among these celestial bodies would render the planet's geological activity relatively dynamic. However, it also presented another advantage: 3 substantial production bases. Having determined the location, Gao Yang relayed the information to General Zhou and prepared to investigate the situation himself. However, his physical form would not accompany him. Returning to the laboratory's lounge, he reclined and donned a helmet. At base 173, a robot encased in a box opened its eyes. The benefits of advanced quantum communication technology were evident, allowing one to traverse the universe without ever leaving home. As the box opened, Gao Yang stretched his limbs, coincidentally noticing researchers entering the room. "Prepare the spacecraft. I shall venture out," he instructed. The researchers, aware of the robot's existence, had seldom employed it. Nevertheless, recognizing Gao Yang's identity, their demeanor shifted to one of respect. "I will attend to it immediately," they replied, hastily activating the spacecraft while stealing glances at Gao Yang. This was not Gao Yang himself, but merely a robot. However, the notion of remotely controlling a robot was still quite astonishing. Gao Yang exited the base and boarded the spacecraft alone, instructing no one to follow. Closing the hatch, he adeptly controlled the vessel and initiated a spatial jump. This spacecraft had also undergone enhancements, enabling rapid jumps across the cosmos. The improved engine boasts an additional virtue: precision. It enables an accurate arrival at the designated location, unlike in the past, where one would often veer far off course, wasting a considerable amount of time. After a singular leap, Gao Yang beheld a silver planet, cloaked in ice and snow. Orbiting this planet were 3 satellites. The presence of these satellites significantly diminishes the probability of asteroid collisions, as they serve as shields. However, the interior of the planet is still susceptible to interference from the satellite's movements, especially with spacecraft emerging from within. Gao Yang maneuvered the ship to explore the satellites before plunging into the silver planet itself. Before the vessel even touched down, the rear hatch opened, and a multitude of probes surged forth in all directions to investigate this celestial body. As the ship docked, Gao Yang disembarked, only to have half of his body immediately engulfed by the snow. Beneath the thick layer of snow lay a substantial sheet of ice, revealing a pristine world of white. Flakes continued to drift from the sky, while some areas melted only to refreeze into snow again. It was truly beautiful. Gao Yang felt a gentle chill. It was not an actual cold, but rather a sensation conveyed by his sensors. With a mere thought, he could suppress this feeling. Yet he chose to embrace the cold and raised his hand to begin modeling. All data collected by the probes was transmitted, composing a digital representation of the planet with information regarding icebergs, depressions, and internal rock formations. Based on this foundation, Gao Yang endeavored to design an underground city. The primary focus was not the city itself, but a production base. All flat land was earmarked as the optimal area for production. The thick layers of ice and snow could be excavated with a protective layer prepared within. Although it required some effort, the concealment would be deeper and more effective. As Gao Yang designed, he instructed the invincible computer to calculate the necessary resources and time required. The design process spanned an entire day, yet Gao Yang did not pause, extending his designs to the production bases on the 3 satellites. These bases, once advantageous due to the lower gravity allowing for faster and more energy-efficient launches of large spacecraft, no longer held that benefit with the advent of gravity simulators. However, those bases could serve as formidable artillery platforms. The 3 satellites, already impressive, maintained synchronous orbits around the planet, enabling them to launch attacks on any incoming enemies without blind spots. Such bases were essential to establish. With artillery positioned on the far sides of the 3 satellites, any opposing fleet would undoubtedly be deterred. Upon completing the designs, Gao Yang transmitted the blueprints directly to the Dragon Kingdom's officials. The requisite resources would be prepared in the coming days. Over 100 bases and thousands of mining vehicles were to be developed at the swiftest pace. With an immense quantity of resources readied promptly and a substantial amount of production equipment manufactured, they awaited only a command to transform the planet into the vision Gao Yang had conceived. In this context, the Dragon Kingdom's war fleet was also assembled, consisting of a mere 100 warships, yet their combat prowess was undeniably formidable. All warships possess remarkable speed, and their space jump engines activate with remarkable rapidity and precision. Furthermore, the fleet is accompanied by 1,000 small space fighters, with each warship trailing 10 of these agile vessels. Once the fleet is fully prepared, it embarks without delay. Simultaneously, near Base 172, at least a dozen small fleets are scouring for targets. These fleets search methodically, traversing from one planet to another, executing short-range jumps akin to a treasure hunt. Indeed, they are in pursuit of treasure, as a fortunate discovery of an indigenous planet could yield substantial profits merely from selling its coordinates. Within the realm of stellar civilizations, numerous enterprises engage in commerce with indigenous cultures, willingly paying handsomely for such coordinates. Some fleets are dedicated solely to this indigenous commerce, drawn by rumors to seek out these native civilizations. In the expanse of space, within the command ship of the human civilization's war fleet, the star map is being scrutinized. Red dots illuminate the map, each representing a fleet. Chapter 312. We are truly fortunate. The overall commander of this operation is Gao Yang. However, he is only responsible for directing the attack on the target, lacking knowledge of the intricate details. At this moment, gazing at a cluster of red dots, Gao Yang pointed decisively at one. Attack that one. Upon learning that an extraterrestrial civilization spaceship was in search of human civilization, the Dragon Kingdom had arranged for probes to be sent to planets near Base 172. These probes were well concealed, eluding detection by the alien ships. Yet, the movements of the alien vessels were laid bare before the probes, through quantum communication devices. Every fleet in proximity to the 172 trading zone was rendered distinctly visible to humanity. This war was not merely about establishing the second mother star in base. It was also to inform everyone about the unfolding events. Previously, it was stated that once the spaceship was manufactured, the truth could be revealed to all. However, Gao Yang felt this claim lacked substance and was somewhat unconvincing. Thus, he intended to utilize this conflict to elucidate the peril that lurked in outer space. Simultaneously, nearly everyone on Earth tuned into the live broadcast. They had received prior notification of this event, which would feature Gao Yang as the host. Upon entering the live stream, viewers were greeted with the sight of a magnificent fleet, leaving many in awe. What is this situation? Is this our fleet in space? How spectacular! Why haven't we seen this before? The ships in the fleet appeared exceptionally formidable. Judging by their beauty, they were indeed impressive. Moreover, smaller vessels trailed behind, resembling bullets, but somewhat larger. What mission is this fleet undertaking? Is this a live broadcast? Surely there must be some signal delay in space? Wait, don't you notice that so many ships are armed? One exclaimed. Are you still debating about the ships? This live stream is an official collaboration featuring Gao Yang. The authorities are involved, and Gao Yang is known for stirring things up. This is undoubtedly a significant event. True, every time Gao Yang goes live, something monumental occurs. Gao Yang, observing the barrage of comments, smiled and shifted the camera angle. The view transitioned directly to him as he waved at the lens. Hello everyone. I am Gao Yang, currently aboard the human civilization's space warfare fleet. The objective here is to address some bothersome extraterrestrials. The moment those words fell, the live stream fell into a profound silence. What did he mean? Extraterrestrials? Annoying extraterrestrials? Everyone was aware that Gao Yang's broadcasts always heralded significant events, but this seemed excessively monumental, directly seeking trouble with aliens? As these thoughts lingered, the voice of the fleet's true tactical commander resonated. Target position locked. 3 ships in total, preparing to execute a space jump. In the next instant, a wormhole appeared, and all the ships immediately aligned and surged into the wormhole. This scene was vividly captured by numerous viewers, their eyes widened in astonishment. Is it really that impressive? Most importantly, they caught sight of the ships on the other side of the wormhole, 3 vessels adorned in blue and white. The spacecraft, though modest in size, measuring merely 20 to 30 meters, possessed an extraordinary appearance, resembling a spherical object adorned with 3 distinct eyes. Were these alien vessels? Could our human civilization's fleet possibly contend with them? At this moment, Gao Yang ceased to speak, opting instead to reveal this scene to all, allowing them to witness the impending battle. The 3 enemy ships, having also spotted the suddenly materializing fleet, were filled with bewilderment. Where had such a formidable armada emerged from? A fleet of over 100 ships was considerable even for their own standards of large fleets. Then, in the next instant, The eyes of all present gleamed with realization. There were no insignias. These were indigenous vessels. What fortune! Indigenous ships. They hastily decided to unleash laser cannons as a threat, demanding immediate surrender. This was indeed a significant advancement. The indigenous civilization appeared to possess remarkable technological prowess, potentially having reached a third-tier civilization level, capable of utilizing spatial jump engines. The prospect of enslaving their planet's inhabitants, alongside access to abundant resources and products, filled the group with exhilaration. Even without engaging in development, the news of this discovery promised wealth. Amidst their excitement, a brilliant beam of laser erupted from the distant fleet. Without a sound, a blue and white ship was struck. Its defensive shield was obliterated in an instant, and the laser pierced through the vessel, leaving a 3-meter diameter hole at its center. The ship was left nearly reduced to its outer shell, as molten metal surged into the void of space. The aliens aboard the remaining 2 ships widened their eyes in shock, their orbs nearly popping out. This was an ultra-energy laser cannon. They scrambled to flee. Their engines ignited almost instantaneously, but in that very moment, their wormholes were distorted and extinguished. Spatial blockade. A 4th-tier civilization. A group that had ventured forth to seek the indigenous people now felt an overwhelming chill. A 4th-tier civilization was a rarity within the entire stellar civilization. A pinnacle of superiority. How could the indigenous beings possibly possess such terrifying technological levels? Was this a form of cheating? Surely, such capabilities were beyond comprehension. Having never interacted with large civilizations, relying solely on their own development seemed utterly implausible. Typically, upon reaching a 2nd-tier civilization, the desire to connect with the outside world arises. Even aspiring to become a 1st-tier civilization, where sending probes into space becomes commonplace. To only reveal themselves at a 4th-tier level was utterly absurd. They yearned to escape, yet suddenly sensed a terrifying force descending upon them. What had once been a state of floating in the void transformed into a violent collision with their ship, resulting in catastrophic casualties. The human civilization's fleet arrived above the remaining intact vessels, where armored warriors, clad in spacesuits, employed vibrational blades to breach the ship's exterior, rushing inside to capture any surviving aliens. In a wave of gravitational shock, only 2 individuals from the 2 ships remained alive, the rest succumbing instantly to the impact. In the live broadcast room, an oppressive silence enveloped the audience. They beheld the aliens, beings of unique and striking appearance. Yet again, we encounter the demise of extraterrestrial beings. Hardly anyone is commenting. At this moment, they seem to have forgotten how to express themselves. Gao Yang opened the stellar map and once more selected a crimson dot. This one. The fleet immediately set sail to address the subsequent target. It was at this juncture that Gao Yang began to elucidate. One of our bases has been detected by aliens. A multitude of extraterrestrials, like sharks drawn to blood, are in pursuit of our human civilization's home planet. If they discover our homeworld's location, humanity will face enslavement and exploitation. For every civilization that integrates into this collective, such an experience is inevitable. However, I refuse to accept this fate. Thus, I have chosen to resist. I stand with the entirety of the Dragon Nation, repelling the relentless onslaught of the aliens. Chapter 313. United we stand. The audience in the livestream was utterly astonished by Gao Yang's words. The revelation that extraterrestrials had discovered human civilization was staggering, and the notion that their intention was to enslave humanity ignited a sense of urgency. What recourse was there but to resist? For the people of the Dragon Nation, this was not an unfamiliar narrative. They had endured a similar plight in the past. The once mighty Qing dynasty had been subjected to oppression, and it was only through resolute determination and relentless striving that they transformed into the formidable Dragon Nation we know today. The integration of the Dragon Nation into the world mirrors humanity's current endeavor to assimilate into the cosmos. Yet, many smaller nations remain ensnared in their struggles, unable to rise, and thus continue to suffer indignities. In this context, foreign powers perpetuate the fallacy that stagnation invites aggression, when in truth it is the weak who bear the brunt of exploitation. To attribute malice to the strong serves only to shield them from animosity and retribution, a notion the people of the Dragon Nation are all too familiar with. Can humanity truly lower its gaze to merge with the universe? Such submission only breeds humiliation and invites further oppression. In an instant, the citizens of the Dragon Nation were filled with righteous indignation. Let us take action, they declared. Provide us with a spacecraft, and I shall be the vanguard. Should you require any service, summon me. The Dragon Nation has bowed once, but shall not do so again. Having fortuitously secured admission to a prestigious institution, I had anticipated interstellar travel, yet found myself thrust into the throes of interstellar warfare. What exhilaration! To those above, I implore you for wisdom, as I was not among the chosen, and my spirit is restless. We shall not bow in battle. If there is war, we shall respond. The reaction from the livestream audience exceeded Gao Yang's expectations. A unified front of resilience emerged. This collective sentiment was undoubtedly influenced by the trials faced by the Dragon Nation over the years. After enduring prolonged subjugation and patiently biding their time, the desire for vengeance and the opportunity to showcase their might surged forth. When the colossal dragon finally opened its eyes, it found no adversaries. The alien civilization had presented itself on a silver platter. Notably, the disparity between the extraterrestrials and human civilization appeared surmountable, suggesting an advantage rather than insurmountable odds. While stronger extraterrestrial beings may yet exist, how could one ascertain the situation without first encountering them? All eyes were fixed intently on the live stream as yet another alien spacecraft materialized. This time, 4 vessels graced the screen, each exhibiting distinct designs. However, beneath the gravity cannon's might, equality reigned. Apart from 2 individuals who miraculously survived aboard the mothership, all other extraterrestrial beings perished. These 2 survivors were brought into the live stream, bound by metallic chains, under the vigilant watch of warriors dedicated to safeguarding Gao Yang. The reason for their survival lay in their spacesuits. For they could not endure in the atmosphere. Their suits were filled with water, as they were beings of aquatic intelligence. Should they appear on Earth, they might well be considered remnants of the fabled Atlantis. The audience, captivated by this revelation, marveled at the enigma of their breathing apparatus. Is this liquid water or something else? The viewers in the live stream were left in awe. Indeed, Gao Yang's broadcasts are the most captivating. They watched as alien beings were vanquished and then brought forth for exhibition. If a scientific madman were present, would they not attempt to dissect the extraterrestrials for research? One might suggest the creation of an alien amusement park, housing a multitude of extraterrestrials, allowing humanity to broaden its horizons. Are you up there, a devil? Are the aliens truly coming to bully us? They wish to enslave us, and yet we are to observe them? That seems diabolical. All I desire now is to pilot a spacecraft and combat the aliens. Gao Yang glanced at the barrage of comments. Dissection is unnecessary. A blood sample would suffice for research, and the remainder can be scanned. As for the alien amusement park, Gao Yang pondered. It is not entirely out of the question, but not at this moment. We must first ascertain whether they pose any danger. Currently, our understanding of extraterrestrial civilizations is insufficient. Some aliens may have evolved to possess unique abilities. Without prior knowledge on how to handle them, this could lead to irreparable consequences. However, what everyone anticipates will undoubtedly come to fruition. Continuing, Gao Yang elaborated. Our planet lies within the dominion of the stellar civilization. This civilization currently stands as the preeminent force within the Milky Way galaxy, governing nearly its entirety. Beneath this vast expanse, numerous civilizations exist. The levels of civilization, as we understand them, range from 1 to 4. Civilizations at the 4th level must register with the stellar civilization. Others must do likewise. Only registered civilizations receive protection. The comments surged with excitement again. Can we not register? Once registered, with our technological prowess, would we not be unstoppable? Except for bowing to the stellar civilization. Could we not act as we please towards other civilizations? Gao Yang chuckled at the comments. Unmarked spacecraft are indigenous vessels, the kind that lacks protection. Should we attempt to register with an unprotected ship, anyone may attack us along the way, and our vessel cannot retaliate against any other ship. Even targeting the weakest vessel would violate the stellar civilization's regulations. Indigenous beings must endure a phase of exploitation. All discovered civilizations have traversed this path. Many are currently experiencing this lengthy process, such as those aboard the spacecraft. Apart from these 2 surviving aliens, nearly everyone else is a slave. Moreover, registration does not guarantee complete safety. Once a civilization registers, its home planet's location becomes exposed, and all vessels bear identifiers that reveal nearly everything about the civilization to the stellar civilization. Gao Yang turned to the 2 bound aliens, removing 2 badges from their garments. Not only do spacecraft require registration, but individuals within civilizations must also possess badges. For a 1st-level civilization, the badge bears 1 star. For a 4th-level civilization, 4 stars adorn it. These 3 stars signify that they belong to a 3rd-tier civilization. While the hierarchy is strictly enforced, everything remains under human control. I find such a life intolerable, thus I have resolved to resist. The audience in the live stream shares similar sentiments as Gao Yang. Resistance is imperative. Otherwise, everything lies within the grasp of other civilizations, which is quite terrifying. For our fate would also be dictated by others, and once we bow our heads, it would be akin to fastening the shackles they provide around our own necks. Should they harbor malice, escape would be impossible. Suddenly, amidst the barrage of comments, someone exclaimed, I too bear a badge upon my chest, and that badge is adorned with 5 stars. Chapter 314, Silver Star. The atmosphere in the livestream room suddenly transformed from silence to exuberance. Why bow down? What reason is there to bow down? Bowing down only earns 4 stars at best. If we stand tall, we can achieve 5 stars. Utter nonsense regarding the star civilization. Let it be replaced. Gao Yang's lips twitched. These individuals truly dared to speak boldly. Yet, in this moment, a flame ignited within his chest, a fervor that was undeniable. Why should there be any hesitation to replace them? If ordinary individuals without a system can entertain such thoughts, is it not entirely reasonable for him to aspire to take their place? If a 10,000-fold increase is insufficient, then let it be 100,000-fold. After a few more attempts, even the star civilization will be brought to its knees, calling him father. Gao Yang chuckled. Very well, let us indeed replace them. However, one must tread carefully. Today marks the first step. First, we must deal with these extraterrestrial scouts. The fleet executed another spatial jump. After several successive jumps, more than a dozen extraterrestrials were now bound before Gao Yang. These beings, to varying degrees, bore injuries and were clearly shaken. How could such formidable natives exist? This defied all logic. They had come seeking fortune, yet found themselves ensnared. Gao Yang was equally perplexed as to why these extraterrestrials did not flee. Almost all the spacecraft's initial reaction was not to escape, but to accelerate towards him. While the live stream continued, Gao Yang produced a box and showcased it to the audience. A translator, which would facilitate direct communication with the extraterrestrials. He set up the translator and focused on the foremost alien, a robust figure who had just been captured. Under the gravity cannon's influence, he had merely lost consciousness without sustaining injuries, indicating remarkable physical strength. I have a question for you. Upon encountering our fleet, why did you not flee? The extraterrestrial raised his head, his gaze shadowed. Though fear lingered within, he maintained a facade of bravado. As a native, how dare you? Gao Yang swiftly delivered a kick, his foot striking the alien's chest. A cacophony of cracks echoed as the alien's bones shattered, sending him hurtling against the wall of the spacecraft, leaving his fate unknown. An eerie silence enveloped the room. A being renowned for its physical prowess had been so effortlessly incapacitated by this native? Was this native truly so formidable? Advanced technology, superior genes. How could such a civilization remain obscure? This was not merely a case of a tiger hiding among sheep. It was akin to unearthing a prehistoric behemoth from an ant-hole. Gao Yang turned to another extraterrestrial. You will answer. The targeted alien trembled, yet managed to respond. Your base has been discovered and registered, signifying that you have come into contact with the Star Empire, which implies you are aware of the rules. I presumed you would not dare to act. We are protected by the Star Civilization. The alien paused before continuing. Furthermore, it is generally understood that no native possesses such strength. The audience in the live stream was now enveloped in a sense of pride, unable to contain their laughter. This is hilarious. Just look at his frustrated expression. It is truly delightful. Why should they only be bullied? My fists clenched in indignation. I felt a surge of impulse to strike them down. How could they dare to retaliate? Listening to their responses and observing their demeanor confirmed that Master Gao Yang had indeed made the right choice. Had he chosen to bow his head and comply with their demands, these extraterrestrials would not be groveling at our feet, but rather, they would be arrogantly oppressing us. Imagine humanity enslaved, sold to distant galaxies to be commanded like mere puppets. Think of your friends, your spouses, your children, all under the yoke of another's will. I cannot abide by such a fate. I would rather fight to the death than submit. I yearn to pilot a spaceship and unleash a barrage upon them. Yet, navigating a spacecraft is an arduous endeavor, not simply a matter of desire. Gao Yang observed the barrage of comments and noted that the sentiments expressed diverged quite significantly from his initial expectations. He had anticipated the presence of factions advocating for surrender, as has been the case throughout history. However, the audience's reactions imparted a valuable lesson to him. Upon reflection, it became evident that the quality of public education played a crucial role. Young individuals, motivated and diligent, accumulating knowledge, increasingly comprehend the significance of resistance. A human life, at its core, is a continuous struggle against all forms of injustice. When faced with oppression, one must retaliate. Having endured humiliation in the past, I find it intolerable to accept such indignities. Interestingly, the majority of the surrenderous sentiments seem to emanate from overseas. Their futures appear bleak, rendering them indifferent to whom they serve. Yet, their comments are influenced by their despair, devoid of substance. Their voices lack resonance and weight. And even if extraterrestrials were to arrive, they would scarcely acknowledge them, for they hold no value. Gao Yang surveyed the comments, noticing that many were clamoring to pilot a spacecraft, eager to be at the forefront of the action. Among them were those seeking a novel experience, while others were genuinely filled with righteous indignation, willing to risk their lives to protect the Dragon Kingdom. Gao Yang smiled. So, everyone wishes to pilot a spaceship? Each of you will have your chance. regardless of gender or age, but there will be a hierarchy. The specific methods and rules will be communicated after today's operations conclude. As Gaoyang spoke, the commander approached briskly. Report: 27 small fleets have been completely annihilated. Gaoyang turned. Inform all bases to commence resource transfer to the second mother star. Understood. Currently, the fleet is divided into 10 small groups patrolling this area, ready to obliterate any discovered extraterrestrial civilizations. Yes. After issuing the command, Gaoyang turned to the camera. Come. Let us show everyone our second mother star. This second mother star serves as a decoy for the aliens to discover and attack. This way, we can gauge their combat capabilities and determine if we can withstand their onslaught, while simultaneously safeguarding our true home planet. The designation second mother star reflects its dual purpose, not merely a FAAD, but primarily a testing ground. Should this location fall to extraterrestrial forces, Earth itself would be in grave peril. The spacecraft initiated its jump, the destination set for the silvery planet ahead. Behold our second mother star, Silver Star, enveloped in a shroud of ice and snow. The viewers in the live broadcast were utterly captivated, their eyes widening in astonishment. Through the lenses of 3 projectors, Silver Star was revealed in exquisite detail. This celestial body is undeniably beautiful, its overall hue a soft silver, reminiscent of a masterful work of art. As the audience marveled at the splendor before them, an even more astonishing spectacle unfolded. Enormous openings appeared around the planet, each measuring a staggering 50 to 60 meters in diameter. Subsequently, a fleet of azure-hued cargo spacecraft emerged from these apertures. A multitude of these vessels swiftly entered the planet to unload their cargo, while others ascended towards the satellite, where they rapidly commenced the construction of a base. Before their very eyes, the vast expanse of the base unfurled, and colossal cannons were manufactured, firmly anchored to the surface of Silver Star's satellite. The entire process was executed with remarkable speed and precision, a spectacle so magnificent that it sent chills down the spines of all who beheld it. Is this the allure of top-tier industry? It is nothing short of exhilarating. Chapter 315, The Striving Objective. The audience in the live stream watched in awe as a colossal base materialized before their eyes. Once upon a time on Earth, constructing such an enormous production facility would require a significant amount of manpower and resources, taking at least several years to complete. Yet, at this moment, it was being assembled at a visibly astonishing pace. Giant 3D printers enveloped these structures with building materials, creating an effect akin to time-lapse photography, compressing an entire year of construction into a mere hour. Cargo spacecraft flitted back and forth, culminating in the completion of 3 massive production bases, which were still in the rapid process of expansion. As long as resources were available, these bases could grow and produce an unending stream of spacecraft. In addition, there were cities within the Silver Star. Upon entering the Silver Star, one could observe minimal changes. Only a few vast expanses of ice now bore dark openings, entrances to the cities beneath the ice, invisible from space. The spacecraft halted before one such opening, and Gaoyang disembarked. This marked his first genuine arrival at the Silver Star, where he could truly feel the chill. Turning back to the camera that followed him, he noted the ongoing construction of an underground city beneath the Silver Star. Eventually, humans would migrate here, but for the time being, only those who passed strict screenings would be allowed. The vast majority would remain on Earth. Stepping into the underground city, he gazed up at the ice layer above. Light streamed through the thick ice, creating a dreamlike ambience. Though the light was significantly refracted, the space was far from dark. In fact, the transparent ice and white snow made the area appear even brighter. How beautiful this planet is. I must go. The chances of capturing stunning footage are undoubtedly high. Did you not hear? It is not for the average person to venture forth. Only combat personnel and logistical staff will be permitted, and besides, it is exposed to the dangers posed by extraterrestrials. What of danger? Is there no peril on Earth? When the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Speak of the selection rules, for I have devoted my life to study. In terms of assessment, I am no lesser than anyone. Upstairs, the impressive ones will declare that Gaoyang will only accept those under 20. If you are over 20, does that not disqualify you? What does danger matter? Death can be as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain. Better to charge ahead than to wither away like a turtle at home. As Gaoyang strode along the spacious underground corridor, he glanced at the barrage of comments and chuckled. Are you all so eager? Let me briefly outline the selection criteria. Firstly, the initial group of spacecraft pilots will be chosen from the military. They are disciplined and swift. After a period of specialized training, they will be ready to pilot spacecraft into battle. They will become the vanguard of humanity in interstellar warfare. However, others will not be devoid of opportunities. The potential lies in education. There remains a shortage of researchers. Apply yourself diligently. Become one of the exceptionally talented few, and you too will earn a chance to venture into space. Furthermore, logistical personnel, resource extraction, planetary exploration, and more all require individuals to undertake these tasks. As for the educational materials, they will be made available online following the conclusion of this live stream, and those interested may pursue their studies. Upon completing the learning phase and passing the assessment, one will be bestowed with the opportunity to ascend to the heavens. Indeed, beyond the aforementioned avenues, there exists a channel accessible to all. The game. Do you remember the one I developed? It has recently been updated with new content, the Celestial Warfare. Within this realm, players can pilot spacecraft or coordinate fleets to engage in battles. Those who excel in rankings will similarly earn the chance to command a vessel and venture into the cosmos. The selection process is inclusive, disregarding age, status, or physical condition, for once the opportunity to ascend is attained, it is accompanied by a gene enhancement serum. This remarkable serum can rejuvenate one's youth, bestow extraordinary abilities, and grant an unparalleled memory. As Gao Yang concluded his statement, the streaming room erupted in astonishment. The preceding revelations were already enough to leave everyone in awe, as it truly provided a chance for all. However, the most crucial aspect is that acquiring the opportunity to ascend also grants access to the enhancement serum. Who would not desire such a miraculous elixir? They were eager to begin their training in piloting spacecraft immediately. Gao Yang continued, considering that many elderly individuals are nearing the end of their lives. The widespread application of the gene enhancement serum will be directed towards those over 80 years of age. Those willing to embrace the serum for longevity will be transported to Silver Star, a measure to protect ordinary citizens on Earth from potential harm. Those who choose not to leave Earth will forfeit their chance at gene enhancement. As Gao Yang spoke, he approached the terminus of the underground city. There, a line of mining vehicles was busy crushing ice and rock layers, forming the foundation beneath them. Robots in the rear laid down materials on the surface, supported by structures holding up the upper ice layers, continuing the expansion. This process of expansion would persist for a time, but not excessively long, as the rapid pace would see completion within 2 to 3 days. Gao Yang turned to face the camera. Today's broadcast concludes here. What I have shared is merely a preliminary plan, with more detailed specifics to be revealed online subsequently. With that, he abruptly ended the live stream. The countless viewers in the streaming room felt a tinge of melancholy. Was the broadcast over already? Alongside their disappointment, they were also filled with excitement and anticipation. Spacecraft, gene enhancement serums, a chance to seize a grander future awaited them. Of course, those unwilling to strive could still obtain the enhancement serum, provided they were on the brink of death, thus offering a singular opportunity for rebirth. Yet, who among the youth would willingly wait for their demise to attain such formidable power? A fervor ignited within them. The number of enlistments surged dramatically. While many speculated that the recent mass recruitment hinted at significant changes, the fact remained that the fleet in space was primarily composed of military personnel, which stirred their ambitions. This was arguably the most efficient and straightforward path. Others, not inclined to become combatants, promptly sought out online resources for further study. They harbor a yearning for the cosmos, as well as a profound ambition for strength. The desire for power is an intrinsic element woven into the very fabric of our being, for strength ensures the survival of our lineage. Consequently, this aspiration propels the entire nation to strive relentlessly. Even those abroad tuned into the live broadcast. Although they cannot participate in the comments, their longing remains unquenched. With gaming off the table and military service unattainable, their sole path lies in becoming logistical support personnel. However, as they scour the internet for educational resources, they encounter the requirement for real name registration, only to be met with the disheartening realization that such opportunities are reserved solely for the citizens of the Dragon Nation. They find themselves bereft of any chance to ascend. Thus, they are condemned to a lifetime of stagnation, as the planet of Earth undergoes a dramatic transformation due to a live stream by Gao Yang. He returns to the laboratory on the Earth to embark on research concerning space probes. Thus, the Earth shall become a safer haven. Chapter 316, Deployment. The primary objective of space probes is, in essence, to establish a network. Just as this recent operation swiftly neutralized the alien fleet, it was due to humanity's foresight in positioning probes around neighboring planets. The moment the extraterrestrial vessels arrived, they would be detected. Furthermore, space probes must not only be deployed near celestial bodies, but also in the vast voids of space. In comparison, these uninhabited expanses are even more immense. The radius of the solar system extends a full light year, an expanse where light can traverse for a year without encountering another planet. If a spacecraft were to linger in this region, humanity would remain oblivious for a considerable time. By the time the probes detect or discover anything, several months may have elapsed. In the realm of warfare in space, preparation is a protracted endeavor, yet the actual conflict unfolds in a fleeting moment. Therefore, to ensure safety, one must fortify the deployment meticulously. Even within the vastness of this void, everything must remain under control. Thus, before the war commences, possessing knowledge of the opposing fleet scale equates to having already achieved half the victory. Understanding oneself and the enemy ensures invincibility in countless battles. The foremost task of a probe is to remain undetected. A probe that is discovered cannot gather any valuable intelligence. Much like how, once people are aware of surveillance cameras and elevators, couples refrain from displaying affection within, choosing instead to do so outside. After pondering for a moment, Gao Yang conceptualized the probe's exterior to resemble a meteorite. The multitude of meteorites in space serves as the ideal vessel for the probe. Moreover, the information to be gathered necessitates only passive observation of spacecraft. The equipment will activate automatically upon detecting a strong electric field, with its energy sourced from that very field. A spacecraft is invariably surrounded by a potent electric field, especially when engaging its curvature engine or opening a wormhole, both of which generate intense electric fields. By employing coils to convert energy, the device can self-initiate and relay information. This design allows for an exceedingly compact and highly discrete device, with magnetic coils that can even be wrapped directly around meteorites. As long as a spacecraft passes nearby, it can be detected. This proximity can extend to several thousand kilometers. With a clear vision in mind, Gao Yang commenced the design process, equipping it with quantum communication technology. Though only requiring a straightforward information transmission apparatus to send location data and the number of spacecraft, simplicity was the guiding principle. The design was swiftly completed. The entire apparatus compact enough to fit in the palm of a hand, with the accompanying coils unobtrusive. Gao Yang was exceedingly pleased with this probe, emphasizing quantity over individual quality. Dispersing a multitude of these devices would be ideal. The higher the overall quality, the more resources would be needed. After testing, the enhancements could be deployed. Gao Yang promptly boarded his spacecraft and affixed the device to a meteorite. Just as the installation was finalized, he received a transmission, information regarding his spacecraft, identifying one vessel and its location. The distinction between friend and foe was not a significant concern. All spacecraft from Earth now possess communication capabilities, and by correlating the information from the detectors, it becomes evident whether the detected vessels belong to Longhua. Following this trial, the system relayed a message. Ding. The host has developed a micro-unmanned detector capable of amplification. Would you like to amplify? The answer was affirmative. The compass was precisely rotated by Gao Yang to 100-fold. Ding. Congratulations, host. The satellite detector has achieved a 100-fold increase in detection range. The enhancement in distance was precisely what Gao Yang desired, as it implied the necessity of deploying fewer detectors. Although the increase was stated as 100-fold, in reality, it approximated 1,000,000-fold. 100-fold in distance translates to a 10,000-fold on a plane, and when considering vertical space, it culminates in a 1,000,000-fold increase in spatial capacity. Where 200 detectors were once required for a single row, now only one suffices. Likewise, for columns. This results in a staggering reduction from 40,000 detectors to merely one. One detector now equates to 8 million. It seems almost absurd. However, in the vastness of space, the detectors lack the equipment for modification, rendering them relatively dormant. Amidst Gao Yang's astonishment, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. The enhancement of the detector lay in its sensitivity, capable of detecting even the minutest energy sources with utmost clarity. This technological advancement has applications beyond mere detection. After assimilating all the memories, Gao Yang commanded the invincible manufacturing unit to produce a plethora of microspace detectors. These detectors are designed to be exceedingly small while maintaining an expansive detection range, allowing them to swiftly cover vast areas surrounding Earth and Silver Star. Consequently, any arriving spacecraft would be detected within mere seconds. The information regarding the detected vessels would be transmitted to the main terminal, processed, and then relayed to the human space fleet. Currently, human civilization is undergoing rapid expansion, necessitating the handling of numerous tasks. Nevertheless, Gao Yang's directives take precedence. The spacecraft previously designated for expanding production bases commenced deploying microdetectors throughout space. They sought suitable asteroids, decelerated, and positioned the microdetectors. Although these asteroids are in motion, their overall trajectory does not interfere with the detection efficacy. After all, even the solar system itself revolves around the Milky Way. For asteroids traveling at excessive speeds, deceleration suffices. Once this system is successfully deployed, it could function for a century. Within a day, the stellar system encompassing Earth and Silver Star was fully equipped, albeit the pace of further expansion would now decelerate. However, once the stellar system is established, the results will become apparent. On Earth, within Gao Yang's laboratory, Dean Yuan, General Zhou, and a cadre of officials have convened. In the monitoring room, they observe the myriad red dots on the star map, filled with awe. Each red dot represents a spacecraft, our own vessels. Yet, any alien spacecraft that arrives will also be detectable. The group was invigorated. This detector has undoubtedly alleviated their pressing concerns. For the command personnel of the Dragon Nation, the paramount challenge in adapting to space lies in the realm of information. Previously, humanity could only detect fleets in proximity to celestial bodies. However, in the vast expanse of space beyond these planets, where a fleet might anchor, they remain entirely undetectable, allowing adversaries to swiftly close in during combat and alter the tides of battle at any moment. This scenario differs significantly from long-distance space jumps, which can be thwarted by spatial blockades. In such cases, a secluded battlefield emerges. Yet, when approaching from afar, if a spacecraft travels at sufficient velocity, the encounter may occur within mere minutes. The advent of this detector, crafted by Gao Yang, arrives at a most opportune moment. Consequently, humanity's civilization is poised to face a formidable trial. The destruction of numerous vessels will undoubtedly alert the civilizations behind them. Chapter 317, The Right Choice. On the third day after the deployment of the detector, alarms blared in the control room, signaling the detection of a fleet, and not just one. These fleets comprised hundreds of vessels. They were merely jumping near the detector, yet a wealth of information was captured. The upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom immediately felt a surge of tension. A substantial force was approaching. Currently, humanity had manufactured just over 300 warships. And in light of this situation, anxiety ensued. The primary concern was the visible number of ships, without any indication of their quality. Nevertheless, action was imperative. With the advantage of intelligence, they could dismantle the enemy one by one. The preliminary operational plan was swiftly dispatched to Gao Yang. The success of the operation was inconsequential. If it were to fail, Gao Yang needed to be informed immediately to mitigate the fallout. Gao Yang remained unruffled. These fleets were not formidable. It was evident they were a motley assortment. True elite forces would consist of a uniform array of the finest human warships, unlike these alien fleets, which featured third-tier vessels accompanied by numerous second-tier ones. While second-tier ships possessed combat capability, they lacked spatial jump engines, relying instead on third-tier civilization vessels to hitch a ride through wormholes. Such fleets were undoubtedly of inferior caliber. The reality aligned with Gao Yang's assessment. These fleets were coming to reclaim their honor. They had dispatched exploratory vessels that had suffered losses here, and their initial reaction was not to suspect that indigenous forces had destroyed their ships. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. No one had even considered that direction. In their view, it was likely a rival faction. They believed their exploratory vessels had discovered indigenous civilization, only to be annihilated by other exploratory ships. All they needed to do was locate the site of their vessel's destruction to uncover clues. What they did not realize was that Gao Yang had already pinpointed their location and had obliterated it from a fixed position. Without the locating devices and communication systems, the ships could not be tracked. A fleet boasting over 100 vessels arrived at the coordinates where their ship's signal had vanished. They found themselves in a void. Scanning the surroundings, there was nothing to be seen. The absence of suitable positioning might have resulted in a slight deviation from their intended location, but it was not significant. As the fleet began to probe outward from a central point, a wormhole materialized near their formation. In the next instant, hundreds of wormholes appeared, uncertain of their opponent's strength. Humanity opted to strike with full force, deploying nearly 400 warships to the scene. In an instant, hundreds of ships enveloped the fleet. Subsequently, gravitational forces were applied, sealing off space to prevent their escape via spatial jump engines. The fleet of over 100 ships abruptly ceased all actions. The captain stared in shock at the colossal fleet that had suddenly emerged before them, a chill running down his spine. Especially when he noticed the absence of any insignia or markings on the fleet, he began to surmise the unfolding scenario. The indigenous civilization was retaliating. Their earlier exploratory vessels had been discovered and annihilated by the indigenous forces. This left him somewhat incredulous. How audacious of the indigenous civilization. Almost as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he issued a direct command: establish communication with the opposing spacecraft, and everyone must remain still. Upon sending the communication request, the commander of the human civilization fleet was momentarily taken aback upon receiving the transmission, first consulting with his superiors. The combat experience between human civilization and extraterrestrial vessels was rather limited. Such an impromptu request for communication left him uncertain about the situation at hand. However, 2 minutes later, the communication was established within the ship, and the commander felt a wave of anxiety. He had never engaged in dialogue with an alien species before. His previous responsibilities had solely revolved around apprehending individuals. After capturing them, the extraterrestrials would be taken away by Gao Yang. This was indeed his inaugural conversation with an alien entity. Inside the command ship, many others also glanced over, each harboring a myriad of complex emotions. From the communication device, an unintelligible yet rhythmic sound emerged, reminiscent of something striking wood. The onboard translator began its work. "We are merely passing through, harboring no ill will. Could you possibly allow us to proceed?" The commander took a deep breath. "On the count of 3, if you do not cease all resistance and surrender, we shall initiate an attack." As he spoke, the cannons of multiple ships ignited, their laser weapons charging. Without any pause, a new voice emerged from the communication. "If we surrender, can you guarantee our safety?" The commander refrained from responding, merely stating, 1. "We surrender." The extraterrestrials did not even wait for him to reach 2. With so many ships capable of spatial jumps, at least of a third-tier civilization, his fleet could certainly not withstand them. Individuals clad in space suits approached the opposing fleet, subduing all extraterrestrials before dismantling the ship's identification and communication devices. Thus, these vessels would remain undetectable. Yet, to the aliens, this scene was nothing short of astonishing. Their eyes widened in disbelief. How could these primitives dismantle the ship's identifiers? Such feats could only be accomplished with permission from the stellar civilization and required their advanced technology, only executable at specific locations using equipment issued by the stellar civilization. How could primitives achieve this? What on earth was happening? Amidst their astonished gazes, a laser beam suddenly appeared. An extraordinarily brilliant laser instantaneously obliterated all ship identifiers. The power of this laser cannon was leagues above that of their own ship's weaponry. One was a strategic weapon, while the other resembled a mere child's toy. All extraterrestrials breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for their earlier decisive surrender. Otherwise, this laser cannon could have obliterated them with ease. It was akin to piercing through a candy-coated hawthorn. Yet, alongside their relief was confusion. What exactly were these primitives? Could they possibly not be indigenous at all, but rather representatives of a superior civilization? Curiosity enveloped them as they were escorted aboard the ship, taken to a detention facility. With an overwhelming number of captured extraterrestrials, human civilization had established a dedicated base for their confinement. Imprisoning extraterrestrial beings necessitates the creation of conditions essential for their survival, a process that simultaneously serves as an avenue for research. Gaining insight into the strengths and anatomical structures of these beings significantly contributes to biological studies. The effortless resolution of one fleet allows human civilization's armada to advance toward a second formidable fleet. This time, the endeavor is executed with even greater finesse upon arrival. The opposing forces surrender gracefully. In contrast to those who command the larger fleets, the leaders of the smaller armadas appear somewhat foolish, failing to recognize the advantage of surrendering in advance. The preemptive capitulation of the larger fleet spares humanity considerable effort. Furthermore, the capture of these extraterrestrial beings enriches human civilization's understanding of the cosmos. Chapter 318, The Cryogenic Chamber. Within the confines of the captive base, aside from a multitude of biological researchers, there existed a cadre of interrogators. These interrogators, utilizing translation devices to communicate with extraterrestrial beings, found themselves perpetually engaged in their demanding tasks. Their responsibilities encompassed not only the interrogation of aliens, but also the implementation of diverse methodologies tailored to individual subjects. The ultimate objective was to extract every fragment of knowledge residing within the minds of these extraterrestrials, irrespective of its utility or veracity. Both the erroneous and the correct were deemed equally vital. At times, what is classified as right or wrong may, in fact, hold truth from differing perspectives, leading to a disparity in perception. Even this nuance warranted the attention of specialists dedicated to analyzing the origins of such distinctions. In this context, humanity's comprehension of the cosmos deepened considerably. Although direct contact with these stellar civilizations remained elusive, the records compiled by humanity had become remarkably lucid. Within this repository of information lay methods to exploit vulnerabilities. In times of conflict between two civilizations, scattered individuals would be conscripted to partake in warfare, often selected in advance. When one faction found itself at a disadvantage, the beleaguered entity would welcome fighters of formidable prowess, regardless of their origins. As long as they arrived aboard powerful spacecraft, the indigenous population could readily attain legitimacy. Almost instantaneously, such news reached Gao Yang, who was preoccupied with dismantling a spacecraft. While alien vessels may not rival the combat capabilities of human warships, they contain numerous valuable components, including many technologies that eluded Gao Yang's expertise. Among these was the cryogenic chamber he was currently disassembling. Despite possessing anti-technology leak mechanisms, these safeguards were ineffectual against Gao Yang. Upon receiving the information, he merely glanced at it before casting it aside. It indeed presented a viable avenue. The notion of acquiring legitimacy through warfare and subsequently leveraging that status to convert Earth into someone's private domain, followed by formal registration, held little significance. Such actions would merely signify capitulation to the stellar civilizations. It was far preferable to fight to the bitter end. Nonetheless, he recognized the necessity of retaining this information. Understanding the entirety of stellar civilization could provide opportunities for system augmentation and energy replenishment. In due time, it would serve as an intriguing narrative. He returned his focus to the cryogenic chamber. The technology for low-temperature cryopreservation posed no great challenge. The primary concern lay with the cryogenic fluid. This liquid could permeate human cells, preventing the formation of ice crystals under extreme cold conditions. The greatest difficulty in cryopreservation lies in the risk of cellular fluids crystallizing into sharp ice, which would rupture cells. Consequently, if all cells were damaged, the individual would cease to exist. There have been instances where individuals, facing imminent death or severe illness, expended vast sums to undergo cryogenic preservation, hoping that advancements in technology would allow for their revival decades later. However, the longest any individual has remained frozen has been for several decades, surpassing the thawing period. Yet none have successfully been revived. To state the obvious, those who were frozen decades ago are now merely corpses, even if thawed. Beyond this, numerous challenges remain, necessitating instantaneous freezing and rapid rewarming. This fluid not only infiltrates the entirety of the human body, but also possesses the ability to conduct heat swiftly. There exists a myriad of liquid formulations, evidently tailored for various extraterrestrial beings. However, the fundamental components remain unchanged. It suffices to isolate the essential cryogenic fluid. Within hundreds of spacecraft, dozens of types of cryogenic liquids were discovered, leading to the identification of commonalities within a mere day, while also uncovering distinctions. By pinpointing these similarities, the cryogenic fluid was successfully extracted, and the differences revealed the advancements made by diverse civilizations in their respective cryogenic solutions, predominantly involving life-sustaining agents. While an individual resides within the cryogenic chamber, their body remains in a pliable state, sustaining vital activities. Yet, under such ultra-low temperatures, these life processes are minimized, teetering on the brink of death. However, this precarious state necessitates energy expenditure and careful management. The supplemental agents enable individuals to receive nourishment even in this state of minimal consumption, thereby preserving their lifespan. Gao Yang refrained from augmenting the cryogenic chamber with additional technologies, as it holds limited utility for humanity. Nevertheless, he resolved to enhance it once more. Although it may not serve an immediate purpose, it could prove invaluable in the future. For instance, in the event of an inability to combat the stellar civilization, relocation would be required, demanding extensive time and resources for a vast number of individuals. However, with the presence of cryogenic chambers, a single spacecraft could accommodate a densely packed throng, alleviating the need to supply resources for their sustenance. While a suitable destination remains elusive, the majority could maintain a state of low consumption indefinitely. Soon, a cryogenic chamber specifically designed for human civilization appeared before Gao Yang. It was imperative to conduct trials. Within this space, aside from combat personnel, only a handful of researchers remained. Yet, extraterrestrial beings were also available, providing a perfect opportunity for experimentation. The diversity among aliens is vast, yet their disparities are minimal, a phenomenon attributed to convergent evolution. Given that they are all carbon-based life forms, it is entirely plausible for them to evolve similar traits. Moreover, biological evolution is influenced not solely by evolutionary processes, but also by the effects of other civilizations. For instance, if humanity were to encounter a diminutive and primitive extraterrestrial species, the cultivation of creatures resembling humans could eventually lead to the emergence of intelligence, exemplifying convergent evolution. This is merely a hypothetical scenario. Many extraterrestrials are indeed inclined to undertake such endeavors, driven by the ennui that accompanies extended lifespans. Upon placing the aliens into the cryogenic chambers and activating them, the extraterrestrials were instantaneously frozen. Their condition was peculiar, as their forms remained supple even at temperatures approaching -200 degrees Celsius. A few researchers, intrigued, gathered around to inquire, "What is this?" "A cryogenic chamber," Gao Yang briefly explained, and at that moment, he heard a notification in his mind. Ding. Detection of host development of cryogenic chamber. Enhancement available. Would you like to proceed with the enhancement? Enhance. A simple selection resulted in a 100-fold increase, and another notification chimed. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a 100-fold enhancement of the medicinal efficacy. Initially, the efficacy of the liquid provided to the cryogenic chamber was rather modest, barely sufficient to replenish consumption. However, following this increase, the ordinary coolant merely transformed into an enhanced elixir. It was visibly apparent that the extraterrestrial bodies lying within the stasis chambers had become remarkably robust, their muscles bulging prominently. The energy required for this fortification was entirely contained within the elixir. Gao Yang's eyes suddenly gleamed with realization. Henceforth, the administration of genetic enhancement serums could be conducted entirely within the stasis chambers, eliminating the need for excessive consumption of food. Similarly, there would no longer be a requisite adaptation period. The existence of such a period was intended to ensure a stable enhancement. The process of genetic augmentation involved an initial strengthening followed by a subsequent genetic replacement. This process spanned 1 to 2 months. While this duration may seem brief, it is precisely these 1 to 2 months that currently hinder the expansion of human civilization's fleet. Chapter 319, Accelerate. In the quest to shorten the time required for enhancement, it is not the efficacy of the potions that holds paramount importance, but rather the human inability to endure sudden transformations. A considerable intake of sustenance is essential, accompanied by an extended period of strengthening. Only upon achieving complete enhancement can true stability be attained. However, with the advent of the hibernation chamber, individuals can undergo enhancement while in a state of unconsciousness, eliminating the need for nourishment. The cryogenic fluid will transport energy directly to the human body. This innovation significantly reduces the duration of enhancement, allowing for an extraordinarily rapid expansion. The creation of the hibernation chamber is a fortuitous development. By merely modifying the formula for the gene enhancement potion, it can be synergistically combined with the hibernation chamber to greatly accelerate the enhancement process. Nonetheless, the specifics require thorough testing. Gao Yang promptly contacted Director Yuan, as human trials for the hibernation chamber were imperative. Director Yuan responded swiftly, arriving in space within half a day, accompanied by 10 warriors selected from a pool of tens of thousands. Although termed a selection, these individuals eagerly volunteered for the endeavor. Given the urgency of the experiment, they were the only viable candidates. Selecting others would necessitate additional cultivation of the gene potion, prolonging the process by at least 10 days. These individuals are all exceptional talents. Upon arrival, Director Yuan ushered Gao Yang into a private chamber. Is the safety of this experiment assured? They are all volunteers. If it is insufficiently secure, we could conduct the tests at White Eagle first. The experiment is fundamentally safe, primarily intended to assess efficacy. It enables individuals to fully acclimate to the gene potion within 3 days, eliminating the excessive time previously required. Director Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The prior rate of enhancement was already astonishing, yet now the process could be further condensed. He quickly realized that if this were indeed feasible, the pace of human civilization's expansion would accelerate dramatically, akin to riding a rocket. The prevailing issue of manpower would also be swiftly alleviated. However, the magnitude of such a transformation completed within 3 days raises skepticism. In other words, gene expression necessitates time. Furthermore, the rapidity of change poses a significant risk of human tolerance. Nevertheless, with Gao Yang overseeing the endeavor, even if complications arise during the experiment, rescue would not be a concern. 10 upgraded hibernation chambers were swiftly constructed, each exhibiting superior performance compared to the standard chambers found in second-tier spacecraft. Most critically, the injected potion is an enhanced gene formula. While the essence of the gene potion remains unchanged, alterations to the other components have modified the application outcomes. The 10 warriors reclined within the hibernation chambers, the doors sealed, and the system automatically administered customized gene potions to each individual. Almost instantaneously, the 10 were frozen. Their vital signs reduced to a minimum, devoid of thought or motor function, yet still alive. Subsequently, the gene potion was injected. Its reaction was remarkably rapid, initiating expression almost instantaneously. Within the frigid confines of the hibernation chamber, the subjects began to convulse, veins distended, as their muscular cells dissolved at an accelerated pace. Director Yuan gazed through the glass shell of the hibernation pod, observing the nutrient solution transform into a vivid crimson hue, then deepen into a brilliant scarlet. Are they unharmed? He inquired. They are fine. It is a normal occurrence. By abbreviating the reaction time, the intensity of the reaction naturally escalates. However, they remain in a state of unconsciousness, devoid of any sensation of pain. Gao Yang continued to observe for a while before turning and exiting the laboratory. This phase was the most intense, akin to the collision of fire and boiling oil. Yet, as the water content in the boiling oil increased and the temperature subsided, the fervor diminished. As long as no issues arose in the initial stages, subsequent phases would likely proceed without complications, characterized by systematic improvements and repairs. Director Yuan exhaled in relief as he watched Gao Yang depart, signifying that what lay ahead would be considerably safer. After casting another glance at the hibernation pod, he hastened to follow Gao Yang. This base housed an underground facility, storing all extraterrestrial spacecraft acquired by human civilization. In the expansive space, numerous meticulously organized items were displayed. Director Yuan's gaze fell upon the neatly stacked hibernation pods. There were hundreds of them, Curiosity piqued. He pondered, do these aliens also require enhancement agents for their hibernation pods? These were merely standard hibernation pods, essential for second-tier spacecraft, which only possessed curvature engines. When journeys extended beyond a certain distance, the utilization of hibernation pods became imperative. With a complex expression, Director Yuan regarded the hibernation pods, realizing that Gao Yang had discovered a more advantageous application for them as a medium for human enhancement. Are you dismantling these vessels to ascertain if they possess any technologies of interest to us? He inquired. Indeed, the prospects appear promising thus far. Humanity's ascension to the cosmos primarily relies on my efforts, yet I cannot fathom the needs of every individual. However, many elements aboard these vessels can provide me with inspiration. Director Yuan nodded in agreement. Besides the hibernation pods, are there any other extraordinary items? Numerous, although most are of little utility. As many are specialized equipment tailored for various alien species, such as liquid breathing apparatuses. Gao Yang swiftly approached a breathing device. This apparatus can infuse oxygen and nutrients into a liquid medium. It can also be employed by humans, allowing the lungs to be filled with a specially formulated liquid, facilitating gas exchange, albeit with considerable discomfort and limited practicality. There are also aliens that do not require oxygen but necessitate devices that isolate them from external air. Listening attentively, Director Yuan felt his knowledge expand. What will you research next? Do you require personnel to assist in categorization or support? For the time being, it is unnecessary. These vessels are rather primitive, and the applicable technologies are insufficient. The unexpected response caused a sudden pang of anxiety in Director Yuan's heart, given Gao Yang's character. If the technology aboard these vessels was deemed inadequate, it would undoubtedly necessitate the acquisition of more advanced spacecraft. While others might speak lightly of such matters, Gao Yang's assertion struck a chord of genuine concern within him. He feared that in a matter of days, Gao Yang would embark on a mission with a fleet of ships. However, he could only conceal his concerns within his heart for the time being. Gao Yang proceeded directly to the area where the engines were accumulated, a place brimming with an array of engines. Although these spacecraft were primarily of the second and third tiers, their engines exhibited remarkable diversity. This peculiarity was intriguing, suggesting that each engine possessed its own distinct advantages or unique features. By synthesizing these exceptional attributes, it might be possible to propel human civilization's engine technology to new heights. The current state of engine technology is already a culmination of enhancements, magnified 100,000 times. Advancing even a single step further proves to be a formidable challenge. Yet, should one manage to progress a few additional steps, there exists the potential for the system to recognize it as an invention, thereby granting another opportunity for amplification. Chapter 320, Large-Scale Implementation. 3 days passed swiftly as Gao Yang dismantled the equipment, and the moment to awaken the dormant capsules had arrived. Dean Yuan had been awaiting in the laboratory, observing the progressively improving condition of the soldiers involved in the experiment. Their already well-proportioned physiques had received yet another enhancement. The muscles that clung to their bodies were not exaggerated but exuded an aura of formidable strength. Upon entering the laboratory, Gao Yang first assessed the life signs of the 10 soldiers, finding them all in perfect health. He then pressed the activation button. The doors of the 10 capsules opened, instantly enveloping the laboratory in a chill. Subsequently, the 10 individuals were awakened simultaneously, rising from their capsules, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and wonder as they surveyed their own limbs. They could feel an extraordinary surge in their strength, a peculiar sensation. Their minds had also become more agile, an exhilarating experience indeed. Gao Yang observed their reactions, urging them not to be overly surprised, as they would undergo a physical examination shortly. Provided all aspects were satisfactory, they would be ready to board the spacecraft. Ecstasy spread across the faces of the 10 soldiers as they proceeded to the testing area under Gao Yang's guidance. After completing various assessments, including tests of their speed and strength, it became evident that these hastily trained super soldiers bore no difference from the conventional ones. Furthermore, since these individuals were already elite warriors, the effects of the enhancement were amplified, yielding even better results. With that, large-scale implementation was deemed feasible. Gao Yang promptly instructed the production of a substantial number of dormant capsules, while Dean Yuan decisively ordered the enhancement of the thousands of selected soldiers, along with many elderly individuals. On Earth, the thousands of selected soldiers set forth to a temporarily requisitioned large sports arena. Within the venue, robots were tirelessly arranging the freshly manufactured dormant capsules, numbering in the tens of thousands. All soldiers lay down to undergo the accelerated enhancement process. Although the procedure was inherently painful, the soldiers remained unconscious, blissfully unaware of their suffering. They merely needed to reap the benefits without enduring the pain. What could be more gratifying than that? Simultaneously, a vast number of spacecraft were being manufactured. The production speed of warships was consistently increasing, attributed to the growing number of manufacturing bases. On average, 200 vessels could be produced daily, and this figure was on the rise. During the enhancement of the soldiers and preceding this period, humanity had already constructed 2,000 warships. Moreover, numerous production bases were emerging and expanding, ensuring that the pace of spacecraft production would only accelerate. As the soldiers underwent enhancement and subsequently took control of the vessels, the first batch of elderly individuals also entered the dormant capsules. This initial group consisted of individuals in their 90s, an age where passing away could be considered a release, as they faced various ailments of old age and lived in a constant state of discomfort. However, the physical discomfort is not of great concern at this age. Most elderly individuals are single, as their partners have likely passed away. Furthermore, their children are often away, leaving them to spend their days in the village, sitting in front of their doors on chairs for hours on end. With the advancement of technology in Gaoyang, their lives have become significantly more comfortable. Many children, freed from the pressures of daily existence, have returned to their side. Yet, the inevitability of aging and death looms large. Despite having lived for so long and appearing to face death with equanimity, they harbor a profound fear of it, a dread that remains unspoken. Currently, the prospect of postponing death and regaining youth remains tantalizing, provided they can relocate to a different place to live. This is entirely feasible. When the selection criteria were announced, the first batch of chosen elders exhibited little reluctance to accept the offer. Upon enhancement, these elders were swiftly dispatched to Silver Star, tasked with transforming it into a second home for humanity, as its current capacity is evidently inadequate. Throughout this journey, each individual underwent a process of memory infusion, primarily encompassing two aspects: foundational knowledge, since the majority of these elders had not benefited from a robust education, with many unable to read. The infusion of basic knowledge alleviates the need for a steep learning curve and sidesteps concerns regarding their cognitive decline, having lived through countless vicissitudes. Each possesses a wealth of experience. In addition to foundational knowledge, they were also imparted with essential information about Silver Star, covering various aspects such as geography and climate, enabling them to navigate potential dangers, such as falling into ice caverns. Ultimately, the initial group of elders was placed on Silver Star, while the remaining enhancements followed protocol without requiring further oversight. With the advent of stasis pods, humanity is poised to rapidly produce successive generations of enhanced individuals. Previously, technology outpaced its users, but now, with advancements occurring simultaneously, the development rate has surged. Outside of Earth, neighboring star systems are dotted with bases, strategically positioned to provide immediate support in the event of an extraterrestrial fleet's arrival. These bases are also capable of withstanding exploratory incursions by alien vessels. This observation aligns with humanity's understanding of other extraterrestrial civilizations, which tend to establish numerous bases in proximity to their home worlds, as does Silver Star. Humanity has entered a phase of rapid expansion in its civilization, yet this accelerated pace instills a sense of urgency within Gaoyang. With technological progress accelerating, what is the current state of a stellar civilization that occupies and develops the galaxy, bolstered by advanced technology and years of evolution? Presently, the spacecraft we have developed and the extraterrestrials we have captured are of a notably rudimentary level, rendering us unable to access information regarding stellar civilizations. Indeed, they have yet to encounter any intelligent beings from such civilizations, having only glimpsed them in the news, remaining largely unaware beyond that. Gaoyang, with the advancement of technology, has come to realize the immense power of stellar civilizations. However, he cannot help but feel a sense of disappointment as he gazes upon a collection of dismantled engines. The technology contained within these engines offers him little assistance, nearly amounting to nothing at all. Previously, he had hoped to discover some outstanding technologies among them that he could integrate. Yet, after disassembling several engines, he found that none of the remarkable technologies fell within the realm of his current expertise. It seems he must seek out more cutting-edge spacecraft for disassembly. For now, he decides to focus on other components. Recently, an increasing number of ships have been transported here, all originating from indigenous civilizations. Each vessel, once captured, has been brought to Gaoyang's location, totaling nearly 3,000. The sheer quantity of these ships serves as a testament to the formidable prowess of the stellar civilization. Chapter 321. Strike first and discuss later. Even the peripheral, feeble fleets boast a considerable number of vessels, and when united, their combat prowess becomes quite formidable. Moreover, having captured such a multitude of spacecraft is likely to attract the attention of higher authorities imminently. Much like the thoughts of Gaoyang, human civilization has indeed drawn scrutiny. It could even be said that this attention was garnered earlier, as several exploratory organizations have already suffered significant losses. The worth of the spacecraft aside, The personnel and other resources are all valuable assets, star coins, indeed. The initial response from several exploratory factions was to suspect that rival forces were at play. However, after a brief discussion among the few factions in proximity, astonishment ensued, for each entity had incurred losses. The damage was substantial, with each organization losing over 100 vessels, which is quite alarming. Although the fleets are largely inflated in terms of strength, the current ratio suggests that within every 10 ships, there is at least one third-tier flagship. The loss of over 100 third-tier vessels is grievous, not to mention the smaller personal explorers and minor expedition teams that ventured forth. Should they all be consumed, the hidden forces lurking in the shadows must be formidable. At the very least, there are over 100 third-tier ships. After a simple deliberation among the exploratory organizations, a decision was made to report the incident. Indigenous life may be precious, but human lives are worth far more. Furthermore, given the current losses, it is nearly impossible that they were inflicted by the indigenous peoples. If the natives possessed such prowess, it would be extraordinary. The specifics of the matter need not concern them as exploratory organizations. Reporting the losses suffices. The third-tier civilization overseeing this star domain is the Saya civilization. Upon learning of the grievous losses to exploratory vessels, they initiated an immediate investigation. The exploratory organizations provide Saya civilization with substantial manpower and resources, thus their concern is warranted. Investigations in the cosmos can be expedited or prolonged. A slow investigation could see a vessel taking centuries to reach another planet, while a swift inquiry employs various advanced technologies. Within just 3 days, they uncovered more troubling revelations. Firstly, no ships that ventured into that region returned. Even the exploratory team that initially procured the data and registered the indigenous base's location did not return. A rough calculation reveals, without considering the trivial losses, that at least several thousand vessels have perished there. This is undoubtedly a significant event. After all, the Saya civilization has not experienced such a considerable loss in many years. Outside of warfare, such extensive losses are virtually inconceivable. Occasional losses of 3 to 5 vessels may be normal, but now the tally has increased by the thousand. The Saya civilization instantly escalated their concern, dispatching 3 large fleets in a cooperative effort to investigate the situation firsthand. Each civilization has different standards for fleet size classification. For most exploratory organizations, 10 ships constitute a small fleet, while 100 is considered a large fleet. For civilizations, a small fleet also comprises 10 vessels. But 100 is merely a medium fleet. 1,000 ships qualify as a large fleet. Moreover, all vessels within the Saya fleet are third-tier ships. 3 formidable fleets, with one leading the charge to scout ahead, while the other 2 maintain a defensive posture. This is essentially the probing strategy employed in large-scale warfare. The Scion civilization places great importance on this operation, deploying a fleet of 3,000 starships. Their sudden mobilization has caused a stir among neighboring civilizations, raising questions. What is happening? Why have 3 large fleets been dispatched all at once? Are they preparing for war? If so, against whom? Is there a conflict? This has not been previously reported. The overall commander of the 3 fleets activated the star map, observing the marked red points. This particular region is desolate, indicating a lack of civilizations and minimal valuable resource planets. Consequently, very few starships venture into this area, resulting in sparse markers. Thus, the singular marked planet stands out. On one of its moons lies a base. The recent disappearance of all exploration ships is likely linked to the extraterrestrial presence at this base. Currently, the higher-ups entertain 2 mainstream hypotheses. The first posits that an advanced civilization has discovered something significant here, leading to a lockdown of the area and the elimination of all incoming vessels. Alternatively, there could be friction among advanced civilizations, necessitating a military presence in anticipation of potential conflict. Any small ships passing through would certainly be dealt with. Another possibility is that this region has undergone some unforeseen transformation, such as multiple planets inadvertently forming a labyrinthine array that confounds navigation, or the sudden emergence of black holes and other extraordinary celestial phenomena. In any case, the 2 scenarios remain: advanced civilizations or peculiar celestial environments. Regardless of the situation, exploration is imperative. The commander marked a blue point on the star map, Fleet 1. Proceed to the designated location. He then indicated 2 additional points, situated tens of millions of kilometers from the blue point, directing Fleets 2 and 3 to their respective marked locations. This way, any developments concerning Fleet 1 would be relayed to the 2nd and 3rd fleets within minutes, enabling them to assess the situation and choose to either engage or retreat. In an instant, all 3 fleets activated their spatial jump engines. The 3,000 starships opened the wormholes before them, allowing for rapid traversal. Their orderly formation upon emerging from the wormholes was a testament to the fleet's prowess. After several consecutive jumps, Fleet 1 materialized above Base 172. The data from this fleet's appearance instantly triggered urgent notifications to the High Command of the Dragon Nation. Gao Yang immediately sprang into action, heading to the upper laboratory. Upon activating the three-dimensional projector, he beheld a magnificent sight. Thousands of wormholes opening simultaneously, from which ships of nearly identical design emerged. The uniformity of their formation made it abundantly clear to Gao Yang that the regular army had arrived. With a scale of thousands and such precision in formation, it was evident that this fleet was extraordinary. This array not only signifies order, but also represents a high level of technology. Ordinary spacecraft exhibit a lack of precision in spatial jumps, rendering such synchronization utterly unattainable. It is akin to suggesting that the previous vessels were mere brigands and bandits, while the current ones are elite forces. Not merely 1,000, but an additional 2,000 are trailing behind. Almost simultaneously, two nearly identical images materialized before Gao Yang, revealing the simultaneous emergence of 2,000 spacecraft in distinct locations. Three fleets formed a strategic triangular formation. Gao Yang's expression shifted to one of solemnity. There was indeed a tactic at play. Should one mistakenly believe that the adversary possessed only a single fleet of 1,000 vessels, a skirmish could easily escalate to a formidable 3,000. Fortunately, Gao Yang had preemptively deployed detectors in the vicinity of the base and the expansive regions near the Silver Star. Otherwise, they might have been caught entirely off guard. In the communication line, General Fu's voice relayed the message. The opposing fleet requests to establish communication. Should we connect with them? There is no need for communication. We are bound to engage in battle, so let us strike first and deliberate later. Chapter 322, A Sense of Panic. On the other end of the communication, upon hearing Gao Yang's words, there was a brief moment of astonishment before regaining composure. Indeed, the communication was severed, and at that moment, all human star fleets had received their orders to prepare for battle. The number of warships in human civilization had reached 5,000. These 5,000 ships, even before their arrival, had received their combat directives. Their mission was to traverse through wormholes to designated locations and subsequently unleash laser fire upon specified targets. Given that the enemy fleet was suspended, the efficacy of gravity cannons would be diminished. However, with 2,500 ships equipped with laser cannons, along with 25,000 small space fighters, nearly 30,000 lasers would erupt in an instant. Moreover, the entire operation would be executed with remarkable precision, with each ship distributing 9 lasers. During the assault, the target fleet would be unable to observe the attack. The lasers would be fired from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, traveling at a speed indistinguishable from that at which the fleet could perceive. To witness the lasers would equate to certain death. At the command center for the small, unmanned fighters, 10,000 pilots were assembling. The overall commander felt a tinge of melancholy. Was it not sufficient to have just 10,000 personnel? This time, however, with a deployment of 25,000 ships, he found himself short-staffed. Fortunately, all 10,000 had consumed enhancement agents, and given the relative simplicity of this operation, operators merely needed to aim and fire. There was no need for even a second to switch to the next device, which would not significantly impact the battle's dynamics. As the 10,000 gathered, they stood before their consoles, fully prepared for action. The operation involved multiple parties and necessitated meticulous coordination. Remarkably, this coordination was achieved in merely 10 minutes. With everything in readiness, they were poised to launch their assault at any moment. Outside Base 172, 1,000 ships loomed in the vastness, while the commander continued to request communication. For humanity, 10 minutes felt lengthy, as they were accustomed to brief response times for calls. If a call went unanswered within a minute, it would automatically disconnect. Yet, in the expanse of space, 10 minutes was trivial. In the absence of advanced communication, especially in the void of outer space, transmitting messages required the opening of wormholes. The starry civilization undoubtedly possessed real-time communication technology, but such cutting-edge tools would not be made available to lesser civilizations. Moreover, since a direct assault on the base would yield little benefit for the fleet's operations, they persisted in their attempts to establish communication. The maximum allowable time for communication was 15 minutes. Should there be no response within this time frame, the fleet would proceed to attack the base, capturing all survivors for interrogation. This was also due to the fact that after 15 minutes, the two subsequent fleets would also become exposed. Unbeknownst to them, however, their 3 fleets had already been revealed upon arrival. The fleet commander gazed at the still silent base, furrowing his brow. Are there any life signals detected within the base? Yes, 10 in total. It is highly likely they have been rendered speechless by fear. Should we not dispatch a ship to make contact? The commander shook his head, offering no explanation. Their purpose for this mission was to seek out threats and engage in combat. not to encounter the indigenous inhabitants. Even in the pursuit of discovery, the approach should not be to engage directly, but rather to obliterate the base and capture the indigenous inhabitants within, thus achieving the highest efficiency. 10 minutes elapsed, and all remained eerily silent. At the 12-minute mark, the fleet commander suddenly felt a wave of unease wash over him. Unease? The commander sensed a disquiet deep within, his immediate instinct suggesting something was amiss. Why was he feeling this way? Yet, he chose to trust his intuition, for the nuances of biological perception remain incomprehensible to this day. Do not wait for 15 minutes. Prepare to attack and annihilate the base. The moment the order was issued, dozens of brilliant laser cannons erupted, racing towards base 172. However, upon arrival, a protective shield manifested above the base, effortlessly deflecting all the incoming lasers. The commander instinctively leaned forward, astonished. What caliber of defensive shield was this? How could so many laser cannons be simultaneously thwarted? Energy shields possess a limit to their capacity. How could an indigenous civilization possibly wield such advanced energy defenses? This could very well indicate a threshold of fourth-tier civilization. A thought emerged in the commander's mind, one that was almost too incredulous to fathom. Could the danger within this star region stem from the indigenous civilization itself? Just as this notion took root, a piercing alarm blared from the control console. Report. Numerous spacecraft have appeared around the fleet. How far away? Approximately 500,000 kilometers. Retreat. Depart from this position swiftly. Yet, before he could finish, the alarm intensified, signaling imminent peril. The commander gazed out the window, witnessing an onslaught of lasers converging from all directions, dense and overwhelming. In an instant, every battleship raised its defensive shields. The shields proved effective, managing to intercept one laser, then two, but at least 9 lasers came crashing down simultaneously. All ships, save for one command vessel, were caught in the barrage. The assault was indiscriminately fair. The dark void of space was illuminated by the onslaught of weaponry. As thousands of ships were annihilated in unison, they had shields, yet their defenses were overwhelmed. Only the commander's vessel remained intact. However, he felt a chilling dread envelop him. It was a palpable fear. The likely source was the indigenous civilization. Were it not for the indigenous civilization, there would have been no need for such a display against his fleet. Even 1,000 ships would suffice. Only an indigenous civilization, unaware of its own strength and ignorant of their fleet's capabilities, would opt to deploy all available ships in such a manner. What was truly astonishing was that this indigenous civilization had already reached the pinnacle of a third-tier civilization. Should this indigenous civilization be fully exposed and choose to ally with the stellar civilization, his scion civilization would find itself vying for territory. Would they prevail? The opportunity may never arise again, but it was present now. With over 1 million warships, the Scion civilization could easily dominate this civilization. However, once they engaged with the outside world and amassed abundant resources, that opportunity would vanish. Only when the disparity in scale is immense could the technological gap be marginally bridged. The commander began to seek an opportunity to flee. His spaceship remained unscathed, indicating that others wished to capture him alive. All he needed to do was escape or buy some time to inform the fleet behind him of the unfolding situation. As he pondered this, he suddenly felt the ship lurch forward with astonishing speed. The gravity was immense, far beyond normal levels. A fourth-tier civilization. A torrent of expletives surged through his mind. Were the natives of this fourth-tier civilization truly so formidable? With all those warships besieging them, it seemed absurd. If they truly possessed fourth-tier vessels, a single ship could annihilate their entire fleet. However, upon further reflection, there were inconsistencies. The attack power was insufficient. The laser cannons were at most peak third-tier, failing to reach the offensive capabilities of a fourth-tier civilization. They had merely entered the fourth tier. Chapter 323. So many? The commander felt a sense of despair. An indigenous civilization that had reached the fourth tier was indeed a fourth-tier civilization. At that moment, he relinquished all resistance. Since this native civilization was a fourth-tier entity, any resistance on his part would be futile. Such a civilization could only be dealt with by those of equal standing. Once it developed further, it would escalate into a war between two fourth-tier civilizations. Regardless of the victor, their scion civilization, so close to a fourth-tier civilization, would undoubtedly suffer grievously. The commander's ship sped toward the base, slowing down as it approached before docking. He had completely abandoned the notion of resistance. Once the ship was secured, his immediate decision was to surrender. The only chance he could envision for the survival of his civilization lay in aligning with the indigenous people. By allying with them, they might have a chance of survival. If the native civilization triumphed, they could even position themselves as benefactors. The commander opened the hatch, stepped onto the open ground, and prostrated himself, surrendering with resolute finality. Meanwhile, 2 other battles were unfolding concurrently. After the initial assault, they had gauged the strength and capabilities of the enemy ships. The primary objective of the remaining 2 battles was to capture vessels and take prisoners. In a swift engagement, they first attacked 900 enemy ships, followed by a swarm of small, unmanned space fighters that surged toward the enemy vessels, employing less powerful weapons to target the hulls of the adversary's warships. This tactic aimed to compel their surrender without damaging critical components. As the first battle concluded with ease, the outcomes of the subsequent confrontations became a foregone conclusion. A total of 100 third-tier warships were seized, their identifying markings dismantled and destroyed, as the fleet transported the ships and captives to various bases. Throughout this process, the commander of the Scion civilization remained in a daze. Even he, a man of considerable experience, was bewildered. How could a 4th-tier civilization emerge in such a remote location? Was it not said that ascending to the 4th tier required vast resources? Without resources, how could one conduct research? Yet, here stood a 4th-tier indigenous civilization. He even questioned whether he was dreaming. Perhaps other 4th-tier civilizations sought to expand their territories, orchestrating a ruse in this area. Alternatively, a 3rd-tier civilization might have ascended to the 4th tier, but, fearing conflict with the existing 4th-tier powers, chose to conceal itself in this remote region until it grew strong enough to seize territory and initiate warfare. However, none of these possibilities could explain why the alien fleet regarded them with such significance. Soon, the commander witnessed the leader of Fleet 1. The Fleet 1 commander rose and stated, "I suspect they are indigenous beings who have attained 4th-tier status. We should consider submission." The Supreme Commander shook his head. Discussing this was pointless, as the initiative was completely out of their hands. To submit, they must first be desired by others to do so. The pressing issue remained. They were still unaware of the true situation on the other side. Aboard the ship, over 200 Scion warriors were imprisoned, all eerily silent. They had arrived with 3,000 ships and tens of thousands of soldiers, and now only they remained. Initially, they had dismissed the gravity of the situation. Yet now, they ponder why civilization does not directly send legions to their aid. 3 legions, comprising 300,000 ships, would compel this indigenous civilization to retreat. Even if they have genuinely attained the 4th tier, though they might not emerge victorious, their plight would not be as dire, and they would at least be able to send messages back home. The captured vessels swiftly arrived at the prison base, which had undergone several expansions. A multitude of experts eagerly rubbed their hands together. They were already aware that commanders from the war fleet would soon be dispatched. The regular fleet of a 3rd-tier civilization undoubtedly possessed far greater knowledge than those explorers. The moment these warriors arrived, they were immediately surrounded by experts, who began to inquire about the situation. The Scion warriors cooperated, donning an array of devices and responding to various questions. However, whenever inquiries regarding specific details of the Scion civilization arose, all would fall silent. The experts remained patient. This time, the abundance of alien samples allowed for the extraction of brainwaves for analysis. There was a possibility of deciphering these brainwaves, enabling them to read the thoughts of the subjects during questioning. Simultaneously, over 100 ships were dispatched to the base where Gaoyang was located. Gaoyang promptly examined the communication equipment. The absence of real-time communication technology implied that no war-related information had been leaked. Yet, the arrival of the regular army served as a reminder to Gaoyang that this location had indeed attracted the attention of an extraterrestrial civilization. The true test was just beginning. Without the need for Gaoyang to elaborate, the entire human leadership understood. The moment the war concluded, the selection of warriors would commence anew, and the education of all students would incorporate numerous elements regarding the cosmos. Lastly, there was the expansion plan for the production base. The fleet must increase. 5,000 was insufficient. At the very least, 50,000. 50,000 ships, in the eyes of the human leadership, was indeed not a trivial number. After all, in the past, the various aircraft within human military arsenals had been few in number. Having several hundred of a single type was already considered quite abundant. The prospect of 50,000 ships was made feasible thanks to Gaoyang's holographic helmet, which could directly instill memories. Otherwise, training 50,000 pilots would have been an arduous task. As they contemplated this, the interrogators managed to pry open the mouth of the Scion civilization's commander. The entire Scion civilization had publicly disclosed a fleet size of 3,400,000. 3,400,000 ships? The upper echelons of human civilization were left astounded upon hearing this figure. Previously, humanity had speculated about the fleet sizes of outer civilizations, estimating numbers in the tens or hundreds of thousands based on scattered exploratory vessels. Initially, they thought that even a mere 3,000 exploratory ships suggested a considerable civilization. However, this was not merely considerable, it was overwhelmingly vast. 3,400,000. And this was just a 3rd-tier civilization, merely the publicly acknowledged fleet size. With 2 million patrol ships, 1 million station guard ships, and an additional 200,000 elite ships along with 200,000 inspection vessels. Could a civilization truly lack secrets, or fleets that were not disclosed to the public? Gao Yang surmised that such fleets must indeed exist, a sentiment echoed by the higher echelons of Long Kingdom. After all, contemplating from another's perspective, they would undoubtedly devise myriad methods to acquire vessels of the fourth-tier civilization, resulting in an exponential increase in their capabilities. However, this segment of the fleet cannot be disclosed publicly, yet under special circumstances, it remains operational. The staggering fleet of 3 million has imparted a profound lesson to human civilization. Several communications have reached Gao Yang. Given that even a third-tier civilization possesses such formidable prowess, it is noteworthy that under the banner of the stellar civilization, there exists a multitude of third-tier civilizations, alongside fourth-tier ones, and ultimately, the stellar civilization itself, supported by countless other civilizations. When Gao Yang received this information, he was immediately taken aback. Over 3 million warships. What would be the total number of vessels within the entire civilization? Wouldn't that imply that every citizen possesses a ship? It is akin to the citizens of Longhua acquiring automobiles, where having one is a prerequisite for marriage. When considering the combat-ready vessels, this figure is bound to increase significantly. Chapter 324. A bountiful harvest. As the higher echelons of human civilization languished in melancholy, the Scion civilization experienced a similar despondence. Their meticulously orchestrated 3 large fleets had vanished without a trace. All signals were lost, which, in previous instances, indicated the destruction of the vessels and an inability to re-establish contact. Yet, this was a staggering loss of 3,000 warships. And the duration of the incident was a mere minute. Within that brief span, 3,000 ships were obliterated, and according to the original strategy, the fleets were not meant to converge at a single location. How could they have been dealt with almost simultaneously? The Scions were left in the dark, deducing only from the disappearance of the ship's insignias that they had been annihilated. This was profoundly unsettling, as they were utterly baffled by the circumstances. However, the losses incurred allowed for some conjecture. Any subsequent deployment of ships to the area would likely face similar repercussions. After some deliberation, the Scion civilization delineated the affected region as a hazardous zone, sharing this information on their star maps so that explorers could avoid the area based on the map's alterations. Furthermore, the Scions dispatched fleets to observe the surroundings of this perilous zone. While such surveillance was inefficient and slow over time, they hoped to gather insights through the collection of light and radio signals to ascertain what had transpired. They also maintained a watchful presence, ensuring that any impending danger could be swiftly detected. Ultimately, all documentation regarding this incident was meticulously compiled and submitted to the fourth-tier civilization. Matters beyond their capacity would be entrusted to the fourth-tier civilization for resolution. The fourth-tier civilization, indeed, possessed the capability to address such issues, as they were obligated to act in exchange for the resources received from below, although their efficiency tended to be sluggish under normal circumstances. The 3 actions taken by the Scion civilization soon reached Gao Yang. This was inferred by the captured commander, who speculated on several possible responses from the Scion civilization. In times of uncertainty, the Scion civilization would categorically refrain from dispatching large fleets, as per their regulations. This was the only piece of encouraging news Gao Yang received, though it was not entirely uplifting, for the next wave might consist of ships from the fourth-tier civilization. Additionally, there was supplementary intelligence. Although the area had been designated as dangerous, such zones were classified into tiers. If it were merely of a basic danger level, akin to an asteroid belt, second-tier vessels would encounter hazards. A medium danger level would prevent third-tier ships from venturing forth. Only in cases of high danger would even fourth-tier civilizations be barred from entry. Should this area be classified as a medium danger zone, third-tier vessels would refrain from approach, paving the way for exploratory ships from the fourth-tier civilization. Fourth-tier ships. A flicker of anticipation sparked within Gao Yang. Should he manage to seize a fourth-tier vessel for research, it would undoubtedly yield a wealth of knowledge. From what he had gathered thus far, the disparities among ships of varying tiers were monumental, extending beyond mere weaponry and engines. The hulls of third-tier vessels bore no resemblance whatsoever to those of second-tier ships. If one were to make a comparison, the hull of a Tier 3 spacecraft is akin to a robust titanium alloy, whereas the hull of a Tier 2 spacecraft resembles merely the delicate film laid over a banquet table. To suggest that it could withstand an assault from weaponry is far-fetched. Even a fortified human could easily breach it with a few well-placed punches. This disparity extends to various aspects, including control systems, where clear differences are apparent. While they may all be classified as spacecraft, a fleet of 10,000 Tier 2 vessels would stand no chance against a singular Tier 3 craft. Their weaponry would be utterly insufficient to penetrate the defenses of a Tier 3 civilization. The exploration vessel, being a Tier 3 spacecraft, carries with it 9 Tier 2 vessels, effectively utilizing this ship as a transport carrier for laborers. Upon discovering the advantages, the slaves aboard are dispatched to reap the benefits. During this contemplation, Gao Yang stumbled upon an intriguing notion: why not employ robots? He pondered this question before relaying it to the individual responsible for the interrogation, while he himself immersed in the task of dismantling. In light of the impending crisis, upgrading is of paramount importance. The heads delivered by these individuals have sparked numerous innovative ideas in Gao Yang's mind, the most significant being their insights into Tier 4 civilizations. For instance, while the protective shields of human spacecraft have reached Tier 4 standards, their offensive capabilities have not. Moreover, the application of gravitational waves for spatial lockdown is a technology exclusive to Tier 4 civilizations. Below that threshold, even the installation of gravity simulators aboard a spacecraft remains challenging. The gravity simulators on their warships are all purchased technology. This elucidates the direction for future research, a concentrated effort on offensive weaponry. While gravity cannons possess formidable power, their effectiveness is limited. They require the adversary to remain stationary for optimal impact. Fortunately, the civilization providing supplies possesses weaponry aboard their vessels, and not merely laser cannons, but also photon particle cannons. These cannons utilize particle beams as weaponry, accelerating particles to speeds approaching that of light, resulting in violent reactions upon impact, releasing terrifying amounts of energy instantaneously. While a Tier 3 spacecraft could withstand such assaults, it could only endure 1 or 2 strikes at most. These particle cannons are integrated throughout the vessel, with acceleration channels spiraling around its structure. However, their power is somewhat lacking, as the technology to produce such devices was once attainable on Earth, overlapping with certain techniques utilized in particle colliders. Nevertheless, insufficient power poses no concern for Gao Yang, for he possesses a system. During Gao Yang's dismantling process, word arrived from the prisoner camp. Among the 3 eminent empires, one is a mechanical civilization, entirely governed by robots. This empire forbids the enslavement of robots. Any detected transgression would result in the annihilation of the offending civilization. A previous conflict among the 3 empires erupted due to 2 of them refusing to relinquish their robots, leading to an extended war with catastrophic losses, ultimately forcing a compromise. Consequently, the 3 great empires jointly prohibited the biological creation of robots. As Gao Yang absorbed this information, a thought struck him: if this is the case, human civilization has yet to reveal itself, yet it has already offended at least 2 empires. Such tenacity is noteworthy. Despite the determination to fight to the end, the current strength is insufficient. It is prudent to relocate all robotic units from the alien bases back to Earth, for if the extraterrestrials were to notice, it could very well attract the attention of a 5th-tier civilization, leading to dire consequences. With this knowledge, Gao Yang harbored increased anticipation for the arrival of 4th-tier civilization spacecraft. If even the commanders of 3rd-tier civilizations possess such awareness, how much more information could be gleaned from capturing a few 4th-tier beings? For now, the priority is to enhance capabilities and continue the disassembly of the photon particle cannons. Within merely 2 days, Gao Yang, with remarkable efficiency, dismantled a plethora of photon particle cannons and thoroughly mastered the technology of this civilization's weaponry. The complexity of this technology was not particularly daunting. In fact, it was rather straightforward, allowing Gao Yang to make further improvements. He succeeded in reducing the size of the entire apparatus, fashioning it into a device resembling a mosquito coil, which was designed for direct installation onto the underside of a spacecraft. The photon ions would accelerate through a channel and be discharged, colliding with other particles to unleash tremendous power, far surpassing the terrifying capabilities of former nuclear weapons. It was time to test its might. Chapter 325, Testing the Power. The spacecraft equipped with the photon particle cannon ascended and, after a spatial leap, arrived at an asteroid belt. Here, an abundance of asteroids existed, the largest boasting a diameter of 10 kilometers. When accelerated and hurled towards a planet, these asteroids could serve as formidable weapons. For certain planets, a single asteroid could potentially trigger a mass extinction event. However, these asteroids were only a threat to 1st-tier civilizations, and even the pinnacle of such civilizations could merely alter their trajectories. Once one reached the 2nd tier, they could effortlessly shatter asteroids, rendering such attacks futile. Nonetheless, this asteroid belt could serve as a testing ground for weaponry. The particle accelerator beneath the spacecraft began its operation. The photon particle cannon unleashed a barrage of photon particle beams upon the target. In an instant, the speed of light photons struck an asteroid, akin to a razor-sharp blade piercing through its molecular structure. A dazzling explosion of energy erupted within the asteroid belt, instantly clearing a vast expanse of space. Numerous asteroids were obliterated, The sensation of impact was undeniably impressive, and the force was indeed substantial. The instantaneous release of the photon-ion beam rivaled the impact of a small asteroid colliding with Earth. Such terrifying power would be insurmountable for an ordinary spacecraft. The photon-ion beam, enhanced by Gao Yang, surpassed the original photon particle cannon in potency by a considerable margin, attributed to the differences in particle speed and the nature of the particles utilized. However, this enhancement remained within the realm of comprehension, yielding an increase of approximately tenfold. Fortunately, there was the system's amplification. Additionally, due to previous modifications made to the spacecraft, several enhancements had been accumulated, resulting in a tenfold critical hit. With this thought, Gao Yang felt a surge of anticipation. Ding! The system detected the host's development of the photon particle cannon and offered amplification. Would you like to amplify? Amplify? The familiar compass materialized before Gao Yang, who merely spun it around. The compass was precisely adjusted to 100,000 times. Ding! Congratulations, host. The power of the photon particle cannon has received 100,000-fold amplification. Ding! The host has achieved a 10-fold critical amplification, resulting in a total power enhancement of 1,000,000 times. Gao Yang's expression shifted with emotion. An amplification of 1,000,000 times? He recalled that a single bullet, after a 1,000-fold enhancement, possessed the power comparable to a small nuclear bomb. This photon particle cannon, originally a weapon of third-tier civilization, had become even more formidable after his modifications, potentially reaching the pinnacle of the third tier. A million-fold amplification was already absurd. 100,000 times? Would that not render it invincible? There were no production facilities nearby, and the weapon could not be upgraded through system modifications, yet the memories remained intact. Instantly, recollections flooded Gao Yang's mind. The limited nature of these memories indicated that the enhancement of power would not be overly challenging and could be easily realized. The memories were swiftly accessed, revealing that the primary disparities lay in several aspects: the photon particles themselves, modifying their structure to enable them to deliver even greater impact upon striking other objects. This could elevate their power by 100-fold. The remaining enhancements are indeed challenging, as the emitted light particles must be arranged in a specific structure. In this manner, multiple explosions can concentrate all their power internally, resulting in a terrifying lethality. The distinction from previous explosions is that those merely radiated outward. The impact force at the core is only marginally greater than that on the periphery, and due to the vast emptiness of the cosmos, the explosive force dissipates rapidly, exerting minimal effect at a distance. It is akin to underwater explosions, where the shockwave can travel vast distances. Firearms prove ineffective against submerged individuals, but grenades can deliver a fatal jolt. In the atmosphere, the power of a grenade's shockwave diminishes significantly, while in space, throwing a grenade would amplify the lethality of the shrapnel, albeit the shockwave's potency would be considerably reduced, as it lacks a medium for transmission. This phenomenon mirrors the inability of sound to propagate in a vacuum, as sound is also a form of wave. The light particle cannon exhibits brilliance and formidable destructive capability, yet in the void of space, even a vessel positioned at the core can withstand a couple of strikes. However, the upgraded version presents a stark contrast. With a different distribution of explosive points, the surrounding regions transmit pressure towards the core, utilizing energy as a medium for intense compression. The instantaneous impact force within the upgraded cannon surpasses that of its predecessor by several orders of magnitude. Essentially, a portion of the outward force has been entirely redirected inward. The originally far-reaching shockwave is now concentrated, resulting in an increase in intensity as the area diminishes. Conventional spacecraft would undoubtedly be unable to endure such force. Eager to test this newfound power, Gao Yang promptly informed his colleagues to transport several third-tier civilization vessels to the asteroid belt. He then returned to the laboratory to upgrade the light particle cannon. Just as his experience suggested, the less information provided by the system equated to a lesser manufacturing difficulty. The upgraded light particle cannon was relatively straightforward, involving the creation of some particles. Finally, the manufacturing process of the light particle cannon itself was simple, requiring only minor adjustments to its trajectory, a skill Gao Yang possessed. Within a day, the modifications were complete, and Gao Yang once again piloted his vessel to the asteroid belt. There, he found 10 third-tier civilization ships stationed, all belonging to the Scion civilization, their exteriors enveloped in energy shields. Additionally, several human civilization ships awaited on the periphery, having been dispatched to tow the target vessels. Following protocol, Gao Yang confirmed their identities. Upon establishing communication, he was greeted by a familiar assembly, including Director Yuan, members of the Starry Sky Army, and several prominent figures from Earth. Surprised, Gao Yang inquired, "What brings you all here?" Director Yuan replied with a smile, "I summoned them." With the emergence of a new weapon, We may need to devise new tactics and adjust fleet configurations accordingly. Nodding in agreement, Gao Yang paused briefly, acknowledging that although this device was still a light particle cannon, it bore the same name, which might complicate future distinctions. This is the super light particle cannon, an upgraded version of the original. It possesses significantly greater power. You are too close for comfort. Several human spacecraft abruptly activated, swiftly departing to a considerable distance. As for this place, I refer to the ability to initiate an energy shield with a core strike range of approximately 3 to 400,000 kilometers. The distant fleet did not advance, but merely engaged their shields. Just 3 to 400,000 kilometers? It sounds like the distance light travels in a second. Yet this strike range is exceedingly extraordinary. The circumference of Earth is merely 40,000 kilometers. Such a terrifying cannon could envelop numerous Earths in an instant. As Gao Yang observed the spacecraft retreating, he eagerly anticipated the weapon's effect. The power he remembered was quite formidable, and he had manufactured it flawlessly. Even if it could not unleash its full potential, 80% effectiveness was still achievable. Taking a deep breath, Gao Yang adjusted his aiming angle and decisively pressed the fire button. Chapter 326. The power is insufficient. As the photon cannon manifested in Gao Yang's line of sight, it surged towards its target at an astonishing speed. After all, it was light speed. The human eye could hardly register the occurrence. The light from the explosion traveled with equal swiftness, its radiant brilliance arriving almost instantaneously, heralding the shockwave of the detonation. Gao Yang was positioned 300,000 kilometers away. Although the light took merely a second to reach him, he pondered the nature of this phenomenon. In that very moment, the defense shield of the spacecraft activated instantaneously. However, the shield did not experience significant force, as the shockwave had lost its lethality by such a vast distance. Yet, the blinding light imbued with energy still left Gao Yang in awe, exhibiting a certain grandeur. Meanwhile, the onlookers, including Director Yuan and others, widened their eyes in astonishment. Such an extensive damage radius? Coughing lightly, one researcher interjected, in the cosmos, a larger damage radius typically indicates diminished power. If the lethal range of the laser cannon were to expand to such an extent, it would be less harmful than the radiation from sunlight. Unable to contain himself, he regarded the group with astonished expressions. Gao Yang's weapon research has likely encountered a flaw. While the energy released instantaneously is indeed formidable, it is excessively dispersed. And in its rapid expansion, its lethality is significantly weakened. Our spacecraft has automatically engaged its shields. Under normal circumstances, we could withstand such an attack without activating them. The generals aboard the spacecraft instinctively furrowed their brows. Gao Yang had never disappointed them. Rather, he had consistently bestowed upon them one surprise after another, both on Earth and in the vastness of space. Now, was there a blunder? They found it difficult to believe, as if the invincible facade had been shattered. Was there truly a lack of power? If it were potent, the protective shield of the spacecraft would be aglow. Yet, it remained dim. The group observed the exterior of the spacecraft's shield, which was not particularly clear due to the overwhelming brightness of the explosion's light. Yet they could still discern that the shield's glow was faint. Moreover, the power display of the shield indicated minimal energy consumption. Low energy expenditure implied that the attack lacked sufficient strength, and this was under conditions where nearly the entire surface had been assaulted. General Zhou furrowed his brow, pondering. Does this weapon serve any other purpose? Perhaps for interception or to hinder the opponent's spacecraft movements. Zhou and his colleagues preferred to believe that Gao Yang would not falter. If he did, it would surely be for a greater purpose. This belief stemmed from the mythos surrounding Gao Yang, which had never been tarnished. They immediately sought to defend his reputation. The researcher nodded. There is some utility, albeit minimal. At most, it could delay an opponent for several seconds. Moreover, Gao Yang has stated that this is a weapon, and its performance falls short of expectations. Director Yuan waved his hand dismissively. This is merely a failure in weapon testing. A commonplace occurrence. Who decreed that Gao Yang must never fail? He is still quite young. It is only natural for him to make mistakes. Another researcher added. However, we must consider that Gao Yang has never disappointed nor failed before. When we establish communication later, we should be careful with our words. For instance, the weapon possesses immense power and a vast range. If it could concentrate its energy further, it would be even more formidable. This would alleviate some of his discomfort. Upon uttering these words, the researcher suddenly sensed something amiss, for he noticed that everyone else was gazing outside the spacecraft, their mouths gradually agape, their eyes widening in astonishment, their expressions brimming with disbelief. He too was momentarily rendered speechless, slowly turning his head to peer outside, his neck twisting with deliberate slowness, reminiscent of a wind-up toy. His mind momentarily faltered, pondering what spectacle could so profoundly astonish these seasoned individuals. Then, he beheld the scene beyond the spacecraft, and his own mouth fell open. his eyes bulging in disbelief, his body trembling slightly from the shock. In the distant starry expanse, a once massive asteroid belt now featured a void. Amidst the seemingly endless field of asteroids lay an enormous crater, as if a colossal pancake had been bitten into, and not just any bite, a significant chomp. Within the confines of that bite, a multitude of asteroids, some measuring dozens of kilometers in diameter, had been reduced to mere dust. Furthermore, the previously formidable starships, equipped with their third-tier defensive shields, had also vanished without a trace. They had earlier deemed the weapon's power insufficient. But now they comprehended the nature of that radiant light. It was the very essence of explosive force. Their misjudgment stemmed solely from the failure to conceive that shockwaves could propagate such vast distances, particularly in the vacuum of space, where energy transmission lacks a medium and is thus difficult to extend far. As a result, Gao Yang had unleashed an extraordinarily terrifying weapon, delivering a profound lesson to them. At that moment, Gao Yang stood equally astonished, his mouth agape, a visage of disbelief etched across his features. He had anticipated considerable power, yet he had not envisioned it to be this overwhelming. The asteroid belt, vast as it was, had now been obliterated by a quarter, not merely scattering the asteroids. It had utterly annihilated them. All spacecraft had been crushed, along with the asteroids. The sheer force they had just endured was likely unfathomable. Such an assault, if unleashed upon a planet, would undoubtedly leave it utterly ravaged. The power was excessively immense. Should an enemy fleet be present, with vessels spaced no more than several thousand kilometers apart, a single strike would annihilate them all. The Scion civilization boasts a fleet of 340,000? Given the current fleet status, if 1,000 human ships armed with super-energy particle cannons were to engage, they could easily prevail. Under the expansive range and terrifying power of the super-energy particle cannon, the tactical maneuvers of the spacecraft would be rendered futile. Gao Yang, initially burdened by anxiety, felt a considerable weight lift from his mind. Ideas began to form as he initiated a communication. General Zhou. At that moment, General Zhou finally regained his composure. I'm here. What is it? Previously, the warships equipped with collapse bombs had seemed somewhat lackluster, ineffective in minor skirmishes, and pitifully scarce in major battles. Perhaps this super-energy particle cannon could be installed instead. General Zhou opened his mouth, questioning the distinction. What difference does it make? Is there really a difference between the collapse bomb and this device? To him, it certainly seemed there was none. The collapse bomb effortlessly obliterates a planet. How can it not be capable of destruction? In fact, its annihilation is likely even swifter. The collapse bomb, after all, does not travel faster than light, while this one does. When the moment arises, a single shot suffices. Who could possibly stand in its way? Who would dare to oppose it? However, possessing formidable weaponry without proper installation is futile. Only when such arms are equipped does one find a sense of security. Should danger truly arise, a barrage of fire would be unleashed. Regardless of whether it is a fourth or fifth tier, under such firepower, one cannot believe they would emerge unscathed. General Zhou acknowledged this and then turned his gaze to the asteroid belt. Does this weapon have any limitations? For instance, does it require a recharge after a single shot? Hai Yang's voice resonated through the channel. It necessitates the replenishment of special light particles. However, this is quite simple. With an adequate supply of light particles, its firing rate is indistinguishable from that of a laser cannon. Chapter 327, Rapid Expansion. Everyone was rendered speechless. The firing rate of the laser cannon? It could fire incessantly. This was rather absurd. If a battle were to commence, after a volley, what would remain of the opposing forces? While they were still in shock, Gao Yang had already terminated the communication to conduct a second test. The previous trial merely gauged the general power. This time, the focus would be on specific potency and detailed effects. For instance, the lethality at varying ranges, the precise radius of destruction, the distance of light dispersion, and its duration. All these factors were crucial. On the battlefield, such data could dictate the course of a war. If these parameters were not thoroughly tested, it might result in a catastrophic misfire, inadvertently harming one's own fleet. The consequences of such collateral damage would be dire. During the testing process, numerous detectors were dispatched. In the distance, Director Yuan and others aboard the spacecraft once again beheld the light. Once the luminosity faded, they witnessed that a quarter of the asteroid belt had vanished. Another blast followed, and then yet another. This cluster of asteroids, seemingly from nowhere, was obliterated, leaving only countless fine particles rapidly dissipating into the void of space. A total of 4 shots were fired, yielding an approximate assessment of the attack range. The core damage zone spanned about 10,000 kilometers. Within this area, third-tier vessels could not survive, with damage escalating towards the center. A broader area of destruction was also established. Though its potency was not as formidable as that of the core zone, it compensated with its extensive range and interference effects. Ultimately, there was the light interference. which could sustain illumination for 40 seconds. During this time, even if the enemy's vessels remained unscathed, they would lose visibility. Upon concluding the tests, Gao Yang conducted a final assessment, this time focusing on human spacecraft. He engaged the defensive shield to the 3rd level, testing whether it could withstand a strike while transitioning through space. A brilliant flash erupted, and as the radiance subsided, all explosive fluctuations calmed. In the epicenter of the explosion, a spacecraft emerged unscathed. Currently, humanity's combat capabilities still favored defense over offense. From a distance, aboard the ship, Director Yuan and others witnessed this scene, feeling an even greater sense of astonishment, and they sincerely exclaimed, "Gao Yang is incredible, truly remarkable. Such a formidable attack, and yet the vessel remained unharmed." The efficacy of the defensive shield was essentially akin to transcending the mundane realm, evading all elemental forces. Only entities of a comparable level could hope to touch them. It was undeniably outrageous, yet also reassuring. Everyone felt a profound sense of security. The tension of the approaching 3rd-tier civilization fleet was considerably alleviated. After relaying the preliminary test results to Director Yuan, Gao Yang's spacecraft directly executed a space jump, returning to the base where the vessels were stored for further dismantling. The entire Dragon Nation commenced a large-scale mobilization. While the production of warships surged, the supply of pilots became a rare commodity. With all bases operating at full capacity, the daily output of vessels had reached 1,000. This figure was already quite impressive, and it continued to rise. Gao Yang has grown indifferent to the 340,000 ships of the Scion civilization, yet the upper echelons of human civilization regard it with great significance. In combat, the scale of forces is paramount. A formidable enemy of 10,000 is indeed impressive, but if I were to muster 100,000, how would you respond, my lord? With Gao Yang present, those 100,000 would be akin to 10,000 enemies each, which would be truly remarkable. The aspect of scale has always been of great importance to the Dragon Kingdom. Previously, with only a few thousand ships, the limitations were not solely due to production capacity, but because, at the time, a few thousand was considered a commendable scale by humanity's standards. However, upon learning of the Scion civilization's circumstances, realizing that even a fraction of their fleet surpassed our own, the situation transformed entirely. Thus, it became imperative to expand our scale. The ordinary citizens of the Dragon Kingdom are, in fact, quite fervent. In terms of outcomes, who wouldn't desire to pilot a spaceship? To be a captain and traverse the cosmos is a dream for many. As for the process, they must enroll, acquire knowledge, and undergo a series of assessments. Yet, they revel in this journey. In the past, such endeavors were not enjoyable, as individuals labored tirelessly for meager earnings, overwhelmed by exams and studies. However, now, many have not toiled for an extended period. The retirement age has been pushed to 35, a moment when programmers are often deemed obsolete. Those who have not retired find themselves engaged in trivial work, idling for a few hours a day, and working only 3 days a week. Aside from the management personnel, the space forces, and those striving to create music, videos, or films for their dreams, most others are simply playing. After such prolonged leisure, the novelty has worn off, and they yearn for meaningful pursuits. This expansion of scale aligns perfectly with their aspirations, prompting a fervent rush to enroll and participate. Amidst this great wave, a new vitality has erupted throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Recruitment has drawn individuals of all ages and genders, attracting a substantial following. Particularly, the middle-aged and elderly are making earnest attempts. Typically, these individuals appear relatively laid back, embodying a philosophy of non-competition and clarity. However, the prospect of rejuvenation and youth transforms their outlook entirely. How can one remain indifferent in such a scenario? They are compelled to strive with all their might. The total number of participants has exceeded 300 million. The remaining individuals have also begun to contemplate participation, albeit with caution. As the endeavor of space travel may harbor risks or other hidden perils, they seek stability first. Yet, even in their cautiousness, they engage in learning. And once they perceive safety, they too will rush forward. Such individuals need not be derided. Their habits reflect personal inclinations, and each individual must take responsibility for their own life. Timidity is an inherent aspect of human nature, a trait that has ensured survival through evolution. To overcome such timidity is the hallmark of a hero. As time advances, the changes witnessed each day now rival the transformations that once took an entire year in the Dragon Kingdom. It is noteworthy that the past 2 decades of the Dragon Kingdom's evolution equate to 2 centuries of change abroad. The previously rapid advancements have equipped the present citizens of the Dragon Kingdom to adapt to the swift pace of change. Gao Yang is equally engrossed in his endeavors. Almost every 3 days he seeks out an item to amplify. A multitude of spaceships has illuminated numerous paths for him. However, The items that offer merely 100-fold amplification are suitable only for mundane tasks and hold little significance. What he truly requires is a 10,000-fold amplification. If he could create a remarkable foundational invention and amplify it 10,000 times, he would soar to new heights in a single leap. After dismantling the spaceship in his hands, Gao Yang surveyed his surroundings, noting that many other ships were still docked nearby. Yet, he fell into silence. He had already dismantled each and every one of those identical vessels. This meant, quite frustratingly, that he had no more spaceships left to dismantle. The technological advancements of human civilization could no longer guide him. He was entirely reliant on alien spacecraft. Was this truly the end of his dismantling endeavors? Chapter 328, Taking the Initiative. In truth, it is rather commonplace. Although the number of captured spacecraft is substantial, they predominantly consist of second- and third-tier vessels. The internal structures of these ships bear a striking resemblance to one another. Even when the designs differ stylistically, the onboard equipment remains largely similar, resulting in a significant degree of homogenization. This phenomenon is reminiscent of the erstwhile mobile phones of humanity. When a particular feature proves advantageous and profitable, it becomes ubiquitous. Gradually, this leads to a scenario where everyone possesses similar devices. Despite originating from diverse civilizations, the ships exhibit notable similarities. Having dismantled numerous second- and third-tier spacecraft, Gao Yang finds that further disassembling vessels of this caliber yields little benefit. The current course of action must involve procuring fourth-tier ships or, alternatively, second- and third-tier vessels from other civilizations. Different civilizations may offer varying equipment within their ships. For instance, aquatic extraterrestrials and terrestrial ones likely maintain distinct environmental conditions aboard their crafts. It raises intriguing questions. How do intelligent aquatic beings contemplate venturing into the cosmos? Moreover, would their ships be filled with water? While this remains an enigma, the anticipation of discovery is palpable. In the absence of additional dismantling opportunities, Gao Yang first seeks to inquire about the prevailing situation. According to the captured fleet commander, this area has likely been designated as a danger zone. After all, it has been nearly half a month without any spacecraft arriving. Humanity enjoys a brief respite, yet it feels akin to the calm before a storm. The next arrivals will undoubtedly be fourth-tier vessels. Given the lack of substantial research prospects or the inefficiency of his current investigations, Gao Yang's gaze shifts outward. Moreover, passively enduring attacks has never been the hallmark of human civilization. He retrieves the information previously acquired from the commanders and begins to peruse it. The volume of data is extensive, as the technicians have successfully accessed the thoughts of the captives. This access does not refer to a physical breach. Rather, it involves the use of a neural interface helmet. The prerequisite for this device to glean insights from the mind is the ability to decipher brainwaves. Humanity's decoding process is straightforward, having been established with system upgrades. This capability extends not only to humans, but also to animals. However, for extraterrestrials, the process is far more complex, as each species possesses unique brainwave patterns. Each type of alien requires individual decoding, necessitating a substantial collection of samples. Fortunately, the recently captured fleet has provided a wealth of subjects for analysis. The ability to decode brainwaves even allows for the visualization of images. An abundance of data reveals that the habitable planets of the Scion civilization are quite ordinary. As long as one dons the insignia, the likelihood of encountering danger is minimal. Of course, the term danger here likely pertains to individuals from the Scion civilization, as the subjects in question are indeed from that lineage. However, the sights they have encountered cannot be fabricated. Their surroundings are vibrant and bustling, populated by numerous extraterrestrials on the streets. Is it conceivable that beings from other worlds could stroll through the thoroughfares of their home planet? Upon reflection, such a notion seems reasonable. Historically, Dragon Country has welcomed a diverse array of foreigners, including those from the land of the bald eagle, showcasing a rich tapestry of ethnicities. Under the aegis of stellar civilizations, the pressures of survival have dissipated, making interactions not only possible, but also desirable. The revelation of their homeworld could potentially yield even greater benefits. As Gao Yang swiftly perused a vast array of documents, a notion gradually emerged in his mind. Should he venture outside for a stroll? Prior to delving into the materials, his thoughts revolved around deploying the fleet. It was unwise to await danger's arrival passively. He intended to seek opportunities by engaging with the ships of fourth-tier civilizations first and assessing the situation, repelling adversaries from light years away. However, after reviewing the documents, he realized that sending unmarked ships into the fray would be akin to a shark sensing blood, an invitation for chaos. The scenario would shift from the fleet seeking trouble to trouble seeking the fleet. The fleet indeed needed to be dispatched. Yet they could not embark into the unknown without sufficient intelligence. At the very least, They must ascertain the distribution of power among the stellar civilizations and identify the various entities present. This knowledge would enable them to position themselves strategically, appearing far from human civilization, thereby ensuring that any ensuing conflicts or wars would bear no relation to humanity. The more attention they could divert, the longer humanity could prolong its development. Furthermore, possessing more information from the outside world would inherently enhance their safety. According to the captain's assertions, there would eventually be fourth-tier civilization ships dispatched for investigation. If the intelligence was sufficiently astute, these ships might be neutralized before their departure or while en route to the Saya civilization, thereby shifting the focus from their inquiries to their own demise. This underscores the significance of information. Yet, a conundrum arose: how to infiltrate the civilizations. The first step was undoubtedly to enter the Saya civilization, acquire an extensive star map, and subsequently explore and expand the intelligence network. Gao Yang diligently continued his research. Within a few days, he had fully accumulated augmentation opportunities, though none were particularly promising. After several more days of contemplation, a plan began to crystallize within Gao Yang's mind, a plan that would allow him to infiltrate the Saya civilization without revealing his identity. If executed adeptly, he could even conduct business within the Saya civilization, procuring more comprehensive star maps. However, this plan necessitated cooperation from extraterrestrial entities. Without an identity, he would be rendered powerless. Gao Yang reached out to Director Yuan, briefly outlining his idea. The senior officials of the Dragon Nation convened for a discussion, as venturing forth entailed considerable risk. Even a mere avatar would still pose a threat of exposure. At this juncture, Gao Yang was engaged in crafting a duplicate. This duplicate served a singular purpose: to be convincingly lifelike. Although he could not create a flesh-and-blood version of himself, he could employ more realistic materials, prioritizing naturalness and intricate details. If it were immediately discernible as a robot, the endeavor would be doomed. Internally, he would eschew metallic components wherever possible, and for those that were indispensable, he would employ electromagnetic interference to thwart detection, materials undetectable by metal detectors. Weight was another critical factor. After 2 days of diligent work, a new and remarkable duplicate materialized before Gao Yang. This duplicate was extraordinary, weighing a mere 150 pounds, significantly lighter than the previous robotic models. In addition, it appears indistinguishable from a human being, with intricate details of skin, hair, and blood vessels, even accompanied by the rhythmic sound and movement of a heartbeat. Even Gao Yang finds it difficult to discern whether this is a real person or a synthetic replica. This doppelganger possesses no autonomy, acting solely in accordance with Gao Yang's commands, its entire form embedded with numerous sensors, which will render the experience all the more authentic for Gao Yang. Furthermore, this replica's mind is equipped with a self-destruction system. With merely a thought from Gao Yang, the particles used for signal transmission will collide with their antiparticles, resulting in annihilation. During this annihilation process, an unfathomable amount of energy will be released, obliterating everything in the vicinity. This doppelganger will leave no trace of information to the enemy. Apart from the existence of humanity itself, the existence of humans is something Gao Yang deems acceptable for extraterrestrials to be aware of. Knowing of the presence of such indigenous beings will not concern them. After all, with so many indigenous populations, those already discovered are of little consequence to anyone. For humanity, this turns out to be a fortuitous circumstance. Chapter 329, Executing the Plan. The metal detector failed to identify any metallic substances when scanning the doppelganger. Its functionality relies on sensing variations in magnetic fields, which can be easily masked. When subjected to direct scanning, exposure is inevitable. However, the results yield limited information, as the core components are enveloped in specialized materials, rendering internal details imperceptible. Furthermore, Gao Yang surmised that the primary reason for this was the rarity of scanning extraterrestrial entities in the cosmos. Aside from specific locations, any area requiring scanning would be promptly reported to prevent certain extraterrestrials from being adversely affected by specialized rays, which could lead to their immediate obliteration. Consequently, Gao Yang resolved to avoid such locations. With the doppelganger issue resolved, the next obstacle was obtaining approval from the higher echelons of the official hierarchy. Just then, news arrived from the authorities. The plan was feasible, but it necessitated an escort fleet. Even if it involved a mere doppelganger, an escort was deemed essential. Should the doppelganger become exposed and the self-destruct mechanism fail to execute thoroughly, the escort fleet would be authorized to engage in offensive actions. Additionally, a temporary team had been assembled, comprised of individuals responsible for overseeing and scrutinizing the plan, who would accompany Gao Yang's doppelganger. Every member of this team was equipped with explosives to ensure the doppelganger's termination. Gao Yang promptly refused this arrangement. While oversight and examination were indeed prudent safeguards for the plan, sacrificing lives was entirely unwarranted. He understood the officials' concerns regarding potential communication disruptions. However, with the current quantum communication technology at his disposal, interception and blockage were simply implausible. Even if the extraterrestrial technology was advanced, should he be discovered, a decisive explosion would be the immediate recourse, leaving no room for error. There was no need to risk lives for absolute certainty. Though the team would not accompany him as a secondary insurance, they would remain aboard the fleet in anticipation. With the plan deemed viable, the first step was to select a target. Initially, Gao Yang had chosen the Scion civilization, but this selection was dismissed by the higher-ups. Should any incident arise within the Scion civilization, it would inevitably draw attention to issues concerning the second mother planet, potentially redirecting the focus of the Fourth-Order civilizations. Originally, the Fourth-Order civilizations might have delayed their actions, but an immediate intervention would pose significant complications, especially given that humanity's civilization had yet to fully expand on a large scale. Thus, the optimal choice was to identify a civilization situated at a greater distance. The options were limited to 3 civilizations, selected for their relative proximity, none exceeding 2,000 light-years away. Moreover, these 3 civilizations had previously seen extraterrestrials captured by human forces. Ultimately, the most distant civilization was chosen, not solely for its distance, but also for its relative prosperity. While the Scion civilization considered humanity's location remote, it, too, resided in a relatively isolated area. Opting for a civilization closer to the central region would facilitate the acquisition of extensive star maps. The pressing issue now lay in securing the cooperation of those captives. The targeted civilization was known as the Dala civilization, from which 2 individuals had been apprehended by a human fleet. Upon encountering the extraterrestrial beings of the Dala civilization, it became apparent that these 2 Dala individuals, much like humans, possessed limbs, albeit with 4 arms, each adorned with 3 fingers. Intriguingly, they also bore compound eyes, an aspect that grew increasingly peculiar upon closer inspection, evoking an impression of sentient beings evolved from insects. The 2 Dala beings were promptly escorted aboard a spacecraft, destined for the base where Gao Yang was situated. Gao Yang returned to Earth, leaving a duplicate at the base. Upon his return to the laboratory on Earth, Gao Yang donned a sensory helmet. When he reopened his eyes, his duplicate at the extraterrestrial base gazed ahead. After a brief moment of movement to ensure everything was in order, Gao Yang exited the laboratory. Outside, a spacecraft descended, its hatch opening to reveal the 2 Dala beings entering the confines of the base, their heads swiveling to observe their surroundings. Their compound eyes functioned akin to cameras, capturing every detail of the environment. The multitude of spacecraft left them in awe, particularly the nearly 200 warships. Judging by their design, these were vessels of the Scion civilization. Despair enveloped the 2 Dala beings. Were the warships of the Scion civilization truly captured? Was this indigenous population so absurdly formidable? Gao Yang turned to follow the gaze of the 2 extraterrestrials. A few thousand of these ships had arrived, exuding an imposing presence, leading to an overestimation of their capabilities. Despite deploying numerous weapons, the result was the capture of merely 200 ships. When Gao Yang's words reached the 2 Dala through the translator, they were left in shock. This was indeed the indigenous population? Yet it was undeniably so. Simultaneously, a sense of unease crept into their minds, for Gao Yang's interest in them undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. What could they possibly offer? Were they subjects for research? Capturing the indigenous people typically warranted a study. However, if research were the goal, dissection would have been conducted long ago. Why the delay now? Anxiety seeped in, for their worth lay solely in their identities, apart from their very existence. Gao Yang then led the 2 indigenous beings onto the spacecraft, which had been converted from an original exploration vessel. While the exterior retained its exploratory design, the internal engine, weaponry, and defensive shields had all been replaced. The 2 extraterrestrials recognized the vessel as their own. Almost instantaneously, realization dawned upon them. The ship's insignia had vanished, rendering it a black ship, unacknowledged and subject to interception and attack wherever it may venture. Gao Yang smiled. This vessel's weaponry has been reconfigured. Typical ships would stand no chance against it. Moreover, I trust you are intelligent beings. I would like you to escort me through the Dala civilization. As for whether we can gain entry, that is for you to determine. Should I be exposed, my body will self-destruct. To prevent my civilization's capabilities from being revealed, the entirety of the Dala civilization will face obliteration simultaneously. Gao Yang's tone was calm, yet the 2 extraterrestrials felt a chill run down their spines, pondering whether this indigenous civilization truly possessed such power. Perhaps they have captured the conventional fleet of the 3rd-tier civilization, or perhaps they are merely projecting an aura of strength. Yet, the Dala civilization is also a venerable 3rd-tier civilization. Their civilization surpasses that of the sub-civilizations in might. Gao Yang refrained from further elaboration, his words seeming rather insipid. First Fleet, assemble. The command was issued, and in a mere 5 minutes, 1,000 vessels materialized before them in an orderly formation. 180 Type 3 warships, 10 Type 1 warships, and 10 Type 2 warships followed my lead, while the remaining ships stand by. Understood, came the voice of the commander over the communication channel. Subsequently, 200 warships surged forth, trailing behind Gao Yang's vessel. Gao Yang approached the control panel, activated the wormhole, and guided the ship through. At that moment, he turned to the two visibly anxious aliens. In 2 days, we shall reach the Dala civilization, and I will present you with something intriguing. Perhaps it will inspire you to conceive a more profound means of introducing me to your civilization. Chapter 330. Inviting the wolf into the house. After a leap, the fleet arrived at a new stellar system. On the fringes of this system lay a colossal rocky planet, estimated to be several hundred times the size of Earth. Gao Yang picked up the communicator, super energy photon cannon, prepared to aim. In the rear of the fleet, the photon cannon beneath one of the ships began to hum to life, awaiting a command. Fire. In the next breath, a brilliant light enveloped the vessel. The 2 Dala individuals aboard wore expressions of bewilderment, questioning the unfolding situation. Nearly a minute passed before the radiance dissipated, revealing the visage of the planet randomly selected by Gao Yang. The cannon had struck with such force that it sent the planet spiraling off its orbit, leaving behind a gaping wound that resembled a bite taken from an apple. Surrounding this chasm were vast canyons, torn apart by the explosive shockwave. What was witnessed from such a distance barely scratched the surface of the cataclysmic changes occurring on the planet. Earthquakes, tsunamis, and ferocious winds would ravage the land in a relentless cycle of natural disasters. Any life form venturing to this desolate place would surely meet a grim fate. The atmosphere of the planet had been utterly decimated by the explosion. If civilization existed on this planet, the Dala individuals gazed wide-eyed in disbelief, their expressions filled with incredulity. This level of destructive capability suggested a 4th-tier civilization. They were certain that this civilization was indigenous, but a 4th-tier indigenous civilization? Instinctively, they scanned their surroundings, hoping to find any surveillance devices, as some civilizations had a penchant for peculiar reality shows. Gao Yang turned to the 2 Dala beings. My avatar will accompany you to your civilization. Do you have a means of entering your home planet? The Dala chose silence. Bring him there? Impossible. They did not wish to invite disaster into their midst. No way. The two shook their heads vigorously. We cannot. Our ship's insignia has been destroyed. It is now a black ship. But I must go? Gao Yang replied coolly. Should anyone obstruct me, they shall be eliminated. If your civilization dares to intervene, these 200 ships could effortlessly annihilate an entire star system. There is a way. 1 Dala quickly amended, prostrating himself on the ground. I have a method. But I hope you will spare the Dala civilization. Desperation etched across his face. Should he refuse, the Dala civilization would surely perish. Just one more strike like that, and the Dala civilization would suffer catastrophic losses. It was conceivable that all their terraformed planets would be obliterated. Such extensive devastation could also annihilate the majority of their ships and fleets. Gao Yang shook his head. The survival of the Dala civilization is of little concern to me. If all goes smoothly without drawing attention, the Dala civilization shall face no issues. However, should you harbor ulterior motives that lead to my exposure or other unforeseen complications, then there will be dire consequences. The Dalar, crawling on the ground, felt a sense of discomfort, yet was acutely aware that a 3rd-tier civilization was akin to a mere anthill in the eyes of a 4th-tier civilization, easily crushed, with existence or non-existence being utterly inconsequential. He could only hope that what Gao Yang had said was truthful. Taking a deep breath, he remarked, I shall accompany you alone. My acquaintance with him is limited. Should he prove foolish, he might call for help, thereby exposing our presence. Another Dalar, observing the prostrate figure, interjected, Allow me to go. I too harbor doubts about him. He may botch this endeavor. I have brethren within the guard fleet who could directly summon him to retrieve me. At this juncture, both individuals were intent on maintaining stability, each distrustful of the other, fearful that a misstep could unravel their plans, leading to contention. The members of the guard fleet would likely be aware of the location where your vessel was destroyed. Thus, should a similar ship appear near the civilization, an investigation would be inevitable. Even if he is your brother, can you guarantee that he will travel alone, accompanied solely by a single ship? Those with connections fell silent, not due to a lack of rapport, but rather the gravity of receiving an abrupt distress signal in the vastness of space warranted careful deliberation. The sender might not be a solitary individual, but rather an entire fleet. Even if their relationship is intimate, how might they interpret the communication upon receipt? They could even regard the distress signal as fabricated. How would you address that? The dissenting voice fell silent for a minute, then proposed, the ship crashes, followed by a distress call. and we return aboard a nearby vessel. Our identities would undoubtedly pose complications. While we might be untroubled in the outside world, returning would present issues. This strategy sidesteps the ship dilemma, yet we have indeed encountered a mishap here. Gao Yang, who had been listening, instinctively cast a glance toward the distant planet. To every sentient being, civilization seemed of paramount importance, perhaps even surpassing the value of their own lives. At least for these two, their mortality was of little concern. Their focus lay solely on the preservation of their civilization. Having listened intently, I began to understand. You fear that if the identifiers are destroyed here, your civilization would record the potential incident? The Daler nodded, affirming, indeed, they would certainly document it. If within close proximity, under their jurisdiction, they would arrange for rescue and investigation. Gao Yang comprehended that this was a flaw, albeit one that could be easily remedied. This implies that if we intercept a vessel that has not been registered, we could seamlessly integrate ourselves among them. The two Daler exchanged glances. Feasible, yet fraught with peril. He may not acquiesce to your demands and could resort to underhanded tactics. Should I capture the individual? Can you ensure his compliance? The Daler contemplated this momentarily, realizing it was a last resort. Should Gao Yang grow impatient and annihilate their entire civilization, there would be no recourse. He nodded. Yes, we can. Gao Yang opened the star map, swiftly locating the Daler civilization and plotting a route. The path was deliberately obscure, designed to evade encounters with other vessels. Once the design was complete, they would have a day to rest. Both the plan and the route require further deliberation to ensure that no issues remain. Additionally, the appearance of the spacecraft must undergo modifications. In just a moment, the exterior of the vessel is entirely transformed. The changes are subtle, rendering it seemingly antiquated and unremarkable. Most importantly, a new insignia has been affixed to the ship's hull. This counterfeit emblem will surely fail to pass scrutiny when entering foreign planets. But in the vastness of space, while soaring through the cosmos, no one can discern any discrepancies. With everything prepared, the spatial wormhole opens, and 201 spacecraft embark on their journey. The destination is not particularly distant, merely a span of 2,000 light-years. After traversing this distance, they shall arrive in a mere 2,000 years. Chapter 331. What is this technology? This marks the inaugural voyage for Gao Yang. Although strictly speaking, he has yet to embark on a true journey. He has merely orchestrated the deployment of a clone. Yet, from an idealistic perspective, this constitutes a voyage. The spacecraft is navigating through space jumps, despite the current understanding of humanity suggesting that the route taken is of little consequence. The reality remains that the vastness of space is sparsely populated. While the vessels may appear numerous, they are, in fact, widely dispersed, rendering encounters exceedingly rare. In the expansive realms measured in light years, these ships are dwarfed by cosmic dust. Nevertheless, for the sake of prudence, the trajectory of the jump still charts a circuitous route. After several jumps, the spacecraft arrives in proximity to the Dala civilization's star domain, merely 3 days of travel away. Two Dala individuals anxiously observe the control panel. Here is where the capture will take place. Once the ship is locked onto, a spatial blockade will be enacted, enabling their apprehension, while the ensuing dialogue will be entrusted to us. Gao Yang scrutinizes the two Dala. How confident are you? With absolute certainty, they reply. If the individuals being captured resist, we will eliminate them and await the next suitable candidate. This area boasts a considerable number of vessels, so we need not wait long. Gao Yang is somewhat taken aback by the level of coordination displayed by the Dala, yet it also raises his vigilance. For individuals within a civilization, the significance of that civilization is paramount. Should humanity ever annihilate another civilization, it is imperative to eradicate every sentient being within it, root and branch, leaving no future threats. Gao Yang inquires about the abundance of vessels in this sector, casually asking why so many are present. The response reveals that this location is neither too close nor too distant from our civilization, thereby evading detection and simultaneously lacking protection. Vessels frequently return here to trade or to convene at such distances for communication. Approaching too close to a civilization's core could reveal their intentions, but here, anonymity is assured. Gao Yang ponders, what if I were to deploy a detector here? Wouldn't that enable us to capture them all at once? Almost every civilization maintains patrol fleets, covering vast expanses around their territories. If a detector were discovered, an exhaustive investigation would ensue. Gao Yang expresses his concerns. What if we encounter a patrol during the capture? Or if we are discovered post-capture? In the event of encountering a patrol while capturing the vessel, we can either flee or engage. But we must extricate ourselves swiftly to avoid being pursued by a war fleet. As for post-capture, as long as the patrol does not witness the act, they will not intervene. According to the protocols of the Dala civilization, only within the core areas of civilizations must one adhere to the various rules. Outside these core regions, Freedom prevails, provided that no harm comes to the Dala people. Therein lies no issue. Such regulations arise from necessity, as it is simply beyond their capacity to maintain order in the vast expanses beyond their core territories. To forcibly declare control would render one a laughingstock. It would be far better to stipulate a lack of governance. However, should the patrol team discover any aggression towards the vessels of the Dala civilization, intervention is certain. Even if the truth comes to light later, it shall not be scrutinized in depth. Gaoyang nodded, casting a glance at the two individuals from the Dala civilization. The resemblance between the civilization and its denizens was striking. Upon realizing their inability to resist, these two exhibited remarkable cooperation. It was not merely a semblance. They were virtually identical. It appears that one can discern the character of a civilization through the personal traits of its people, and vice versa. This raises the intriguing notion. Could it be possible to exert control over an entire civilization? Yet, such thoughts remain speculative. For governing an entire civilization would attract undue attention and invite blunders. As they waited in silence, a vessel appeared in the distance, seemingly approaching from the direction of the planet. The two extraterrestrials observed the distant ship and cautioned, "Do not engage. That is not a vessel from our civilization." Gaoyang replied, "Patience, let us continue to wait." The ship halted some distance away, recognizing Gaoyang's vessel, and subsequently altered its course, vanishing through spatial jump. Gaoyang contemplated and commanded, "Initiate level 3 shield, conceal." The order was executed, and the 20 ships trailing Gaoyang simultaneously cloaked themselves, not merely becoming invisible, but rather entering a spatial state, sustaining themselves within the fabric of space, leaving only a narrow aperture for external observation. This aperture could be sealed if necessary. Gaoyang's ship followed suit. This display of technology left the two Dala individuals utterly astounded. What manner of technique was this? They had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Alongside their astonishment, their expressions turned somber. The more they beheld, the more unfathomable their situation became, diminishing their chances of safe departure. The more they learned, the closer they drew to demise. This was universally applicable. Yet, the two merely exchanged glances of resignation, having mentally prepared themselves for the inevitability of death. They could only hope to accomplish meaningful deeds for their civilization while still alive, striving at least to ensure its continued existence. Time passed incrementally. During this interval, Gaoyang remained industrious, organizing the knowledge he had amassed thus far. Foremost among his concerns was the star coin. In the cosmos, one requires star coins for transactions. These coins are the currency issued by the stellar civilization, bearing significant value. Currently, humanity had captured a multitude of vessels, amassing around 100,000 star coins, a testament to their worth. Those apprehended were individuals piloting ships, generally affluent individuals. The star coins were robust, with varying denominations represented by distinct sizes and colors. Akin to gaming tokens, Gaoyang possessed the highest denomination, a 10,000 star coin, while the smallest held a value of 0.1 star coin. The 10,000 star coin was a pale blue, square in shape, while the smallest coin was round and slightly whitish. Gaoyang surveyed these coins and turned to the two Dala individuals, inquiring, "Is this method of payment not inconvenient?" The two Dala individuals gazed at the box filled with currency, momentarily taken aback, and then replied, "In truth, it is quite convenient. If one does not require extensive purchases, carrying a few dozen star coins suffices for nearly any transaction. To acquire a spacecraft or similar significant expenditure, one can also possess additional funds, which may be securely deposited in the banks of various civilizations. For instance, we might store substantial amounts of star currency. Whenever needed, withdrawals can be made from any bank across civilizations." Gaoyang furrowed his brow. Does one need to be present to deposit or withdraw? Indeed, once these funds are secured, accessing them becomes impossible without one's physical presence. Thus, it follows that the acquisition of such star currency is predominantly reliant on the pocket money carried by those who have been apprehended. Contemplating further, establishing a bank in the cosmos could lead to great wealth, particularly given the frequent absence of a fleet. However, upon further reflection, it seems that relatives and friends might also be authorized to retrieve funds on one's behalf, which wouldn't amount to a substantial balance. Conversely, in a scenario where cosmic order is relatively stable, the mortality rate should not be excessively high. Excluding the ramifications of war, it is likely that financial resources would be scarce during such tumultuous times. Chapter 332. Finding the target. After waiting for a moment longer, no spacecraft had yet arrived. However, during this time, an abundance of signals had been received. The invincible avatar aboard the ship directly analyzed the collected signals. Decoding these signals was a trivial task for the invincible entity. With a sufficiently large dataset, any information could be deciphered. Then, Gaoyang encountered a vast array of information from the Dara civilization. The data was extensive and varied, yet it posed no significant challenges. The invincible entity swiftly filtered out irrelevant or incomplete information. What remained were messages imbued with substance. However, a cursory glance revealed a lack of useful content. Most of it consisted of trading information, such as corporate share transfers. Surprisingly, there were also sensational news articles. For instance, a certain star, after undergoing surgery due to an injury, made a striking comeback, appearing even more handsome than before. Concert announcements piqued Gao Yang's curiosity. Aliens had music? But upon reflection, as long as there is hearing, music will exist. The idea of a concert seemed somewhat far-fetched, yet he yearned for the opportunity to witness it firsthand. The interstellar soccer match commenced, with tickets priced at 58 star coins, and all 50,000 tickets sold out in seconds, showcasing the players' immense popularity. A recap of the previous interstellar match detailed the 3 critical factors leading to their defeat. Would they overcome these challenges this time? Players faced suspensions for violations, raising suspicions of match fixing. The Dara civilization's limits were once again surpassed, with sprinting speeds reaching an astonishing 19 meters per second. This speed was converted into human standards for ease of comprehension. 19 meters per second roughly equated to 5 seconds for 100 meters, far superior to humanity's past, yet still lagging behind contemporary human capabilities. Additionally, there were numerous sports-related news articles that captivated Gao Yang's interest. Beyond sports, he was also keen on technological advancements. The official commendation praised the efficiency of the Grand House Super Factory, boasting a 5 increase in production efficiency compared to previous figures. This year, a certain spacecraft company delivered 96,000 ships, a 7 increase year-on-year. How to choose a spacecraft priced at 200,000 star coins. A comparative analysis of various models was available. A newly unveiled model from a specific spacecraft brand was rumored to be equipped with cutting-edge engines, potentially retailing for 2.25 million star coins. Was this the benchmark for million-level spacecraft? This long-range vessel featured a complete upgrade. The strongest spacecraft brand would launch civilization-wide 3 days hence. Adorable spacecraft received rave reviews for their charm. There were also news articles concerning livelihoods, revealing a major conglomerate embroiled in a wage dispute, facing potential bankruptcy. The new generation's reluctance to join fleets, opting instead for interstellar adventures, had risen to 60. Reports of heinous crimes emerged, urging 3 categories of individuals to exercise caution. Fraud incidents were on the rise, accompanied by warnings against the allure of quick gains. At that moment, Gao Yang's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This was another world, a much grander realm. Through these pieces of information, a new reality gradually unfolded before him. Other civilizations in the cosmos bore striking resemblances to Earth, or rather, as long as sentient beings exist, certain phenomena are unavoidable. Yet, it must be said, the revelations were nothing short of spectacular. In addition to this information, various rules of the Dala civilization can also be observed. While watching, Gao Yang contemplated that if peace were to be achieved in the future, he would undoubtedly pilot a spaceship to traverse the cosmos, visiting the homes of different civilizations to immerse himself in their local customs and traditions. He envisioned himself traversing the world aboard his ship, ready to aid those in distress with his laser cannons at the ready. As he pondered this, a spaceship appeared in the vicinity. 2 Dala individuals exclaimed with excitement, "That is our ship, capable of space jumps. Quick, seal off the area to prevent their escape." In an instant, Gao Yang sprang into action, commanding, "Seal off the space. Approach and capture them with the small space fighters." The area was immediately locked down, and one by one, small space fighters surged forth, nearing the speed of light as they encircled the vessel. The laser cannon ports glimmered with brilliant white light, charging up, poised to fire at any moment. The Dala occupants aboard the ship were left dumbfounded. What was happening? They were flying peacefully when suddenly the space was sealed, and small ships appeared right before them. Gazing at the glowing cannon ports, the captain's heart raced. Although he activated the protective shield, he knew it could not withstand a barrage of multiple laser cannons. He thought this, yet he was unaware that even a single laser cannon would be beyond his defense. He hesitated, scanning the surroundings for any attacking ships, but found none. If jumping was no longer an option, it was evident that the opposing ship belonged to a 4th-tier civilization. Destruction was imminent. Escape was impossible. After a brief wait, a communication request came through. The captain was quick to answer, "My lord, is there a mistake? I have not offended anyone." "Silence. Do as I say. Eliminate all non-Dala individuals aboard the ship." The voice commanded. The captain was taken aback. "Why? For the sake of our civilization, I will die, and you will too. But if you follow my orders, our civilization may yet survive." As the captain listened to the voice on the other end, his expression grew grave. "Is our civilization in danger? Follow my instructions, and I will explain later." Inside the ship, the sounds of conflict erupted. Gao Yang listened intently, not only hearing but also witnessing the unfolding events. The imagery from the ship was transmitted to Gao Yang's vessel. The invincible capabilities of his ship, upgraded prior, were now coming into play. The two Dala individuals also observed this scene, their eyes widening momentarily before they slowly regained composure. A fourth-tier civilization had easily infiltrated their ship's systems. There was nothing surprising about that. Gao Yang, however, was astonished by the execution and mutual trust among the individuals of this civilization. Just for the sake of their civilization's survival, they began a massacre aboard the ship. All 9 extraterrestrial beings aboard were dealt with. There was resistance, but it was futile. They were unarmed, merely workers aboard the ship. Some were even purchased slaves, possessing no capacity for rebellion whatsoever. After the deed was done, the 3 Darylans approached the communication panel. The task is complete. Only the 3 of us remain. What shall we do next? They contemplated traveling to a nearby planet, situated 3 light years away, which possessed a breathable atmosphere, allowing for a potential leap through space. Exchanging glances, the 3 Darylans nodded in agreement. Very well. Following the instructions given, they prepared to enter the depths of the planet, effectively surrendering their lives to the whims of fate. In their minds, the likelihood of demise seemed overwhelmingly probable. Death within the confines of the planet rendered any possibility of retrieval futile. Nothing could be learned from such an end. Conversely, perishing in the vastness of space would allow for the faint glimmer of light to be observed from afar, its decay far less pronounced. However, within the planet's interior, light would succumb to rapid refraction, vanishing entirely from sight, rendering any observation impossible. Amidst the communication channel, the voices of 2 captured Darylans echoed, "Do not squander time. Upon arrival, I shall elucidate." With those words, the captain on the opposite end ceased his hesitation, initiating the calculations for their jump distance. For he had no other recourse, unless he chose the immediate embrace of death. Chapter 333. The upper layer of insurance. Gao Yang observed as the spacecraft entered the wormhole, leading his fleet into the cosmic passage toward the designated planet. The desolate world was barren, enveloped in an eerie silence. He witnessed the ship being encircled by small space fighters before it made its descent onto the planet's surface. In truth, without entering the planet, capturing any living beings was nearly impossible. However, once they entered the planetary confines, the extraterrestrials aboard the vessel would be devoid of any protection, facing a fate potentially more harrowing than death itself. Thus, under normal circumstances, it was preferable to perish in the vastness of space rather than risk entering the planet. In other words, dying in space might warrant an investigation, yet succumbing on a planet would significantly complicate matters. Yet, these few Dala aliens were willing to forsake all other opportunities for the sake of a few words. On board the ship, Gao Yang was somewhat taken aback. Do they truly trust you? They do not trust us. Rather, they trust in civilization itself. They are willing to believe in anything, provided it does not harm their civilization. This applies not only to them, but to us as well. Gao Yang remained puzzled. What if the wrongdoers, those malevolent individuals within your civilization, deceive you under the guise of civilization? Wouldn't that lead to your downfall? No one would joke with their own civilization, came the assured reply. Curiosity still lingered within Gao Yang, who, lacking a comprehensive understanding of the cosmic landscape, sought further clarification. Are there truly no nefarious individuals who harbor disdain for their own civilization? The Dala beings exchanged glances with Gao Yang, perceiving his inquisitiveness akin to that of a child, yet they nodded in affirmation. Certainly, there are such individuals. However, they are either dealt with swiftly or are fugitives. Generally, such individuals are incapable of orchestrating significant deeds. Those who disregard their own civilization are deemed worthless. Gao Yang pressed on. What if one were to conceal their intentions deeply and ally with an adversarial civilization? What if they held a prominent position within the Dala civilization? There are indeed such individuals who betray their own civilization for personal gain. In times of war, they are condemned to a life of scorn, and whenever the opportunity arises, they must meet their demise. Gao Yang grasped the situation. It was not markedly different from Earth. The distinction lay in the fact that on Earth, factions often hesitated to eliminate traitors and required trials, whereas in the universe, matters were less convoluted, or perhaps more loosely governed. Gao Yang's ship soon followed suit, entering the planet's atmosphere. The opposing vessel's hatch had already been opened, revealing 3 Dala beings clad in protective suits standing outside. Gao Yang's ship did not hastily dock. Rather, it was the fleet trailing behind that made the first landing. After securing their position, the warriors clad in space suits apprehended the 3 Dala individuals, conducting thorough searches to ensure their safety before escorting them aboard the ship. Through the ship's communication system, contact was established with Gao Yang. Throughout the entire process, Gao Yang felt invincibly secure, controlling this avatar from a distance of 2,000 light years away. Nevertheless, he refrained from halting their actions, the more extravagant their conduct, the greater the psychological pressure exerted upon the $3 beings. As the communication link was established, the $3 individuals beheld Gao Yang, along with the other $2 beings aboard the ship. The Dalarian beside Gao Yang gazed at the virtual projection and nodded gently. The specifics are somewhat intricate, so I shall be concise. I previously served an exploratory organization, during which I stumbled upon a civilization, a fourth-tier civilization. The 3 Dalarian extraterrestrials across from him were momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? A fourth-tier civilization had been discovered? They struggled to comprehend the implications. Did they somehow trespass into the homeland of a fourth-tier civilization? I initially bore the same expression as you, eagerly seeking out the natives, only to find that the technology they possessed was exclusively that of a fourth-tier civilization. The Dalarian beside me. The 3 Dalarian beings turned their incredulous gazes towards Gao Yang. A fourth-tier civilization? Natives? This was utterly implausible. The Dalarian beside Gao Yang addressed the 3 Dalarian beings. I understand this is difficult to believe, but I witnessed everything firsthand. A fleet capable of annihilating the entire Dalarian civilization has now manifested around your civilization. If you cooperate fully, the Dalarian civilization may yet be spared. The 3 Dalarian beings exchanged glances, each reflecting disbelief in the other's eyes. A charlatan? Was it possible to be so audacious as to deceive them? Was this not a case of overstating the matter? After all, with so many weapons thrust upon them, they had no choice but to comply. What is it that you require of us? Permit the esteemed individual to enter the Dalarian homeworld, allowing him to familiarize himself with your civilization. Should he wish to procure anything, you shall facilitate the purchase. Whatever he desires, you are to assist. There was but one condition. Do not attract attention. Do not reveal that he is a native. The 3 Dalarian beings began to grasp the implications. So, you are asking us to escort him on a tour of our civilization, and then lead him away? Indeed. Do not disclose his identity. Absolutely. Under no circumstances should you report to the authorities. The 3 Dalarian beings exchanged glances. Will his visit to the Dalarian civilization harbor ulterior motives? He is merely curious. Having had no prior encounters with other civilizations in the cosmos, his intentions are innocent. Gao Yang listened to this exchange in silence. The 2 Dalarian beings beside him were far from foolish. They had already discerned his intentions, thus exhibiting their cooperation. Their analysis